Are you crazy? You actually went to William's studio? Jessica's voice was full of disbelief and anger. Monica lowered her head, but her heart was full of determination. She was no longer the girl who sacrificed for her family. Now, she wanted to take everything into her own hands. Mom and Dad, you don't understand. I went there for our future. I must win that wealth and prevent it from falling into the hands of others. Just when she thought everything was going according to plan, her sister Selene's sneer broke her fantasy. Are you doing this for him or for yourself? Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Jessica glared at Monica. What did you do? Tell me, there is no overnight hatred between two sisters. Frank mediated. Monica lowered her head and rubbed her fingers. The system assigned me to William's studio, and I went to work there. What? Jessica's voice rose rapidly, full of disbelief. She walked up to Monica, looked her up and down, frowning. Are you crazy? You went to William's studio? That place is just a small place for small fights. Monica listened and felt unhappy. Mom, you can't say that about William. I really think highly of his studio. He will do a great job, and you haven't seen the murals he painted. They are really shocking, beautiful, and profitable. Jessica's mouth twitched, revealing disdain. Are you possessed by a ghost? Didn't you hate him before? Why are you willing to work for him now? Then I don't have a job now. Even if you lose your job, you can't. You can afford to lose face, but I can't. Jessica responded angrily. If you can't find a job, I'll support you. But you go on blind dates. Meet a few blind dates a day and get married quickly. Frank also echoed. Junjin, it's not appropriate for you to work for William. How can you let your sister-in-law work for your brother-in-law? Dad, Yin Yin and William are divorced, and we don't have that kind of relationship anymore. Monica felt uncomfortable, and her voice trembled a little when she mentioned this relationship. What's more, she has liked William since she was a child, even earlier than her sister. If there hadn't been a misunderstanding that night, things might have been different. Now that they are divorced, she might be able to get William again. Monica decided that if her family objected, she would just move into his house and live a simple life with him, not minding not having a marriage certificate. Mom and Dad, I only have a 3-month internship. The contract cannot be terminated, and I will leave when it expires. I cannot affect my professional reputation. Before she finished speaking, Seline sneered, Pretend. Keep pretending. Monica felt guilty and was panicked by her sister's stare. Yin Yin, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Do you think I can't see? You stayed next to William on purpose. That app was made by your friend's husband, and you know her very well. You saw William's job information and went there on purpose. Monica's face turned pale. It's not like that. Stop pretending. You must be doing this on purpose. What's your purpose? Monica felt a little numb at Frank's mother's gaze. Her intuition told her that this explanation would not be so simple. I admit that I did it on purpose. The parents looked at each other. Their eyes suddenly became serious. But I did this for you. For me. Seline was stunned. Yes, William's live broadcast is becoming more and more popular, and he may make more and more money, but this money should not be picked up by others. I want to go there and find out his property so that it won't be taken away by others in the future. Jessica narrowed her eyes and nodded. That's right. William has made a fortune, and we must make up for it. Jessica was convinced by her. But Frank always felt something was wrong, and he was vaguely confused. Seline still stared at her suspiciously. Are you really doing this for me? Monica lowered her voice and said, Actually, I also want to destroy William's relationship. You know, those bar owners and some other women are all chasing him. Leave me there to help you as an insider, then I can help you deal with him. Seline looked at her and gradually relaxed her guard. Okay, just keep an eye on him. Tell me immediately if any woman approaches him. Don't let them get close to him. Understood. Monica breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the problem was temporarily solved. At this time, on the other side, Matai quickly completed the task and ran to Eva to take credit, wagging his tail happily. Eva touched his head and praised him. Matai, you did a good job. No wonder my mom likes you the most. You are so capable. Here's a canned food as a reward. Woof woof, Matai jumped up excitedly. Eva had just finished feeding Matai a can of food when she received a call from the bar owner, Ivy. Honey, you haven't come to the bar recently. Do you miss me? Eva smiled awkwardly. The company is busy. How can I have time? Oh, I'm bored. I haven't seen you recently. By the way, that William, the William of the home decoration blogger, do you know him? Uh, I'm not sure. Eva pretended not to know. It's the guy who's popular recently. So handsome. Didn't you see him when you went to the bar? No. Eva denied hastily. Oh, I wanted to pursue him. I heard he was divorced, and I was attracted to him. What are you going to do? Eva asked quickly. I'm going to ask him to paint the walls of the bar and do some renovations to increase customer traffic. When he comes, I'll buy him a drink and touch his chest muscles. Eva frowned when she heard the phrase, touching chest muscles. I don't think it's that good. And his style doesn't fit your bar. Eva disagreed. If you like someone, you should start with what he is good at and find common topics. And this can also be a date in disguise. Eva responded casually with a few words, hung up the phone, and hurried to William's courtyard. William saw Eva's eyes and always rejected her unconsciously. How do you want to renovate? As soon as he asked, Oscar looked at her and said, the house is not big. Does it need to be renovated? How many years did you sign the contract? Is it worth a major renovation? Eva quickly sent a WeChat message to Lily. Quickly call your canary away. Then she heard William say, yeah. How long is the contract? You have to consider the hidden costs. Eva smiled and said, it's not a problem. The key is that girls always want to have a warm and tidy environment when they go home. I looked at the girls' rooms online, and the cost is actually not high. She deliberately showed an expression of no money. William nodded. Okay, I'll go over and see what needs to be done. Thank you. Eva smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescents. Have you eaten? William asked. I just had instant noodles, and I haven't finished them yet. Eva pretended to be embarrassed. In fact, she didn't eat the instant noodles at all, but wanted William to stay for dinner. Sure enough, Oscar was quickly called away by Lily, and William kept her to eat. Why don't you eat with me? And yeah. I just cooked Oscar's portion. I don't mind. Eva answered happily. She smiled like a happy kitten. William was infected by her smile and thought that this little sister was lively, cute, and straightforward. Eva helped serve the food and took Chinyu to wash her hands. She suddenly said casually, Brother, I have to apologize to you. Apologize? What happened? William looked at her. Today a bar owner wants you to make a three-dimensional wall painting. I don't think a bar is appropriate. It would be troublesome if a drunk bumps into the sculpture and gets injured. William nodded after listening to it. You have considered it very carefully. It is indeed not appropriate to have a three-dimensional wall painting in a bar. As he was talking, Ivy called, Dear, do you miss me? Her voice was full of temptation. Boss AI, stop joking. Is there something wrong? William was a little helpless. Eva was alert instantly and listened to the phone call with her ears perked up. Eva mentioned that she wanted William to come to the bar to do the wall painting, but William immediately refused. Bars are different from children's rooms. There is a risk of pushing and shoving and drunkenness in bars, which is not suitable for three-dimensional wall painting. Hearing this, Eva was a little disappointed, but she understood his reasoning. After the call ended, Eva lowered her head to eat and could hardly hold back her laughter. I'm such a clever little ghost. She was secretly happy. After dinner, Eva took the initiative to clean the table. William wanted to take over the dishes, but she insisted, I was taught since I was a child that I should help wash the dishes if I didn't cook. I can't let you do it for nothing. She was busy cleaning up, her movements were a little clumsy, and the things were clinking. I'm an only child, and I'm not used to doing these things, she said a little embarrassedly. William was pushed out of the kitchen by her, and he couldn't help but feel that this junior sister was both polite and sincere. He began to think that if he had met someone like her at the beginning, he might not have been fascinated by a ballet goddess like Seline. He smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly and thought to himself, Eva is also very beautiful. Although her style is different, she is equally charming. After finishing dinner, William followed Eva to the house she rented. The house was indeed a bit shabby, with peeling walls. William pointed to the living room and said, If we want a warm environment, these problems need to be solved. Eva nodded, and William went to look at the bedroom again and found that the clothes were a little messy, and there was a piece of pink underwear on the chair. Eva panicked instantly and quickly covered herself with clothes. She smiled awkwardly, secretly cursing herself for not being prepared. William was a little embarrassed and turned his head away. Ahem, sleeping in a tent tonight? William casually found a topic. Yeah, Eva nodded. The bed belongs to the landlord. I'm not used to using other people's beds. William nodded and began to measure the room. I'll make a budget, and I'll help you pick the right furniture when we go shopping tomorrow. Eva happily agreed. That's great. Tomorrow I'll bring the coupons my relatives gave me to help me pick out some suitable furniture. William smiled. I can go with you, but you have to take Chenu with you. Eva nodded. No problem. After William left, Eva made a phone call. Tomorrow at Land's Mall, no one is allowed to call me Mr. Lawn when they see me. Whoever calls me, they will have their bonus deducted. Eva lay in the tent and couldn't wait to call Lily. Lily, I have a date with senior brother Chin tomorrow. On the other end of the phone, Lily seemed a little surprised. So soon? Are you sure? If William is dating you alone right after his divorce, I think this man is not good. Be careful. Eva's voice turned cold. What do you know? It's not what you think. She patiently explained what happened. Lily was speechless after listening. This is not called a date. This is called work. Why not? Eva was a little proud. He took me to Land's Mall. Yeah, is still young. Isn't this a date between us alone? Lily was speechless. You made an appointment at Land's Mall? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? I can't afford expensive furniture, so I said it was a coupon given by a relative. Lily wanted to roll her eyes again. Okay, I'll be on call tomorrow, but remember to pay me the corresponding bonus. Eva hung up the phone with a smile, thinking that Ivy's method really worked. Love is like a battlefield. Sisterhood is not important, but men can't give in. She lay in the tent, thinking contentedly. The next day, Eva went to buy a private breakfast early and brought it to William's house. Brother, yeah, are you ready for breakfast? She pushed open the door and saw William braiding Yu's hair with skillful and gentle movements. Brother Chin, how come you know everything? Eva couldn't help but praise him. William smiled and waved his hands. They're just some small skills. Eva said seriously, these little things are the most important. A man who can live an organized life is the most reliable. William smiled after hearing this. You are right, I shouldn't underestimate these little things. Then, Eva took out the steamed dumplings and siumai and said with a smile, try this breakfast. The organic soy milk and freshly made steamed dumplings here taste great. William nodded, secretly thinking that this junior sister really knows how to be considerate of others. Moreover, she was wearing a bright yellow wool sweater and a burgundy leather skirt today, looking full of energy, completely different from Selene's cold temperament. William thought vaguely that if he had met Eva earlier, he might not be so obsessed with Seline. However, he soon realized what he was thinking and quickly changed the subject, asking Chin to wash her hands and eat. After breakfast, the three drove to Land's Mall. In the mall, the three's good looks attracted a lot of attention. Eva was in a good mood, and seeing everyone's envious eyes, she felt as sweet as if she had eaten sweet potatoes. They were choosing in the furniture area and discussing their preferences. Eva looked at William's profile and suddenly felt like she was choosing furniture with a family of three. Her cheeks felt slightly hot and her heartbeat quickened. At this time, a staff member came over and asked, "Excuse me, sir, are you here to choose furniture?" William was about to speak when the staff member continued. Today we have an event for couples. Loving couples who shop here have the opportunity to get a free meal. Eva suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart, and this misunderstanding made her heart beat faster. Eva reacted almost instantly and immediately took William's arm, smiling sweetly and saying, "We are." She did not forget to look at Chinyu and smiled even more gently. "Look, Ye also said that we are very loving." Chinyu widened her eyes and nodded. "Yes, uncle, my parents are usually very loving." William was speechless and thought to himself, "Are women born to lie?" The staff greeted with a smile. "Then welcome you to participate in our activities." Eva looked down at William pitifully. "Brother, please help me. If we succeed, we can save a lot of money. What if they ask for the marriage certificate?" William asked. "They definitely won't check." Eva answered confidently. William raised his eyebrows. "How can you be so sure?" Eva laughed dryly. "If they really want to check the marriage certificate, let's give up. There's nothing to lose, and it's not fair to not take advantage of others." William smiled helplessly, not worrying too much. After all, he had nothing to do with Seline anymore. They followed the staff and came to the high-end boutique area. "These bed types are participating in the event. You can choose whatever you want." The staff introduced. William noticed that the price was unusually cheap, obviously much cheaper than the beds in the exhibition area outside. The staff quickly explained, "This is because we participated in the free giveaway." Eva took William's hand and helped him choose a bed. "What do you think of this one?" William pointed to two beds with a more youthful style. "These two may be more in line with the decoration style of your room." Eva chose a log-style bed and nodded with satisfaction. "I like this one." William smiled. I like this one too. Eva's eyes. I like this natural feeling. Pink feels too artificial. William was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that her aesthetic was so consistent with his own. The staff reminded, please try the bed, sir and madam. Try the bed. Eva was stunned for a moment. William misunderstood that she was embarrassed and took the initiative to pull her to sit down. How soft and hard is this brown mat? Well, it's okay. Eva answered absent-mindedly. Her heartbeat quickened, and she could only feel his warm, big hands wrapped around hers. Just then, the staff smiled and said, you can only feel the comfort level by trying the bed. Lie down and give it a try. The two looked at each other and lay down awkwardly. Eva couldn't help laughing after she lay down, her heart pounding. Oh my God, this is exactly what it feels like to marry William. William noticed her gaze, and his heart was slightly moved, and he couldn't help but smile at her. The two lay down for a while and got up uncomfortably. William suddenly said to the staff, sorry, my wife is shy. Eva was stunned, her heart beating fast. My wife? She almost laughed out loud, but she was secretly ecstatic in her heart. After choosing a log-style bed, the staff said goodbye to them respectfully. As long as you're not caught by the surveillance cameras not being affectionate, you could take the bed home for free. William was still a little surprised. Is it that simple? The staff smiled. Yes, sir. Eva whispered to the staff guiltily. Promotion immediately. The staff's eyes lit up and he immediately bowed 90 degrees. Thank you, Mr. Lawn. After taking a few steps, Eva saw that William was a little doubtful, so she asked, brother, what's wrong? William looked at her and said, the new female president of the Lawn family is very business-minded. She broke the tradition and opened up many new businesses. I didn't expect your family's transformation to be so good. Eva felt a surge of joy in her heart. It turns out that my senior brother silently appreciates me and recognizes me. She was so excited that she suddenly asked, then suppose someone like President Lawn became your wife. Would you be willing? William couldn't help laughing after hearing what Eva said. Junior sister, your question is quite interesting. When you say being a wife, do you want me to take it seriously? Eva asked the question. She realized that there was something wrong with her words. She looked at William nervously and nodded shyly. William shook his head. The Lawn family is the top wealthy family in our city. How can someone like me with no background and no status be worthy of you? You're also a big entrepreneur yourself. How can you find someone who can match you and be my wife? Hearing William say this, Eva was stunned and looked a little unhappy. She stood in front of William, her eyes determined. Brother Chen, I won't allow you to look at yourself like that. You are an outstanding person with many shining points. Eva said firmly, you are kind, helpful, emotionally stable, hardworking, good at planning, and have superb painting skills. From your adoption of Yaya, to saving Monica, to defeating the internet celebrity Mr. Chun, you can see your excellence. Chen also stood up and added, Dad is the best. Dad is the best in my heart. These words made William feel warm and touched. These words were like a ray of light, illuminating his heart that had once been immersed in shadows. He rubbed Chinyu's hair and said softly, thank you guys. As they walked side by side, Eva suddenly spoke again. Brother Chen, you haven't answered the question just now. William smiled and said, to be honest, I have never thought about this question seriously. I just went through a marriage, and I'm a little resistant to marriage. He continued, perhaps because of the pain I've experienced in the past, if I really had to make a choice, I probably wouldn't choose such an outstanding female entrepreneur. Eva heard this. Her heart tightened, and she asked anxiously, why? William looked at her and smiled. It's not that I feel inferior. I just feel that the class gap is too big. My marriage with Seline made me understand that people of the same level will live more compatible. My marriage to Seline never felt right. Her family always looked down on me. If I were to marry a wealthy family like the Lawn family, I really don't want to experience that feeling again. Eva felt disappointed when she heard this, and couldn't help but blame Seline in her heart. How could she make senior brother Chen so scared? William glanced at the depressed Eva, and his heart moved slightly. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so interested in my marriage today? Before she finished speaking, a male employee suddenly came over and saw Eva. He immediately shouted excitedly, Boss Lawn. William was stunned, and Eva's face froze instantly. Fortunately, the employee who had just received her came over quickly and resolved the embarrassing situation. So you're Mr. Land's assistant. Nice to meet you. The employee shook Eva's hand and easily resolved the situation. Eva looked at William helplessly and scratched her head. Actually, I'm just curious about what people outside think of my cousin. William combined all the information and smiled. So you were Mr. Land's assistant? Or your cousin? Eva nodded. Obviously, her last name had caused a lot of misunderstanding. Just when the atmosphere was a little tense, the promoted employee came over again, pretended to make a phone call, and finally announced, Boss Land's assistant can also participate in company activities. All this seemed to resolve the embarrassment, but William felt something was wrong. You said that Land's salary is top-notch in the industry. As Mr. Land's assistant, your income should be high. Why are you still so frugal? Eva sighed. I have a bad fate. There are problems at home. My parents are alcoholics and gamblers. Life is very difficult. Just then, she suddenly saw her father and his companions appear on one side of the mall, and the tense atmosphere came again. Eva's face turned pale instantly, and without any hesitation, she threw herself into William's arms, tightly grasping his clothes around his waist and burying her face in his chest. William was slightly stunned, his heartbeat speeding up involuntarily. Eva's body was unusually warm, his cheek pressed against his chest, and he could feel her breathing becoming more and more rapid. What's wrong? William asked in a low voice, gently holding her shoulders. I met a creditor. Eva whispered, her voice trembling slightly. William felt a protective desire in his heart, and he hugged her tighter without hesitation. It's okay. Let's take a detour. Seeing this, Chinyu hurried over and said, Sister Ineen, I will protect you. The three of them walked to the other side together. Eva closed her eyes and held William's waist tightly. Because she staggered a little, she unconsciously held him tightly, and suddenly, her hand pinched a hard muscle. William felt an electric shock and couldn't help but growl. Eva's face instantly turned red and her heart beat like a drum. At this time, the employees next to him saw this scene and couldn't help shaking their heads. Is this still the calm and rational CEO Lon? She is just like a little woman. At the same time, the male employee who once called Boss Lon looked at the salary deduction notice on his mobile phone with a painful look on his face. Why can others get the tenderness of the female president, but he has nothing? Eva relaxed her guard a little and finally breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Lily's WeChat message, Uncle has moved. She and William continued to walk around the mall, selecting furniture and bedding, and took advantage of the internal discount when checking out, and finally spent only 500 yuan. William secretly lamented the special relationship between Eva and the Lon family, and then they took Chinyu to the supermarket. When they returned to the courtyard, the three of them saw Oscar and Monica as soon as they walked in. William frowned and looked at Monica. Why are you here? Monica looked at Eva coldly, with a fire burning in her heart. She looked at the intimacy between William and Eva, and her heart was filled with jealousy and anger. I came to see if you need any help, Monica said in a cold tone, suppressing her inner dissatisfaction. William couldn't help but chuckle. What's the inconvenience? You didn't help me at the beginning. Why don't you help me free up your hands and give me some support? Monica was speechless for a moment. Recalling how William stayed up late and fought the virus to take care of the sick Chung Chung, she felt a little regretful, but there was nothing she could do. Eva put down her things and said to William, Brother, I'm going to go get some company documents and help pick the vegetables later. Monica followed closely behind, grabbed Eva's arm, and shouted angrily, Stop. Eva turned around and coldly shook off Monica's hand with a cold light in her eyes. What qualifications do you have to warn me? Monica said angrily. William has a family and children. Don't even think about taking advantage of him. He's divorced. Eva hit back bluntly. You know in your heart, don't use your sister as a shield. If you really want to protect her, why are you angry with me? She sneered. Monica, you make me look down on you. After saying that, Eva turned and left, leaving Monica with a face full of anger and humiliation. When Eva returned to the courtyard, Oscar and William were chatting and laughing with Chinyu. Chinyu suddenly asked, Dad, what does die give? The two were stunned, and Oscar explained awkwardly, That means fatal gay. Kids learn it very quickly nowadays. William whispered, Okay, let's not attend the garden party. However, although Chinyu verbally agreed not to go, the disappointment in his eyes was still unbearable. At this time, Oscar suggested, Brother, you and Junior's sister should take Yaya with you. The children all want to see their parents anyway. William frowned slightly, thinking to himself that maybe the three of them could try a different lifestyle. Oscar looked at Eva. I think Junior's sister won't mind. William opened his lips and was about to tell Oscar to stop making trouble, but Eva spoke quickly. I don't mind. William choked, his lips opened and closed, and he wanted to say something. Eva immediately added, "Brother, you asked me to repay you. You just helped me win a free big bed, and I want to do something for you and yeah." William looked down at Chinyu, who was looking anxious, and finally nodded. Oscar was happy to see this and helped to serve the dishes in the kitchen. As he walked into the kitchen, he bumped William's elbow and said, "Brother, I think that junior sister is pretty good. She's not arrogant and has a good personality. Would you consider her?" Eva was just thinking about going to help, but when she heard this, she decisively transferred 10,000 yuan to Lily. "A reward for your canary. Oscar is a good talker and a good person, not bad. Also, we can eat now. Please call them away quickly." Lily transferred the money almost instantly and transferred 520 to Oscar. "I miss you, come over." "I haven't eaten yet." Oscar trembled with fear and clicked to accept the transfer. Oh my God, his little rich woman wouldn't say that in the next sentence. "I'm hungry and want to eat you." Sobi. It's really hard to make money from rich women. Oscar put down the soup that he was about to serve and said to William, "Brother, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I have to go earn money from selling meat." William kicked him lightly. "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that Ia hears it. You are so frivolous." Oscar grinned, picked up a piece of roast goose, and put it into his mouth, licked his fingers, and ran away. On the way, he went to the supermarket, bought mantis shrimp, pork meatballs, beef, and other hot pot dishes, and then went to check out. When he was at the counter, he glanced at the condoms, his ears turned a little red, and he quickly took a box and put it in the bag to pay for the meal. After leaving the supermarket, Oscar came to Wangjiang Luxury Garden Community according to the location given by Lily. Almost all the houses here are large flats with excellent views and extremely high construction costs, and were once hailed as sky-high price properties. Oscar sighed. He is worthy of being the successor of the Lon family. The house we live in is so classy and stylish. In fact, Oscar has learned a little bit from his adoptive parents in the past few years, and makes a living by gambling on stones, and has saved a lot of money. But he always felt that he was an adopted son and was somewhat different from the circle of top wealthy families. After entering the elevator, Oscar came to the luxurious large flat that Eva prepared for Lily. As soon as I entered, I was stunned. The 275 degrees, circular floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the entire night view of Jiangcheng, which is extremely luxurious. The sofa in the living room is simple and the decoration is minimalist, but you can tell that it is very high-end, extremely high-end. Oscar felt that he was the canary that should be kept in a house like this. "Here I come, honey." Oscar put the things on the table. Lily was wearing a loose t-shirt, lying on the sofa, eating potato chips, and watching TV. She responded lazily, "Well, is there anything delicious?" "Yes, I'll show you my cooking skills right now." As he said that, Oscar took off all his clothes. All that was left was a pair of tight bullet pants. Then she put on Lily's pink suspender apron from the kitchen and looked at herself coquettishly in the mirror. "Handsome. Hey, little bastard, with my figure and face. I'm sure you'll be charmed to death. Take out the induction cooker, put the flat pot on it, pour in the hot pot ingredients, bring to a boil. Okay, done. Honey, you can eat now." Lily heard the word eat. She immediately became excited. When she walked to the dining table and saw Oscar, her eyes trembled violently. Is this something I can watch without paying? Those strong and full arm muscles exposed outside the apron, and the chest is slightly enough to support the apron, and those long leg muscles that are faintly visible when he walks. Oh, how can there be a man with such nice muscles all over his body and still be so sexy? With that playboy face, it's absolutely amazing. Gulp. Lily swallowed. Her face felt hot, and she couldn't even speak clearly. "You? Why are you dressed like this?" Oscar winked at her. "I'm cooking. It's too hot, so I'm just wearing an apron." Lily glanced at the hot pot and said, "You don't even need to say cooking, and it's not that hot. It's winter already, brother." "Shoo." Oscar put a finger against Lily's lips. "Don't call me brother. Now is not the time to call me." Lily immediately imagined the mosaic scene and couldn't help swallowing. "You're so good. This professional company trains people to be professional. Please sit down." Lily was a little dazed and sat down on the shopping bags in the supermarket. But bumped unexpectedly, and she took out the contents of the bag. She was so shocked that she read out the words without even thinking. "Strawberry-flavored small-size contraceptive with raised dots." Small size. Oscar's eyes widened instantly, and he snatched the item from Lily's hand. "Why is it a small size?" Lily looked down subconsciously. Oscar stood up immediately. I don't use the small size. I definitely can't use the small size. I took the wrong one. I have to use the big size. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. No need. No need. Lily waved her hands quickly. I believe you. He. After sitting down, Lily felt her mouth getting drier for some reason. Oh my God. He even prepared condoms. It's strawberry flavored. It still has convex points. Could it be that she was going to sacrifice herself for her work tonight? This. Lily stole another glance at the slender legs exposed from the side of the apron. Like, it seems that it is not impossible. After all, if you miss this opportunity, you may not be able to eat such good food. And her cousin also paid for it, so it would be a waste if she didn't eat it. $30,000 a month. I just transferred $520 to him. Thinking of this, Lily took a deep breath and boldly put her hand on Oscar's leg. Oscar. She. Finally, they're going to attack me. Oscar's breathing became faster and his eyes were a little blurry. Do you want to eat now? Lily was actually a little hungry. Her eyes kept moving between the hot pot and Oscar, and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Before she made a decision, the doorbell rang suddenly. Ding dong. The crisp sound made her startled, and her heart suddenly tightened. Who would come here at this time? Lily was confused. She knew that this was a secret residence that her cousin had prepared for her. Besides Oscar and Dennis, her cousin was the only one who knew about it. It was impossible for her cousin to let William go at this moment. It seemed that there was only one person who came here. In an instant, Lily's eyes widened suddenly. Dennis? She hurriedly peeked through the peephole, and it was indeed him. Lily's heartbeat quickened, and she immediately pushed Oscar away. You must stay in the bedroom, and you are not allowed to come out. Oscar was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, he was pushed in by her. Lily took a few deep breaths, pretended to be calm, and opened the door, forcing a smile. Mr. Chi, why are you here? Her expression was obviously unwelcome, but Dennis smiled and raised a bottle of red wine in his hand. Why, you won't let me in? Is there a man hiding? He joked. Lily's face turned green instantly. Dennis smiled gently and said, I was just joking. After that, he walked towards the dining table. Lily had no choice but to let him in. He saw the hot pot and bowls and chopsticks on the table, was stunned for a moment, and asked, Are you having friends over? Lily hurriedly explained, No, my friend just left and I received a call. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. Lily heard this. Her mind went blank and her heart tensed. Help! How could this be worse than going to work? Dennis saw her hesitation and asked in confusion, Are you not going to answer the phone? Lily pretended not to care. No, it's a company call anyway. Her voice was obviously hard. Oscar was so angry that his face turned blue. He never thought that he would become a man who couldn't see the light. Dennis fiddled with the red wine bottle, secretly thinking about his plans for tonight. He always felt that Eva was cold to him, which made him anxious. After all, his father had long hinted that as long as he married her, his position as the president of Chi Corporation would be secure. Before he could fully come to his senses, he felt a discomfort in his buttocks. Coming back to his senses, he found a box of condoms in his hand. When Lily saw it, her face instantly became extremely embarrassed. Did you prepare this? Dennis frowned and looked at her. Lily waved her hands hurriedly. No, it's a supermarket gift. She forced a smile, almost crying with embarrassment. Dennis smiled slightly, and although he looked calm on the surface, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Let's start eating. Dennis had just picked up the chopsticks when his cell phone rang again. The anxious voice of a servant came from the other end of the phone. Master, the gentleman has a heart problem and has been sent to the hospital. Please come quickly. Dennis's face changed suddenly, and he stood up immediately. I have to go. Let's talk later. He said goodbye in a hurry, and when he rushed downstairs, he inadvertently looked at Lily's window. The curtains were shaking violently, as if some violent movement had taken place. Dennis clenched his fists. Without thinking much, he got in the car and left, but he looked back unconsciously. At this time, Lily finally breathed a sigh of relief, walked to the dining table, and continued to eat the hot pot without distraction. However, she suddenly realized that Oscar did not come out. She pushed open the bedroom door and saw him sitting on the bed angrily, seemingly angry. Oscar, let's eat hot pot, Lily said, but Oscar ignored her and snorted. Am I so shameful in your heart? Lily hurriedly explained. No, brother, you also know about the company's affairs. When he heard this, he was so angry that he pushed the hot pot aside and turned over to lie on the bed. Next, Lily had to work hard to coax Oscar to eat some hot pot, even though he was still in a bad mood, and kept mumbling. After eating, Oscar went to wash the dishes, and after washing them, he fell on the bed angrily, looking like he had given up. "You, what are you doing?" Lily's heart tightened when she saw him lying on the bed. Oscar looked up at her and said, "I'm serving you." She was a little confused and hesitant, but she couldn't help but reach out and touch his chest. Oscar was shocked. "You really touched it?" Lily scratched her head. "Didn't you say it was okay?" Oscar was even more stunned. "I was just saying that out of anger." He hurriedly put on his clothes and ran away, secretly swearing in his heart that he would never do such a thing again in his life. "This is too embarrassing," he said to himself. While all this was happening, Seline called William and said in a tone that would not brook refusal, "There's a parent-child activity at school the day after tomorrow. You must be there on time." William coldly rejected Seline's proposal. "I'm not free that day." Seline was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting William to refuse so bluntly. She thought that if she lowered her posture and gave William a way out, he would step down. "Whatever it is, just push it off. I had work that day, but I pushed it off and let someone else do it. Nothing is more important than the children's activities," Seline said, as if it was a matter of course. In fact, Seline herself doesn't care much about her children's activities. She once refused to attend Chongqing school activities until Monica suggested that she and William go together. She felt that if she could appear with William, she might be able to regain his favor. "He must be angry and jealous of what happened between me and Dennis," Seline thought to herself. "As long as I lower my attitude a little, he will definitely change his mind." William's cold voice on the other end of the phone shattered her fantasy. "You didn't pay so much attention to your child's school activities before. I was the only one who went to the Mother's Day event at Chongqing School. I was the only father who accepted carnations made by my child. Have you forgotten?" Seline tried to explain herself, but was interrupted by William. "I promised to accompany Ia to her school's activities, and I won't go back on my word." These words stunned Seline and made her speechless with anger. "What? William, you said you were busy, so you were with that bastard?" Selena's tone became more and more agitated, but William responded impatiently. "Please be careful with your words. Yu is a child, not the so-called bastard you mentioned. Although she has no blood relationship with me, you can't insult her like this." Selena's emotions were completely out of control, and she roared from the other end of the phone. "William, she is a bastard. She is not even as good as a hair of my daughter. How can you accompany her? And not Chongqing? Are you crazy? I think you are really crazy." William's heart sank, but he still hung up the phone and turned his phone to airplane mode, completely ignoring Seline. Her rage at that moment disappointed him, and the gentle image of the past seemed to no longer exist. Seline was stunned, holding the phone, and then she threw it down angrily. "You hung up on me. William, how dare you hang up on me?" She yelled angrily until the call was no longer connected. Then she calmed down and turned around and said angrily, "I'm so mad. William, you bastard." Penny, who was standing outside the door, heard all this and walked into the room silently. Although she missed her father a little, she would never admit it. Dad has changed. She thought so in her heart and ignored him. Seline was stunned when she saw her daughter coming in. She whispered, "Chung-chan, what's wrong?" Penny pulled her hand and said stubbornly, "I heard everything. If Dad doesn't want to go, let Uncle Chi go. Uncle Chi is 10,000 times better than Dad." Selena's emotions suddenly collapsed, and she said sternly, "Don't say that. William is your father." Penny was frightened by her sudden harsh tone, and tears flowed down her face instantly. "But he doesn't want me anymore." The little girl sobbed. "He doesn't come home, doesn't make breakfast for me, doesn't comb my hair, and doesn't come to my school activities. I hate him. I hate him." Selene's heart ached. She hugged her crying daughter tightly and murmured softly, "Yes, he doesn't come home, doesn't make breakfast for me, and doesn't remind me to bring stomach medicine. These days, I always seem to subconsciously want to ask him for help, but every time I find that he is not in the air." She held back her tears and decided not to give in anymore. "Okay, I'll listen to you. If your dad doesn't attend, I'll let Dennis attend. I'll send him the photos of the three of us at the event and see what he thinks." Seline gritted her teeth, determined to make William regret his decision. Finally, the day of the parent-child activity arrived. Eva prepared breakfast early and bought sportswear. "Brother, I bought these online. 3 sets of parent-child sportswear are only over 300 yuan. One for each of you and Chinyu." Chinyu took the clothes and changed them herself. William was a little embarrassed. "How about I transfer the money to you? I don't want you to spend money." Eva smiled and said, "Brother, don't be so formal. You helped me get the big bed for my room, which saved me a lot of money. This time I am just returning the favor." William also accepted her kindness and changed into sportswear. This red and white splice sportswear looks very simple and energetic. After wearing it, the three of them looked extraordinary. When a family of three showed up at the event, they attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, Dennis, Seline, and Penny also arrived at the scene. Chapter 82, William Indifferent. Seline, don't add drama to yourself. Dennis, Seline, and Penny got off the bus. They heard the admiration of many parents present. "Look, that family of three is so good looking. Yeah, just like a star. It really looks pleasing to the eye. That man seems familiar. Maybe he's a celebrity." Hearing these words, Dennis, Seline, and Penny all straightened their chests and raised their heads unconsciously. This is the feeling of being worshipped. But the next moment, the voices of parents' discussion could be heard again. "I recognize that person. He seems to be some internet celebrity." Hearing this, Dennis, Seline, and Penny all felt something was wrong. They looked over and saw a group of ladies pointing at William not far away and whispering. At that moment, swish, 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 the faces of the three people turned black. The sounds of people talking around continued to be heard. "They are such a perfect match." "What a match? What the hell are you looking at me with? How can they be a match?" Seline was like a firecracker, ignited at a touch. After all, they were just talking about others secretly, and when they were suddenly confronted, several parents instantly became quiet. One of the ladies looked at Seline with disdain and whispered to the other parents, "Who is that person? Why is he like this?" Yes, the quality of parents in this kindergarten should not be like this. Yeah, a bit like a shrew. Seline heard this. She was furious and wanted to say something, but Dennis pulled her back in time. I called her English name and recited an English proverb. "Yin Yin, don't do this. It's beneath your dignity." After hearing this, Seline calmed down instantly, but her jealous look was like a fire that wanted to burn Eva to death. Dennis saw Seline's eyes and frowned. "Yin Yin, do you care about the lady next to William?" "What a joke. How is this possible? Who am I, Seline? I'm a proud ballet goddess. I am the only principal dancer in our city. Why would I care about her? But you seem to mind her a lot. Yin Yin, could it be that you have fallen in love with William?" Dennis' brows were tightly twisted into a knot. I had a bad feeling in my heart. Seline cares about William. It's nothing more than a desire to win, but I've fallen in love with him. Stop saying these useless things. Even if William and I broke up, he is still Ching's father. As long as he is Ching's father, I will not allow him to have affairs outside. That woman is not even as good as a hair of mine. Why should she take over the man I used? After saying this, Seline took Penny's hand and walked towards William. She wanted to see how well they matched each other. Dennis' heart sank as he watched Seline walk towards William. This feeling is not good. He felt that his influence in Seline's heart was not as important as before, and he even felt that he was about to be surpassed by William. At this moment, Seline left him alone and walked towards William. No, absolutely not. He is the eldest son of the Chi family and has been born into a prominent family. How could he be surpassed by a commoner like William? Dennis tugged at his tie in annoyance, looking even more annoyed. He's been feeling a bit off lately. "Eva, I failed to win over Eva, and now even Seline has started to ignore me. The mess of the family property dispute has not been dealt with either. What bad luck." Dennis took a deep breath and walked towards Seline and her daughter. At this time, William, Eva, and Chen, you were studying the strategy for visiting the garden. Seline and her daughter deliberately walked to the side of the three of them. William looked calm and didn't even look at them. He didn't say hello, nor did he deliberately avoid them. He just treated them as if they were air and did what he was supposed to do. Seline suddenly became anxious. Seeing William taking Eva and Chinyu towards the shooting area, she quickly took Penny and followed them. While waiting in line, a girl from the same class saw Penny and asked, "Penny, where's your dad?" Penny pointed at Dennis behind her and said proudly, "Here he is. What do you think? Isn't my dad handsome? Handsome, rich, and drives a luxury car." While speaking, Penny deliberately glanced at William. Although she also thought William was very handsome and had a nice profile, as if he became more handsome than before after his father left home. Even more handsome than Uncle Chi, but she just wanted to say that. Who told Dad to ignore her? Humph. At this moment, the boy who had admired William's wall painting in kindergarten spoke up, pointing at Dennis and saying, "But he is not your father at all. His last name is Chi, and your last name is Chin. Then can I change my name now?" Penny crossed her arms and snorted. "From today on, I'm going to be Chi Penny. After the voice fell, William glanced at Penny. Calm, but with slightly cold eyes. He seemed to be watching to what extent this daughter whom he had raised day and night could disappoint him. Seline caught William's gaze and suddenly laughed sarcastically. How is it? William, how does it feel to see your own daughter being held in the palm of someone else's hand, and to see your own daughter changing her last name? As she spoke, Seline approached with pride, her eyes filled with the pleasure of punishment. Today I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. You insisted on bringing this unrelated bastard here. How is it? Do you feel heartbroken now? William looked away indifferently. Don't make things more dramatic for yourself. You are not that important. From the day you asked me to sign the divorce agreement and sever ties with Penny, I have nothing to do with her anymore. After saying that, William protected Chin Yu's back and walked forward a few steps. Soon it was their turn to play the shooting game. There are 10 bullets in this round. Dad shot the bullseye 4 times, Mom 3 times, and the child 3 times. Exchange medals and gifts based on the total number of shooting rings. The passing score is 60 points. You can get the medal and check in only if you pass the test. At this moment, Chin Yu pointed at a huge strawberry bear and exclaimed, Dad, that strawberry bear is so big. William leaned down and asked, You want it? Chin Yu's eyes were full of envy. He hesitated for a long time and finally nodded. William rubbed her head. Then Dad will try. The parent nearby analyzed. It's difficult. The strawberry bear needs 80 points in total. In other words, the dad's 4 bullets and the mom's 3 bullets must hit the bullseye 100%, and the child's other 3 bullets must also hit the target in order to have a chance of getting it. The parent pointed to the children who were shooting and said, I just observed that most of the children missed the target. Hearing this, Penny raised her head and said to Dennis, Uncle Chi, I want that strawberry bear too. I don't want them to get it. Dennis had been to a shooting club before, so he had some confidence and agreed. William turned a deaf ear to them and ignored their existence again, and asked Eva, Can you do it? Have you played this before? Eva raised her lips and said, Let's give it a try. Let's see if we can win a strawberry bear for Yaya. Good. At this moment, the 2 teams moved forward again. William and Dennis moved forward synchronously, and both picked up their toy air guns at the same time. The 2 of them looked at each other subconsciously. Dennis raised his confident lips and said, Want a competition? Chapter 83, I thought I was bronze, but I turned out to be a king. Chapter 83, I thought I was bronze, but I turned out to be a king. William didn't respond. It's not because I don't dare, but because I feel it's unnecessary. Since the day of his divorce, he no longer wanted to dwell on the past and only wanted to move forward and embrace a new life. But unexpectedly, both Dennis and Seline were entangled in the past and insisted on getting closer to him. William picked up the toy air gun and without saying a word, he aimed at the center of the target and shot. With a bang. Hit the bullseye. 10 rings. Wow, that's amazing. The parent who was just analyzing the situation with William suddenly became excited. William took the lead, and now Dennis was a little scared. He aimed at the bullseye, and with a bang, he hit the 9th ring. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wasn't too bad. The next shot will be 10 rings. He glanced at William and said, You won't be so lucky next time. Before he could finish his words, William fired another air bullet and hit the bullseye. Another 10 rings. Damn it, Yaya's dad, you are so awesome. Do you think my analysis just now was irrelevant? The male parent just now realized that he had said so much to William, and it turned out that he was the clown. Dennis looked gloomy. Penny pulled at his trouser leg. Uncle Chi, what's wrong with you? Why are you so lame? Hurry up and beat him. Eva chuckled when she heard that. It really is a leaky cotton jacket. It leaks air no matter who wears it. Dennis was urged to get impatient and fired again. The result hit the 7th ring. Worse than last time. Dennis subconsciously looked at William. He thought William would laugh at him. But in the end, William didn't even look at him. The greatest insult in life is that you treat others as your opponents and want to crush them. Even if you fail, you still imagine how they will laugh at you. But in the end, they don't even take you seriously. 2 whoosh sounds. William shot with great accuracy, hitting the bullseye again. 10 rings and 10 rings. The male parent just laughed out loud. Brother, I thought you were a bronze player, but you turned out to be a king. I didn't expect you to hit the target with all 4 shots without making any noise. No wonder villains die more often than they live. A powerful character like you should be good at shooting and not talk too much. Awesome. After saying that, he felt embarrassed again and talked to Dennis with a laugh. I'm not saying you're a villain. I just slipped up. I'm used to it, buddy. Don't take it personally. You can hit the ninth or seventh ring. It's already amazing. Some people can only hit the third or first ring. Dennis looked at the parent, his eyes filled with disdain. The parent understood Dennis's expression, raised the corner of his mouth, and muttered quietly, "What's the big deal?" As the voice fell, Dennis aimed at the bull's eye with great seriousness. With a whoosh sound, right in the middle of the third ring road. With a whoosh sound, hit the mark. The male parent just now couldn't help but burst out laughing. "This mouth of mine, is it blessed or something?" Dennis, and Penny rolled her eyes. "Uncle Chi, you are so lame." At this moment, Penny seemed to think that Uncle Chi was not as good as her father. Suddenly, I felt a little disgusted. After the male head of the family finishes shooting, it is the female head of the family's turn. At this moment, Eva and Seline picked up the air rifles at the same time. Seline was still aiming, and Eva fired 3 shots in quick succession, all of which hit the mark. Putting down the air gun, Eva raised her eyebrows at William. "How is it? Senior brother Chen, I didn't hold you back, did I?" Eva is a gold member of the shooting club. Playing with this air rifle is naturally a piece of cake. William nodded and gave her an appreciative look. "It's really amazing." Seline was so angry when she saw the two of them flirting with each other that she shot at the bull's eye as if it were Eva's face. As a result, only 1 shot hit the target. Dennis breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this and consoled her. "Yin Yin, you are already very good. You don't need to know these. You are a ballet goddess. You just need to shine on the stage." Of course. Seline stared at William and Eva and didn't even look at Dennis. Dennis noticed this small detail and felt unhappy again, but he didn't say anything. He just felt that many things seemed to be developing in the direction of getting out of control. And all this seemed to have started from the day Seline got divorced. After the adults finished shooting, it was the children's turn. William squatted down and patiently taught Yu how to shoot. "Hold your hand like this. Yes, and then squint one eye. Yes. Feel as if your eye is shooting a straight line, aiming at the bull's eye. Hold your breath. Don't move. Yes, and shoot." Penny looked at how William patiently taught Yu and felt unhappy. "You stinky dad. How can you teach others?" When she got angry, she shot the gas bullet out without even looking at it. As you can imagine, it missed the target. On the other side, under William's guidance, Yu shot the ball right into the 5th ring. "Yeah, great." Eva was not stingy with her praise. "Yeah is amazing. Pay more attention, and the strawberry bear will be yours soon." With a whoosh sound, Yu hit the 6th ring. With a whoosh sound, Yu hit the 3rd ring. Total score, 84 points. The staff brought the strawberry bear and the medal. "Congratulations, kid. You've completed the project and received the check-in badge and a strawberry bear." Then the staff member said to Penny, "I'm sorry, kid. You didn't check in successfully. You can't get the medal. Do you want to try again?" "No." Dennis refused awkwardly. The staff smiled and said, "Okay, then you can go find other areas you're good at to check in and get your medals. Have fun." At this moment, Yu was holding the strawberry bear, which was taller than her, and was extremely happy. "Dad, I think I like kindergarten." William and Eva smiled at each other, and for a moment, they really felt like they were bringing their own children to the park. Eva felt very happy. William was also distracted for a moment. This seemed to be the life he had always wanted but never had. The whole family participated in the garden party together. Eva today, the fate between people is so wonderful. Penny saw Yu happily holding the strawberry bear and walked over angrily and said, "Give me the strawberry bear. I am Daddy's daughter. These should all belong to me." Chapter 84. Penny is mocked by the crowd. Chapter 84. Penny is mocked by the crowd. Yu held the strawberry bear and subconsciously looked at William. William smiled and said to her, "This is yours." "No, this is mine." Penny stomped her feet and emphasized, "Grandma said, what's yours is mine. I'm your daughter, and everything you have is mine, including this strawberry bear." "Penny, are you my daughter?" Penny choked for a moment, her eyes suddenly becoming dazed. But soon, she was going to grab Yu's strawberry bear doll. Eva could see that Yu was very hesitant, so she squatted down and said to Yu, "Yes, this is the result of our joint efforts. You also contributed to it. If you don't want to, just refuse." Yu thought about it, hugged Strawberry Bear tightly, and said, "I don't want to." "Why don't you want to?" Penny started to grab it. But Yu was used to being wild in the village. He could run fast, and his little arms were very strong. She put the Strawberry Bear behind her and pushed Penny away with one hand. "I won't give it to you, so you can't snatch it. If you do, I'll report you to the teacher." Penny was pushed back, and Seline instantly became furious. "William, are you still a man? You watch this bastard push your daughter. Seline, I told you, please be respectful. Don't call her a bastard all the time. This is very disrespectful to Chinyu. William finished speaking. Penny yelled with red eyes. Go away. You and that bastard, go away. I don't want to see you. You're not allowed to show up anywhere I am. Damn, Dad, you have embarrassed me. William's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Like mother, like daughter. Her mother always called Penny a bastard, and Penny learned to do the same. Penny has also learned her grandmother's bandit logic, as if everyone in the world should make way for her. At this moment, several little boys in Penny's class spoke up. I still think his dad is more handsome. He's tall and can shoot a gun so well. Yes, he is my idol. Hearing this, the good-looking Penny immediately said, He is my father, not the father of that bastard. One of the boys pointed at Dennis and said, Didn't you say he was your dad? Uncle Chi is my dad, and he's also my dad. Penny clenched her fists and emphasized, looking arrogant. Several little boys laughed. Ha ha, a person only has one father. How can you have two? Shame on you. Penny has grown up and still doesn't know who her daddy is. Yes, there can only be one father, and that's your biological father. Penny, you don't understand this. At this moment, there was another boy who said seriously, The fat guy has two fathers and two mothers. His biological parents are divorced. So pitiful. Oh, so, Penny, are your parents divorced too? Shut up. All of you shut up. Penny yelled in anger and ran away angrily. Celine's heart tightened, and she chased after him. This was the first time she faced the impact of divorce on her children. When she got divorced before, the older sister in the group advised her not to be impulsive, saying that divorce would have a great impact on the children. She doesn't believe it. She even went abroad every day after her divorce and was so busy that she had no time to rest, but she still thought that there was nothing wrong with the divorce. I don't feel anything at all, but just now, she was really distressed and panicked. For the first time, I faced the fact head on. She was divorced. It turns out that this is how other people view divorce. It turns out that this matter will affect the children. Seline caught up with Penny and held her in her arms. At this moment, Penny popped her little head out of her mother's arms and looked at her with red eyes. Mom, can a person have two dads at the same time? Why did Grandma say that I can have my dad, and I can also have Uncle Chi as my dad? Seline was stunned and speechless. Only then did she begin to realize what William had said to her earlier. Her biological mother had a lot of negative influence on her child's thinking. But what can she do? What should she do? Having children was not in her plan in the first place. She didn't want to have children at all. She just wanted to shine on the ballet stage and become a ballet goddess worshipped by everyone. She really doesn't know how to be a good mother. Celine's eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, her eyes fell on William, Eva, and Chinyu, who were talking and laughing not far away, and her eyes became darker. Okay, William, you're showing off your affection in front of me, right? Want to beat us? No way. Seline stood up, pulled Penny, and walked towards William. The shooting just now was an accident. Mom will take you to save your face now. Dennis, who had caught up with her, and said, We definitely won't lose this game of three-legged race. Yes, Dennis also urgently needs to save his face at this moment. He didn't believe that he would lose to someone like William. Besides, he desperately needs to perform in front of Seline. William steal his spotlight anymore. He needs to see Celine's eyes that treat him as her white moonlight, the only one in her life, and the number one in her heart. That look of wanting something but not being able to get it. That kind of regret, that look of everlasting love. So, the group came to the three people, two legs game area. William, Eva, and Chinyu tied their legs together with Velcro provided by the fair. The three of them were discussing strategies, when to use the left foot and when to use the right foot. In fact, the game of three-legged race is more difficult to play than the game of two-legged race. The two-person three-legged race only requires two adults of the same height to cooperate well. But three-person quadrupedalism not only has the height difference between adults and children, but also requires the cooperation of one more person. At this time, strategy is very important. Chinyu listened carefully and nodded seriously. The referee gave an order and the ball was fired. Seline was the first to run out, followed by Dennis. Penny was almost dragged away, and she was so scared that she tightly grasped Dennis in her mother's hands. There were several times when she didn't even have her feet on the ground, relying on the adult's power. At this moment, Seline is a few steps ahead of William. William was walking in small rhythmic steps. They must have been taking Yu's short legs into consideration, as they kept shouting 1, 2 left, right as they moved forward. Seline smiled coldly. We will definitely win this time. She wanted to run faster and faster, wishing she could reach the finish line in one go. Moreover, at this time, she and Dennis' eyes were all focused on William, and they didn't even look at the road. Soon, Seline and Dennis both fell down, fell to the ground along with Penny. Penny fell, and it hurt so much. But her mother and Uncle Chi still pulled her to stand up and continue running. At this moment, William and his friends were already rhythmically 1, 2, 1, 2, their pace getting faster and faster, and they surpassed them. Seline and Dennis panicked and quickly got up. As a result, the force was not synchronized, and he fell to the ground again. After doing this several times, both of them became very annoyed, and William and Eva had already walked around the finish line and were heading back. Seline and Dennis simply tore off the Velcro that bound their feet and gave up the competition. The parents around them looked at them and pointed. No sportsmanship at all. That's right. You're not setting a good example for your children. Seline glared at the busybodies. None of your business. After saying that, she angrily watched William take the second medal from the staff and then walk towards the basketball game area. Not long after, cheers were heard from the other side. William took the basketball and threw it into the basket neatly. Every shot is accurate, just like drinking plain water. The cheers around were getting louder and louder. Eva even turned into a fangirl and screamed. Seline was also a little stunned. After 5 years of marriage, she didn't seem to realize how talented William was. That shooting motion is really cool. Her profile is even better looking than that of male celebrities. No wonder people around her are so crazy. Some mothers have turned into crazy people chasing their idols offline. Seeing that William almost always hit the target, Dennis decided not to join the fun. William got the park check-in badge again. Soon, they arrived at the last level. This level is the mother's home court, and the main focus is on showing off their singing skills. The AI will give a score based on the accuracy of the individual singing. Those who meet the score requirements will receive a park check-in badge. And the competition adopts the form of two-person PK. Two mothers sing a song together, each singing a section, and the AI gives a score in the end. At this moment, Eva has already stood on the stage, waiting for a mother to come up and sing with her. Seline sneered. This is my area of expertise. I don't believe you can beat me. As she said that, she walked up on her high heels. I'll do it. Chapter 85 Senior Brother Cheen finally called me Eneen. Chapter 85 Senior Brother Cheen finally called me Eneen. Eva stood on the stage, holding the microphone, looking a little nervous. When she saw Seline coming on stage, she became even more nervous. William, who was standing very close to her, saw through her nervousness at a glance and secretly made a gesture of encouragement to her. Yu also clenched his little fist to cheer for Eva. Eva nodded at the two of them, but her heart was beating faster. Penny snorted coldly. My mom can sing very well. Not only is she a good dancer, she can also sing. After hearing this, Eva gripped the microphone even tighter. Soon, the system scrolled and popped up a song that most people can sing, Curly Eyelashes by Cindy Wong. The staff looked at the two of them and asked, Is this song okay? Can you both sing it? I can. Seline held the microphone and responded in a very stage-like manner. That aura is like that of a big star. And Eva nodded. This song, Curly Eyelashes, is one of the few songs she sings from beginning to end. Which of the two mothers will come first? Asked the staff. Seline glanced at Eva and said, Let her go first. Otherwise, she will be accused of bullying her. I want her to admit defeat sincerely. The staff member was a teacher in the school. After hearing this, his smile became a little stiff. Mom, this is a friendly match. You don't need to be so nervous. Seline looked arrogant and didn't even look at the teacher. She held a microphone, looking like a real goddess. The prelude begins. My heart is pounding and my soul is about to leave my body. This feels so good. Oh, you smile at me. The temperature is getting higher and higher. What should I do? Eva's voice came out. Seline's eyes widened and she was stunned. Is this a song? Isn't this supposed to be read? At this moment, Yu seemed to sense something was wrong. She raised her head and looked at William, asking in a low voice, Dad, is this how you sing it? William wanted to laugh, but held it back. However, a male parent nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's so hard. Not a single note is on rhythm. People around her laughed secretly, and Eva became more and more nervous. Now it's Seline's turn to sing. Seline sang 2 lines with great confidence. and the parents around her immediately said, "That's what singing is." Oh my God, I almost thought it wasn't the song Curly Eyelashes that I often listen to. I'm dying of laughter. Is a guy next door here to make people laugh? Hearing these words, Celine's features became more confident, while Eva became more nervous. She held the microphone with both hands, her eyes fixed on the words on the screen, nervously waiting for her part to begin. At this moment, she really wished she could dig a hole and crawl into it. William sings so well, and he even has a band. Would he be disgusted with himself when he hears how badly I sing? Woo, that's so embarrassing. Eneen, don't be too nervous. William whispered to comfort her. Eva looked at William in disbelief, as if she had been struck by electricity. What did you just call me? Eneen? Did you call me Eneen? Eva was so excited that she wanted to cry. Senior brother Chen finally called me Eneen, and the voice is so gentle like a low cello. Why didn't I record it just now? Just as Eva was looking at William in a daze, it was her turn to sing. She missed a sentence, and Chen was so anxious that she reminded her nervously. Sister Eneen, it's your turn. Oh, Eva subconsciously sang along with the rhythm. William just looked at her steadily and mouthed, "Relax, relax." For a moment, Eva felt that the whole world only had him and her. There were no onlookers, just him and her. So she didn't read the subtitles and just stared at William. "Baby, who are you? Why did I become a coward? I like you so much, but you said it's been a long time since we last met, even though this is the first time we've met. Maybe I was really more relaxed, and I sang a few notes correctly this time." William smiled and nodded at her, and mouthed, "Yes, relax." He and Chinyu even moved to the beat and sang along with her. The eyelashes are curly, blinking, blinking. How can the words change when they're on the tip of my tongue? Your smile is like the crescent moon. With William and Chinyu singing along, Eva relaxed a lot and started to move along with the rhythm. She has a cute and sweet appearance. Her body moved to the rhythm of the music, and she made a few little heart gestures. She really looked a bit like the sweetheart queen. Now the male parents also started to have fun with the music. I suddenly felt that it was not wrong for her to sing like this. It's so funny and sweet at the same time. It's a bit magical. Why do I feel that she is singing correctly? It's so funny, so cute. Is this a female head? Why does she look like she hasn't even graduated from college yet? The lawn executives who heard this not far away were so shocked when they saw the stage that they were speechless. Haven't graduated from college yet? She graduated a long time ago and is now the devil in our lawn family. A certain executive recorded the video on the stage with trembling hands. I set up a small group privately and invited a few close executives to join the group. At everyone, watch now. I'll withdraw in a minute. The executive held his breath, calculated the timing, and then clicked to retract the video. The group exploded at this moment. Our President Lon has twin sisters. There was an insider report saying that Mr. Lon is pursuing a divorcee recently. Is it true? Mr. Lon is on stage for love? Fuck. Everyone knows that Mr. Lan's Achilles heel is being cued to sing on stage at the annual meeting. Yeah, who asked her to sing? She can overturn the table. Is this still our mighty, cold-blooded, and ruthless President Lon? Fuck, her singing is so funny. I want to use her as an alarm clock. Listening to Boss Lan's voice at dawn, I wake up in a second. Ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. I'm going to report to Mr. Lon now. As long as I imagine this scene in my mind, I feel less stressed. The executive who had just shared the video in the group quickly sent a message in the group. We've agreed that if anyone tells anyone about what happened today, that part will be shortened by 3 centimeters. After sending the message, he disbanded the group. At this time, the song on the stage was still going on. Seline saw William helping with the singing, and with his help, Eva's pitch improved a lot, so she quickly said to the staff, she cheated. She asked someone to help her sing. When the voice fell, many parents in the audience were so excited that they all sang along with Eva and had a great time. Seline, the teacher, was also embarrassed at this time and said, "Mom, don't get too excited. This is just an activity. We value the family atmosphere and cooperation more. You can also ask your husband to help sing." Seline was so angry when she heard this that her lungs were about to explode. What else can she say? Is she going to say that her husband is singing for another woman? The song is over. AI is going to release ratings. Eva was extremely nervous, and Seline is getting excited now. On the screen, the words kept scrolling. The lyrics of this chapter are taken from Wang Xinling's song Curly Eyelashes, written by Yen Yun Nong and others. Chapter 86. Neither Seline nor Penny are happy. Chapter 86. Seline and Penny are not happy. Eva felt embarrassed and trotted off the stage, hiding her face behind William's shoulder. Wow, that's so embarrassing. I'm definitely going to fail. Then, Eva apologized to Chinyu again. I'm sorry, yeah, we may not be able to get the last badge for checking in. It's okay. Sister Enine, you've done your best. Well, I still feel so embarrassed. Eva covered her face. William was amused by her. I think it's quite cute. Now, the first result is out. Seline 95 points. Mom is great, Penny yelled and said proudly to Chinyu, huh, my mom got 95 points. Your mom can only get 0. She sang so badly. Who said that? Sister Enine sings very well. Chinyu retorted fiercely. Just now many people sang along with Sister Enine. At this moment, Eva's results came out. Eva 62 points. After hearing this score, Eva felt even more ashamed. The staff announced on the stage, congratulations to Penny's mom for winning this round of games and getting a set of jigsaw puzzles. Congratulations, and please ask the staff and the audience to give the 2 medals to the 2 parents who participated enthusiastically. In this round of activities, as long as you pass the test, you can get the check-in medal. Seline received her prize and check-in badge. She wanted to look at William and the others proudly, wanting to see how dirty they were, but she found that they didn't even look at them. Eva covered her face in shame. Chinyu was trying hard to make her laugh. William also smiled and gently rubbed Eva's head. He didn't know what he said, but Eva suddenly hit him. The family of 3 is laughing and making noises. At that moment, for some reason, Seline felt a little dazed. She wins. She won first place. How beautifully she sang just now. And what a great stage presence she had. And Eva's singing was like a car accident scene. But why? Why are they laughing so happily? Watching them laughing and making noises, Seline suddenly felt like a bit of clown. She was even a little jealous of how they could sing so badly and still be so happy. At this moment, Penny felt the same as her mother. She wanted to show off, but found that she couldn't. Mom won, but she didn't seem happy. She really didn't like seeing her father caring about others. She really didn't like seeing her father smiling at other children and being with other sisters. The happier they laughed, the sadder she felt. But she clearly has Uncle Chi. Why are you still unhappy? The staff walked towards William and said, congratulations, Mr. Chen. You're the first family to collect all our check-in badges. Please move to the podium to receive your award. In addition to receiving our first place medal at the garden party, you can also receive a Princess Castle toy and a tuition waiver for 1 semester. William lowered his head and rubbed Chinyu's head. It's amazing that you reduced your tuition for a semester. Yeah, doesn't have to pay for school this semester. The reason for saying this is because William knows that Chinyu is very insecure and is afraid of dragging him down. She would often ask Chinyong privately whether her tuition was very expensive. Sure enough, Chinyu was delighted when she heard this. Then let's join next semester. This way I won't have to spend money on school forever. William couldn't bear to tell her that this kind of large-scale event only happens once every 3 years, but he still smiled and nodded. Okay, let's try our best to get first place next time. The 3 of them walked towards the podium, talking and laughing. Seline's eyes burned with jealousy, and she couldn't help but rush out and say something. Wait, they're not a family at all. They're fake. They can't receive this award. Chapter 87. Seline was so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe, and her daughter was also severely abused. Chapter 87. Seline was so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe, and her daughter was also severely abused. When the voice fell, the whole place suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were on William's family of 3 and Seline. After all, it concerns everyone's interests, and some parents are whispering to each other. Yes, if they're not a family, we should investigate thoroughly. Yes, my brother is in better physical condition. If I knew that I could do without my parents, I would ask my brother to take my place. I know him, a home improvement blogger. He did adopt that girl. Hearing the discussions of people around her, Seline looked at William with triumph. The look in his eyes clearly said, if you make me unhappy, I will make you unhappy too. At this moment, William was holding Chinyu's hand tightly, and her eyes were blank. Eve also held her hand tightly. William stood on the stage, accepting everyone's gaze, and said very firmly, I believe that when people who love each other gather together, they become a family. This is my understanding of family. I love Chinyu. I am willing to be responsible for her growth, accompany her growth, nourish her growth with love, and let her become a person who is useful to society and has a correct outlook on life and conduct. And I think I'm his father. That's right. Eva's voice was resounding. I am also willing to raise Chinyu with William. I'm a child's mother. We are a family. As soon as the voice fell, the senior executive of Lands just now shouted, "Well said." Then he led the applause. The people around him were moved by his actions and started clapping foolishly. Seline became furious and pointed at William and growled, "You are changing the concept and making specious arguments. Good character is just a self-consolation for the poor. It is the most worthless thing. Don't use high-sounding words to fool everyone here. Rules are rules. The truth is that you have no blood relationship at all, and you cannot stand on the stage to receive this award." "No, Seline, you are wrong." William looked at her steadily. "You still don't know the meaning and value of a person's good character. Yes, some people, relying on their good background, may be more likely to obtain money, material things, fame, and other benefits than others, and may also be more likely to receive praise from others. But character, morality, and values are the backbone of a person. Without them, no matter how much worldly success one has, in my eyes, William is not a success." "Seline, have you forgotten? You are the victim of bad behavior and bad values." After these words were spoken, Seline's expression changed immediately, like a firecracker that could be ignited at any time. "I become a victim of bad conduct and distorted values. Tell me, have you forgotten the pain of your breakup? Your ex-boyfriend said, 'I want to go abroad to develop my career,' and asked you to follow him or not. If you don't, we'll break up. Then he left, leaving you alone and in agony. Have you forgotten all this? This is a question of character. If a person has good character and integrity, he would not do such a heartless thing to his girlfriend whom he has been in love with for many years. He would have a sense of responsibility." Dennis opened his lips slightly, wanting to argue, but he saw William looking at him steadily, speaking word by word. "He will consider your feelings more, communicate with you in advance, find solutions, and work with you to overcome practical difficulties. Instead of going abroad directly, you will learn from others that he has already gone abroad. Seline, do you still want to say that as long as you have money, it doesn't matter if your character is not good?" After saying this, Seline choked up instantly, and her heart ached so much that she felt like she could hardly breathe. At this moment, she was suffering double the pain. One is the pain of being abandoned from the depths of memory. One part is the pain from having the wound torn open in public by William. Why? Seline doesn't understand why William treats her like this. In order to win, and to help that bastard get his tuition waived, he was willing to hurt himself in public. Dennis's face was extremely embarrassed. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. At this time, the headmaster came over. "This is the director who originally asked William to paint the mural. I personally agree with what Mr. Chens said. Yes, I occasionally watch Mr. Chens' live broadcasts. I know his situation. I think that in this society, Mr. Chens' adoption of Chinyu and his willingness to take on the responsibility of raising a child who is temporarily unable to protect himself and has no blood relationship with him is a courageous act and a great love, a quality that is extremely rare in our society. Therefore, I agree with Mr. Chens' statement that love is family, and I think we should give him the tuition reduction award today. What do you think?" All the parents nodded. I agree. Support." On the stage, the head teacher smiled and nodded at William. William also nodded gratefully at her. After receiving the gifts and medals, William took Eva and Chinyu off the stage and walked toward the parking lot. Penny looked at the princess castle building blocks in Chinyu's hand with envy and said loudly and deliberately in anger, "Uncle Chi, let's go eat platinum ice cream." "Okay," Dennis responded gently. Chinyu didn't even look at Penny and walked away holding her beloved little castle building blocks. Penny was ignored and was so angry that she rushed straight to Chinyu. "Hey, I'm going to get some platinum ice cream." "Yeah, I heard it," Chinyu responded. "Aren't you a poor guy envious?" Penny put her hands on her hips. "I'm not envious." Chinyu hugged Shui Li's small castle building blocks and said, "Our teacher read us a picture book. Xiang Xiang had ice cream to eat, but Dong Dong didn't. But Dong Dong's father took him to buy a cool Spider-Man suit. Dong Dong has Spider-Man's clothes, but Mimi doesn't. But Mimi's mother made a beautiful skirt for her. The teacher told us that you should have everything that others don't have. I have castle blocks, and you don't. You have platinum ice cream, and I don't. So what do I have to regret?" Penny was stunned. William rubbed Chinyu's head with satisfaction and praised her generously. "Yeah, is awesome. Eva also liked the child and touched the child's head. Yea's ideas are great. The three of them left talking and laughing, leaving Seline staring at their backs with a distorted face. Before going to the garage, Eva went to the bathroom first. Eva came out after washing her hands. She bumped into Seline, who was deliberately looking for trouble with her. Her expression remained unchanged as she walked past her. "Stop. I told you to stop," Seline growled, and seeing that Eva treated her as air, she went around to Eva and blocked her way. "What's the matter?" Eva opened her eyelids coldly, looking as if she didn't take Seline seriously at all. Seline was furious. "Why do you think I'm not worthy of your attention?" Eva found it funny. "Why should I take someone like you seriously?" Seline was stunned by her question and even felt a little unconfident because of the powerful aura she emanated from. I am a #1 ballet dancer in this city, the principal dancer, and what everyone calls the ballet goddess. I also have a good family background. Why do you treat me like this? You said it all. These are all your problems. They have nothing to do with me. Are you taking care of me, doing me a favor, or what? Do I need to look up to you?" Eva's eyes turned cold, and she approached Seline a little closer. "I hate people like you the most. You divide people into different levels. Isn't it good for everyone to live their own lives? You make yourself like the royal family in ancient feudal society. Everyone has to look up to you when they see you. Even the cleaning lady passing by has to look up to you. And you have to accept your contempt with peace of mind, right? But have you ever thought about what kind of impact you have on us that requires us to worship you and look up to you in this way?" "Seline, stop making a fuss about yourself. You're not as good as you think you are." After saying that, Eva wanted to move forward. She has seen many outstanding women in her position, but those women are introverted, gentle, and tolerant. They believe that the existence of all living things is reasonable, unlike Seline, who always flaunts herself. Seline was speechless after hearing these words. Seeing that Lin Wayne was about to leave, she quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Let me ask you, are you interested in William?" "Yes." Eva made no secret of her purpose. Lin Wayne was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect her to answer so directly. She was so angry that she raised her hand to slap Eva. "Bitch, I've never seen anyone like you who's so eager to be someone's stepmother." Before her palm fell, Selene's wrist was grabbed by Eva with one hand in midair. "If you two hadn't divorced, and I had moved closer to William, I would have accepted the slap. I deserved it. But let me remind you, you two are divorced. So what right do you have to slap me? Why am I not qualified? I risked my life to give William a daughter. I lost my position as the prima ballet dancer and gave up my dancing career for him. Have you ever seen a prima ballet dancer give birth to a child?" Eva smiled coldly and looked at Seline as if she were a mentally retarded person. Seline felt uncomfortable being stared at. What are you laughing at? Do you think it's fun for me to laugh at you? Having a child is something that you two must agree on. If you're not willing, William is committing a crime. You can go to the police station and sue him. Arrest him. You are an adult, and you should know how to protect yourself. If you really don't want a child, you should take contraceptive measures and take medicine afterwards. You two are equally responsible for this child. If you didn't take birth control pills and got pregnant unexpectedly, you can choose not to have a child. This is your reproductive right as a woman. Since you want to keep this child, and you keep talking about this every day, using this favor that you might have given birth to a child for someone else when you got married to blackmail William. Is that interesting? You say that so easily? Just try. Try giving up your current job for William and giving birth to a child for him. Then you will know how painful it is. He is the one who ruined my ballet life. Just try. I tell you, I'm willing to give birth to William's children 1, 2, or 3. As soon as the voice fell, Eva saw William paused, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn red, burning hot. Chapter 88, Seline panics and tries to keep William. Chapter 88, Seline panics and tries to keep William. Eva wished she could dig a hole and bury herself on the spot. It's really too social. I actually said such words and was heard by senior brother Chen. The groundhog screams. Seline frowned slightly, watching Eva's face become very interesting, sometimes annoyed, sometimes shy, and sometimes biting her lips. Suddenly, her face changed drastically, as if she had touched high-voltage electricity, and she was stunned. Wrong. When she turned around, she saw William's handsome and elegant face, like a gentleman in white under the cold moon. The face was good-looking, even more attractive than before, but for some reason there seemed to be a hint of coldness seeping from it. No. Seline panicked suddenly, her Her face turned pale in an instant. William, no. Listen to me. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that you ruined my life, nor did I mean that you ruined my ballet career. I was just angry and said something I didn't want to say. Don't bother with me. Seline felt so flustered that she couldn't think at all, but she was clearly aware that she was afraid and terrified. Afraid that William would misunderstand me. She was afraid that William would really listen to those words and never talk to her again. But she herself didn't understand why she was afraid or why she was terrified. Obviously, the person she has always loved is Dennis. Obviously, only Dennis is worthy of her to win him back. Obviously, she was looking for William just to get him back to her so that she could take revenge on him. But why was she so panicked? Seline couldn't think of anything and could only rely on her consciousness and physical instinct to keep him. She reached out to touch William, but William avoided her indifferently. Then she watched him walk away holding Eva's wrist. Only his cold words remained in my ears, deafening. He said, "You don't have to explain anything to me. You have no obligation to do so now, and your words will no longer have any impact on me. Seline, you are not that important." The moment the voice fell, Seline felt as if there was an invisible knife in the air, stabbing her heart fiercely, making her unable to move due to the pain. The pain and pride made her unable to move forward, and she could only watch the backs of the two people gradually disappear from her sight. It was not until they were in the car that Seline squatted on the ground, covering her chest and gasping for breath. William, who had already left, naturally had no idea how miserable Seline was. But these are not his focus. Since the day of his divorce, he wanted to let go of the past. At this moment, William and Eva were walking side by side. Eva lowered her head and bit her lip, feeling embarrassed. "Brother Chen, I understand," William replied gently. Eva's eyes widened. "Do you understand? Don't feel embarrassed. I know you said that so that I wouldn't lose face in front of Seline." William smiled and opened the car door. Eva suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart, and her expression became lonely. "Brother Chen, actually Before he could finish his words, William's cell phone rang. William answered the phone before getting into the car. "Hello, Chen Yang, what's up?" "Brother, bring Yi to my house for dinner tomorrow. My adoptive parents said they want to meet you, yeah. And they just asked about you, and asked you to come and have dinner with them." Good. William had met Chen Yang's adoptive parents several times. They were a well-mannered couple. William had a good impression of them and did not object to going to dinner. "By the way, didn't your adoptive father give you a big business, something like feng shui, carving murals? You can ask my adoptive father for advice on this aspect. He knows a lot." "Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking of finding an opportunity to go to their house and ask for advice so that I can make preparations." "Okay, then it's settled. Tomorrow morning, I'll pick you and Ye up. I'll be leaving from the apartment, so it's on my way." "Good." William hung up the phone and looked at Eva. "What did you want to say just now?" Nothing. Eva's courage had already disappeared completely. She pursed her lips and got into the car. In fact, the words were on the tip of her tongue, but suddenly she couldn't say them. "I'm mainly afraid that after I tell it, I won't even be able to be friends or neighbors anymore. If William rejected her, or if he had just divorced and had no plans to start a new relationship, she really wouldn't even dare to eat with him. After all, she is a girl, and she also needs to save face." Eva told herself, "Wait a little longer. Don't be in a hurry." A high-end hunter must have enough patience to get the feelings he wants. But despite thinking this, she still felt depressed. After returning to the small courtyard, Eva said that she had to go back to work and ran away. For the first time ever, she did not stay in the small courtyard to eat. Eva s back strangely and looked up at her dad naively. "Sister Enine seems unhappy." William's eyes darkened when he heard this, but he said nothing. At night, just as he was about to fall asleep, William received a call from Seline. Seline's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "William, Chung Chung has a stomachache and keeps rolling around. His face is pale from the pain. What should we do?" "It depends on the severity of the child's condition. If it is not serious, and it is just pain caused by diarrhea, give the child some pachai pills and wait and see. If the child is in a very bad mental state and keeps crying in pain, it may be intestinal spasm, and he should be sent to the hospital. If the child's face changes color and he or she becomes short of breath, it is best to call 120, inform the emergency department of the situation, and ask an ambulance to come and handle the situation." William spoke calmly and explained the situation to Seline in a businesslike tone. "William, I really don't know what to do." Seline was about to cry. She had never encountered such a situation before. Usually when this happens, William is the one who handles it. William, Chungchung looks like she's in pain. Come and see her right away. Celine's hands were shaking as she held the phone. William asked directly, did she eat platinum ice cream? Seline froze for a moment, and after a long silence, she stammered, yes, I ate too. It's probably an allergy. Take him to the hospital right away. It can't be treated at home. William's voice was flat, as if he was talking about the weather or someone else's child. Okay, then come and take us to the hospital. Seline was about to hang up the phone, but William's voice of rejection came from the other end of the phone. Just send her over there. What? William, what did you just say? Seline was stunned for a long while before asking this question. For a moment, she seriously doubted that she had heard it wrong. Chapter 89 Penny. Mom, does Daddy not want me anymore? Chapter 89 Penny. Mom, does Daddy no longer want me? I say, you can just take her there. Besides, you and your daughter don't like riding in my pickup truck. William made up an excuse to refuse. He didn't want to be involved with his ex-wife anymore. Seline said without thinking, then drive your pickup truck over here, change to my car, and take us to the hospital. No, Yulin family should send the child there yourself. It's not a difficult thing. William refused again. Seline went crazy, venting out all the bad emotions that had been pinned up for the entire afternoon. William, are you a man? Penny is your daughter, your biological daughter. Your daughter is sick now, and you are asked to take her to the hospital, but you refuse. Tell me, are you with that woman now? Don't you want your daughter anymore? Do you know that Chungchung is in danger now? Why are you still trying to trick me? Yes, my daughter, and I did dislike your pickup truck. So what? What woman doesn't want to ride in a luxury car? Is this too much? Why are you arguing with a child? She's your own daughter. Seline, instead of wasting your time here arguing with me about how Penny is in danger, why don't you just send her to the hospital as soon as possible? I have nothing to say. She is lactose intolerant, and platinum ice cream contains 2 of her allergens. I have told her many times not to eat it. If you like it, then you're responsible for it. After saying that, William hung up the phone. Seline called again, and he hung up. If he calls again, he will hang up again. Extremely determined. After repeating this several times, Seline stopped calling. After putting down the phone, he looked normal and continued to work on his laptop. He did not become nervous or emotional because of Seline's call, because he had already moved on. Moreover, he knew their personalities very well. Even if he went to drive Penny to the hospital now, they would not be grateful at all afterwards. He would also say that he just couldn't let them go. William didn't want this. On the one hand, he wants to treat himself well and put more love on himself instead of lowering himself to flatter Seline and her daughter. On the other hand, he also wants Seline to give up completely. Since we're going to separate, we might as well cut off the relationship more thoroughly. This will be better for both of us in our future lives. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. And Seline also needs to grow up and learn to be a mother on her own. This is her subject. He will never fulfill her share of responsibility in the future. On the other side, Seline called the number twice again and then smashed the phone in anger. Penny rolled around on the carpet in pain, just screaming, Dad, I want Dad. Wow, I will never dare to eat platinum ice cream again. It hurts so much. Mommy, it hurts so much. Mom, am I going to die? Seline was so frightened that her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly called Dennis. Ollie, Chungchung has a stomachache. The pain is unbearable. Come here and help me take Chungchung to the hospital. Dennis' music was blaring. Yan, I'm sorry. I'm in the east of the city discussing a very important project with a client. I can't leave. You take the child to the hospital by yourself. Be careful on the way. When I'm done here, if it's early, I'll go see Chungchung. Seline was about to say something when a woman's coquettish voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Chi, come on, continue playing rock, paper, scissors with me. Seline's face changed instantly. She hung up the phone directly and then hurriedly woke up the whole family. Hurry up. Help me take Chungchung to the hospital. Mom and Dad, hurry up and pack Chingching's things. Sis, help me carry Chungchung while I go drive. The Lin family members were called and were all confused. Mother Lin rubbed her sleepy eyes and said impatiently, What are you doing? Why wake us all up? Why don't you just call William? Isn't this his daughter? Didn't he help with all these things in the past? Before she could finish her words, Seline scolded her. Mom, shut up. Help me now. Boom, boom. It was raining heavily outside, and Seline had no way to rush into the yard, drive the car over, and then get out to help her sister carry the child into the car. After all this, she was soaked and shivering with cold. Mom and Dad, are you guys okay? Seline yelled. Lynn's mother had always lived a life of luxury, and she trembled after being drunk. Frank wasn't one who knew how to get things done either. The two of them were busy preparing milk powder bottles and spare clothes, and the whole thing was a mess. After a long while, the two of them hurriedly got into the car. No one in the group brought an umbrella, and they looked very embarrassed when they got off the car and went to the hospital. Seline covered the child's body with clothes and ran to the emergency room in the wind and rain. It was only a short distance of 200 meters, but Seline felt as if she had used up all her strength. The cold night rain beat down on her, and she felt disheveled and cold. Her clothes were soaked with rainwater, tightly wrapped around her body, making her steps heavier and heavier. She swore that she had always had a smooth life and had never felt anything so difficult. After finally sending the child to the emergency room, the nurse took the family to the front desk to inquire about the child's illness and register him. Before you had the stomachache, did you eat anything you don't normally eat? Yes, I ate 2 platinum ice creams, Seline replied. When the nurse heard this, her voice suddenly rose a few notches. 2 platinum ice creams. The kind with gold foil sprinkled on top. Yes. Seline was a little embarrassed to answer. I'm really convinced. The nurse said as she entered the data, gold foil is something you can't eat. But in small doses, the human body can excrete it. It's a heavy metal, and some businesses add something to create a golden look. Those things are hard for adults to absorb in their intestines, let alone children. Suddenly, the nurse saw Penny's medical record and looked up and asked, your child is lactose intolerant and has a mild allergy to peanuts and mangoes. Didn't you know that? Seline is actually not very clear. Frank answered helpfully. On this matter, the child's father knows better. I am so impressed. How can you be a mother like that? The nurse muttered. This platinum ice cream contains dairy products and 2 allergens that are not suitable for your child. It would be strange if he doesn't get a stomachache after eating it. In severe cases, it may even cause shock caused by allergies. Seline heard the word shock. Her face suddenly turned pale. She really didn't expect it to be so serious. She only knew that William had always prevented Penny from eating platinum ice cream in the past. She thought he was jealous and didn't take it seriously. It turns out that William really cares about his child's health. And don't you know that your child was hospitalized before because of eating this? It's all recorded in our files. How dare you try it? Seline felt even more ashamed after hearing this. Mother Lynn's lips moved, trying to protect her daughter, but in the end she said nothing. After the infusion, Penny's condition improved a lot, and she was taken out of the emergency room and sent to the ward. The little person was lying on the bed, a bit like a wilted eggplant, with dull eyes. She smacked her pale lips twice and said, Mom, it really hurt just now. Mom, I'm never eating platinum ice cream again. Seline stroked the child's head gently and nodded. Suddenly, Penny looked at her mother intently and asked anxiously, Does Daddy not want me anymore? Why doesn't he come to see me? Chapter 90 Seline. William, I know I was wrong. Chapter 90 Seline. William, I know I was wrong. Penny spoke. Her eyes turned red. Daddy used to take care of me. Mommy, I want Daddy. I want Daddy to take care of me tonight. It's your turn. Your father should take care of you. Mother Lynn sneered and quickly called William, but the call was connected and then she hung up. Fight again, still the same. Lynn's mother was a little slow to react at first, and then she cursed again. This William is such a piece of shit. He actually blocked me. After all, I am his mother-in-law. Have you ever seen a son-in-law block his mother-in-law? Frank glanced at her and said, William is no longer your son-in-law. He and Yin Yin are divorced. Have you forgotten that? Mother Lynn looked a little uncomfortable. After this night of tossing and turning, she also realized how important William was. How important is it for a family to have a man at critical moments? But she still said stubbornly, Humph, even if we're divorced, I'm still his mother-in-law. Well, I don't care. I just want Daddy to take care of me. I want my dad to hold me tonight. Shut up. I'm so annoyed. Seline was annoyed by Penny and yelled at her. Penny was stunned by her mother's scolding and then started crying even louder. Whoa. Stinky Daddy doesn't want me anymore. Stinky Daddy, Strawberry Bear won't give me either. Stinky Dad likes Cheen Yu and doesn't like me anymore. I'm so pitiful and my stinky dad doesn't even come see me. Penny cried and cried until she fell asleep with tears in her eyes and choked with sobs. Frank glared at his daughter and said, Why are you scolding a child? As he said this, he pulled Seline out of the ward. Lynn's mother and Monica also came out. Frank began to give earnest advice as soon as he walked out of the ward. Yin Yin, after this incident, Haven't you seen clearly? William really cares about Chung Chung. No matter how expensive a platinum ice cream is, it is just an ice cream. Do you think William can't afford it? Moreover, you just heard the nurse say that those are gimmicks made up by the merchants, and we don't even know what is added in them. It is just to satisfy the vanity of people like you. What do you get from eating gold? Besides causing stomach discomfort, can you really grow gold? After a pause, Frank continued, after tonight, you should know how important William is to this family. You can work hard and develop your career because you have William helping you carry the burden in your life. That's why you can have these peaceful years. You always complain about William. Seline lowered her head, her eyes red, and it took her a long while to squeeze out a word. Dad, I know I was wrong. This was not easy for Seline. She has always been very proud and never admits her mistakes easily. Dennis went abroad, and she didn't go out with him. She felt she was not wrong. She thinks she is right about many things. Only in this matter did Seline really realize her mistake. Realized how important William is to this family. Realized that he was not a useless person. Mother Lynn was very unhappy when she heard what Frank said. What nonsense are you talking about, old man? My daughter is able to succeed in her career because she is capable. It has nothing to do with William. Mother Lynn said as she pushed Frank. Frank shook his head. You are the one who taught the child badly. Mother Lynn wanted to say something, but Seline pinched her brows with a headache. Mom, stop arguing. Let's first decide who will be on guard here tonight. When Lynn's mother heard this, her face changed immediately. I can't. If I don't sleep well at night, I will have a headache. Frank pretending to be weak as she spoke. After all this trouble, just now, I'm going to catch a cold. I have to go home and take a hot bath. But I don't know how. Seline has never taken care of her daughter alone. William took care of the children when they had a fever. Oh, there's no such thing as inability or not. Being a mother is strong. Being a father is strong. That's how we all get through it. Mother Lynn made a few prevarications and then took Frank away. Monica sighed. I'll accompany you. Back in the ward, they took turns taking a shower while the other watched Penny. After taking a shower, Seline sat on the sofa tiredly, with her head resting on Monica's shoulder. Sister, do you think I really did something wrong? What do you think I should do to win back William? Monica heard this. Her face suddenly became stiff. Yin Yin, you are so proud. Why don't you just forget it? William didn't come over tonight, and his attitude is very clear. Why do you have to make yourself unhappy? Monica said a few more words of advice, but Seline found them too harsh and drove her away. Sister, you should go back. Both of us can't sleep well here. Why bother? If you leave, I can sleep on the sofa. Well, okay then. Monica moved the corners of her mouth stiffly, picked up her bag, and left. After her sister left, Seline asked the nurse for a blanket and lay down on the sofa. Listening to the sound of raindrops outside the window, she was obviously very sleepy, but she just couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning, feeling indescribably uncomfortable in her heart. For the first time, she discovered that William was so important and so good at living. She can't live without William. Life without William is a mess. She opened WeChat and saw that William's chat history was still about divorce, and her heart sank. She edited a text message and described the thrilling event to William. She said she was soaked in a mess and very cold. She said she was not familiar with the road conditions at all. When she arrived at the hospital, everyone was in a hurry and didn't know who would register or who was responsible for what. She also said that Penny's face turned blue and white several times due to the pain, which scared her so much that she almost had a heart attack. But Chung Chung is fine now. William, I finally understand your goodness. Seline took a deep breath and sent another message. William, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. After sending the WeChat message, she began to wait for William's reply. Look every few seconds. The results were always disappointing. This time, she finally believed that William really didn't want her anymore. I really have to abandon her, and Chung Chung. Celine's eyes were sore, and she couldn't help but cover her face with a blanket and sob softly. William, do you really not want Chung Chung and me? Unlike Seline, William slept normally last night without any dreams. When I woke up the next day, as if nothing had happened, I helped Qin Yu choose a very cute red dress. Qin Yang picked them up at the gate of the small courtyard on time and went straight to the Qin family. Chapter 91. I am here, so you, an outsider, can't take away my property. Chapter 91. I am here, and you, an outsider, can't take away my property. On the way, William bought some gifts. Soon, Qin Yang's car arrived at the gate of the Qin family's villa. A magnificent new Chinese-style Suzhou garden villa slowly unfolds before your eyes. There was still some distance from the entrance to the main house, so Qin Yang drove the car in. Qin Yu leaned against the window, looking at the garden villa covering an area of more than 10 acres in surprise, her mouth wide open. She looked at William. Is this Yang's father's house? Why does it look so much like a park? Suddenly, Qin Yu screamed excitedly. Look, there's a black swan. Qin Yang turned his head and glanced at Qin Yu with a doting smile in his eyes. As soon as the car stopped, the maid who was sweeping the floor came over to greet us enthusiastically. Master Yang is back. Well, Mother Zhang, I want to eat the glutinous rice, osmanthus, and lotus root you made for lunch today. Okay. The servant responded with a smile on his face. They all knew that Qin Yang was adopted, but since the master and mistress valued him, the servants naturally would not look down on him either. Qin Yang led William and Qin Yu inside. William took a look at the vast and unique garden landscape. No matter how many times he came here, he would still be shocked by the design in front of him. As I walked up the steps to the main house, I heard two women's voices coming from the living room. Sis, you said you don't want to have another child, so why don't you treat my Yuan as your daughter? I will adopt Yuan to you. I will let my Yuan take care of you in your old age. No, I have Qin Yang. Oh, Qin Yang was adopted. We have no blood relationship. She's not as caring as my Yuan. After all, we are sisters, and Yuan has your genes in her body. How did you learn biology? Even if Yuan has our family's genes, they're our parents' genes, so how can they be mine? Don't say such nonsense in the future, otherwise outsiders will think that I am having an affair with my brother-in-law. Ba. Sister, I was wrong. You know, I was a poor student since I was a child, not as good as you. What I mean is, no matter what Qin Yang says, he has no blood relationship with you. My Yuan has you, and is close to you. You said that if all your huge fortune falls into the hands of Qin Yang, what a loss. Isn't it all given to an outsider? And this outsider has no blood relationship with you. Can he really take care of you in your old age? When you can't speak, I guess the wheelchair can be pushed down from the upstairs. But my Yuan is different. If you want to push it, I'll push your wheelchair first. Qin Yang directly retorted. Mrs. Qin's sister was caught saying bad things about someone. Her old face suddenly froze, and she said something uncomfortably. Hey, Qin Yang, don't be offended by what I say. I am telling the truth. And pushing a wheelchair is just a metaphor. A metaphor. Qin Yang sneered sarcastically. When Mrs. Qin saw Qin Yang, she immediately smiled. Yang, you're here. Well, my beautiful mother, I'm here. Qin Yang went up and gave Mrs. Qin a big hug. Mrs. Qin smiled even more brightly. Her eyes fell on William. For some reason, her heart softened and her eyes and brows became more gentle. Achuan, you are here too. Hello, Mrs. Qin. William greeted politely. So this is ya? Mrs. Qin walked over and touched Qin Yu's head. Hello, beautiful grandma. I'm Qin Yu. Daddy Yang said that you are young and beautiful, so we can't call you old. Qin Yu answered with her head tilted back. Madam Qin laughed so hard that she couldn't stop. She hit Qin Yang on the shoulder and said, You kid, you only know how to make me happy. If you come back more often, I could be 10 years younger. At this time, Mrs. Qin's sister looked at Qin Yu unkindly. Qin Yang, you said you don't even have a girlfriend and haven't gotten married yet, but you're thinking about raising a child. I wonder what's wrong. Could it be that you got some woman pregnant and secretly gave birth to an illegitimate daughter? Today you're having a girl to make my sister happy, but in a few days you're going to have an illegitimate child to share the Qin family's property? Zhang Xiaolan, Madam Qin scolded her coldly. You should go back. You can eat more, but don't say nonsense. Sister. Before Zhang Xiaolan could say anything, Mrs. Qin had already taken Qin Yu's hand and walked towards the garden. Come on, Grandma will take you to pick fruits. There are many fruits in our garden. Pick some for Dad to eat. Okay. Qin Yu responded obediently. The two walked further and further away. When Zhang Xiaolan saw her sister walking away, her face immediately turned cold, and she glared at Qin Yang. As long as I'm here, you, an outsider, can't take away the Qin family's property. Qin Yang smiled and shrugged. I'm an outsider? My last name is Qin, and your last name is Zhang. Who is the outsider between us? I stayed for lunch at noon, and no one stayed for you. You, Zhang Xiaolan gritted her teeth. Just wait. My sister hasn't figured it out for a while. When she figures it out, she will definitely chase you away. She will definitely know who she is intimate with. Having said that, Zhang Xiaolan left angrily. William patted Qin Yang on the shoulder. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows indifferently. I'm used to it. Mrs. Qin's attitude is very clear, which is different from my situation. William pinched Qin Yang's shoulders twice. He was a guest there, so it was not convenient for him to be angry with others or to interfere in other people's family affairs. He could only comfort his brother afterwards and tell him not to take it to heart. Qin Yang changed the subject and said, "Aren't you looking for my adoptive father? I'll take you there." As he spoke, Qin Yang knocked on the door of the study. "Dad." Qin's father was wearing reading glasses and was carving a jade pendant. When he saw the visitor, he immediately put down his work. "Aying Chuan, you are here?" "Well, Dad, Brother Chuan wants to ask you something about carving. You guys chat. I'll go help Mom pick fruit." Having said that, Qin Yang slipped away. Father Qin shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and pointed in the direction Qin Yang left. This child is trying to avoid suspicion. Father Qin stood up and called William to have tea at the kung fu tea table next to him. This kid, ever since he knew he was adopted, has been avoiding taking over our family business. Every time I told him to go work in the company, he always said that it was left for my biological son. I asked him to learn carving, but he refused. He said that I would pass on this craft to my son in the future. William, Qin Yang listens to you the most. When you have time, help your uncle to hammer. Uncle really treats him as his own son. I know his character and have never doubted him. Your aunt, and I don't know if we will ever have a chance to find our son. Even if we do, we will leave him a share of the family property. After all, we have raised him since he was a child, and he is our own son." William nodded. Father Qin choked up when he talked about his biological son. William didn't know why, but he felt a sudden pain in his heart. "Oh, Uncle Qin, I want to ask you something. If I show you a jade plaque, can you tell which master carved it based on the carving technique on it?" Chapter 91Y. Chapter 91Y? That won't work. I'm not that amazing yet. Father Qin poured William a cup of tea and then smiled and said, "I'm a bit stubborn. I don't like to study others. I'm afraid that others will accuse me of plagiarism. I have always been focusing on studying my carving techniques. It is not easy to find someone like you in our industry, especially since the jade pendant you mentioned was not made by a master, but by an ordinary sculptor. It is even more difficult. Oh, by the way, Mr. Shiji, that guy is capable. I don't know what's in that guy's head." William's expression changed slightly. Mr. He is the old man who is hard to find, as Seline mentioned. Besides, Mr. He doesn't easily meet people who are not related to him. Is it really necessary to rely on Seline to uncover my own life story? Seeing William distracted, Qin's father asked, "What's wrong? Why are you asking this? Yang said you wanted to see me for something. Is this the reason?" "Oh no. My adoptive father introduced me to an order from a friend abroad. It's a feng shui carved mural for the entrance. I don't know much about feng shui, so I want to ask you, what kind of patterns do older people usually like to carve at the entrance? What is the meaning of these patterns in feng shui?" Father Qin smiled and said, Are you trying to steal the order from me? Did you ask someone about our competitor?" William was stunned when he heard this, and then heard Qin's father ask again, "Is this person who is returning to the country Master Guan?" "Yes." William's eyes widened. "I'm sorry, Uncle. I didn't know you were interested in this list." "I am indeed somewhat interested. This old Guan is a scientist and academician of our country, and he is an extraordinary person. A few years ago, he was not in good health, so his children took him abroad for treatment and care. But he always had his heart in his hometown and kept clamoring to come back and build a house for his retirement. His son made some money abroad, so he planned to spend $50 million to build this house for his father. The budget for the carved mural in the entrance hall was said to be between $3 million and $5 million. I went to recommend myself. I chatted with Mr. Guan for a few minutes and said that I was also interested in this project." William frankly, "After all, I also want to leave some of my works in the home of such a famous person, and it also has a promotional effect on our company. However, after listening to my suggestion, Mr. Guan rejected me." William looked surprised, but said nothing. "I find it interesting. Why don't you ask what patterns I recommended to Master Guan?" William shook his head. "I don't think I'm qualified to be your opponent, Uncle, but I still know how to respect my opponents and abide by the rules of competition." Father Qin's eyes flashed with admiration. "You are indeed a good child. If Qin Yang follows you, we don't have to worry that he will learn bad things." Father Qin also briefly explained some taboos of entrance feng shui and some feng shui knowledge. William was somewhat fascinated by what he heard. The two chatted over kung fu tea for a while until the servant called them to eat, and then they reluctantly went downstairs to eat. Father Qin glanced at William from the side and saw that he had a handsome face and elegant temperament. For some reason, He thought of his son who was deliberately switched. He sighed secretly, watching William and Qin Yang talking and doing things in an intimate manner, and he felt a sense of emotion. If only William could be his son, if only these two could really become brothers. I'm afraid he won't have this blessing even in his coffin. After sitting down, Qin's father could not help but remind him, Ah Chuan, strictly speaking, this order of yours was not given to you by your adoptive father. He just played a role of recommendation. At present, as far as I know, there are many people who want to take this order, including many carving masters. Your order is very difficult. Well, I won't underestimate the enemy and will be fully prepared, but I won't take it too seriously either. I'll just try my best. It doesn't matter if I can't win. William followed suit. Father Qin nodded in appreciation. At the table, Mrs. Qin kept picking up food for Qin Yu and said to Qin's father with a smile, I didn't expect that we would become grandparents at such a young age. Father Qin also smiled and took out a pink jade tablet from his pocket. This is a gift from Grandpa for you. It is a peace and safety tablet. I wish you peace and good health. Qin Yang took a small square jade and said, Good fellow, Lao Qin, you are really willing to spend money today. This is the top-grade golden peach blossom jade. This texture and this sense of transparency, I'm afraid it's not cheap. Father Qin snorted. Boy, you still remember your roots and know the situation of this jade. William subconsciously wanted to refuse. This is too expensive. It's not expensive. It's made in our own factory. It's for my granddaughter, so I have to give her something good. Qin Yang didn't hesitate and just took it and put it around Qin Yu's neck. Qin Yu thanked him politely. Thank you, Grandpa. Qin's father smiled and rubbed her little head, then looked at William and Qin Yang. I have also heard about the process of you two adopting this little girl. Any person with a conscience would not abandon her when seeing such a situation. But you two, one is single, the other is divorced, and Yia is a girl, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to adopt her. I asked a lot of friends for you a few days ago, hoping to help you get the adoption procedures, but no one dared to approve it. I will help you think of a solution for this matter, but you have to be more careful when you are out there. William Qin Yang nodded. When leaving, William said to Qin's father, I think I know why Mr. Guan rejected you. Father Qin was stunned for a moment. I have been unable to figure out the reason. Can you guess it? William smiled. I'm just making a bold guess. Tell me now. Father Qin was curious. If I'm not mistaken, you should recommend to Mr. Guan to get a jade carving at the entrance. The carving pattern is likely to be a dragon. That's right. Father Qin's eyes lit up. How did you guess that? I just took a look at your study. There are many dragon seals with coiled dragons carved on them. I guess you must like dragons very much. Father Qin nodded. Then why did Master Guan reject me? I believe that my skills and expressions in carving dragons are both unique. In this regard, I am second to none in the industry. No one dares to claim to be first. That day, I even brought him my toilet paper. That was the draft paper that Qin's father was most proud of. Before he left, he told Mrs. Qin that he would definitely be able to control this Master Guan, who knew that I would be slapped in the face this time. And the dragon is a symbol of the royal family, a symbol of noble status. Most men like dragons. Come on, William, tell me why Mr. Guan doesn't like this plan. Chapter 92, Eva runs into Ivy in William's courtyard. Chapter 92, Eva runs into Ivy in William's courtyard. First of all, it's about Mr. Guan's identity. He is an academician and a scientist, so he should have many special connections. As Mr. Guan's residence, it should also focus on social impact. Moreover, most of these people are modest, put themselves in a very low position, and will not call themselves emperors. Just imagine, if a retired academician carved a dragon with a piece of fine jade at the entrance of his home, what impression would it leave on people? Extravagant? Pompous? Arrogant? Do you think you are an emperor? Father Qin nodded thoughtfully. Moreover, jade is een and has a cold texture. Placing it at the entrance does have the effect of warding off evil spirits. But as a scientist or academician, it is more important to gather yang and positive energy. That's right. Father Qin patted William on the shoulder. You kid, you are pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. You even said you don't understand feng shui and came to ask me for advice. Don't you know a lot? I just started reading this type of book recently, so I really don't understand it. I just asked for your advice sincerely. But I have to thank you, Uncle. Your failure plan gave me inspiration. Father Qin pointed at William and pretended to be angry, but he couldn't help but ask curiously. Then can you tell me what your inspiration is? No, that's a trade secret. Uncle, we are competitors now. You kid, you're amazing. Qin's father laughed. and watched William leave. Until the car disappeared, he didn't know why, but he felt a sense of loss in his heart. He sighed, put his arm around Chen's mother's shoulders, and said, "It would be great if William was our child." Mrs. Chen also liked William as a child. She sighed, and her eyes became a little blurry. "You said, we're all kind people. Why are we separated from each other?" Father Chen shook his head and was speechless. No matter how long it has been, this incident will always be a thorn in their hearts. On the other side, Chen Yang drove William and Chen Yu back to the small courtyard. On the way, Chen Yang glanced at William and said, "Brother, I just saw you were replying to messages. Has your studio received a few more orders?" If you keep going like this, brother, the two of us won't be able to finish it. I don't know anything about art, so I can only help you. It will take us forever. I guess we'll have to hire someone." Well, I do have some thoughts on that. So the two of them went to the job market, but they couldn't find a suitable one, and they didn't return to the courtyard until dark. As soon as they got off the car, they saw Ben and Zhou Jiahao, who used to be in a band with William, standing at the door waiting for them. The two raised the large and small bags of hot pot dishes in their hands and said, "Brother Chuan, we came to you to have hot pot." "Welcome, welcome." William opened the door of the small courtyard and let Chen Yu go in to wash his hands first. Chen Yang helped carry things and prepare the hot pot dishes, and casually asked, "Why are you two here? Haven't you been to other places for commercial performances recently?" As soon as these words were spoken, the two of them fell silent instantly. "You look at me, and I look at you." Ben was a little embarrassed. "Brother Chuan, we came to see you for something. Please sit down." William had guessed it to some extent. Ben and bassist Zhou Jiahao sat down in the small courtyard. Chen Yang took Chen Yu to the kitchen to pick vegetables and make the soup base. Chen Yang didn't know what Ben and the others wanted to see William about, so seeing so many things, he sent a voice message to Eva on WeChat. "Junior sister, we're having hot pot tonight. There's a lot of food. Do you want to come over?" After delivering the food, he continued to process the ingredients, Ben's voice faintly reaching his ears. "Brother Chuan, we are here to seek refuge with you." William was stunned. "You guys don't want to stick with the band anymore?" "What the hell? The band is broken up. The waves have gone ashore." "Going ashore?" William frowned slightly. "He's taking the civil service exam?" "Well, better than being a civil servant. Just like you before, he found a rich wife and married into the family. Now he drives luxury cars, goes to his father-in-law's company, and has a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan. I don't know how comfortable he is. Why would he come to our crappy band?" After Zhou Jiahao finished speaking, Ben patted him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Chuan and Seline were married before, not married into the family." Zhou Jiahao's mouth was stiff. "Brother Chuan, I'm sorry that I slipped up and said nonsense. How can Bo compare with you?" William didn't take Zhou Jiahao's words to heart and turned to look at Ben, the most persistent among them. "Are you really going to give up?" Ben smiled bitterly. "What else can I do if I don't give up? The road to music is too difficult. I don't have the support of a chaebol, and participating in some talent shows is just a runner-up. Now, I can't even pay the rent. If I really couldn't make ends meet, I wouldn't come to you for help. Well, I have a little more money now, so I can lend you some money to tide you over. As for the career of music, you should think about it again." "I don't want to think about it anymore. Brother Chuan, I came to you because I've made up my mind. Besides, we were both in the art department. You know what kind of foundation How and I have. We can't draw a legendary phoenix, but I can draw some pheasants and color them for you. We watch your live broadcast. We can help you with a mural you made." William looked doubtful. Ben and Zhou Jiahao are undoubtedly capable of assisting him, and even with a little training, they can get the hang of it. But he actually didn't want to hire his own brothers, for fear that in the end, they wouldn't even be friends anymore. However, the environment here is not very good, and we have just started, so I may not be able to offer you any favorable conditions. Ben exhaled a puff of smoke, just in exchange for a meal. William didn't know what to say. "I'll draw up a cooperation plan for you tonight. The commission will be higher, but the basic salary may not be that ideal. I'll send it to you and see if there's anything inappropriate. Then we can communicate and revise it." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Ben smiled rarely. Zhou Jiahao curled his lips, but said nothing in the end. He felt that it would be enough to just state a number. There was no need to come up with any cooperation plan. Trouble. But right now, he and Ben really have nowhere to go, and they are 1 month behind on rent for the house they share. And his credit card is already maxed out, and he doesn't know how to pay it back this month. While the three were chatting, Chen Yang brought out the hot pot, glanced at Eva, who was about to walk in, turned to William, and said, "I call my junior sister over." Ben and his friends bought a lot of food, and we couldn't finish it all. William also called Eva over and introduced Ben and Zhou Jiahao to her. Ben came in from Eva. His eyes were fixed on her, and he couldn't take them away. Eva lowered her head and didn't notice Ben's gaze. She reluctantly sat down next to William, and just as she sat down, she heard the familiar sound of a sports car coming from outside. Boom, boom. When I looked up, I saw the bar owner, Ivy, pushing open the car door and trying to get out. Eva was struck by lightning instantly. Chapter 93 Eva is exposed in front of the boss lady. Chapter 93 Eva is exposed in front of the boss lady. Not only Eva, but also the bar owner, Ivy, who was dressed particularly coquettishly today, was also stunned. There was a bit of discomfort on his face. Wayne, why are you here? After all, it will be a bit embarrassing to be caught by your girlfriends wearing sexy battle clothes to pick up men. Qin Yang stuffed a piece of tripe into his mouth and said vaguely, Do you know the junior sister? She lives next door to us. When the voice fell, Eva's scalp felt numb. Live next door to you? Boss Lady Ivy's voice rose a few notches. Yes, it's the building next door. Qin Yang pointed. Eva felt that Qin Yang must feel that she didn't die fast enough. Oh, by the way, Madam Boss, how did you get to know junior sister? Ivy understood instantly and was so angry that she almost laughed. She gritted her teeth and said, It's more than just acquaintance. Mr. Lon, special assistant. Eva quickly added 2 words and instantly moved to Ivy's side to cover her mouth, lowering her voice and saying, Let's go to the next room to talk. If there is anything, we can solve it privately. Ivy broke away from her. Just tell me what you want to say. I want to see if you have anything to explain. With that, Ivy angrily walked towards the small house next door and glared at Eva when she reached the door. Open the door. Eva opened the door, and they both walked in. As soon as the door closed, Ivy exploded. You're so good, Eva. Mr. Lon, when I said I wanted to rent this house, you came to rent it, right? I knew someone was living in this house, and I was knocking on the door outside. You were home, right? I raised the price to 10 times, but you didn't sell it to me. You did it on purpose, right? Eva nodded. I feel a little embarrassed. After all, she is not a shameless person. Eva, are you interested in William too? Yes, I like him. Eva admitted directly. Ivy's expression eased a little. If Eva said something like she and William were not suitable, and that as a sister she didn't want her to go astray, so she came to help test him, she would really be disappointed. Tell me everything. What did you do behind my back? Just do as you say, wet temptation. Ivy, you said you wanted him to do the wall painting, so I'll let him renovate this house for me. Ivy glanced around at the still fresh paint, and all the anger that had half dissipated came out again. Okay, very good. So Eva, I'm your love mentor. I tried every way to hook up with him, but I never dreamed that my own sister was trying to steal my boyfriend, and she was secretly trying to steal my boyfriend. Ivy sat in the living room with her arms folded across her chest, feeling like her lungs were about to explode. Eva quickly went to get a bottle of iced tea and handed it to Ivy. Ivy was once again amused and pointed at her nose and asked, Do I look like someone who drinks iced tea? It's Sombra Blue. What? Ivy's mouth twitched. What? South African Sombra Blue wine. This stuff is on a list of the world's top 10 famous wines. You put it in a plastic bottle? Don't you know it will go bad? I refrigerated it. Eva also sat down and unscrewed a bottle and drank it directly. Ivy, are you still normal? It's hard to guarantee the quality of the wine, even if it's refrigerated. Eva, I really think you're out of your mind. Why are you using iced tea to store wine? Eva suspiciously, recalling what happened just now as General Land's special assistant. No, he must be unaware of your identity, right? Are you pretending to be poor to seduce him? Eva took a sip of wine and nodded, feeling helpless. He didn't know my identity and thought I was just a poor wage earner. Ivy, no, sister, he's just a man. Is it necessary to be so obsessed with him? Ivy also took a sip of iced tea. Well, now that we've spoken, we 2 sisters will compete fairly. You're not allowed to play tricks on me behind my back. As soon as Ivy finished speaking, she received a murderous look from Eva. No, he's mine. Ivy didn't take this to heart. The president of the Lon family, the only daughter of the Lon family, has some of the temperament of a rich second generation. This is also normal. She folded her sexy long legs and drank her iced tea gracefully. I didn't expect that we sisters have similar visions. Eva glanced at Ivy and said, I can give you everything except him. But I don't lack anything. Although I'm not as rich as you, I have enough money. I want to sleep with him right now. Ivy played with her long hair. How about this? Let me play with him first. I'll sleep with him a few times, and then I'll give him to you. No, Eva stood up angrily. What do you think William is? Ivy pursed her lips and looked nonchalant. Temporary husband. You know I'm a non-marriageist. But I want to marry him. Eva's voice became a little higher. In short, he is not suitable. If you dare to touch him, you can't even be friends with him. I said, accept him. Anyone else is fine. You can have whatever you want. Otherwise, you can pick up Qin Yang. Ivy burst out laughing. Then what do you think of Qin Yang? A gift? No. Qin Yang's face is too feminine. Not my taste. I like men who look like husbands, with a bit of abstinence and sexiness. Ivy glanced at Eva sideways and said, Tell me, how did you fall in love with him? Eva took another sip of her wine. She has been in a bad mood these 2 days. She kept thinking, when William heard her say that day that she wanted to have a baby for him, did he really not understand, or was he pretending not to understand to save her face? In fact, he rejected her. It really makes me sick just thinking about it. Can't get any work done. I often get distracted during meetings. After taking another sip of wine, Eva spoke as if lost in memories. Actually, we've met before. It's just that he forgot about me. See you? When did it happen? On the first day of the new year. The first day of the new year. Ivy frowned. It happened more than 10 years ago. It's a miracle that he can remember it. But I will remember it for the rest of my life. While I was in junior high school, I didn't allow my family to arrange bodyguards for me. I just wanted to be an ordinary person. Go to and from school with other students, without a group of men in black following me. I asked my dad to add a name for me in the household registration book, and I went to school under that name. My family also informed the school that my identity must be kept confidential. But I didn't expect it to be leaked out. AI Wei's face changed. Is it related to Qin Yang? Chapter 94, the relationship between William, Eva, and Qin Yang. Chapter 94, the origin of William, Eva, and Qin Yang. Eva nodded, as if lost in memories of the past. That day after school, the whole sky was foggy. The little sister who usually went to and from school with her was picked up by her parents, so she went back by herself. Because the journey is not far, I can walk home. But she didn't expect that when she was walking in the back alley of the school, someone covered her mouth with a wet towel. At that moment, she immediately held her breath and pretended to faint, allowing the gangsters to drag her and throw her to the ground deep in the alley. Boss, what should we do now? Asked one of the gangsters. Has the kid from the Qin family been caught? Well, he was knocked unconscious by our people, and now Aqiang is pulling him over. Boss, what should we do now? When the kid from the Qin family is sent over, we will strip the two of them and take pictures of them. After taking the pictures, we will retreat. The old man Lan Chengtao knows that his precious daughter was bullied by the adopted son of the Qin family. He will definitely find a way to settle accounts with the Qin family and force Qin Yang to leave the Qin family. In this way, we will have completed the employer's request. Once Qin Yang is kicked out, we can use the nude photos of the old man from the Lan family's daughter to threaten him to cooperate, and then our project will be done. But will the old man agree to our plan? If he knew we stripped his daughter, how could he cooperate with us, given his personality? You are stupid. This incident was caused by Qin Yang drinking that thing. What does it have to do with us? The reason we have these photos is because we accidentally picked up Qin Yang's phone. Great. Boss, you really have a business mind. Soon, Eva heard the sound of the van door opening, and Qin Yang was thrown out. At this moment, Qin Yang's cheeks were flushed, and his whole body was weak and hot. Looking at Eva, there are overlapping images. Come on, brothers, get to work. As soon as a hand touched Eva's clothes, Eva immediately opened her eyes and bit the hand. She wanted to run, but she never dreamed that there were 5 thugs in front of her. At that time, she had not yet learned Taekwondo and was no match for these people. She struggled with them, but with a hiss, the long sleeves of her school uniform were torn off. Several people quickly subdued her and tried to tear off her clothes. She was extremely desperate and cried for help. At that time, she was pressed to the ground, her eyes staring at the gray sky. The falling rain hitting her face, she felt extremely desperate. Qin Yang, who was standing next to her, moved and wanted to save her, but he was powerless and had no strength at all. Just then, William heard a cry for help. At that time, he was a junior high school student, only 3 years older than Eva, and was a little scared when facing a few gangsters. His hands were shaking as he held the discarded wooden board on the ground in the back alley. Stop. I'm warning you, stop now. It's not too late to run now. I'll call the police. The gangsters paused and looked at each other. Someone asked, Boss, what should we do? Is this guy trying to fool us? The boss hesitated for a while and said, whatever. His hair is already wet. You guys go and teach him a lesson. I'll tear off this woman's clothes and take photos to keep as evidence to threaten her. Good. Several hooligans rushed forward in response. William fought one against 4 people and surprisingly did not lose the upper hand. He seized the opportunity to rush to the boss and hit him on the back of the neck with a wooden board. With a snap, the wooden board broke. The boss fainted, and Eva's clothes were not torn. Right now, there are only 4 gangsters left. Several people looked at each other. One of the hooligans suggested, 2 of us will restrain this guy. The other 2 will grab this woman and the kid from the Chen family and put them in the car. Now we can only tie them up and get some money to run away. The other 3 people thought it made sense, so they rushed forward together. William protected Eva and Chen Yang in front of him, fighting with them desperately and refusing to let them take the 2 away. Eva also found things on the ground to help attack the thugs. Fortunately, the police really came not long after. It turned out that William did not lie to them. He really heard the cry for help and called the police first before coming to rescue them. Extremely calm and organized. Afterwards, the police took them away. When recording her statement, Eva found out that his name was Meng Chuan and thanked him sincerely. When leaving the police station, Eva secretly glanced at him. His deep facial features and beautiful bones made her heart beat fast. What she could not forget was the back of William standing in front of her and fighting with the gangsters. The rain dripped down on his hair, making it messy. He was almost soaked, but he didn't look embarrassed. His gentle face revealed a hint of ruthlessness, and he was calm and intelligent when dealing with it. She knew from that moment on, she had fallen. She will never fall in love with another man in her life. But unexpectedly, the next day after this incident, her father immediately sent her to a closed aristocratic junior and high school abroad. During this period, she kept asking to come back, but her father refused to agree. Later, when William was a senior, Eva secretly took the exchange student spot and returned home. She had imagined many scenarios of reunion, but she never thought that when she found him, he would be holding a gift and confessing his love to Seline. Later, she heard from people in their department that William had liked Seline for a long time. She couldn't accept the blow. She worked so hard to return to China, tried every possible means, and even battled wits and courage with her father, but she didn't expect that she would be hit hard when she returned. During that time, her relationship with her father was very bad. She would lose her temper at any time and thought that he was the one who caused her to miss out on William. She was depressed for a while and even deliberately avoided asking for news. By the time she mustered up the courage to give it a try, William had already registered his marriage with Seline. That was another fatal blow to her. I've missed him 3 times. I can't miss him again. Eva's dull, aching heart sank again and again. 3 times? How could it be 3 times? We separated in junior high school. If my dad hadn't sent me abroad, I might have run into him countless times on campus. Spent my entire youth with William in a fantasy world. If I hadn't left too early in college, I would have found that Seline didn't accept him and William didn't confess. Seline didn't run into William, but Dennis' arms. It's a pity that I turned away too early. Whenever I think of this truth, I want to slap myself twice. Ivy, do you understand that kind of pain? The 3rd time was when William married Seline. He got married, and I had nothing to say, but I knew that from the day he got married, I had already lost him. Ivy, I can't lose him again. Thinking of this, Eva regained her confidence. We have come through all the hardships in the past. This is just a rejection, no big deal. Anyway, this time, she must catch up with William. She wants to let William know that she is the most suitable wife for him. Ivy wasn't so angry now. She just felt it was a pity that she couldn't sleep with such a top-notch girl. Then Chen Yang is so nice to William now. Is it because of this incident? Probably. Eva nodded. Ivy smiled and said, really? William and Chen Yang are really stupid. They didn't recognize you. I used to be a little chubby, and after so many years, it's normal that they can't recognize me. I fantasized about meeting William again when I was abroad, and I worked hard every day to lose weight. Okay, after hearing your story, I forgive you. But how are you going to make it up to me? Give Chen Yang to you? I spend money to buy Chen Yang and give him to you. Ivy frowned. Spend money? Well, Chen Yang might be short of money, so he's doing a part-time job recently. He's selling. Ivy, why do I feel so unconvinced? Okay then, ask him to wash it and send it over later. I'll send you the hotel number then. Oh, by the way, Remember to ask him to wear leopard print underwear. Chapter 95. You can insult my body, but you cannot trample on my dignity. Chapter 95. You can insult my body, but you can't trample on my dignity. On the other side, Qin Yang sneezed for no reason. IQ. After a while, Ivy drove away in her sports car, and Eva returned to the small yard. Qin Yang asked her, "How did you get to know AI Wei?" "Oh, party A. She is one of our party A." "Oh," Qin Yang responded. Because Eva was there, Ben and Zhou Jiahao didn't talk about work anymore. After eating, everyone dispersed. That night, William drew up a cooperation plan for Qin Yang to see. Qin Yang took the plan and started reading it. The base salary is 3,500 yuan, and the commission is 10%. Isn't this commission a bit high? The unit price of each of our orders is not low. William sighed and told the truth. I didn't want to hire my own brothers for fear that we wouldn't even be able to be friends in the end. But since Ben and his friends came to me, it was hard to refuse. After all, when I was just kicked out by the Meng family, Ben took me in without saying a word. He was kind to me, and I can't be an ungrateful person. I'm just afraid that they will despise my salary. The salary is not high, but the commission is very high. Yes, we are popular now and can get a lot of orders. But I am afraid that the popularity will pass and there will be no orders soon. Therefore, I can't offer a very high base salary, but I give a high commission. I hope they can improve the quality and treat the project as their own. Qin Yang nodded. I have no objection. You can send it to them and see what they think. William sent it to Ben and the others. Zhou Jiahao exploded all of a sudden. 3,500 base salary. It's a pity he can offer it. Ben, you took him in the first place. I think if it's not 6,000 or 7,000, it should be at least 5,000. Ben found this acceptable. Look, I'll advance your salary for the first month. After completing each order, you can also advance the commission for that order. If you didn't treat us as brothers, this cooperation plan wouldn't be like this. He also said that he wanted us to get familiar with the business first, and then let us lead the construction team and supervise him, and then our salary would be increased. Zhou Jiahao sneered. Just believe his empty promises. I did it. I had no better choice anyway, and I trust Brother Chuan's character. It's up to you to do it or not. If you don't, I'll reply to Brother Chuan. I'll go and you won't go. Zhou Jiahao glanced at Ben and said, Okay, I'll do it too, okay? Ben replied to William, Okay, I'll listen to you. William told them the work process via voice and will take them to work tomorrow. At this time, Qin Yang also received a call from Lily, asking her to meet at the mall. When Qin Yang arrived, he was taken to a men's underwear counter. Lily chose a leopard print vest and underwear for him, which looked very sexy. Qin Yang didn't want to wear it first, but when he saw that the underwear cost more than 1,000 yuan, he put it on immediately. My God, he has never worn underwear that costs more than 1,000 yuan or a vest that costs more than 3,000 yuan. Have to try it anyway. After trying on the underwear, Lily took him to a very expensive shop to have coffee. Order whatever you like. Qin Yang flipped through the menu and couldn't help but curl up his lips. Let me make it clear first. I'm still angry about what happened that day when Dennis went to your house. Don't think you can coax me with just a pair of underwear and a cup of coffee. Having said that, Qin Yang's feet were shaking proudly under the table. Lily swallowed and suddenly felt like a bit of scumbag. She sent a WeChat message to Eva. Cousin, I can't seem to say it. Eva. Anyway, I don't care what method you use. Just help me coax Eva. After that, Eva transferred 100,000 yuan to Lily. Lily nodded immediately, then looked at Qin Yang with a smile. Well, let me tell you something. I have a good friend who has a canary, but they have never slept together. Then, a client of my good friend wanted to sleep with the canary. My good friend wanted to sell the canary to the client. Do you think the canary would be angry? After Qin Yang heard this, his face immediately turned cold. The good friend you're talking about, could it be you? Lan Li Li. How can you say such cold words with a temperature of 37 degrees? Of course, it's not me. Lily smiled awkwardly and quickly explained. After spending some time together, she felt that Qin Yang's bottom line was not that low. Not the kind of person who would sell out his dignity for money. She was a little worried about hurting him now. Then let me ask on behalf of my friend, if I transfer 10,000 to this canary, will this canary agree to accompany the female client for one night? Won't. What about the 50,000? Not even that. Then, Lily showed an extremely distressed expression. What if it's 98,000? Qin Yang threw the menu away. What do you think I am? Qin Yang was about to leave, and Lily quickly held him back. Then take me to the nightclub and find other ducks to deliver to the clients. Qin Yang, Are you even talking about ducks so nakedly now? I want a particularly good-looking duck, preferably with your and William S. faces as the standard. Qin Young. On the way, Qin Young kept emphasizing, let me make it clear first, I'm not a duck. I'm a high-end kind, one-on-one, a canary, a chick, you know? This kind is very expensive, understand? Very precious. You can insult my body, but you can't trample on my dignity. Understand? Yes, yes. Accompanied by Qin Yang, Lily selected 10 male PRs and sent them directly to Ivy's hotel. 10 boxes of family planning supplies of different types were also given as gifts. The moment Ivy opened the door, she was also dumbfounded. The next day, William took Ben and Zhou Jiahao to make a wall painting order. Both of them were students from art academies and had a foundation in painting, so they quickly got the hang of it. Ben enjoyed his job and often sang happily while painting the walls. There were also many people in the live broadcast room who gave him rewards by name. Ben said to William, as long as there are people who appreciate my music, I will be very happy. This is a way of fulfilling my wish. William patted his shoulder and said, there will be opportunities in the future. After doing it for a month, Ben became happier and happier. I used the money I received to pay off all my overdue rent and credit card debt, and still had a little left over. To celebrate, Ben specially booked a private room and said he would treat William to a good meal to thank him for giving him a chance. Before anyone arrived, Ben and Zhou Jiahao went outside the box to smoke. I didn't expect that Chuan's project would be so easy to do. Ben sighed. I used to dislike my major. I didn't expect Chuan to be so good at it. I guess his ex-wife must be regretting it to death. That's right. To be honest, Brother Chuan is a bit shady. For 1,000 per square meter, and each order brings in 7 or 800,000. Just this month, the total income is probably close to 1 million. Ben glared at Zhou Jiahao and said, what do you mean by shady? This is called professionalism. He has the ability. I tell you that Seline must be regretting it. Why are you talking to me about this? I think Brother Chuan will develop very quickly. He will definitely turn things around in a few years. Seline can just wait and cry. Seline, who was having dinner with her family, happened to hear this and retorted with embarrassment. No matter how much money you make, it's hard work, it's physical labor. Have you ever seen anyone from the upper class do hard labor? After saying this, Ben glanced at William behind Seline and said, Brother Chuan, don't worry about it. This woman looks down on you, but we two brothers believe in you. We support you. Celine's face changed drastically when she heard that. She turned around in horror and saw William's clear and expressionless face. No, William, let me explain. Seline panicked again. Her daughter had just been discharged from the hospital, and she was thinking of finding some time to have a good talk with William about remarriage. But now, with misunderstandings on top of misunderstandings, how can she get William to agree to remarry her as soon as possible? William, what I just said is not true. I was just too angry and couldn't save face. Seline wanted to explain anxiously. Hey, what happened to our proud ballet goddess? Ben said sarcastically. Didn't you always explain it to our brother Chuan? Why? Now that she's making money, her attitude has changed too? Seline wanted to say something, but Lin's mother pulled her away and scolded her. Isn't it embarrassing? That's what I usually teach you. Even if William makes money, how much money can he make as much as Dennis S? Besides, everything he makes must belong to you and Changchun. Just wait until I find a way to get his money back to you and Changchun. Seline and Lin's mother drifted apart. At this moment, Qin Yang parked the car and ran up panting. Brother, something happened. Chapter 96, Who is the Ghost? Chapter 96, Who is the Traitor? Ben's heart skipped a beat. He depends on this job for his livelihood. William glanced at the corridor and raised his chin to indicate, let's go in and talk. Okay. Qin Yang pushed open the door of the box and walked in first. He sat down and immediately opened his mobile phone to show William. Brother, look, this video has received a lot of likes and has been forwarded over 30,000 times. The impact cannot be underestimated. William took the phone and watched the short video carefully. This video was posted by a resident who had just renovated his house. The title is, What is it like to have the same children's room as Chinyu at less than half the price? Awesome. In the video, the owner of this new house used the camera to record the design details of the entire room and the details of the wall paintings. The camera slowly scanned every place, and it was exactly the same as Chinyu's children's room. In a video, the male blogger said, when I saw Chinyu's children's room, I fell in love with it at first sight. I just happened to get a new house, so I immediately contacted William to inquire about the price. But William's price is really too expensive, 4,000 yuan per square meter. The effective wall area of my child's room is 20 square meters, which means it costs 80,000 yuan. This price was far beyond our budget. As we all know, it is not easy to be a worker. I saved a little money for the down payment to buy this house, and there was not much money left for decoration. But my wife and I really liked the same children's room as Chinyu, so we posted Psy on the internet, saying that we really wanted to have it, but it was too expensive. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. A construction team said they could help us decorate the same style as Chinyu, and the quoted price was 1,800 yuan per square meter. They also said that if the decoration could not achieve that effect, they would refund us the full amount. 1,800. Brothers and sisters, it's less than half the price. I was tempted at the time, and the result is what you see now. It's worth it. It's really worth it. I even gave a small red envelope to the construction team. Hee hee. Now ordinary people like us can also have the same style as Chinyu. After watching the video, Qin Yang clicked on the comment section. Brother, look, many people in the comments below are asking for the contact information of the blogger's construction team. This price is a big blow to us. As the voice fell, William's cell phone rang. Monica's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. William, many customers want to apply for refunds. They said they don't want the same children's room painting as Chinyu. What should I do? We will follow the process we agreed on before. We will charge 5% for on-site measurement and design fees and return the rest to the deposit. As for the orders that have already started, we will follow the process of breach of contract. But I counted and found that at least half of the customers are leaving. Do we really have to refund all of them? Yes, just follow the template and process I gave you before. Everything in the studio must follow the process. Okay. Monica agreed and hung up the phone. Everyone basically heard the conversation between the two, and their faces were solemn. Zhou Jiahao's expression was a little stiff. Come on, it's like you're dead. Come on, call the waiter and eat something first. Zhou Jiahao called the waiter and asked him to serve the food. Ben, on the other hand, was not as tolerant as him. He seemed very anxious and kept rubbing his hands. Brother Chuan, what should we do? Will our studio not receive any orders from now on? If all the business is taken away by them, will you not need us anymore? Qin Yang wanted to say something, but William immediately kicked him lightly under the table. I'll think of a way. Qin Yang immediately understood and said nothing more. Zhou Jiahao invited everyone to eat. Come on, eat something first. No matter which industry you are in, there will be vicious competition. This is not surprising. No, William frowned. He watched the video 3 or 4 times and finally caught a detail. This was done by one of our insiders. I kept a trick when I designed this mural. I also deliberately didn't reveal this corner in the live broadcast. Without my training, the other party couldn't have made even this detail. As the voice fell, Zhou Jiahao stood up and moved the table, making a loud noise. No, William, what do you mean by that? You and Qin Yang are as close as brothers. If you say that, you must be doubting me and Ben. You look down on me. Ben and I haven't had a good time in recent years, but you can't slander us like this. I have my own dignity, too. I won't do this. As soon as the voice fell, Ben stood up and slapped him in the face without hesitation. You fucking betrayed your brothers. Zhou Jiahao was stunned, covering his face, and was furious. Me? What's wrong with you? Didn't you see that I was helping you just now? He is obviously doubting his brothers now. Oh, Zhou Jiahao pointed at Ben and said, you betrayed your brothers, and now you want me to take the blame? You're trying to put the blame on me, right? Ben, you are awesome. I still treat you as a brother. Qin Yang looked at Ben, then at Zhou Jiahao, with question marks on his forehead. Oh my God, who is the traitor here? Their acting skills are so good. William drank his tea nonchalantly with a calm expression. Although he said nothing, he already had the answer in his heart. Qin Yang secretly glanced at William's profile as he was planning and strategizing. Oh my God, I admire him even more. At this moment, when Ben heard Zhou Jiahao's dirty words, he raised his fist and rushed up to beat him. Are you fucking human or not? I said you are you. You reacted so strongly just now, don't think I don't know. Brother Chuan took us in, but you actually backstabbed him. If you backstabbed him, you backstabbed me. You're almost making me lose my job. Do you know that? Lucas told me when he was leaving the band, you're no good ass. After saying the last sentence, Ben kicked Zhou Jiahao hard in the side of his waist. Zhou Jiahao pushed him back after hearing this. Yes. You all look down on me. I won't pretend anymore. Water flows to the low places, and people go to the high places. Even if the emperor comes, he can't stop me now. That's right, I did that order. That order was 36,000, and Mr. Ming gave me 20,000. Moreover, as long as I go there, I will be the construction director there, with a monthly salary of 8,000 plus commission. Do you really think your 3,500 salary is US dollars? Zhou Jiahao yelled and left. Meng, you knew that he and Brother Chuan were at odds, yet you still helped him. Are you a human being? Ben wanted to chase him, but William stopped him. Let him go. But Brother Chuan, what should we do now? Ben was particularly worried about losing his job. I really regret it now. When Lucas left the band, he warned me that Zhou Jiahao was not a person I could trust. Why did I? It's okay. Everything is normal. William looked calm and composed. Although Ben was anxious, he slowly calmed down when he saw him like this. William was a very opinionated person in the band. No matter what happens, he is the backbone of the group. When he got home that night, William designed the studio's logo himself. In the past, when he was the only one in the company was called William Studio. Now that Qin Yang's money has been regarded as investment, he wants to create a new brand. It can't be called William Studio anymore. Soon, he drew an irregular oval logo with mountains, rivers, and the sun, and the 4 words Chobushi written in ancient font on it. He also designed another logo, which is almost the same, and the name of the studio is Yangchuan March. March mainly refers to the fact that both of them were born in March. William showed the 2 logos to Qin Yang and asked him if he liked the style and studio name. Finally, Qin Yang chose continuous flow. Brother, I think the meaning is very good. You don't have to consider me specially and add my name. There's a sun in this logo, and this little sun is me. Good. William also likes the name Unceasing Flow, which represents a kind of vitality that has a long history. That night, he personally carved a layered logo stamp, intending to use it on the wall painting. The next day, William brought Qin Yang and Ben to the homeowner's home to continue serving him. He said that all genuine Qin Yu children's room items would be stamped with this seal in the future, and asked the homeowner if he minded. The household owner naturally didn't mind. That's great. This is a genuine, authentic copy. Don't make it look like a pirated copy out there. Okay, when you're done, stamp it with this big seal on the side. Qin Yang couldn't help but lower his voice and asked William, Brother, is this really useful? William nodded. This will be very useful in the future. It can distinguish genuine products from pirated ones. But can't anyone carve a seal? When you make this logo later, everyone could take a screenshot and use it. Is there a trick here? Chapter 97 Settlement of Accounts. Chapter 97 Settlement of Accounts. Yeah. William nodded, pointing to the logo seal he carved and showing it to Qin Yang. This mountain, this river, even the textures of these rays of sunlight are all different shades of depth. They can imitate the patterns to carve, but it is difficult to make all the layers the same as ours. There is no such coincidence in this world. Unless they come to the owner's house, apply crystal mud on it, and measure the depth of these textures, but most counterfeiters will not do this. Therefore, later on, if we need to judge the authenticity, we can rely on this seal, which can save a lot of trouble. If the seal cannot judge, we can check on the address on the order number. In addition, engraving this logo seal is of great help to our brand publicity and influence. Qin Yang nodded. I knew you had an idea, brother. Ben was not so optimistic. He said as he painted a color on his face, Brother Chuan, let me tell you something. Your seal can protect you from gentlemen, but not from villains. You don't know how low the bottom line of people in today's society is. To make money, they will do anything. They even dye black noodles to look like black sesame noodles. I am really worried that not only the Mings, but also Zhang San and Li Si will come out to imitate this. After the voice fell, Qin Yang slapped his thigh and said, Yes, you really got it right. William the video on his phone. Brother, look, there are a lot of imitations now, and many of them have only made minor changes. The price keeps going down, and it has been reduced to 800 yuan per square meter. 800. Ben's voice rose a few notches. Now, he completely lost confidence in being able to continue doing this job. The difference between the unit price of 804,000 is too big. Most people still like to get something for nothing. He sighed, all right. In this way, Zhou Jiahao won't last long. How can a guy named Meng be a good person? Will he support him for nothing? I don't believe it. Okay, don't look at these. William's expression remained calm, without any change. Ben, think about what song you're going to sing first. I will prepare to start the live broadcast. Ben is feeling depressed today. I will just sing If the moon hasn't come out yet, he sighed secretly in his heart and decided to stand guard for the last time of the day. Live broadcast started. Ben began to sing as he outlined and colored the lines William had drawn. It's so annoying. I have to work overtime until late. It's so annoying. We love each other, but have to separate. I don't understand love. Hey, Ben sings well. This voice should be good for rock and roll. Yes, the voice is very recognizable. Brother Chuan, are you using singing to keep everyone engaged in your home improvement live streams? Are you starting to get nervous because of the pressure from outside bids? William saw the question, smiled, and did not answer. In fact, he has selfish motives. He also hopes that the live broadcast room can make Ben popular, so that he can sing on his own self-media account and realize his personal ideals. After all, the road to music is really difficult. When the work is completed, William stamps it with his studio logo. All wall paintings authorized by our studio will be stamped with this three-dimensional seal. I would also like to remind and call on all colleagues who are imitating or tampering with the Chenyu's same-style wall painting to respect copyright. Our wall paintings are copyrighted. I will give you a chance. Stop what you are doing now, shoot a video of terminating the work in contract, restoring the wall to its original state, and contact our studio. The deadline is before 8 p.m. tonight. We will forgive anyone who takes the initiative to restore the wall to its original state. After saying this, William continued to repair the wall. There is no melodramatic drama. A little disappointed. Yeah, I thought Brother Chuan would have a big trick up his sleeve, but this is it. That's right, appealing to everyone. This is a bit weak, right? Speaking of copyright, there is no copyright for this thing. Isn't that how copyright works in our country? Just change a lot, and it becomes your own thing. Oh my God, is this stamp really useful? What effect does it have? In the future, when people come to my house, they will see an extra stamp. Is it genuine? Just to satisfy that moment. Everyone will think you are rich and use the genuine product for vanity. That's right. The difference between 800 and 4,000 per square meter. The host doesn't think this seal is worth this price, right? William just happened to see this message and said with great confidence, worth it. It's like a Chinese painting signed with the name of a certain master, and its value rises instantly. A painting is hyped up to hundreds of thousands or millions. Is it because the ink and rice paper cost hundreds of thousands or millions? Of course not. It is a symbol of the value of an item and a symbol of identity. We firmly believe that the influence of the brand will continue to expand. Today, my client bought the same painting as Chenyu at 4,100 square meters, which will maintain its value and appreciate in value in the future. William spoke with confidence, and many netizens were convinced. At this moment, Eva also expressed her opinion using the ID Jun. Yes, the host is right. Is Chanel's product so expensive because of its own cost? No, it is because it sells the value given by the brand to you. Similarly, pirated products are pirated products and can never be genuine products. Art is not like selling vegetables or fruits. It cannot be sold by kilogram, nor can its value be estimated by cost. Today, it is none of your business. You can say that copyright is not a big deal. I hope that the person who said this will not face copyright issues one day. Eva's words also prompted many highly educated people to speak out. Everyone expressed their support for William. But Meng Xingzhou, who was watching the live broadcast, chuckled. Childish. There's so many imitators now. How many can you catch? Meng Xingzhou crossed his legs and trembled, then clinked his wine glass with Zhou Jiahao. Damn it. I spent 200,000 yuan to buy internet trolls and trending searches last time, but still couldn't kill him. This time I'm going to make sure his studio can't stay in Jiangxing anymore. No one wants him to do any crappy wall painting. Zhou Jiahao, I'm counting on you now. Starting tomorrow, you will be our construction director, and you will lead the team. If William goes bankrupt, I will give you another 50,000 yuan reward. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your support. Zhou Jiahao raised the wine glass in his hand and smiled flatteringly. Hey, why are you saying that? We are all brothers. Suddenly, Meng Xingzhou shuddered. By the way, hurry up and carve a seal for me. You are a student from an art school. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Zhou Jiahao choked on his wine when he heard this and was stunned. Brother Zhou, carving other people's seals privately is a crime. Meng Xingzhou chuckled and looked at Zhou Jiahao teasingly. Oh, you're not committing a crime now. You're stealing someone's trade secrets, right? Oh, now there are people imitating William's crappy murals all over the street. Isn't that infringement? Not a crime. The problem is, what can he do to us? I don't believe it. When the voice fell, William had already returned to the small courtyard and smiled gently towards the camera in the live broadcast room. Well, it's already 8 o'clock. It's time to settle the bill. Chapter 98. Damn, this is too cool. The anchor got rich. Chapter 98. Damn, this is too cool. The anchor has become rich. As of 8 o'clock, our studio has only received 3 videos. Next, I will sue all other construction teams that infringe on my works and require the owner to bear joint liability. The person next to me is Lawyer Zhang from Chengxin Law Firm, and he will be fully responsible for this matter. William then reported 2 phone numbers and 2 email addresses. Everyone is welcome to report to us confidentially, reporting any of your friends, colleagues, or relatives who have pirated Chen Yu's wall paintings at home. You only need to provide your address and house number. We will not disclose your personal information. When our team comes to verify that your report is true, we will contact you privately immediately and give you a reward of 5,000 yuan per order. Thank you for supporting genuine products and maintaining genuine copyrights. William showed a patent certificate. This is the patent certificate I applied for on the day when Chen Yu created the same wall painting. This wall painting innovatively integrates a variety of painting materials and techniques, such as quartz sand painting, line sculpture, flat wall painting, and 3-dimensional handmade modeling. It is the first comprehensive 3-dimensional wall painting in China, so I applied for a patent. Now, everyone's infringement is not an infringement of ordinary copyright, but an infringement of patent copyright and intellectual property copyright. According to my communication with the lawyer, for each high-end imitation order with a customer price of about 40,000 yuan, the copyright infringement fee that needs to be paid is between 100,000 and 500,000 yuan. The level of compensation is determined according to the severity of the case and the number of times. At the same time, the homeowner, knowing full well that the blogger pointed out the infringement, still hired the infringing team to carry out the work and needs to bear joint and several liability for compensation, and must also remove the wall murals. From this minute on, friends who want to report something can just move your hands or send us a message in the background. In addition, the infringing construction teams can also take the initiative to contact us and join our ever-changing brand in the form of training, passing the test, authorization, and accepting quality supervision to achieve a win-win situation for both parties. Thank you, everyone. After saying this, William bowed slightly towards the camera. All of a sudden, the live broadcast room exploded. Fuck. 666. I don't know what else to say except 6. The host is so fucking awesome. Speak clearly and concisely, and bring out all the pros and cons. Fuck, when other people are treated like this, most of them end up ruined, but it's different for the anchor. The anchor is getting rich. That's right. Let's take the cheapest compensation of 100,000 yuan. If they catch him, the anchor won't have to do wall painting, and he can earn hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan directly, winning without any effort. Damn awesome. We also offer franchising and franchise fees. There are also excellent teams that actively come to us for cooperation. It's awesome. This combination of punches is really beautiful. You are worthy of being my favorite anchor. Soon, the rewards in the live broadcast room began to pour in like snowflakes. Eva, who was sitting in front of the computer watching the live broadcast, also raised the corners of her mouth in sincere appreciation. Senior Brother Chen is indeed not a simple person. He is a life partner who is equally matched with her. This time, she will never let go easily. At this time, Meng Xingzhou, who was also sitting in front of the computer watching the live broadcast, could no longer sit still. He glanced at the lawyer and asked, "Is what he just said true? Do you think he can catch us?" The lawyer nodded. Patent infringement is a very serious infringement, much more serious than ordinary copyright. Zhou Jiahao couldn't sit still anymore. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Then Brother Zhou, what should we do? Shut up. Meng Xingzhou scolded him and turned to look at the lawyer. Do you think he can find us? The lawyer gave a positive answer. The homeowner made such a big fuss, and we were the one who made that order. If we follow the clues, we will definitely find the contract signed with us. And William also knew about the friend you poached. It was you who poached him. I think the first person William will sue is you. Before he could finish his words, the fax machine at Meng Xingzhou's company rang. Beep beep. The lawyer walked over, picked up the fax document, and then turned to look at Meng Xingzhou. It's the indictment from William's studio. It also has video screenshots and a contract provided by the client. Now he is accusing you of infringement, theft of trade secrets, and vicious competition, and he is asking you to compensate his studio for the loss of 1.8 million yuan. What? 1.8 million? I only made 3 orders. Meng Xingzhou made a 3 with his fingers, looking a little mysterious. How could he have so much money in his company's account to compensate William? Based on the 1:1 imitation standard, 3 orders required compensation of 500,000 yuan each, totaling 1.5 million yuan, and the remaining 300,000 yuan was other losses of the studio. Meng Xingzhou's face turned pale in an instant, and he grabbed the lawyer's collar and said, "Do you think we have a chance of winning?" "Hardly." The lawyer shook his head. "What if I can't pay for it? The court will seal up our company and make an estimated compensation." Before he could finish his words, Meng Xingzhou smashed everything on the table. "Damn you, bastard William. You are so cruel." As he spoke, Meng Xingzhou glanced at Zhou Jiahao. "Why are you still here?" Zhou Jiahao was stunned. "Why don't you get out of here? Are you still waiting for me to pay you? What use are you to me now? Get out. Get out now, you useless thing." Just as Zhou Jiahao turned around to leave, the police came to his door, showed him an arrest warrant, and wanted to take him away for stealing business secrets. This time, Meng Xingzhou was so frightened that his face turned pale. He fell down on the sofa and called his mother with trembling hands. "Mom, you have to save me. William wants to kill me." On the other hand, as soon as Penny was discharged from the hospital, Seline carefully selected an expensive suit and brought Penny to the small courtyard to ask for remarriage. Before I even walked in, Ben's voice came out. "You really don't remember that Eva? She used to be very famous. She was an exchange student and the campus belle of the main school." Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. "School beauty? How come that junior sister is doing so badly? This school beauty must have a lot of suitors. Sports cars take turns to pick her up? But to be honest, the junior sister's face is really pretty, and I always feel like I've seen her somewhere." Ben looked a little uncomfortable. "What about the sports cars taking turns to pick me up? You don't allow me to be aloof and look down on those playboys. You don't allow me to be down to earth and work hard." Qin Yang didn't hear what Ben said at all and suddenly burst out laughing. "Brother, Seline is the most beautiful girl in the dance department. If you marry this little junior sister, you'll be marrying the most beautiful girl in the school. Wouldn't that be a slap in Seline's face?" As the voice fell, Seline's face froze, as if there was really a pair of invisible hands in the air, slapping her in the face. Felt Eva looked so familiar and had a strong sense of crisis when she first saw her. It turned out to be the school beauty from the main school, and women can judge women best. This Eva is most likely interested in William. It seems that the opponent she met this time was not an ordinary one. It could be said to be a hell-level opponent. But on second thought, Seline felt that she was William's white moonlight. So what if Eva was more beautiful? Then she will let Eva see the lethality of white moonlight. William's voice scolding Qin Yang came from the small courtyard. "Don't talk nonsense. You're always making fun of junior sister all day long." Seline raised the corners of her mouth in satisfaction when she heard this. As expected, William had no interest in Eva and really treated her as his junior sister and an ordinary neighbor. Thinking of this, Seline took Penny's hand, pushed open the door of the small courtyard, and walked in. "William, I need to tell you something." Chapter 99 Seline, chasing husband to the crematorium. Chapter 99 Seline, chasing husband to the crematorium. Seline's voice fell. Everyone in the yard was startled. The lawyer, Qin Yang, Ben, and Monica all looked up at Seline. Seline didn't expect there to be so many people in William's small yard, and she felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. "Oh, our noble ballerina. Oh no, goddess, why would you condescend to come to a shabby yard like ours? Are you here to remarry my brother Chuan?" When the real issue was brought up, Seline's expression suddenly changed. How is that possible? She is Mr. Cheeseman. She lives in a big villa and drives a luxury car. Why would she come back to beg our brother Chuan? Ben had been unhappy with Seline for a long time, so he followed Qin Yang's lead. "William, look at them. Look how they humiliate me." Seline pursed her lips and stamped her feet in anger. William did not respond, as he was busy responding to reports from netizens. Seline walked over angrily and pushed his shoulder. "Take care of them. They're your brothers. When you were with me, didn't you say that you would always protect me and maintain my dignity? William, you don't keep your word." When the voice fell, Qin Yang and Ben chuckled, while William raised his head and glanced at Seline calmly. "You will also talk about the past." Seline's eyes widened a bit, and her face was still a little stunned. "But you were my wife before, and I should have protected you. You have nothing to do with me now, so why should I protect you?" Seline was speechless for a moment. Besides, They're just singles who can't find a partner and have a bad mentality. Why do you care about them? Seline, have you forgotten? You said this every time Monica insulted me. She's just a 30-year-old girl who has not married yet. Why do you care about her? William said calmly, and fired 2 arrows in one breath. One shot at Monica's heart, and the other shot straight into Seline's throat, leaving her unable to utter a word for a long time. Qin Yang secretly felt happy in his heart. His brother Chuan is quiet, but once he gets the chance, he fights back. Just a few simple words planted the seeds of rift in the hearts of the 2 sisters. Hee, there will be some good shows to watch in the future. That's how you should treat them. Neither of these 2 sisters is a good person. At this moment, Monica was surprised and ashamed after hearing what William said. What surprised her was that she didn't expect that her own sister, whom she loved so much, would actually plot against her behind her back. I feel ashamed of the bad things I did to William in the past. William, I wasn't that bad before. I didn't mean to say those things. But Qin Yang and Ben did it on purpose. When bad people do evil, they always make excuses for themselves. But when they see others doing evil, they exaggerate. This is human nature, William said lightly while replying to netizens. Monica choked instantly. I am sorry. She apologized quickly and lowered her head to continue dealing with tonight's work. Seline took 2 steps back, feeling like a deflated ball, completely exhausted. As much anticipation and excitement as she had felt when she first arrived, now she felt as disappointed as ever. The excitement when choosing a suit was instantly extinguished at this moment, but she couldn't find any words to refute it. On the contrary, all those scenes from the past crowded in her mind like snowflakes, frame by frame. All of them were William's gloomy expression after being treated coldly and ignored by her. At this moment, Seline realized what she had done. To William once. I never spoke for him in front of my family once. She always felt that she should be grateful that William was willing to marry her and should not feel resentful. Even if there is, I should bear it. Who asked him to marry me? A man with no status and no background. This is what he deserves. She was even a little deliberately taking revenge on William for making her pregnant. But she was wrong. She couldn't be more wrong. She forgot that William was also a human being, and as a human being, he had feelings, and there would come a day when he would become discouraged and want to leave. It was not until the day when Eva enlightened her that she realized how much responsibility she had to bear in this marriage. She got pregnant because she didn't take birth control pills, and she couldn't get rid of the child, so she forced herself to marry William. Like Eva said, she is at least half responsible for this child. But in the past, she put all the blame on William. She even remembered the incident at the hotel. William promised the next day that he would be responsible and vaguely reminded her that there were no contraceptive products in the room last night. But she was very upset and drove William away directly. She did not make timely remedial measures afterwards, which led to a series of changes in her fate. But what's the point of thinking about all this now? Mom, aren't you going to give Dad a present? Penny saw that her mother was in a daze and pulled her skirt. Oh yes. Seline came back to her senses and forced a smile. William, this is my gift to you. It's a light gray suit. You're the boss of a studio now, and it's time for you to wear a decent suit. As she spoke, Seline smiled a little unnaturally. She glanced secretly at the environment around the small courtyard, and she couldn't hide a trace of disgust in her eyes. I don't need it. William refused calmly, without even looking up, and continued working. Seline got a little anxious when she heard the rejection and quickly took out a suit from her bag. William, take a look. I spent a long time choosing this suit. This is a brand that Dennis often wears, and it's very expensive. This suit alone costs more than $30,000. As soon as she said this, Seline realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly explained. That's not what I meant. I meant that you will definitely look better in it than Dennis. Hey, can my brother Chuan look better in it than your Bai Guang? It's not easy, Seline. Your eyes are finally not blind. Qin Yang looked at Seline curiously as if he saw the sun rising in the west. Ben smiled and agreed with a teasing expression. That's right. I told you. She will regret divorcing me. Brother Chuan one day. As he said that, Ben suddenly looked at Seline provocatively. Don't you think so? Do you regret divorcing my brother Chuan now? Chapter 100 Seline. William, I propose to you. Chapter 100 Seline. William, I propose to you. When Ben's voice fell, Seline stood there, curling her fingers, her face pale and embarrassed, extremely awkward. She is a noble ballet goddess, and she cannot do such a thing as admitting her regret in public. But now, if she doesn't admit it, the misunderstanding between her and William will get bigger and bigger, and it will not be so easy to win William back then. Selene's lips parted. Monica's expression also changed. No, she couldn't let her sister admit that she regretted it. This time, she would never let her own sister go. She's already given in once. And Yin Yin also laughed at her for being an old leftover woman who couldn't get married. Thinking of this, Monica stood up and said, Yin Yin, our studio is very busy tonight. Everyone is working overtime. Otherwise, if you have anything to say, let's talk about another day. You go back today, Monica said as she pushed Seline out. Seline was getting impatient. She couldn't sleep at all when she got home. How will she sleep tonight if she doesn't talk it out? William, Seline called out. She finally mustered up the courage, but in the end, she couldn't open her mouth to admit it in public. She said, Can you give me a few minutes? Come out and we can talk in private. William glanced at Penny, then finally stood up and followed Seline out to the small courtyard. As soon as they reached the big banyan tree in front of the yard, William turned to Seline and said, I came out with you not because I want to hear what you have to say, but because I want to tell you, don't bring Penny here in this situation in the future. Don't let children get involved in adult matters. Her current thinking has been influenced by your mother in many ways. I don't want her to see her parents fighting against each other at such a young age. This will not be good for her future relationships in life. After saying that, William turned and left. Seline grabbed his arm just in time. William, I know this is not good, but there is no one to take care of the children. My dad is not at home, and my mom is out playing cards. Then hire a professional. Your Lin family can afford it. William proposed a solution expressionlessly. Seline knew that she had some selfish motives in bringing Penny here, and when she heard William say that, she didn't argue. William, I was wrong. I came here to sincerely apologize to you. William glanced at her calmly and said nothing. Just find it ironic. He used to wait for her to come to her senses so that he could live a good life with her, but he waited countless times and was disappointed countless times. Unexpectedly, when he realized his mistake and let go, she had repented. Seeing that William didn't say anything, Seline held his hand tightly and spoke with some nervousness. William, I hope you can forgive me. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been busy with work and alienated you in the past. I was wrong for not correctly recognizing your value. Chung Chung and I, our family, need you very much. Please come back. What are you going back for? William's eyes turned cold. Come back and take care of me and Chung Chung. William, I really found that Chung Chung and I can't live without you. The house is a mess. I can't even tie Ching Ching's hair properly. Penny nodded her head. My mom's hair is so ugly. Selene's face froze for a moment, and she hugged William's arm tightly with both hands. Even if we invite an aunt, the food you cook won't be as delicious. William, we really know we are wrong. Yeah, Penny nodded heavily in agreement. Grandma's cooking is even worse. I can't even eat it. William sneered and pulled his arm out. Seline, what you need is not me, but an excellent domestic worker and servant. No, William, I don't mean that. I want our family of 3 to live together again. And aren't you willing and happy to take care of us, mother and daughter? As she said this, Seline took a deep breath and did something she felt she would never do in her life. William, let's remarry. Now it's me, Seline, who proposes to you. After saying that, she bit her lower lip and waited sweetly for William's answer. In the past, proposing to a man was not part of Selene's life creed. She thinks that things like courtship and marriage proposal should be initiated by men. A house, a car, and a life for his wife to enjoy. These are what a man should provide. She, Seline, was born to be cared for by men and to be the little princess in the palm of a man's hand. But for William, she really gave it her all. William could brag about this for the rest of his life. William just this once. And he seemed to be happy too as he pampered William. William asked expressionlessly, Then I will go back with you. What about my studio? This studio just started, so it's not a big deal if it ends. Seline said as a matter of course. But if you really want to run it, I can pay to rent you an office floor in the office building where my dance troupe is located, so that you can live a decent life. How about that? Am I good enough for you? Now you should know my sincerity and be touched, right? Seline punched William in the chest and said, We agreed that you must treat me well in the future and never file for divorce so easily again. William chuckled. Not bad. Selene's expression froze slightly when she heard this, as if she felt something was wrong. Fortunately, I didn't have any expectations of you, so I can't say I'm disappointed. At this moment, Selene's expression changed drastically. William, what do you mean? Seline, You don't know how to respect others. You are still you, and you still think the whole world should revolve around you. You think you know you are wrong, but I think you are far from it. You don't know what you are wrong about, and you don't know what you have lost. After saying that, William turned around and wanted to leave. Seline couldn't accept it at all. William, you mean you rejected me? I proposed to you, begged you to come back, and rented an office building for you, and you still rejected me? Are you crazy? You said I didn't know I was wrong? But I knew it. Seline was in disbelief at first, and then she roared uncontrollably in the end. I know where I went wrong. I shouldn't have ignored you in our marriage. I shouldn't have denied your efforts in our marriage. I shouldn't have divorced you on impulse. I know I was wrong now. Everything I'm doing now is to win you back. It's to correct my mistakes. What else do you want from me? No, I'm not thinking about you. Seline, we're divorced. We're over. You don't have to do this. You don't have to give me gifts. You don't have to compromise. After saying this, William turned around and went back to the small courtyard. Penny walked forward and hugged William's thighs. Dad, I don't want you to leave. I want you to come back. I want you to come back and live with me and Mom. Maybe she was too scared. She cried as she spoke. Dad, I know I was wrong. I will never eat platinum ice cream again. On the day Chang was hospitalized, my stomach hurt so much that I almost died. I thought I would never see you again. Dad, are you really divorcing Mom? Are you really not coming back? Chapter 101 must read. William ruthlessly rejected Seline, and his wife and daughter were both cremated. Chapter 101, a must read. William ruthlessly rejects Seline, and his wife and daughter are both buried in the crematorium. Yes, my mother and I are divorced. Have you forgotten that you wanted to change your father? William glanced indifferently at his daughter, who was hugging his thigh. Have you forgotten that you wanted to change your last name to Chi Penny? But can't a person have two fathers? Penny was stunned, sniffed, and had blank eyes. No, a woman cannot have two husbands at the same time, and a child cannot have two fathers at the same time. As the voice fell, Seline felt as if she was slapped on the side of her face. What does it mean that a woman cannot have two husbands at the same time? Is this a veiled criticism of her? If my mother and I were still married, that is, before my mother and I divorced, you could only have one father. You couldn't call someone else dad. If you did, it would be disrespectful to me. But now my mother and I are divorced. Congratulations, you can choose your favorite Uncle Chi as your father. You can ask your Uncle Chi to make breakfast for you. Ask your Uncle Chi to braid your hair. Ask your Uncle Chi to hold you and comfort you day and night when you have a stomachache or a fever. Ask your Uncle Chi to do puzzles with you. And ask your Uncle Chi to help you do many things we used to do. But Grandma said, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by William's emphasis. What Grandma said may not be true. I have told you all this before, but you didn't take it to heart. Penny burst into tears and hugged her father's thighs. For the first time, she felt scared. It's not like her father had been mean to her before, but he would always forgive her afterwards, so she didn't take it to heart. But this time, she was really panicked and felt like she was really going to lose her father. Whoa, I don't care. Anyway, you can't love others. I am your daughter. I am your biological daughter. You should pamper me. You're Strawberry Bear, and all your things should be mine. Whoa. Penny clung to William's thighs tightly. Seline was also moved. William, what mistake do you want me to admit? Seline really felt that her attitude of admitting her mistakes was very good. She did something she would never do in her life. Apologize proactively. She has always believed that whether in love or marriage, the man should coax her and pamper her. And even if she is wrong, the man should take the initiative to admit his mistake. She has broken her own principles now. What else does William want? William gently pried open his daughter's hands that were tightly wrapped around his thighs and glanced at Seline. You probably haven't realized yet that you actually love me. You want me to go back now, just because you're not used to life here. How is this possible? Seline almost retorted subconsciously, but as soon as she said that, she subconsciously covered her mouth and was a little afraid to look at William. William had an expression that said, I knew it. Seline, do you think William, am a mean person? If you had told me that you didn't like me, I probably wouldn't have married you. I might have discussed other solutions with you, including giving birth to the child and raising it by myself. But what did you tell me? You said you would try hard to like me and that you wanted to live a good life with me. During the pregnancy period, can you say that our relationship didn't grow? Didn't we have a sweet time? Even a year after giving birth, our relationship was still pretty good. After that, you were so distant and sometimes nice to me, and sometimes you ignore my needs. This led to the breakdown of our marriage. William, have never been a bootlicker. I'm not someone who will lick your face for 5 years just for Celine's face. If you hadn't shown me a little love, I would not have been able to last 5 years in the Lin family. I persisted for 5 years, not because William, had nowhere to go, nor because I couldn't find a job, but because I loved you and our children before we were married. Even if we encountered some irreconcilable family conflicts, I wanted to maintain this marriage. After leaving the Meng family, even if the situation is bad, I can work part-time and live on the construction site, or stay with my brothers for a few days, and I can get by and live a good life. Seline, listen to me clearly today. The Lin family has never helped me or given me anything, but you Lin family have always been asking for it from me. After saying that, William returned to the small courtyard in a swift manner, leaving Seline alone, her lips moving and her heart beating, standing there, unable to accept the fact. Impossible. How could she fall in love with William? The person she loves and thinks is worthy of her is only Dennis. William lied to her. Yes, William must have lied to her. In the end, Seline didn't know how she brought her daughter back to the villa. Penny cried all the way and fell asleep when she was tired of crying. Sometimes I would still twitch and choke in my sleep. Seline suddenly felt a little envious of her. At least I can sleep. That night, contradictions, confusion, and all kinds of thoughts filled her mind, as if they were going to torture her to death. Seline really couldn't figure out whether she was really in love with him, like William said. On the other side, after Seline left, Eva, who witnessed everything, was still standing there pulling the hair on Matai's head. Pull, pull, pull. Make Matai scream. She was so mad. How could Seline, an ex-wife, hold Brother Chen's hand? It seems that Seline has realized how good Brother Chen is. No, she had to find a way to catch up with senior Brother Chen. But how to chase? She can manage a company, but she can't chase after people. Keep pulling. Keep pulling. Maudai howled twice. I'm going bald. The next day, Ben changed into new clothes, bought a bouquet of flowers, and went to the studio, humming a little tune. William glanced at him and said nothing. Qin Yang asked, "What are you doing? You're dressed so sexy today." Ben ignored Qin Yang and walked around to William. "Brother Chuan, here are 2 movie tickets. Please help me make an appointment with junior sister. She listens to you more." "No." William refused bluntly. "If you want to date a girl, go and date her yourself. She listens to you more." Before Ben could finish his words, Qin Yang put his arm around his shoulders and said, "Hey, do you need your brothers to help you chase girls?" "Not really. I'm just afraid she'll reject me. I asked Chuan to help me make the appointment. It's safer." Qin Yang chuckled. "You kid, you want to chase girls as soon as you have some money in your pocket." In fact, Qin Yang was more or less disdainful of Ben's achievements. "The job is not stable yet. I only had enough money to pay for 2 months' rent, and I started thinking about chasing girls. If he were in this situation, he would definitely try his best to make money first. I'm serious. I haven't liked a girl this much in a long time. Her main job is ordinary, and her family environment is ordinary, so I want to give it a try. If she's a rich girl, I know my situation, and I will definitely not rush for her. Brother, I have been single for many years. Anyway, I won't make an appointment for you, nor will I trick her into going to the cinema." William refused again and went back to his office. Monica could see that William was somewhat emotional, and a warning bell rang in her heart. "Ben, I have Eva's WeChat ID. I'll send it to you." This was the phone number that Monica had secretly memorized before. She added it several times, but Eva didn't approve it. After getting the phone number, Ben excitedly added Eva's WeChat account and noted Ben from the next courtyard. The result was not approved. Ben felt a little lost. Monica's eyes darkened. "I have a way to get her to go. I'm William's assistant. I can use William's name to help you make an appointment with her to the cinema. The rest is up to you." Ben's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yeah." Monica nodded. "Thank you very much." "You're welcome. We're all colleagues." Qin Yang's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say, so he turned and went to William's independent office. "Brother, do you think Ben is playing blind? Doesn't he know that Junior's sister is interested in you?" "Brother, tell me, what do you think of Junior's sister? Oh, by the way, Monica tricked Junior's sister into going to the cinema in your name. If you don't hurry up, Junior's sister will be snatched away by someone else." Chapter 102, you don't have to say anything. Just listen to me. Chapter 102, you don't have to say anything. Just listen to me. After hearing Qin Yang's words, William paused his typing and closed the laptop screen with a snap, looking a little annoyed. "I admit that I have some feelings for Junior's sister. I also admit that I am not unable to sense the signals she is sending out, but, brother, what are you still doing?" Qin Yang was so anxious. I just want to focus on my career at this stage, and I'm not ready to enter into another relationship. Qin Yang simply sat half of his butt on William's desk and glanced at him. Brother, let me say something unpleasant about Ben. Don't think I'm realistic. He hasn't even secured his next meal yet, and he's already chasing after a girl. If it were me, I would focus on saving more money and focusing on my career. But brother, you are different. The current situation of the studio is steadily improving. Even if Qin Yu's style doesn't work, you have talent and can design other styles. And you can also help others with home renovation. Our company now has about 1 million yuan on the books, plus the subsequent compensation and franchise fees. It is conservatively estimated that it can exceed 3 million. You want to use career and economy as an excuse? I don't think it makes sense. William was silent for a while. I'm afraid that I will rush into a relationship before I've made up my mind. To tell you the truth, if I hadn't married Seline, if this happened 5 years ago, I would have chased Eva without hesitation and got her first. But marrying Seline, William laughed sarcastically. It's like peeling off a layer of skin, destroying all my beautiful fantasies about marriage. Now, when I date a girl again, I will wonder if she will change after marriage, whether we will continue to torture each other in the daily life, what kind of people are her parents, and whether they are easy to get along with. These are all things to consider. Marriage is not as simple as we think. Actually, after the divorce, I wanted to focus on my career and make money. I thought about not getting married and raising Qin well. When I made enough money, I would buy a motorhome, get a dog, and travel around the world. I take orders all over the country. I go to a city to do an order, live in that city for a while, and then go to the next city. How could Qin Yang not understand William's fear of marriage? So everyone says that women are afraid of marrying the wrong man, and men are afraid of choosing the wrong career. In fact, a wrong marriage destroys more than just women. Men are also afraid of marrying the wrong wife. Brother, I understand your concerns and thoughts. Qin Yang pressed his shoulder, but feelings are something that come when they come, and there is never any particular timing. Oh, wait for you to get divorced for 3 or 4 years, and then after that buffer period, the right person will appear. How can it be so ideal? Besides, now you're asked to date, not to get married. Why do you think so much? I only know that if you miss it, many things will be missed. William frowned slightly. He has a strong sense of responsibility. You said I want to find Junior's sister without thinking it through. Isn't that not a hooligan? Are you? Qin Yang continued to persuade. Although those that don't aim to get married are considered hooliganism. I think as long as you're serious and not just playing around, and you start a relationship with a trial attitude, then you are not a hooligan. When a relationship reaches a point where it cannot be salvaged and both parties feel it is inappropriate to continue, then you have given your true heart to it. So how can you be accused of being a hooligan? Brother, what you should do most right now is to follow your heart. If you don't want a junior sister to be chased away by others, then go. If you don't care and you're still not satisfied, then continue to stay here. After the voice fell, William thought for a short while, faced his inner feelings honestly, then stood up and patted Qin Yang on the shoulder. Two brothers, no need to say anything. Qin Yang looked at William's back as he left and knew that he had figured it out. At this time, on the other side, at the entrance of the cinema, Ben walked around nervously holding the movie ticket. After a while, Eva arrived at the entrance of the cinema in her electric car. The small electric car drove very fast, turned neatly in the square in front of the cinema, parked the car and locked it, looking extremely cool. Eva walked towards Ben in her high heels, her movements quick and decisive, her steps brisk and powerful, almost the same as the image of the female CEO in the company during the day. Ben was almost stunned. The junior sister was clearly driving an electric scooter, but how could he feel like she was driving a Cullinan? And he has such a cute face, so adorable. How could he take such a cold and heartless step without recognizing anyone? Is this still the little junior sister he saw laughing in the small courtyard? Small. As soon as Ben opened his mouth, Eva raised her hand. You don't have to say anything, just listen to me. Ben, I don't like you. I don't have any attraction to you. It's impossible for us to be together, and I don't have the slightest intention of trying it with you. Ben, he hasn't spoken yet. When I received the message, I knew it wasn't William who asked me out, but Monica who tricked me into coming. But I still came. Do you know why? Ben shook his head subconsciously, his scalp tingling, and for some reason, he felt as if he was being suppressed by the female executive's blood. Because of William. Ben, if it was anyone else, I would have rejected him mercilessly and not even had to meet him. But because William values you as a brother, and I don't want you to have any grudges, so I came. Eva is straightforward and leaves no room for fantasy. Ben smiled bitterly. In other words, the respect Eva gives now is not for him, but for William. Eva suspiciously. Eva met his scrutinizing gaze and admitted without hesitation, "Yes, I like William." Ben scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. "Actually, I guess a little bit. I thought William was divorced, and he probably wouldn't get a girlfriend so soon, so I thought of giving it a try. I overestimated my own abilities. How could a girl who likes William like me? Ben, you're great, and you're talented in music, but you're not my type. It's not your fault, it's just that person isn't me. I still hope you and William." "Okay," Ben breathed a sigh of relief. When I haven't started anything yet, and you made it so clear. To be frank, we don't have much affection or connection, so I won't harbor any resentment toward my brothers. Now that you've opened up, I know. Then, let's just leave it at that. I am leaving first." After saying that, Ben turned and left. Uncomfortable. The pain of being rejected. But to be honest, it wasn't as painful as I imagined. I've only liked you for a few days, and it's not deep, so there's no need to be so pretentious. Ben thought that if he drank a few cans of beer and listened to some music, he would be fine in a few days. Small matter. Well, let's make money first. After Ben left, Eva went into hiding. In fact, she is not stupid. How could someone who can manage a listed company not be able to tell Monica's tricks apart? But she still wanted to come. On the one hand, she wanted to reject Ben directly and avoid any future trouble. On the other hand, she wanted to gamble whether William would know about this and come here. If William comes, it proves that William also has her in his heart. Sure enough, William is here. Chapter 103. Monica's face was bleak, and she was ashamed from head to toe. Chapter 103. Monica looked pale and ashamed from head to toe. William got out of the car and looked around for someone. Eva hid behind a pillar, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "Brother Chen, you still have me in your heart." Just as Eva was about to walk out from behind the pillar, William's cell phone rang. Monica's panicked voice came from the other end. "William, Madame Ming brought a bunch of bodyguards to smash things." There's a sound of something being smashed coming from the other end of the phone, which scared Monica so much that she screamed subconsciously. "You can't smash this. You can't smash it." "Hello, Monica?" William frowned slightly and raised his voice a few notes. "Monica, are you listening? If your personal safety is in danger, call the police immediately." Monica didn't respond to him, and the call was disconnected. Because he didn't know what the situation was over there, he couldn't call the police rashly. He could only glance reluctantly at the empty cinema square and then quickly return to the small courtyard. He didn't know whether the junior sister went in with Ben to watch the movie. If they did, he couldn't say anything. William drove away with some regret in his heart. He regretted being too cautious. "I should have known better than to think so much." At this moment, he realized that he was more than a little attracted to his junior sister. But as a divorced single man, it is unrealistic to say that I have no considerations at all. After all, I'm not the young and reckless guy on campus anymore. Soon, the car arrived at the gate of the small courtyard. Monica and Mrs. Ming walked out of the yard one after another. Monica looked a little disheveled, with messy hair, and it was obvious that she had fought with the bodyguards. She looked so pitiful and aggrieved. The moment she saw William, she couldn't help but pounce on him. As a result, William avoided it indifferently. Monica's face froze before she realized what she was about to do. She actually wanted to throw herself into the arms of her ex-brother-in-law. "I want to hug him." But when William moved away, she felt ashamed from head to toe, and even her scalp was numb. "William, look at them. They smashed the decorations in our yard and a lot of tools on the first floor." Monica was really heartbroken. William glanced at her sideways and said, "Go in now. Don't confront them head on. Count the total losses. Don't just count verbally. Make a list of every item that was damaged." "Okay." Monica agreed and walked into the small courtyard again. At this time, William walked straight towards Mrs. Ming, who was wearing a huge pearl necklace and dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. "Thank you, Mrs. Ming, for coming to help me renovate my studio." After hearing this, Mrs. Ming was furious. "William, what a foolish dream you were talking about. I'm here to ask you to withdraw the lawsuit. I'll give you 3 minutes to call your lawyer and ask him to withdraw the lawsuit. Otherwise, I'll smash your place to pieces." "Smash it. Keep smashing it. The more you smash it now, the more you will lose later." William's expression remained unchanged. His voice was light, but revealed a sense of deterrence. Mrs. Ming didn't even think about it and raised her hand to slap him. "After all, I'm the mother who raised you. Why are you talking to me in this tone now?" William caught his wrist falling from midair, his eyes slightly cold. Since the day you tortured me repeatedly and kicked me out of the house, there's no such thing as mother and son between you and me. Even the relationship of foster mother and adopted son does not exist. Well, William, your true face as an ungrateful person has been revealed, right? Mrs. Ming's hand was thrown away, and she stumbled back a few steps, staring at William's face with great jealousy. You are really as heartless and ungrateful as that woman. Okay, I'm going to smash your shabby studio today. I don't believe you can do anything to me. Don't forget, your order was introduced by our Lao Ming. You are such a traitor. As she spoke, Madame Ming yelled to the yard, smash it all. Smash all the tools. I wonder how he will start working tomorrow. As the voice fell, several roars were heard. Oh! Among them, the Tibetan Mastiff Condi barked the loudest. Eva came over with 3 dogs. Kenny, Matai, come on. I'll bite anyone who dares to smash things. As she spoke, Eva loosened the rope, and the Tibetan Mastiff and the Husky rushed directly into the small yard. Samoyed sure stood there, sticking out her tongue, looking at Eva and then at William. Eva, forget it. I didn't have any expectations of you in the morning. William was stunned when he saw Eva appear at this point, but then he realized that Eva did not go to the movies with Ben. He couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. When Mrs. Ming saw such a big Tibetan Mastiff, she was so frightened that her heart started pounding and her face turned pale. Soon, there were sounds of fright and screams in the yard, but it soon became quiet. No one dared to smash things anymore. They all ran out of the yard in shame and stood there obediently, not moved. William glanced at Monica. Liquidate the losses. Good. Soon, Monica brought over a list. The loss is about 80,000. William showed the list to Mrs. Ming. The cost-loss fee is 80,000, plus the labor cost and lost work fee of 20,000 for repurchasing these items and reinstalling them. A total of 100,000. Pay it and leave. If it happens again, I will call the police. This time, I'll let you go for the sake of your adoptive father. 100,000? Mrs. Ming laughed in anger. William, you must be crazy for money after leaving the Ming family. Just treat me as I am. As he spoke, William took out his cell phone in front of Mrs. Ming and dialed the 2 numbers 11. If you don't pay it back, I will call the police immediately. You should bear the loss. You. Seeing that he was really about to press 110, Mrs. Ming's face changed and her nostrils bulged. William, you are really an ungrateful person. Our Ming family has raised you for more than 20 years, but not only are you ungrateful, you even sued my own son in court. Now you even want to call the police to arrest me. You are really as vicious as that woman. William heard this, and the coldness on his face suddenly faded. Mrs. Ming, you have insulted my biological mother again and again, and I have a temper. You keep saying that you have raised me, but it was just that you misunderstood me as your son and you supported me. Don't talk about how great you are. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Do you want to pay the 100,000 yuan in damages or not? Mrs. Ming gritted her teeth and her eyes almost bulged out. Okay, I'll give you 100,000. If you drop the lawsuit against Xingzhou, I'll give it to you right away. William raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. That's another price. Chapter 104 Eva and William are together. Seline sees Dennis on a date. Chapter 104 Eva and William are together. Seline catches Dennis on a date. What? Mrs. Ming's voice became much higher. 1,800,000. If you pay me, I will agree to an out-of-court settlement and drop the charges. William said calmly. That's right. You're giving away $100,000 in exchange for $1.8 million in compensation. Old woman, you're really good at calculating. Monica couldn't help but retort. Who do you think you are? It's not your turn to teach me a lesson. Mrs. Ming was called an old woman in front of her. She was so angry that the corners of her mouth twisted. Without thinking, she slapped Monica in the face. There was a crisp sound catching Monica off guard. She could only cover her burning face stupidly. I didn't say anything wrong. Monica grumbled aggrievedly. Mrs. Ming glared at her and called her lawyer again. It was unclear what they were communicating about. After the communication, she transferred 1.8 million to the account designated by William with a gloomy face and said viciously, "Just think of it as alms to a beggar." Before she finished her words, the Samoyed suddenly raised its foot and urinated on Mrs. Ming's feet with a swish, making her stockings wet. Mrs. Ming screamed, "You beast!" She raised her hand, and Samoyed sure roared at her. Oh, Mrs. Meng was frightened and naturally stopped moving and left in embarrassment. Eva rubbed Shershur's head and said, "Well done." The Samoyed showed its pink tongue again, looking cute. Hashtag nervous face hashtag. After Mrs. Meng and the bodyguard left, Monica covered her face with her hands and looked at William pitifully, trying to seek his comfort. Who knew William would say indifferently, "In the future, you don't have to step in for situations like this. I can handle it." As he spoke, he walked towards the yard to check the extent of the damage inside. Monica's extremely aggrieved voice came from behind. "But I care about you. I feel bad that you were treated badly by that old woman." Before he finished speaking, William turned his head and glanced at her indifferently. "I don't need your concern, let alone your heartache. Assistant Lin, don't cross the line, just do your duty." In just a moment, Monica's eyes turned red. She stood there, feeling as if a pair of invisible hands were strangling her throat. At this moment, Qin Yang, who had also received the notification, rushed over and happened to see this scene. He put an arm around William's shoulders and teased, "Brother, you are quite charming recently. The Lin sisters are all fascinated by you. But now you are in trouble. You will be annoyed to death by this pair of sisters." William didn't hear clearly what Qin Yang said. His focus was on the things that were destroyed. He took a quick look and walked back to his own private office. Qin Yang followed him and said, "Hey, brother, if you ask me, you should find a girlfriend so that the Lin sisters won't be able to bother you." As the voice fell, Eva's eyes lit up, and her little face flashed in front of William like a blooming flower. "Brother, I can pretend to be your girlfriend." Having said that, she quickly closed the office door. Qin Yang naturally assisted immediately. "Yes, brother, I think this idea of junior sister is good." As he spoke, he bumped William's elbow and said in a low voice, "By the way, you two should try to get along with each other." Before he could finish his words, William scolded him in a low voice. "This is nonsense." "No nonsense, no nonsense." Eva looked at William with a smile. Now that she knew William had her in his heart, she naturally didn't feel much shame anymore. And she knew what was in William's mind, so she would take the initiative to break the wall. "Actually, senior brother Qin, you are the one helping me in this matter. As for me, there's a male colleague in the company who keeps pestering me recently. I'm quite annoyed. So I also want to borrow brother Qin to help me. Oh, by the way, our company is also developing a dating app game recently. I was at the RD meeting and couldn't say a word. I have no experience in this area. Brother Qin, how about we try to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend for half a year? You help me, I help you, and we'll break up when the time comes. What do you think? It's completely painless with no side effects and no sequelae, pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend." William originally wanted to refuse, thinking that it would be unfair to Eva, but when the words came to his lips, he saw her sparkling deer eyes and couldn't bear to refuse. "Good." Eva jumped up and down for joy, but then felt that was too frivolous, so she quickly found an excuse to go see how the dog was doing, and then she slipped away. William sneered helplessly. This is fine, he thought. Virgo, if they find a match, he will take the initiative to confirm the relationship between the two. After all, it's not good to always let girls take the initiative. If it's not suitable, everyone will separate tacitly. Just as I was thinking this, I received a message from Ben. "Brother Chuan, Eva rejected me." Just one simple sentence, and William knew what he meant. On the one hand, I wanted to explain to him, and on the other hand, I didn't want to bear any grudge against him. He replied, "I understand." At this moment, Qin Yang looked at the messy office and said with a headache, "Brother, it's so messy. How can I clean it up?" "No need to clean up. Just find a professional cleaning team to come and do it tomorrow. Didn't you see that I charged an extra 20,000 yuan for labor? Madam Meng made a mess. Why should we clean it up?" "So smart. Bro, you're amazing." At this moment, Monica was still cleaning up the messy yard with a self-admiring look on her face. Eva had already arranged for the company's cleaning team to come and clean up the yard tomorrow. Thinking of Qin Yang's help, she was in a good mood and generously transferred another 100,000 yuan to Lily. "This is a reward for your canary." Lily received the message immediately and sent a happy emoticon. "Thank you, cousin, on behalf of my canary, love you." Lily, who was having dinner with Dennis, now felt that it was a bit unreasonable to keep the 100,000 for herself. Or buy a few shirts for Qin Yang? Well, let's do it. Anyway, Dennis and I are almost done with dinner. So, she sent a WeChat message to Qin Yang. "Come to Lands Mall. Send me a WeChat message when you arrive." After sending the WeChat message, Lily said to Dennis, "Isn't it enough to eat? Let's go." As she spoke, Lily reached for her handbag. Dennis didn't know why, but he felt very uncomfortable. Eva was dating herself. She was cold and collected, just like she was dealing with work. He also knew that it was impossible for the president of a listed company to act like a little woman, but this would be too much of a blow to his male self-esteem. Is he so unattractive? When we were on a date, she was either dealing with work or checking WeChat. If it weren't for the pile of Land's documents, he would really doubt her identity. And at this moment, she was looking at WeChat and smiling sweetly, which made him feel a strong sense of crisis. Previously, his father was sent to the hospital, but nothing happened and he has returned home. After returning home, his father was moody and mentally unstable. Sometimes he said he would give all his property to his younger brother, and sometimes he said he would give it to him, which made him very upset. What's worse is that he got some news from his mother. His younger brother is not his biological brother at all, but his half-brother, the son of his father, and his favorite by Yuegwan. She had no choice but to be forced to acknowledge and accept the child, announcing to others that he was her son. Dennis asked his mother, "Why didn't his father force you to divorce and marry your beloved White Moonlight?" Dennis' mother smiled and said, "That woman has a husband and she is reluctant to divorce him. And your father just likes married women." After hearing this, Dennis felt like he was struck by lightning. It turns out that his father's habit is exactly the same as his. Ever since Dennis learned that his younger brother was the son of his father's favorite White Moonlight, he now has a strong sense of crisis. No, he must win Eva in order to stabilize his position in the hearts of Chi's old shareholders. "What are you thinking about? Let's go." Lily picked up her bag and was about to go out. At this time, Seline, who looked dazed, was dragged by Lin's mother to visit Land's shopping mall. These days, she has been in a state of confused self-doubt. Sometimes she doubts whether she really fell in love with William while married, and sometimes she denies herself, making herself nervous. Lin's mother couldn't bear it anymore and forced her to go shopping. "Look, open your eyes and look. Look at these high-end stores. How much does a bag cost? How much does a beautiful dress cost? Tell me, is this the life William can give you? My dear daughter, don't be silly. Right now, we have finally gotten a divorce, and holding on to Dennis is the most important thing. Mom, don't say such things in front of Chung Chung." Seline couldn't hide her disgust. "What's the big deal?" Lin's mother rolled her eyes. "Anyway, if you marry Dennis, one day, Chung Chung will call Dennis daddy." As she spoke, Lin's mother suddenly looked stunned. Then she rubbed her eyes and said, "Yin Yin, why did I see Dennis having dinner with a woman? Is he dating some celebrity behind your back? How is this possible? Mom, Dennis said that he is willing to remain single for my sake. You must have seen it wrong." "No, I didn't make a mistake." Lin's mother showed panic on her face, feeling a sense of devastation as if the title of mother-in-law of a billionaire was flying away. She quickly pulled Seline and said, "Look over there." Chapter 105. Lin's mother and her daughter caught an adulterer. Chapter 105. Lin's mother and her daughter caught the adulterer. Celine's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously looked in the direction her mother pointed, but she saw nothing. Mother Lin was also confused at this moment. Where's that person? I just saw him clearly. No, he must have walked to the front." Mother Lin pulled Seline forward, wanting to look for someone. Her heart was pounding, her forehead was throbbing, and she felt uncomfortable all over. It can be said that her biggest dream is to let her daughter marry Dennis. She also often tells her old sisters how good Dennis is to her and how generous he is in giving her gifts. If her Yin Yin hadn't married Dennis, wouldn't it have been a huge joke? Mother Lin dragged Seline forward. Seline was pulled so hard that it hurt, and she felt a little unhappy with her brows tightly knitted. "Mom, what are you doing? I've already told you that Dennis can't date other women. I'm the only one in his heart. He said that apart from me, no matter how beautiful other women are, he won't be interested in them." Mother Lin sneered. "Alas, my baby, you are not so naive as to believe such nonsense from a man." Seline frowned even more. "Mom, Dennis is not someone else. Then he is a man. All men are the same." Lin's mother could not hide her contempt. "Your father looked honest back then, but I recommended a nanny to him. She was not pretty, but he still fell for her." Mother Lin continued to pull Seline. Seline felt pain from the grip and shook her hand off. "Mom, what are you doing?" Mother Lin looked at her and asked, "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" "What do you mean?" Seline rubbed her aching arm, her brows full of displeasure. "You are divorced now, and you are a second-hand commodity. As your mother, I have the responsibility and obligation to help you. While you are still valuable, I will let you marry Dennis." If Dennis is married to someone else, you will have a lot to cry about. Do you think divorced women are popular? Do you think big bosses and CEOs of big companies are willing to marry secondhand commodities? Seline stood there, her face becoming increasingly ugly. It seemed as if his face was deformed by an invisible slap. She never dreamed that after the divorce, the person who called her secondhand goods would actually be her own mother. Pain. It hurt so much. The pain made her eyes red, and she couldn't help but growl in pain. Are you crazy? I'm your daughter, and you're talking about me like that. Mother Lin rolled her eyes secretly. If I didn't treat you as my daughter, I wouldn't say such heartfelt words. Let's go and see if Dennis has found another woman behind your back. If so, we can also think of a strategy to deal with it. At this moment, Penny shook her mother's hand and said, Mom, I really saw Uncle Chi with another sister just now. Seline heard this. Her face changed drastically, and she felt as if her heart was stabbed with a knife. William had just rejected her without any tact. If Dennis also dated or went on blind dates with other women behind her back, she really didn't know if she could bear it. For a moment, Seline was reluctant to face the truth. But Lynn's mother suddenly said, Could it be that William is right? Are you really in love with that poor boy William? These words were like a long thorn, piercing Seline's heart and making her tremble with anxiety. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly fall in love with William? It's absolutely impossible. The person I've always loved is Dennis. Just go and see it, Seline said as she walked forward. Mother Lin quickly looked around for someone, and while looking for someone, she complained, It's all your fault. You missed the best opportunity. Now, I don't know if I can find the person. Just then, Lynn's mother saw Lily walk into a store. There, that's the woman. I know her. Lynn's mother was so angry that she picked up a palm-sized pebble from the potted plant in the mall and walked forward. Bitch, you dare to be a mistress. You are ruining my daughter's marriage into a wealthy family. I will smash your head in front of you and strip you naked. Seline was so frightened when she saw her mother picking up such a big stone that she quickly followed after her. But Lynn's mother acted very quickly. Bitch, you seduced Dennis. Go to hell. As she said this, she was about to hit Lily on the head. Lily was so frightened that she didn't react. It was as if she had returned to the scene when her parents had a car accident when she was a child. She couldn't move at all. She saw the stone getting closer and closer to her forehead, and it was about to hit her head. At the critical moment, Qin Yang stood in front of her. Lily felt that her originally noisy world seemed to suddenly become quiet. With a bang, the stone hit Qin Yang on the forehead. Qin Yang didn't hesitate to push Lynn's mother's shoulder and pushed her to the ground. Crunch! Mother Lin fell on her buttocks and felt the sound of bones cracking in her coccyx. The pain was so severe that she couldn't move for a while. She screamed and cold sweat poured out. Lily saw the blood beads on Qin Yang's forehead, and it seemed as if she saw her parents crawling out of the car, covered in blood. Blood bleeding. Quick, find a first aid kit. Lily yelled at the salesgirl, Hurry up. The salesgirl quickly found the first aid kit to disinfect Qin Yang's forehead. Lily snatched the cotton swab and disinfectant from the other person's hand and helped Qin Yang wipe his forehead with trembling hands. Stop bleeding, please, stop bleeding. Lily was terrified, with tears in her eyes. Qin Yang was quite pleased to see that she cared about him so much, but when he saw that Lily was becoming more and more panicked and her hand was shaking more and more, he quickly hugged her. I'm fine, honey, I'm fine. He patted Lily's back and kept coaxing her. Feeling Qin Yang's strong embrace and warm body temperature, Lily regained consciousness little by little. Don't worry, I'm really fine. At this moment, Lynn's mother wailed in pain as she couldn't even stand up. Hey, I'm Busa. Qin Yang, you pushed the old man. You don't know respect and inferiority. You teamed up with this stinky mistress to mess with me. I want you to pay me, compensate for my medical expenses. 1 million. Yes, you have to compensate me 1 million. Otherwise, I won't get up today. Chapter 106 Exciting. Dennis ran into Qin Yang in his bathrobe at Eva's house. Chapter 106 Exciting. Dennis ran into Qin Yang in his bathrobe at Eva's house. Mother Lin called out, and now many people gathered around to watch. Seline felt extremely embarrassed and lowered her voice and said, Mom, what are you doing? And you still say you are an old person. Seline felt uncomfortable listening to this. Lynn's mother bluntly retorted, My grandson is already this old. I am nothing but an old lady. Qin Yang and this mistress teamed up to push me. They pushed the old man, so they have to take responsibility. Seline felt even more disgusted. Her biological mother is a noble lady. How can she call herself an old person. What's the difference between doing this now and being an ordinary woman in the market? Anyway, when she gets old, Seline will never admit that she is old. She is the ballet goddess and the elegant lady. However, at this moment, Seline also had an idea and looked at Qin Yang. If you can't solve this matter, call William over. I can handle it. Qin Yang stepped forward and slapped Lin's mother twice. You insulted my girlfriend and called her a mistress. I slapped you twice. This is my solution. Lin's mother was stunned. Your girlfriend? Nonsense. I just saw her with Dennis. You must be the umbrella for this mistress. Qin Yang didn't say anything. He held Lily's cheek and gave her a light kiss. Lily was stunned. When Qin Yang's handsome face enlarged in front of her eyes, her heart kept pounding and she didn't even know to close her eyes. Lily, he put his arm around her shoulders. See, old witch, she's my girlfriend. At this moment, Lin's mother was still skeptical, but then she came up with an idea. 5 million. Ask William to come and give it to you. Aren't you his good brother? Doesn't he always care about you the most? Ask him to come and give the money quickly. This 5 million is for my medical expenses and also for the mental damages you caused me by slapping me twice. Lin's mother thought this was a good way to empty William's family fortune. When the people around heard this, they immediately pointed and talked. This woman is really good at asking for too much. That's right. She was the one who started it first. Even if this matter is reported to the police, the maximum they can get is 500,000 yuan. How can it be 5 million? You must be crazy for the money. Qin Yang glanced at the people who were discussing. Everyone, this woman is really crazy about money. She came to my place to make trouble. If the police ask about it, you have to stand up for me. After all, who can afford 5 million as an ordinary worker? She just saw that I am rich and deliberately blackmailed me. At this moment, a righteous man said, Okay, I'll testify. Young man, it was this old woman who started it first. You were just defending yourself. Yes, it was self-defense. We can all testify to that. 5 million? You're just dreaming. That's right. People like this should be slapped to death. The voices of condemnation from the crowd fell one after another, and Lin's mother's delicate makeup instantly cracked, and her face turned blue and white. Seline also felt extremely embarrassed and hurried to help her mother up. But Lin's mother really had pain in her lumbar spine. Just as her buttocks moved a few inches, she fell down again with a wail, injuring her coccyx for the second time, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. At this time, standing not far away, Penny, who had just been abandoned by her mother, looked at the scene blankly and watched everyone accusing her. Why are those people scolding Grandma? Did Grandma really do something wrong? They cursed so harshly. My fingers were about to poke Grandma's face. Is everything Dad said true? What Grandma does may not be right. Penny's eyelids drooped slightly, and she felt very uncomfortable. But Dad doesn't want her anymore. She really regrets it now, very much. In the past, every time he went out, her father would always keep her close by his shoulder. Especially when there was a crowd of people, he would hold her tightly in his arms and lift her up high so that she could see the scenery and not be squeezed by the crowd. I will never abandon myself like this. At this moment, Seline, who was trying to pull her mother up, turned pale. Chung Chung, my daughter Chung Chung? Help! Has anyone seen my daughter Chung Chung? She got lost and was abducted by human traffickers. When Qin Yang heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and he also helped to look around for someone. After all, she is the eldest brother's biological daughter. Even though it was a leaky little cotton jacket, he couldn't ignore it when he was at the scene. After looking around for a while, Penny walked over from behind the big pillar. Mom, I'm here. Seline hugged Penny tightly, holding the child tightly with the fear that she had been abducted. You scared your mother to death. For some reason, she suddenly started crying, feeling wronged. If William were here, she would be able to look respectable and not be as miserable as she is now. Her biological mother advised her to seize the opportunity to marry someone richer after the divorce, and she understood this logic. But the problem is that she increasingly finds that she can't live without William. With William around, everything in life is very organized. She can also work hard on her career with peace of mind. I have to say, William is a very good partner. She regrets it now, really regrets the divorce. Chung Chung. Seline let go of her daughter. Help Mommy pull Grandma up. Penny nodded, and finally another passerby came to help and pulled Lin's mother up. Qin Yang didn't say anything else. He put his arm around Lily's shoulder and left. After getting in the car, he glanced down at Lily in his arms. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lily subconsciously shrank into Qin Yang's arms. her mind still recalling the scene of her parents' car accident on that rainy day. She was 8 years old that year and was so frightened that she couldn't move. I could only watch the blood flow out of the car with the rain. She did not call for help, as if she had lost all life instincts. In the end, she watched the car explode, and both her parents died in front of her. From then on, every time she thought of that incident, she would hate herself, especially hating herself for not doing anything back then. Later, her cousin's family took her in and learned about her mental condition. They hired a hypnotist to seal her memory of the car accident scenes, which made her feel much better over the years. But occasionally, when faced with an emergency, she would still behave like she did just now. Chin Young hugged the person in his arms tightly. He didn't know why, but he felt very happy that she was so attached to him and needed him. At this time, neither of them spoke, immersed in the peaceful atmosphere, and did not notice that there was a car following them closely. Soon, the car arrived at the community that Eva had prepared for Lily. Seline's car was parked outside. Lily's car entered. Lynn's mother immediately got out of her daughter's car and watched with her own eyes as Lily's car stopped downstairs of Building A1. She and Chin Young walked in, then counted the floors, and the lights on the 8th floor lit up. Seline didn't want her mother to be embarrassed again, so she pulled her hand and said, "Mom, what do you want to do?" "Yin Yin, I'm telling you, Chin Young can't afford to buy a house in this sky-high residential complex. So, that woman is probably living in the house given by Dennis and using Dennis's money to support a gigolo. Wait, I'll use my other card to send a message to Dennis. Your woman has returned to Wangjiang community with a man, A1, 8th floor. Come quickly." After sending the message, Lynn's mother smiled sinisterly. "This time, I want to see how this little bitch dies. Mom, what on earth do you want to do by sending this to Dennis?" Mother Lynn rolled her eyes and said, "Call Dennis to catch the adulterer. If Dennis really wasn't dating that little bitch, and I was mistaken, then he wouldn't have come. If I'm not mistaken, he will come naturally. Which man can accept that his money is taken by a woman to find a gigolo? Once he comes, he will break up with the mistress and will not think of your kindness anymore." Mother Lynn was so emotional that she pulled her lower back and said, "Ouch, it hurts so much. Yin Yin, help me quickly. Help me get in the car and take me to the hospital." Seline helped her mother into the car, then sat back in the driver's seat and couldn't help but say something. "Mom, if Dennis really finds a woman behind my back, then wouldn't you feel uncomfortable with me being with him? Do you think I can be happy?" "Alas," Mother Lynn sighed. "My silly daughter, how can a rich man's son not have affairs? The important thing is that he loves you and is willing to give you the dignity of being the principal wife." Seline became more and more annoyed as she listened. At this moment, she felt that William was better. If all rich people are like this, she might as well choose William. Seline drove to the hospital. After a while, Dennis's car arrived at Wangjiang Garden. When he received a text message from a stranger, he immediately discovered that it was the address of Eva. He was panicked and couldn't help but want to find out what was going on. Arriving at the floor where Eva was, Dennis pressed the peephole with one hand and rang the doorbell with the other. Ding dong. At this time, Chin Young, whose shirt was covered in blood, had just finished a shower and came out in a loose robe. He glanced at Lily and said, "It should be the errand boy who delivered the clothes. I'll go open the door." So the door opened. Dennis's eyes fell on Chin Young, who was wearing a bathrobe, and his pupils suddenly shrank. "Why are you here?" Chapter 107. Eva is super sweet. Monica sees their relationship. Chapter 107. Eva is super sweet. Monica sees their relationship. Dennis to describe the feeling at that moment. "It felt like a burst of energy was rushing straight to the top of my head. I've never felt that kind of anger before. Then came a clarity of awareness. He was cheated on." Seeing that Chin Young didn't say anything, Dennis grabbed his bathrobe around his chest and repeated it again. "I ask you, why are you here?" At this moment, he looked just like a cuckolded husband who caught his wife cheating. "I'm so pissed off." "Chin Young? Chin Young." Lily walked out of the inner room and saw the scene in front of her. Chin Yang's bathrobe was held in Dennis's hand. He looked at her pitifully and said, "Honey, he wants to hit me." "Dennis, he's so fierce." "Dennis, I'm so scared." Dennis raised his fist and was about to hit him in the face. Lily's heart suddenly tightened, and she rushed forward in her slippers, pried open Dennis's hands that were tightly grasping Chin Yang's bathrobe, pushed him away, pulled Chin Yang behind her, and said protectively, "Dennis, if you have anything to say, come to me. You are not allowed to touch a hair of Chin Yang." Chin Yang stood behind Lily and made faces at Dennis. "Lulu." Dennis was so angry that his lungs seemed to explode. He pulled at his tie, looking murderous. Qin Yang continued to raise his eyebrows, and his smug look seemed to be saying, Dennis, now you have tasted the feeling of being cheated on. But it was extremely unfair to say that. Dear, don't get angry with him. After all, I am the one who can't come to the stage. I didn't mean to destroy you. I came to join you. After saying that, Qin Yang grinned at Dennis. Nervous face, hashtag. Dennis was so angry after hearing this that he exploded on the spot. He pointed at Qin Yang and asked, What is your relationship with him? Isn't this clear enough? Lily thought about her cousin's usual aura and straightened her spine a little, suddenly giving off the aura of CEO. Since you've discovered it, I don't plan to hide it anymore. Qin Yang, my canary. Canary. Dennis' mouth twitched. Lily calmly sat at the bar in the corner of the living room and glanced at Qin Yang. Pour the wine. Qin Yang also went over to pour him some wine. Lily stopped him when he was about to push the other one out. Why are you pouring it for him? You are serving me, not him. Drink this cup. He wanted to hit you just now. Qin Yang felt pampered. He stood behind Lily with a smile on his face, picked up the wine glass, and started drinking. He looked very happy and continued to make faces at Dennis in a proud manner. Honey, he looks so fierce, as if he wants to kill me. What should I do? What if I walk out of here and he... Soon as the voice fell, Lily slammed the bar table hard. He dares. Dennis was so angry that his eyes rolled back. He hasn't said anything yet. Lawn Wei. Lily interrupted Dennis before he finished reading the name. Dennis, what do you want to do? Do you want to yell my name? Sit down. Lily scolded like she was training a dog. Unexpectedly, Dennis was stunned and really sat down obediently. Don't talk about cheating. You know Seline has a husband, but you still eat and date her alone all day long. Don't think I don't know. Dennis opened his lips, then choked and couldn't say anything. The two families are going to get married. This kind of marriage between wealthy families is without emotions. You must know that. After marriage, everyone plays with their own things. What's the point of talking about cheating? Now that you've discovered it, I have nothing to say. You can continue to be affectionate with your Seline, and I will pretend I don't see anything. If the two parents talk about it, I can still help cover up for you. But I have only one condition. Qin Yang is my man. I am protecting him now. He is my most beloved canary. You are not allowed to insult him verbally. You are not allowed to provoke him. And you should avoid him when you see him in the future. Qin Yang continued to say to Dennis. Oh my God, it feels so good. I wish I could record it and send it to Brother Chuan. In the end, Dennis didn't know how he left Eva's flat. Just when he was about to lose his temper and call Eva shameless, his mother's words echoed in his mind. Ollie, your father is confused now? You must not be confused. You must firmly grasp that Eva in your hands, so that you can get the support of Chi's shareholders. Otherwise, this family property may fall into the hands of the son born by the vixen. Thinking of this, Dennis said okay in a disheveled and tired manner, then left in a dejected and dusty manner. Rumble. As soon as I went downstairs, it started to rain heavily, and there was thunder and lightning in an instant. Dennis arrived in a hurry and didn't park his car in the underground garage, so he got soaked. He has always considered himself a favored child of heaven, and he has never been so embarrassed. At this moment, he even had an idea. Well, isn't it just playing your own game? He can too. Anyway, he has been wanting to sleep with Seline for a long time. Now that Eva has made it clear, he might as well be with Seline for the time being. Maybe by doing this, Eva will become interested in him again. It just so happens that he can also use Seline's dance troupe to list the subsidiary and then swallow up her dance troupe. At this moment, Lily was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the heavy rain outside the window, as if she had returned to the scene of her parents' car accident. She felt a little cold and helpless, and turned to look at Qin Yang. Can you stay with me tonight? Those who understand will understand the hints from adults. Lily tightly. Lily closed her eyes, never having thought she would want to hug so much. Perhaps it was the alcohol that was at work. She turned around, hugged Qin Yang's neck, and kissed him. The lips overlap. Only then did Qin Yang realize that the lips of the woman in front of him were so soft, just like eating bouncy jelly. Soon, more and more clothes fell on the ground. The floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the intertwined bodies of the two people. On the other side, Eva rushed to the small yard with the ingredients as soon as she got off work. Dear boyfriend, here I come. Eva smiled as brightly as a peach blossom. Monica, who was about to get off work, felt like she was struck by lightning. Just at that moment, there was a loud thunder in the sky. She shuddered and looked at William in disbelief. What did she call you? My boyfriend. Eva grinned even wider and rushed towards William, giving him a big hug. I missed you so much today. I missed you when I was in a meeting. I missed you when I was eating. I missed you when I was bored in the elevator. And I missed you when I got on the bus after get off work. Did you miss your lovely girlfriend? William was startled by the soft little body that rushed in. He lowered his head to look at Eva, who was smiling like the sun and was dazzled by her bright smile. It was pouring rain outside, but at this moment he felt like he was in the sunshine. They clearly agreed to pretend to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but her warm and coquettish manner didn't seem fake. This kind of dependence and coquettishness was something he had never experienced before. Seline is not clingy, and sometimes he can even tell from the details of their interactions that Seline dislikes him. But Eva is different. It seems that he is the only one in her heart and eyes. Yeah, William nodded slightly, but Eva saw through it at a glance. Humph, you definitely don't miss me as much as I miss you. But it doesn't matter. We just confirmed our relationship. You just need to miss me a little more every day than yesterday. As she said that, Eva stood on tiptoe, quickly kissed William on the cheek, then blushed and ran to the kitchen with the things in her hand. You don't have to do anything tonight. Just enjoy your girlfriend cooking for you. After Eva left, Monica still didn't quite believe it. No, you lied to me. You must be fake. I don't believe it. Monica fled the scene in a trance. The heavy rain soaked her from head to toe, and she was so cold that her bones were shivering. No, it must be fake. She subconsciously wanted to call Seline, but the call didn't go through. Seline, who had just taken her mother to see an orthopedic doctor, was extremely tired. My mind is in a mess, and I feel very upset. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to see William very much. She wanted William to hug her and comfort her. Just like the countless times in her previous marriage when she had emotional breakdowns, it was William who comforted her. Each time, he would go along with her, hug her, coax her, and when she calmed down, he would give her a logical solution, and they would end up having a passionate lovemaking session. She seemed to miss those days a little. So Seline called William. William, let's meet tomorrow. What's the matter? William's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Let's make a date. Seline thought of those passionate and lingering moments in the past. Her throat became hoarse for a moment, and a sense of empty, longing rose in her heart. The words she spoke also became a little more charming. Chapter 108 Seline, the agreement is void. I have a girlfriend. Chapter 108 Seline, the agreement is void. I have a girlfriend. No need. Seline became excited before William finished speaking. Why is it not necessary? Her voice suddenly rose, and then she realized that many people in the hospital corridor were looking at her, so she walked to the empty terrace with her cell phone. Ahem. She coughed twice to cover up her previous gaffe, then raised her chin and said like a proud princess, I have thought carefully about what you said. When I was first pregnant, we did have a wonderful time. So, I'll take a step back. Let's just date first. Let's make a date tomorrow and see if we can find the feeling we had before. I want to be sure of my feelings for you. So how can I say it's unnecessary? After a pause, Seline quickly said, Oh, you can't refuse. If you still want to get information about your biological parents from Mr. He, you must date me. Don't forget, we have an agreement between us. After saying this, Celine's lips curled up unconsciously. She felt it was a sure thing. William cared about his background. Seline, our agreement is void. Invalidate? Why invalidate? Seline was stunned, and a sense of uneasiness rose in her heart. No, it wouldn't be what she thought. At that moment, she suddenly felt cold all over and shivered as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She clearly didn't have this feeling when she thought Dennis was looking for another woman behind her back. This kind of coldness is the coldness and fear that goes deep into the bone marrow. William knew that Monica already knew about it, so he didn't plan to hide it from Seline. I have a girlfriend. The last clause of the agreement is that if one of the parties has a partner, the agreement will be deemed invalid. Did you forget? This is what I added at the time. This is to ensure that if Seline and Dennis are officially together, he can decisively withdraw. Because even if he wanted to get information about his background, he would never help Seline cover up and pretend to be a loving couple under such circumstances. But he didn't expect that he was the one who found a partner first. William heard the clanging sounds in the kitchen and couldn't help but let out a low laugh of pleasure. However, this low laugh completely hurt Seline. How could you find a girlfriend so quickly? William, I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. You are so mean. Do you think I really love you? Do you think you are so great? Do you think I, Seline, really have to have you? After yelling, Seline hung up the phone angrily. But she didn't know why. she felt tears on her face. William just now, she was so excited that tears kept falling. But as soon as she hung up the phone, she regretted it so much that she squatted on the ground, hugged her knees, and cried in frustration. She really didn't know why she was like this. I clearly wanted to have a good talk with William. I clearly didn't want to say those words to hurt William every time, but when the words came to my lips, it ended up happening like that. Seline exuded a sense of powerlessness. After crying for a while, Seline finally struggled to stand up. She said to herself again, "Could it be that William lied to me? How could he have a girlfriend so soon?" When she said this, Celine's mind unconsciously popped up Eva's image, and then she shook her head again. "No, I'm William's sweetheart. He has been secretly in love with me for so long. He has been paying attention to me silently. He loves me so much. How could he find a new girlfriend right after the divorce? I'm a ballet goddess. I've had my fill of good food. How could he fall for other women? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." As soon as the voice fell, Monica called her. "Yin Yin, do you know? William is with that junior sister. Today I saw the junior sister hugging William and saying a lot of mushy things, saying that she missed him a lot and called him her boyfriend." With a click, the phone fell to the ground and Seline was completely stunned. Monica's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yin Yin, are you listening?" But Seline couldn't answer her. Her throat seemed to be blocked. My mind was buzzing, and the words that I overheard Qin Yang say that day popped up inexplicably. "Brother, Seline is the beauty queen of the dance department, but Eva is the beauty queen of the main school. If you marry the beauty queen, Seline will be humiliated." Seline even subconsciously touched the side of her face. No one slapped me, so why did I feel pain? At this moment and here, her heart hurt even more, and she forced herself to return to the ward despite the dull pain. As soon as she sat down, Lynn's mother glanced at her pale face with disdain. "What are you doing? You look so distraught, as if your husband has been taken away by someone." "Mom, can you please shut up? Can you please say something nice?" Seline got up in annoyance and called her father. Mom broke her back. "Please come over now. You are responsible for taking care of her tonight. I have to take Chung Chung back. Chung Chung has to go to kindergarten tomorrow." After saying that, she hung up the phone without caring whether her father agreed or not, and decided to take her daughter home. Suddenly, her face turned pale and she didn't see her daughter. "Where's Chung Chung? Chung Chung, didn't you take her out to the bathroom?" Lynn's mother also looked surprised. Celine's face suddenly changed. She remembered that she had forgotten about her daughter while she was talking to William on the phone in the corridor outside the bathroom, so she hurried out to look for her. As soon as the door opened, the nurse came over holding Penny's hand. "Little boy, is this your mother?" Penny nodded. The nurse glanced at Seline and said, "How can you be a parent? You took your child to the bathroom and forgot about him. The hospital is so big. How can the child find you?" Luckily, she remembered her grandmother's name. "I went to help check the hospital records and found out that you are here." "I am sorry. I am sorry." Seline apologized guiltily. "Be more careful next time." The nurse said this and left. Seline apologized to Penny. "I'm sorry, baby. Mommy really forgot." At this moment, Penny also looked resentful. "Mom, you're not as good as Dad. You forget about me twice a day, and Dad never does that." Suddenly, Penny started crying in grievance. "I don't care. I want my dad. I want my dad to come back." Penny cried. Seline was so angry that she let out. "Why are you crying? Your father doesn't want us anymore. He doesn't want us anymore. He is a vixen now. He has another woman by his side." Penny was stunned by Celine's yelling, with tears still hanging on her chubby little face, looking so pitiful. As the voice fell, Monica came over to visit her biological mother. Upon hearing this, she quickly hugged Penny in her arms and looked at her reproachfully. "What are you doing? Why are you saying such things to a child? Don't you know that this will affect the child's healthy growth?" Seline regained some of her sanity at this point and squatted down to apologize to Penny. "I'm sorry, Mom, I don't want my mommy. I want my auntie. I want to sleep with my auntie tonight. I don't want my mommy anymore." Penny hugged Monica tightly and cried. Seline closed her eyes due to the headache, feeling weak all over and filled with frustration. Eva, who overheard Brother Chen's phone call, had a frown on her face the whole time. Seline for her. It turns out to be the man she likes. 3 views are too positive. She didn't choose the wrong person. Just as she was lost in a sweet daze, William finally couldn't bear it anymore and came in to help. Eva was startled when she saw William and hurried to work. But the more anxious you are, the worse the job will be. Bang! The first egg is cracked and sprinkled outside the bowl. She cleaned up in a hurry. When I cracked the second egg, A lot of eggshells fell into the egg liquid. She was so nervous that she quickly picked up the chopsticks to pick out the eggshell. But the more anxious she was, the more the egg liquid seemed to be making trouble for her, and she couldn't pick it up no matter how hard she tried. It's so annoying. William saw her anxious look and couldn't help but laugh at her, so he walked over. His chest was slightly pressed against her back, and his broad hands held her hand holding the chopsticks. Eva's eyes suddenly widened and her whole body stiffened. Chapter 109 Girlfriend, Boyfriend. Chapter 109 Girlfriend, Boyfriend. At that moment, Eva felt like a puppet on a string, unable to think anymore. She just moved whatever William told her to do. She even felt that if William held her hand and asked her to kill someone, she would do it. William had no idea what she was thinking, so he grabbed her hand, moved his chopsticks skillfully, and picked up the eggshell. Look, isn't it done? Don't worry. Eva nodded and glanced sideways at William. She felt that she had never been so close to the face she had been thinking about day and night, so close that she seemed to be about to kiss it. For a moment, the atmosphere was filled with ambiguity. Boom, boom, boom. Eva's heart was beating very fast, and she quickly looked away. Ah, so embarrassing. She was afraid that if she continued to watch, she would not be able to resist kissing senior brother Chen. William just looked at Eva, his face as red as the clouds in the sky, and couldn't help laughing. There are actually some tips for cracking eggs, William said as he demonstrated. Before you crack an egg, shake it gently, then tap it gently on a flat surface, and then take it to a bowl and break the eggshell. You see, cracking eggs this way generally doesn't waste any, and you don't have to worry about any eggs falling out. Eva tried it and was very excited. Oh my God, it really is. Brother Chen, you are so amazing. Eva looked at William with admiration. William didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's just cracking an egg. Don't be so exaggerated. Having said that, he still touched her head in a somewhat intimate manner. Unexpectedly, Eva said seriously, I'm not lying. You're just better than me. Look how stupid I am even at cracking eggs. William was dazzled by the beautiful deer eyes, sparkling and bright like the stars in the sky, and very sincere. Those eyes were full of him. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't touched deep down. Seline had never been so obsessed with him before. This was the first time he experienced this feeling. It feels like not bad. William turned away and started cooking quickly. Eva didn't leave either. She helped him by washing vegetables, passing things, and bringing out the food. Chen was also very well behaved. She washed her hands early and helped to set the chopsticks. William looked at the busy figures of Eva and Chen and suddenly felt that it would be nice if life could continue like this. After experiencing the marriage with the superior Seline, he suddenly realized that ordinary and down-to-earth life is the real thing. At the dinner table, Chen shared interesting things that happened in the Early Childhood Education Center today. William also talked about what happened in the studio today. After finishing the meal, Chen asked, Dad, today the teacher asked us to complete a manual assignment. Can you help me? I don't know how to do it. After the voice fell, William showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Eva understood immediately. You haven't finished your work yet? William nodded. There's indeed a design draft being rushed. That's fine. Just go and do your own thing. Eva said as she pushed the person in. Leave the dishes and the handicrafts with Yaya to me. Thank you, Wayne. William said thank you sincerely. This was the first time he felt that someone other than Qin Yang supported his career. Back in the office, William thought about what happened in the evening and called Meng's father. He gave a brief account of what Meng Xingzhou had done recently and how Mrs. Meng had come to the studio to cause trouble. For your sake, I didn't call the police this time. But if they continue to abuse me, I can't guarantee that they will be so lucky next time. Achuan, I know about this. Thank you for letting them go for my sake. I will discipline them when they come back. If your aunt comes to trouble you again, you must tell me that I have suspended her credit card. Let's see how she can make trouble and support that prodigal son. William didn't say anything to comfort Mr. Meng because it seemed fake. He just listened to him vent his emotions quietly, then said he had something to do and hung up the phone. After Meng's father learned of his identity, he was not bad to him. At that time, Mrs. Meng frequently threatened to jump off the building, so some of his actions were understandable. In addition, Father Meng has a lot of resources. William is an adult and knows how to weigh the pros and cons. If the studio wants to move up further and obtain better resources, it is necessary to get to know and maintain people like Meng's father who have resources. Relying solely on himself and live streaming, it will be difficult for him to continue to move forward unless his traffic explodes. After the call, William turned off his phone and concentrated on designing the feng shui mural for Guanlao's entrance. There are still 2 days before Mr. Guang returns to China, so he has to speed up the design progress. On the other side, Eva looked at the homework assigned by teacher Qinyu to make a Chinese dragon lantern. The shape is based on the theme of the Chinese dragon. A small LED light should be placed inside, and a wire should be used to lift the lantern. Eva immediately searched the internet. When she saw the Chinese dragon lantern that was taller than a person, the corners of her mouth twitched. Are all kindergarten parents so crazy now? Finally, she chose the simplest short video and showed it to Qinyu. Yeah, sit here and study how to make this lantern. I'll go wash the dishes first. Oh, by the way, if you need any materials, write them down and tell me. I'll have someone send them over later. Then, Eva pretended to be fierce and warned Qinyu. You can only watch this short video, understand? You can't watch other short videos. Otherwise, your father will scold me later. Okay. Qinyu agreed obediently, and then watched the short video that Eva found for her very seriously. Eva quickly washed the dishes and returned to Qinyu's room. How about it? Qinyu listed several materials, and Eva immediately had someone buy them and send them over, and then she made a Chinese dragon lantern with Qinyu. The dragon drawn by the 2 poor artists turned out to be crooked and thin, looking more like a snake. But no matter what, after going through untold hardships, the 2 finally completed the assignment. Eva read the picture book to Qinyu again and then coaxed Qinyu to sleep. After doing all this, she went back to work overtime. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when William finally finished the design. He looked at the finished mural rendered in tones on his notebook and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. It had been a long time since he had been so immersed in creation without being disturbed. In the past, he had thought about taking some illustration orders online, but his daughter was still young at the time and would make noise at every turn. Every time he was about to get into the mood, he would be interrupted. In the end, the order could not be completed as scheduled, and he had to pay liquidated damages. Later on, he didn't dare to take orders because he really couldn't guarantee that he could spare the time to complete the orders. William stretched himself and suddenly thought of Qinyu. He was startled and opened the door of the office. He saw a box of milk and a small note on the floor. William bent down and picked up the note on the milk carton. He took a look at it and read, "Qinyu's handicraft is finished, don't worry. I coaxed her to sleep. I didn't knock on the door to tell you because I was afraid of disturbing you. Brother Qin, I'm going back first. Remember to drink milk, sweet dreams. Junior sister." William felt a warm feeling in his heart. Today is the first day that he and his junior sister try to date, and it feels pretty good. He drank the milk, took a photo of the milk carton with the straw, and sent it to Eva. "Thank you, girlfriend." By this time, Eva was so tired that she fell asleep. In fact, given her status and position, overtime and social engagements are the norm. But in order to have dinner with William, she took some of the work that she couldn't postpone and worked overtime. By the time I was done, I was exhausted and collapsed on the bed. The next day, Eva woke up and saw the WeChat message from William. She couldn't help but roll around on the bed with joy. "Girlfriend," he calls me girlfriend. Hey, girlfriend, why does it sound so good?" Eva immediately changed the note on William's WeChat. "Boyfriend. Hashtag nervous face hashtag." At this time, on the other side, Lily had spent the rainy night as an emo and felt very regretful after waking up. Don't ask. The answer is that the person involved is extremely regretful. Oh. She looked at Qin Yang with extremely painful eyes and asked with a trembling heart, Expensive? Woo. Her savings. Is it going to be gone?" Chapter 1, Seline saw William and Eva being intimate. Chapter 1, Seline saw William and Eva being intimate. Early in the morning, Qin Yang saw the woman who had been lying in the same bed with him last night, looking at him with a look of great regret and heartache. No will be in a good mood. His face was frighteningly dark, and he saw Lily holding a quilt in front of her, her hands shaking all the time, with only her eyes almost exposed. "Can you make it cheaper? Let me make it clear first. I was drunk last night, so I didn't feel anything. You can't charge me too much." After hearing this, Qin Yang's expression eased a little. It turned out that she didn't regret it, but was afraid that she had asked for too high a price and would be blackmailed. Lily smiled awkwardly. "Can I return the product within 7 days without giving any reason?" "Yes," Qin Yang replied. Lily's eyes suddenly lit up. "During these 7 days, you can enjoy yourself and find faults. If you're not satisfied with the service, I will not charge you." "Really?" Lily's eyes brightened again. Suddenly, Qin Yang approached with ill intentions. You said you were drunk last night and didn't feel anything. Then now I don't charge you. Do you want to try? Lily swallowed, thinking that would be a jerk not to take advantage of the opportunity, and nodded. Qin Yang lifted the quilt and lay down. For the first time ever, Eva went to the company that day, but Lily was not there yet. At around 9 o'clock, she suddenly received a text message from Lily asking for leave. Eva was no longer calm. What made my hardworking cousin give up her full attendance requirement and ask for leave? This is unscientific. However, Eva was soon busy with one meeting after another and had no time to think about Lily. On this day, William was doing a live broadcast with Ben in the small yard to renovate the yard. He originally wanted to build a small neo-Chinese style courtyard to raise fish and plant flowers. But since he agreed to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend with Eva, he suddenly felt that the new Chinese style courtyard was a bit old-fashioned. Now, Eva, and Qin would eat in the small courtyard every day, so he wanted to make it a little fresher and warmer. So, he quickly designed a rendering of a pastoral courtyard and quickly built it with Ben using log-colored wooden boards. He also went to the furniture store and flower and bird market to buy a lot of potted plants and gardening ornaments to decorate the courtyard. Finally, he put up starlights that created a strong sense of atmosphere. The moment the starlights were turned on, the entire warm and romantic little courtyard came alive. Even the netizens who were waiting in front of the live camera couldn't help but exclaim, "It's amazing. Brother Chuan, just tell me, is this product copyrighted?" Yes, I really want to make my own small courtyard like this." "Wow, host, order the same one." "Yes, let's make an appointment for the same style. I don't have a children's room to build, but I have a garden." "Yes, I just made an appointment with the Anchor Studio because I was afraid that other studios wouldn't be able to do it well." William saw everyone's questions and chuckled and answered, "This model has no copyright and no patent application. But everyone's yard is different in size and shape. If you want a similar model, you can contact our customer service. We will come to your home to help you measure the site and then produce a practical rendering based on your budget." After that, William said a few polite words and ended the live broadcast. Ben couldn't help but say as he packed up his things, "Brother Chuan, you are amazing. I didn't expect that I could get an order just for renovating a small courtyard." William smiled but said nothing. "It is indeed an accidental achievement." Suddenly, Ben looked at him intently. "Actually, you did all this for Junior Sister, right?" "Yeah," William admitted after a moment's hesitation. "At first he did all this to make the environment for their meals a little better. But when I started designing, I couldn't help but think of my junior sister's eager eyes. It was so passionate as she expressed her love to him so unreservedly. He is a man who is easily grateful. Last night, his junior sister helped him take care of Chinyu, washed the dishes, and supported him in his work, so he wanted to give her something back and give her a surprise. So, this romantic courtyard was designed. Ben, my junior sister, and I. Okay, don't say anything. You don't have anything to tell me. There is nothing between me and my junior sister. My junior sister rejected me harshly at the entrance of the cinema, without leaving any room for me to imagine. She said to me in no uncertain terms that she just likes you. So, you haven't done anything wrong to me. We are brothers. Let's just let it go." "Okay." William agreed, and his heart was touched again. He was not stupid and knew that the junior sister was interested in him. But hearing Ben say that she admitted it to his face was another matter. But no matter what, he was sure that he liked this feeling very happy. He was so happy that he wanted to take the initiative to fight for it and cherish it. "Ben, I won't keep you tonight. I have an appointment with my junior sister." Ben, who originally wanted to eat for free, choked and finally said okay. William changed his clothes and took Chinyu to the mall to meet Eva. Eva saw William. She waved her hands vigorously and trotted over to him. Her lips parted, but she didn't have time to say anything. William said with a warm smile on his face, "I miss you." The sound is very soft. But Eva was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that she had thrown herself into his arms yesterday and asked him if he missed her, and her face suddenly turned red. It turned out that senior brother Chin was responding to me. I really want to jump on the spot. But no, hold on. Eva, you have to be a lady. So, she sweetly took William's hand and asked, "So where are we going to eat tonight? What do you want to eat?" William looked at her tenderly. The two of them walked forward, talking and laughing, completely unaware that Seline was deliberately following them, holding Penny's hand and following behind them with a dark face. Seline didn't believe that William had really been with his junior sister for such a short time. She even suspected that they were acting on purpose for Monica. So when I got off work, I hid at the door of William's studio early and waited. After William drove away, she followed him secretly. What did she hear? I heard William say he missed her. I saw the two of them walking sweetly forward with that bastard. At this moment, Seline felt as if a raging fire was burning in her chest. The anger made her almost lose her mind, and she wanted to rush up and tear them apart. It hurts, Mom, you hurt me. Penny pulled her little hand back. But at this moment, Seline didn't care about her daughter. She had lost her mind and called Dennis without thinking. Where is it? Come to Land's Mall immediately. After giving the order, she hung up the phone. Dennis, who was nearby, came over. Seline saw Dennis. She took his arm and walked provocatively towards the restaurant where William and Eva were about to enter. What a coincidence! Seline stood in front of William and raised the corners of her mouth. Lily, who turned around suddenly after hearing the familiar voice, twitched their faces when they saw Dennis. What a coincidence! There was fear in both of their voices. When the waiter at the front desk saw this, he hurried over and asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, are you here together? We just happen to have one large table left." Chapter 111, Who is the Adulterer Now? Chapter 111, Who is the Adulterer Now? Lily's pupils tremble. She looked at her cousin, then at William, then at Dennis and Seline, and then at Qinyang. Oh my God, how could such a bloody relationship come together? This is considered a super sure field. Besides, what if Dennis reveals his identity in public? She is not Eva. So she looked at the waiter in horror. How can you recognize us with your eyes? But Seline didn't object. Instead, she curled her lips and said to the waiter, "Okay, let's sit together. We all know each other." After saying that, she looked at William provocatively. "Are you afraid to have dinner with me, Annalie? Or are you and this junior sister fake, and you are afraid of being exposed?" Before William could speak, Qinyang interrupted him. "Eat if you want. Who's afraid of you? But if you want to eat, let's pay for it. We won't treat you, the adulterous couple." "Who are the adulterers? Who are you calling the adulterers?" Seline was about to confront Qinyang. Dennis's face looked very ugly at this moment. His eyes fell on Lily's hand, which had been holding Qinyang, and his voice became a little colder. "Who is the adulterer now?" Qinyang suddenly choked, turned his head to meet Lily's speechless gaze, and blinked. "Oh yes, I seem to be an adulterer now." Lily covered her forehead with a slap. "Waiter, what a messed up relationship. Will we fight when we eat together? Oh, never mind. Anyway, we'd better lose the fight than the victory. We must not be cowardly." Qinyang pushed William back and forced him into the restaurant. Dennis was still a gentleman and gestured, "Please, Wei." "Wei what way?" Lily interrupted him quickly. "Outside, please call me President Lon." As she spoke, Lily winked at Dennis, indicating that Seline was with him. Dennis was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that Eva had said before that everyone should play their own games and would cover for the other party when necessary, and he immediately smiled sarcastically. Frankly speaking, if he had suggested that everyone play separately, he might be proud of it now. But at this moment, he felt no joy in his heart, only frustration. It's the kind of frustration that a man feels when he's cheated on and can't speak out. Dennis strangely, then at Lily. "What did I want to call you, Wei, just now?" "You heard wrong." Lily hurriedly pushed Qinyang into the restaurant. William glanced at Eva beside him and asked in a low voice, "You said you were cousins. How come you have the same last name?" He that. Eva's smile was very stiff, but she quickly reacted, I took my mother's last name." "Oh." William nodded, then looked at Lily politely and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is William. Wayne and I are trying to date." "Hello," Lily responded. Qinyang introduced the two to each other, and then lowered his voice and whispered in William's ear, "She is Dennis' marriage partner." William's head suddenly swelled up, and he immediately felt that this meal was a bit ridiculous. At this time, Ben, who originally came to the mall to find food, happened to meet Penny, who was standing there in a daze. She said her mother walked over so quickly that she couldn't find her in the crowd. Ben brought Penny to find Seline, but when he saw the back of a man who looked like William, he called out, "Brother Chuan." William and Qinyang turned around and saw Ben and Penny, one big and one small, walking in. Penny saw her mother and rushed over to her. "Mom, you forgot about me again." Celine's eyelids drooped slightly, feeling a little embarrassed, and she quickly reached out to hold Penny tightly. When Qinyang saw Ben, he couldn't help but say, "We just happened to meet. How about we eat together?" "Okay." Ben just wanted to eat for free. Anyway, he will eat alone in the rental house when he goes back. It will be more lively if he can meet some friends to eat together. But when he sat down and looked at the people at the table, He was completely dumbfounded. What kind of magical combination is this? Also, among this couple, it seems like he is the only single guy. So, a world where he was the only one hurt was achieved? Brother Chuan, did you make an appointment? Ben asked in disbelief. William was speechless, so Qin Yang answered for him. I had bumped into him. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a ridiculous fate. It's really ridiculous. I can even encounter someone like this. Ben exclaimed. Everyone, wait a minute. Can each of you give me a number? I'll go buy a lottery ticket later. Everyone. At this moment, the waiter brought a few menus, which just eased the awkward atmosphere. William took one of the menus and asked Eva and Chinyu in a low voice what they wanted to eat. The three of them looked through the menu together and started discussing the meal without paying attention to who was around. William and Eva South heads were close together, and Chinyu was sitting between them. How about this? This is good. I want to eat this. Seline, eyes red. Why? William's so nice to that woman. How long have we known each other, and it's become like this? Eva didn't know what William was saying. She covered her mouth and smiled shyly. Her happy look hurt Seline again. At this moment, she was so jealous that she was almost going crazy and wanted to rush over and slap Eva twice. At this time, Dennis was also secretly looking at Eva. With a childish face, she looks young and fashionable in a goose yellow turtleneck sweater and a black tight wool skirt. More importantly, the tight wool sweater wrapped around her beautiful figure, especially highlighting her chest area, is so full. That's something Seline doesn't have. Seline has slender limbs and a well-proportioned figure, but she is not plump. Because she is thin, she has a fairy-like air. But in bed, men don't really care about this kind of fairy-like air. Instead, they would rather have a bit more worldly vulgarity. Dennis' eyes were fixed on Eva's face. He didn't know why, but he had a very special feeling towards Eva. Eva on some occasion, but he just couldn't remember where. As a man, he was actually a little jealous of William at this moment. The junior sister in front of him was good-looking and had a great figure. She was one of the few non-married women who could arouse his interest. He even thought how great it would be if the little junior sister looked like Eva, the only daughter of the chairman of the lawn group. If this were true, the doorframe of the lawn family would probably be trampled to pieces by the suitors. But Dennis changed his mind and realized that such an ideal thing would never happen in this world. As he said this, Dennis secretly glanced at Eva. I saw that her head was very close to Qin Yang's, and they were discussing what to eat, looking so intimate as if no one was around. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach and felt very nauseous. At this moment, Seline took Dennis' arm and said loudly, Ollie, I want to eat black gold abalone. Okay. Dennis agreed. Another serving of elephant trunk clam sashimi. Oh, and I want black caviar and foie gras too. Okay, as long as you like it, Dennis said, and deliberately glanced at William and Lily, but found that they didn't even look at him. Suddenly, I felt like I was being too sentimental. At this moment, Seline also discovered that William and the little junior sister never looked at her from head to toe, as if she was a transparent person, just a performing clown. Seline was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Why? Why did they ignore me like this? When she saw Ben looking at her in horror, she couldn't help but retort, What are you looking at? Do you want to laugh at me too? Do you think you deserve it? No, big sister. Ben didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You ordered these. You pay for them yourself. I don't want to split the bill with you. I'm just an ordinary worker. I'm just here to eat for free. Why call me elder sister? I'm not your elder sister. Which do you use to think I look like your elder sister? Is it okay to call me elder sister? Seline was a little agitated. William was very upset when he heard the words, You don't deserve it. He felt that Seline insulted his brother. Just as he was about to say something, Eva spoke up. Ben, don't worry. Mr. Chi doesn't look like the kind of person who doesn't understand things. His girlfriend ordered something so expensive. I think someone of Mr. Chi's social status will definitely pay for it in the end. Chapter 1, 12 Asleep. Dennis vomited 3 liters of blood. Chapter 1, 12 Asleep. Dennis vomited 3 liters of blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yang also followed suit. That's right. You're being narrow-minded when you say that. Who is our President Chi? He is someone who can afford a luxury car and live in a villa. How could he care about such trivial matters with you? After saying that, Qin Yang smiled and looked at Lily. Dear, what do you think? Lily nodded quickly. As long as she didn't have to pay, she was fine with anything. Yes, I have eaten out with Mr. Chi a few times before because of work, but Mr. Chi has never asked me to pay the bill. When the voice fell, Dennis's face changed slightly. He felt that Lily was warning him and hinting at Seline. He subconsciously looked at Seline, but he didn't expect that Selena's point was not here at all. She reacted strongly in rebuttal. Who said I'm Dennis' girlfriend? Don't throw mud at me. Ollie and I are childhood sweethearts. We did date before, but since I got married, we've been acting out of affection. Ollie said that as long as I need him, he would drop the whole world to be with me. That's the pure relationship between us. Seline didn't know why, but for a moment she felt anxious and panicked, afraid that William would misunderstand her. So, she hurriedly explained, and then looked at William with some resentment. I'm not like some people who date others right after divorce. After saying this, Seline sourly picked up the cup of lemonade on the table and took a sip to suppress the anger in her heart, and she didn't notice the strangeness of Dennis beside her. At this moment, his face was extremely stiff. Seline just seemed to slap him in the face repeatedly. It hurts, it really hurts. It's painful and embarrassing. So everyone else at the table is in a real relationship, except for him? Then what is he? Seline's eternal spare tire? Seline can always use to provoke William. Fantasies about other men in marriage. Dennis never dreamed that Seline would deny her relationship with him in front of so many people, making him live like a huge joke. Especially at this moment, Qin Yang said sarcastically, "Oh, what a clean relationship between a man and a woman. Unlike me and my baby, we are so dirty." Dennis, you are amazing, acting in a pure love idol drama with Seline. Phew. Qin Yang's words were like a long arrow, piercing Dennis' heart accurately, making him want to vomit 3 liters of blood right here and right now. He really wanted to grab Qin Yang by the collar and ask him, "Do you know what you're talking about? The person you're dating now is my fiancé. This person may very well be his wife in the future." Dennis was so angry that he couldn't speak, but he was also embarrassed, so he could only look at Penny and ask her what she wanted to eat to ease his embarrassment. Penny glanced at Chinyu and then deliberately said loudly, "I want to eat the most expensive children's meal." "Okay," Dennis responded, but for a moment he had the illusion that he was the ATM for Seline and her daughter. Penny looked at Chinyu proudly, but Chinyu didn't even look at her. At this moment, they had already placed the order and were talking about what happened to Chinyu in the kindergarten today. Chinyu was seriously sharing with his father what happened today. Penny felt like sniffing for some reason. She suddenly missed the times when her father would pick her up from kindergarten. Every time on the way, Dad would talk to him like he was asking Chinyu now, asking him what interesting things happened in kindergarten today and what he learned. At the beginning, she would share with her father very seriously. But later, I don't know what happened. Her grandmother, aunt, and mother's attitude towards her father became worse and worse, and she followed suit and also felt that her father was annoying. Later on, she became less and less willing to speak nicely to her father. At this moment, Penny felt sad. However, she quickly turned her face away and snorted. Now Chinyu enjoys her father's care, but after a while, she will definitely find her father annoying. Of course I will. There is nothing to envy. As long as she wants, her father will definitely come back to her. She is her father's biological daughter. Soon, the waiter brought the food. William ordered were served. William would ask them to be placed in front of them. He also thoughtfully ordered a pineapple fried rice for Ben. Ben got the pineapple fried rice. First said, "Thank you," to William, then stood up and unceremoniously took the black gold abalone and elephant trunk clam sashimi. These go better with pineapple fried rice. William smiled, but said nothing, only focusing on the dishes he ordered and whispered to his junior sister, "Tomorrow night, I'll take you to eat somewhere else." Eva's lips curled up slightly. "As long as I'm with you, no matter where I am or what kind of environment I'm in, I'm happy." William showed some surprise in his eyes, but he felt sweet in his heart. At this moment, Dennis picked up a piece of duck meat for Qin Yang and smiled politely. "You're welcome. Eat more." This action successfully attracted the attention of William and Eva. Both of them looked at Qin Yang strangely. Dennis provocatively, "It's time to catch up. After all, I was a little tired last night." As soon as these words were spoken, Dennis's face immediately darkened. Ben was dumbfounded and looked at Qin Yang and then at Lily. William frowned slightly. Eva's eyes widened and she asked Lily with her mouth, "Did you do it?" Lily never hid anything from her cousin and nodded. "Yeah." "Phew." Eva sprayed. Dennis was so angry that he wanted to flip the table. "Accurate. Very unhappy. I haven't even slept with my fiancée yet, but she's been slept with by someone else." Ben suddenly wanted to sing. "I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car. This relationship is so fucking urgent." Thinking of this, he stuffed another big black gold abalone into his mouth. Chapter 113. Was she fed dog food? Chapter 113. Was she being fed dog food? Eva just couldn't stand it. She couldn't bear it for even a minute longer, so she stood up and gritted her teeth. Cousin, please come with me. As she spoke, Eva walked to the side of the restaurant with great momentum. Lily followed obediently. Dennis looked at the two of them suspiciously. Why does the relationship between these two seem a bit weird? Why does the little sister next to William look more like Mr. Land's only daughter? That momentum, that tone. Moreover, the woman who was on a blind date with me was obviously my cousin. So why should I be afraid of my cousin? Eva and Lily had no idea that Dennis already suspected them. The two walked to a corner. Eva couldn't help but twist Lily's arm. Are you crazy? I asked you to stop Chen Yong. Why did you sleep with him? Did he bully you? Tell me. I will call the police for you. Even if he is William's good brother, I will still call the police. Lily was quite touched after hearing this. She knew very well how much her cousin cared about William. No, I took the initiative. Lily touched her nose embarrassedly. You took the initiative? Eva was stunned. Do you like Chen Yong? Lily thought about it and said, I don't hate him. He is indeed good-looking, has a good figure, and is not bad in that aspect. Lily covered her face and smiled shyly. Eva, and I don't lose anything. I can return the product within 7 days without giving any reason. Eva, another thing is that I found that Chen Yang's horoscope is good for me. Since I've been with him, my assets have grown very fast. Eva, oh, by the way, cousin, can this be considered a work-related injury? Eva was so angry that she laughed. In the end, she generously transferred her 100,000 yuan. Take it and comfort your injured heart. Long live cousin. Lily suddenly held her cousin's face and wanted to kiss her. Eva pushed her away in disgust. Get lost. Only senior brother Chen can kiss my face now. Lily, was she fed dog food? Ah, but it doesn't matter. Her total assets increased by another 100,000. Hashtag nervous face hashtag. On the other side, William also pulled Chen Yong aside and reprimanded him seriously. Last time you said you would cheat on Dennis for me. Did that mean you would kidnap junior sister's cousin? Chen Yong, what did I teach you normally? William could finish his words. Chen Yong put his arm around his shoulders. Brother, don't you know who I am? Yes, I approached Lily on purpose at first, just to cheat on Dennis. But after getting to know her, I found that I quite like her. Bro, this is my first time too, okay? I want to have sex with our piggy just to piss off Dennis. And don't worry, Lily is a good girl. I know that, and I will cherish her. As long as she doesn't mind my identity, I am willing to be responsible for her. Really? William glared at Chen Yong. More real than Pearl. If I didn't have feelings, I wouldn't have sacrificed myself for Green Dennis. He doesn't deserve it. William's expression eased a lot. The four of them returned to the table and resumed their meal. William took good care of his junior sister and personally used a serving chopstick to pick up the scallops and put them on her plate. Eva curled her lips and said, thank you. He looked at William, could almost pull out silk. William would also take care of Chen Yu's meals and help her pick up dishes, but would be careful to avoid seafood. After all, children's stomachs are relatively weak and they cannot eat too much seafood. Eva was fascinated by the way he took care of Chen Yu. She didn't feel disgusted or ignored. Instead, she felt very happy. William found it hard to ignore her burning gaze, so he asked, what's wrong? No, I just think you will be a good father in the future. Eva told the truth. But unexpectedly, these unintentional words were like two slaps in the face, hitting Seline and Penny. The two of them looked at this family of three who acted as if no one was around, and they felt very uncomfortable. They couldn't taste anything. On the other hand, Chen Yong also took good care of Lily. The two of them are in perfect harmony now. Chen Yong, going to your place tonight? Lily nodded shyly. Then I'll go to the supermarket to buy some things later. Lily's face turned red for a moment, but she nodded anyway. Dennis, do you really think I'm dead? Ben, although seafood is delicious, the yellow dog food is a bit choking. After the meal, the most unhappy people were Dennis and Seline. When it was time to pay the bill, William calculated the amount of food he ordered, which was exactly 300 yuan, so he put 3 100 yuan bills on the table and left. Chen Yong did not give any money. He held Lily's hand and said to Dennis, brother, thanks. Dennis, who is your brother? Who the fuck is your brother? And Ben also said to Dennis, thanks, brother. Then he ran away. Dennis, when it was time to pay the bill, Dennis was also speechless. I paid over $3,000 for no apparent reason. And more importantly, I haven't even touched Selena's finger since I returned home. He suddenly felt a little bit at a disadvantage. At this moment, everyone dispersed. Seline didn't care about Dennis and pulled Penny into the car without even telling Dennis who was going to pay the bill. She secretly followed William back to the courtyard. There was a voice in her heart screaming wildly. Fake. They must be fake. William loves himself so much. If you regard yourself as a goddess, how could you fall in love with someone else so quickly? They must be acting. She wanted to find a flaw. At this moment, when Eva got out of William's car, she keenly caught sight of Seline in the car not far away. She asked Chinyu to go back to the small courtyard first, and then she put her hands affectionately around William's neck. William was startled by the sudden ambiguity. Don't move. Seline is watching us. She must be suspicious of our relationship. Eva said seriously, don't move. Since I'm responsible for pretending to be your girlfriend, I will be responsible to the end. I have the obligation to make her believe that we are real. As she spoke, Eva stood on tiptoe and moved her lips closer inch by inch. Chapter 114, William confesses. Will you be my girlfriend? Chapter 114, William confesses. Will you be my girlfriend? Eva's lips slowly approached William's. My heart was beating very fast. Boom, 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 like a heavy hammer hitting a drum. But he couldn't help showing off in his heart, and his invisible tail was wagging happily behind him. Thanks to the help from the enemies and friends ahead. Hee. But just when her lips were about to touch his, William pinched her lips with 2 fingers, stopping her from taking the next step. Etc. A bunch of question marks appeared on Eva's forehead. William couldn't help but chuckle when he saw her like that. I have a surprise for you. Do you want to see it first? Yes. Hearing the surprise, Eva's eyes, which had originally dimmed, brightened up again. At this moment, Seline, who was far away, secretly breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. She gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and kept whispering. I knew it, they must be fake. Your father must love us the most. They just want to provoke us. At this moment, Eva walked into the small courtyard and heard Chinyu's excited voice. Sister Enine, come and see. Eva stared blankly at the small courtyard where the lights were still off. With the help of moonlight and street lights outside the courtyard, one can see that earth-shaking changes have taken place here. There is a main road paved with wooden planks on ground. The sides are paved with pebbles and lawns. In the place where they often eat, they actually transplanted a large lemon tree, which was full of lemon fruits and had a faint natural lemon scent. A new small wooden dining table was placed under the tree, and a few comfortable chairs with backrests were added. The thought of having hot pot under the lemon tree is simply 2 words. Amazing. There's a small pond built with bricks next to the dining area, in which several plump ranchu are swimming, with some green plant micro-landscapes and several cute rubber kitten ornaments above. On the other side of the courtyard, a glass shed was built to shelter from the rain. There was a projector underneath and a set of soft sofas, surrounded by various potted plants and green plants. To the side, there's a small swing specially arranged for Chinyu. Eva looked at everything around her and suddenly felt a sense of anticipation, looking forward to the 3 of them sitting here and watching a movie. Even if she just watched cartoons with Yaya, she felt it was a kind of happiness. Even on rainy days, she could sit here with William, listen to the sound of rain falling on the glass shed, drink a cup of coffee, listen to music, and feel happy even if they did nothing and said nothing. This kind of happiness was an experience she had never had in her entire business life. Just like at this moment, all the muscles in her body were relaxed, a feeling of relaxation she had never experienced before. Suddenly, William turned on the star lights in the courtyard. The whole small courtyard lit up instantly. Eva widened her eyes in surprise and saw William, with a tall figure, smiling at her lovingly under the starlight. This is the surprise you gave me? William nodded. At that moment, Eva curled up the corners of her mouth and flew into William's arms. Thank you. I like this surprise very much. Penny, who was far away in the car, saw the small courtyard lit up, and her eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. The beautiful starlights wrapped around the lemon tree and dotted with lemon fruits are so beautiful. Mom, this little yard is really beautiful. I want to live here too. Mom, I'm a little envious of Chinyu. Penny has a sour nose and a flat little mouth. Seline saw how carefully William prepared this small yard for that woman. She became so angry that her face twisted and she scolded Penny. What are you envious of? Who would want to live in a big villa like this? You'll know when you grow up. This kind of broken yard is not worth anything. And your dad rented this place. He didn't buy it at all. Penny pouted and said nothing more. At this time, William said to Chinyu, Yeah. Go back to your room and read the picture book first. Sister Enine and I have something to say. Okay. Chinyu responded obediently and returned to her room. After Chinyu left, William held Eva's arms. When their eyes met, Eva saw his tall figure covering her entire body. His eyes were serious and almost pious, and they held a burning power that made her heart burn. Boom, boom, boom. The little heart was beating so fast, like premature beats, that it made her dizzy. The gentle moonlight was shining overhead, and there was a faint lemon scent in the air, along with his low, gentle voice. Eva. He called her name seriously. Will you be my girlfriend? Not just pretend. I admit that I was hesitant about you at first. The timing of your appearance was not right. I had just climbed out of the pit of a failed marriage and didn't want to fall into another pit right away. So I accepted your excuse of pretending to be your girlfriend. Eva heard William confess his deep feelings to her. She was so moved that her eyes were tearful. Fool, there is no opportunity. This is all just something I planned for a long time. But I won't tell you that now. Then why don't you hesitate now? Eva couldn't help but ask. Because pretending to be in a relationship with you is unfair to you. I thought about refusing and I struggled, but in the end I couldn't overcome the love I had for you. After these words were spoken, Eva felt as if an invisible electric current in the air passed through her heart, shocking her so much that her soul seemed to be leaving her body. So, let's give it a try, okay? Try to date and get along. I can't promise you anything right now, but I can promise that I'm sincere during the relationship and that I'm dating you with the goal of getting married. If we can't be together in the end because of personality or other reasons, please believe that I was sincere in the past. Eva was stunned. So, are you confessing to me now? Yeah. William nodded. Eva was so shocked that she couldn't speak, like a little mute. William couldn't help but chuckle. So, if you don't refute, then I'm going to kiss my girlfriend. Some things are better for men to take the initiative. As he said that, William cupped Eva's cheeks and leaned over to kiss her. Seline, who saw this scene from a distance in the car, bit her lips tightly and put one hand in front of her daughter's eyes. She couldn't let her daughter see her father kissing another woman. And at this moment, she truly felt the feeling of being pierced by thousands of arrows. Although she couldn't hear what William was saying to the junior sister, she knew very well that he was probably saying something like a confession of love, and then he was going to kiss her. Seline closed her eyes in pain. She didn't want to see this scene either. However, Chinyu's voice rang in my ears. Dad, there's a cockroach in my room. At that moment, Seline didn't know why, but she breathed a sigh of relief. William and Eva looked at each other and smiled helplessly. At this moment, Chinyu also knew that she seemed to have disturbed her father, but she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Dad, did you want to kiss Sister Enine just now? Chapter 115. William and Eva are sweet, and the ex-wife is anxious. Eva's face instantly turned red. I still feel a little embarrassed. William looked a little uncomfortable, but nodded. Will Sister Enine become my mother in the future? Chinyu tilted her little head with anticipation in her eyes. Yes. Eva walked over, rubbed her little head, and looked at William firmly. As long as I want to do it, there is nothing I can't do. Just like the Lawn Family's project, as long as I want, I can definitely get it. William admired Eva's personality, but he couldn't help but say, you are more like a female CEO than your cousin. Although Lily seemed to be quite decisive, William always felt that something was missing. Eva blinked her dear eyes and tried again. What if I am the one? What would you choose? William gently pinched Eva's nose and said, if I hadn't experienced a failed marriage, I might have chosen you as a female CEO without hesitation. But now, I might consider it more carefully. Luckily, I'm just an assistant, so I can pursue you. Eva smiled bitterly, calculating the beads in her mind. Looks like I have to sleep with senior brother Chen. Only after sleeping with her repeatedly can you reveal your identity. At this moment, Seline drove away. On the way, she kept thinking, how could she prove that William and the junior sister are fake? The two tried to kiss twice, but failed. Fake. He must have deliberately acted for her to see and stimulate her. Good guy William, I used Dennis to stimulate you, and now you have learned to use your junior sister to stimulate me, right? Just wait, I will definitely prove that you love me. On the other side, the Meng family. As soon as Mrs. Meng and Meng Xingzhou stepped into the living room, Meng's father picked up the tea bowl on the table and threw it at them. With a bang, the ceramic tea bowl shattered and fell at Meng Xingzhou's feet. Mrs. Meng's expression suddenly changed, and she looked at her son distressfully. How is it? Are you okay? Tell Mom. Mom, I'm Fina. Meng Xingzhou lowered his head, looking aggrieved. Mrs. Meng felt distressed when she saw this, and then she went berserk. Mr. Meng, are you crazy? Your son just came home, and you threw things. Are you trying to force him to be afraid to come home? I tell you, when your son doesn't come home, you will know how to cry. Ask him, no. Ask yourself, what exactly have you two been doing during this time? Father Meng was so angry that he stood up and pointed at Mother Meng with his finger trembling with excitement. You knew William was innocent in that incident, but you still wanted to drive him away. If I don't chase him away, you're going to jump off the building, and I'll go along with you. But you tell me, why do you still have to mess with him now? He is now developing his career well, but you two troublemakers have to mess with him. What is your intention? Even if you can't bless him, can't you just stop seeing each other and live your own lives? Father Meng roared. Mrs. Meng understood now and couldn't help but sneer. I wonder what made you so angry. Turns out William came to you to complain. William didn't complain. He informed me in advance. I tell you, no one can always tolerate you stepping on him repeatedly like this. William has already said that if you do it again, he will not give me face. Then come on. I'm afraid of him. I've raised him for more than 20 years, and he treats me this way. Who would believe you if you said you weren't an ungrateful person? It's just that you, old Meng, are good at fooling people. Isn't this obviously an ungrateful person? Father Meng pinched his forehead in pain. If you don't provoke him and treat him well, he will recognize you as his adoptive mother. It's you who don't. I just don't want it. I just don't want that bitch's son to call me mom. I just can't bear to see that bitch's son live a good life. Father Meng narrowed his eyes and looked at Mrs. Meng. Who is William's mother? Why does it bother you so much? Don't worry about this. Don't even think about getting any information from me to tell that bastard. As she said that, Mrs. Meng pushed Father Meng. You are so good, old Meng. I haven't come to you to settle accounts yet, but you came to me first. Mr. Guan is such a big shot. Such a big shot will definitely attract everyone's attention when he returns to the country. You don't introduce such a list of fame and fortune to your own son, but give it to that bastard? Do you still care about us, mother and son? Father Meng glanced at Meng Xingzhou and snorted. Leave it to him? What can he do? I asked him to go to the company and start from the grassroots, but he didn't want to. He finally went there, but ended up messing up everything. This kind of person is so ambitious and unwilling to settle down and learn a skill. Can he do a good job of Guan Lao's orders? Don't embarrass me. After saying this, Father Meng went upstairs. When he reached the middle of the stairs, he turned around and looked at Mrs. Meng and her son. I warn you, if you cause trouble for William again, I will suspend both of your credit cards. After saying this, he went back to his study. The cursing voice of Mrs. Meng came from behind. You are partial to that bastard. You are getting more and more confused. You don't care about your own son, but you care about that bastard. Just wait. My son is definitely 110,000 times stronger than that bastard. Mrs. Meng was so angry that her heart was beating fast. Meng Xingzhou quickly smoothed her back. Mom, don't get angry. I'll be sad if you get sick from anger. Mrs. Meng nodded with relief. You are still the one who cares for Mom. Old Meng has really lost his mind. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely get this order from Mr. Wan. I will definitely stand up for you this time. Meng Xingzhou said as he massaged his mother's shoulders. Mrs. Meng nodded with emotion. What a good child you are. I really don't know why your father is so blind. I don't know what kind of eye drops William gave him. But Mom, I may need a little support from you this time. What support? Can you give me another 5 million? There's no money in the company account. No money. Mrs. Meng was shocked. How is this possible? Didn't I give you 5 million before? And recently, I helped you pay William the 1.8 million in compensation. How could you be out of money so quickly? Mom, the stock market has been doing well recently. I invested more than 4 million in the stock market. Now it has risen to more than 7 million. I am reluctant to cash it out. It's increased so much. Mrs. Meng was very excited. Okay. Good kid. You really are capable. Keep making money and slap your dad in the face. Mom will transfer another 5 million to you from the company's account. The corners of Meng Xingzhou's mouth curled up slightly. William, just wait. I will definitely complete Mr. Guan's order. The next day, it was time for Guan Lao to return home. William arrived at the door of Guan Lao's house early and waited, but he didn't expect Meng Xingzhou to get there first. Chapter 116 Dear, the content you searched is illegal and will not be displayed. Chapter 116 Dear, the content you searched is illegal and will not be displayed. At this moment, in Lan's office, Lily reported, Cousin, I heard that Meng Xingzhou went to intercept William's order. It was Guan Lao's order. Do you think we should ask my uncle to come forward and say hello to Guan Lao? Did William go? Yes. Our people saw him when they were delivering gifts to Mr. Guan. Eva nodded and continued to look at the documents. Don't intervene for now. Why? And Dennis Company will also bid this time. Everyone values Guan Lao's traffic. Have confidence in William. Unless William asks for help, I will not interfere in his business. If he can get it, it is his ability. If he can't, it is because his business is not advanced enough and he needs to work harder. I don't want to interfere. I also don't want William to know my identity one day and get angry when he knows that I interfere in his business. Not interfering is the best way to respect each other. As she spoke, Eva opened WeChat, curled the corners of her mouth, and quickly changed William's WeChat nickname to my official boyfriend. It feels sweet for some reason. Of course, even though she said that, Eva was still a little nervous. Ask someone to check it out and come back and tell me if there's any further news. Okay, don't worry. I'll help you keep an eye on the live broadcast room. Meng Xingzhou is doing a live broadcast, and I saw William is there too. Eva took a look at the live broadcast, her mouth twitched, and she quickly threw the phone back to Lily. Just keep an eye on it. This thing hurts my eyes. After saying that, Eva continued to look at the documents. When Lily picked up the coffee on the table to drink, she suddenly said something. How can I sleep with a man quickly? The expression on his face when asking the question was extremely serious. Just as serious as asking, how can we quickly win a project worth hundreds of millions? Phew. Lily sprayed it directly. Cousin, are you serious? Well, I have to sleep with William in a short period of time before I can reveal my identity to him. Why? You can sleep with Qin Yang, but I can't sleep with William. That's what I meant. Lily was a little embarrassed. I'm just curious about it. It's an experience. But you like William so much. I'm afraid you'll be sad if you can't be together in the future. No, Eva said firmly. I will never regret it, and we will never be separated from each other. I will overcome any difficulties. Lily thought about it carefully. I was afraid of thunder that day. You know, I get easily upset when it rains and thunders. I asked Qin Yang if he could stay with me. So simple. Eva was a little unconvinced. It's that simple. Humph, I don't believe you. Eva searched Baidu herself on how to sleep with a man quickly. As a result, Baidu showed that the content she searched was illegal and would not be displayed. Eva, so angry. I just don't think there's anything to be afraid of when it rains and thunders. As a female CO, if I tell William, oh, it's raining and thundering, how scary, wouldn't that be lame? And you know William's old-fashioned style. If he kicks me out, wouldn't I be embarrassed? Lily, what if it doesn't rain tonight? What should we do? Lily, no. Cousin, do you really want to? I heard that you just became an official couple last night. Aren't you a little too impatient? Lily suddenly felt that William would soon be eaten by his cousin. Woo woo woo, my cousin is so scary. No, if it doesn't rain, can I sponsor artificial rainfall? Lily, or you can ask the fire department to bring me artificial rainfall. Hee. Lily, hurry up and get to work. There are 3 more meetings waiting for you. Eva, why I work? Just when Lily was about to leave, Eva called her seriously. Actually, I know you're not a promiscuous person. If you really like Qin Yang, just get along well with him. Lily shrugged, pretending to be indifferent. Well, my relationship with him is fake. He doesn't know my identity, and he's interested in my money. What kind of money do I have? When he finds out my identity, he'll probably be furious. Lily finished speaking. She forced a smile and left Eva's office. However, she is a born optimist. I ordered a cup of milk tea, and soon the sad mood came to an end. She believes in living life to the fullest. At this time, on the other side, at Guan Lao's villa, it turned out that Mr. Guan was afraid of being stuck at the airport, so he took an earlier flight back home. Meng Xingzhou told the security guard at the villa area his father's name, and the security guard called Mr. Guan before letting him in. When Mr. Guan, who was wearing a navy blue tang suit, saw William coming, he couldn't help shaking his head after learning the identities of the two. This old Meng is really something. He actually gave me the difficult question of whether the young master is real or fake. Sigh. Old Guan leaned on a cane, turned around, his body slightly hunched, and couldn't help muttering. Every family has its own problems. Come in, all of you. But, he paused with his cane and said, I don't care about Lao Meng, Lao Zhang, Lao Lin, or the King of Heaven. We're all old friends. If you think highly of me and recommend people to me, I will let you come in and show off. But in the end, I will only pay for what I like. I am old now, not afraid of offending anyone, and I only have my true nature left. After saying that, Mr. Guan pushed open the 2 wooden doors and walked in by himself. Meng Xingzhou glanced at William and said, "I'm sure to win this time." After saying that, he walked in with a large group of men in black. There was a large crowd of about 10 people, a huge scene. William was the last one to walk in, carrying his laptop, and then he quietly closed the 2 wooden doors. Old Guan sat on a rattan sofa in the open-air courtyard, looking at Meng Xingzhou and his group of men in black, which made his head hurt. When people get older, they like quietness. Especially for a scientific researcher like him, he always needs a quiet environment to concentrate on academic research. It was the first time he saw so many people in his house, and they were not a gathering of relatives, which made him feel somewhat unhappy. On the contrary, William's small action of closing the door when he entered won him some favor, and he nodded secretly. "It's like this, Mr. Guan. Our company is new, and we really need someone as famous as Mr. Guan to guide us. We came to your place today. Can you let us shoot a live broadcast?" "You can, but you're not allowed to take photos of my face. Also, you can only take photos of this courtyard. This is where I live. It is private and cannot be photographed." Mr. Guan is not conservative. He knows that young people nowadays like this. His son and daughter are also very good at live streaming abroad, so he has no objection. Meng Xingzhou was delighted when he got the approval. He knew that since he was such a powerful person in both actions and words, how could Mr. Guan not agree? With the traffic that Mr. Guan has, his own live broadcast room will definitely become a hit. So, Meng Xingzhou turned on the live broadcast equipment and instructed his assistant to start buying promotions and platform traffic promotions. In this way, many people will click into his live broadcast room. As expected, relying on the gimmick of "want to know what Guan Lao's courtyard looks like," Meng Xingzhou's live broadcast room immediately attracted a large group of people. "Ah, thanks to the host, this is Master Guan's courtyard." Hee. Seeing half of Guan Lao's body, Guan Lao still likes to wear the navy blue tang suit. Simple and elegant, it is worthy of being my old garden, not extravagant at all. Mr. Guan likes carving, just like Mr. Yi likes dragons. I am really curious about what kind of carving murals Mr. Guan will have at the entrance. Oh my god, I think I saw William. Is my brother Chuan going to compete for the award? My brother Chuan looks so good in casual style. Seeing that everyone's attention was gradually shifting away and they were all feeling a little unhappy, Meng Xingzhou took the initiative to show his face in front of the camera and waved. "Hello everyone, I'm Meng Xingzhou." Meng is the same Meng as William's former adoptive father. That's right, I'm the real young master in the legend, the biological son of William's adoptive father and mother. As the voice fell, the live broadcast room exploded. Chapter 117 Guan Lao is curious. What is that? Chapter 117 Guan Lao is curious. What is that? Oh my god, this bloody relationship is so exciting. Fuck, I finally saw the real version of the real and fake young master. Ah, can I say that the fake young master is more handsome? Yes, looks are justice, and my brother Chuan is still more handsome. Take the fake young master away. Yes, the host is too thin, so thin that he looks unrecognizable and looks like a sucker. He doesn't look lucky at all. Between the real young master and the fake young master, I choose brother Chuan. When Meng Xingzhou saw the barrage, his face suddenly turned dark. I didn't expect everyone's reaction to be like this. He thought that everyone would severely attack William, the fake young master, at this time. Why? William just good-looking in that face? Why is everyone on his side? Meng Xingzhou was so angry that he suffered internal injuries. And at this moment, how could the shrewd Mr. Guan not understand Meng Xingzhou's approach? He lowered his eyes, and a hint of disgust grew in his heart. Let's get started. Don't mess around with this. Okay. Meng Xingzhou snapped his fingers confidently. A group of men in black, each holding a display board, stood in a row in front of Mr. Guan. The momentum was spectacular. Meng Xingzhou asked his assistant to take a nice picture of him, and then walked over to introduce them one by one. This is the majestic Chinese dragon, symbolizing domineering power. This is a 1,000-year-old turtle, symbolizing your longevity. Mr. Guan took a look at the rendering of the carved turtle, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This is a lotus painting, which symbolizes continuous good luck. This is a Bagua diagram. It's used to ward off villains and evil spirits. 666. This is... Meng Xingzhou has made almost all the carving patterns on the market. He just doesn't believe that there is no one that Mr. Guan likes. The live broadcast room is also filled with messages at this moment. The Chinese dragon symbolizes domineering power. This is a very good statement. Unlike me, who can only say wow. Am I the only one curious about Mr. Guan's expression when he saw the turtle? Ha 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 ha. I carve a turtle in Guan Lao's courtyard. Every time Guan Lao woke up, he would see the turtle and think of himself as an old turtle. Ha, it was so funny. Stop the evil spirits. 666, ha ha. It's terrible to be uneducated. It is even scarier to broadcast live without any education. At this moment, Meng Xingzhou was so angry that his mouth was crooked. He thought to himself, just wait and see how you guys can still be jealous when I get Mr. Guan's order. Mr. Guan, what do you think? Mr. Guan fell silent. It is said that a good father will have a good son. But Meng Xingzhou's qualifications are too ordinary. Guan Lao pointed at a few things and asked, did you design these? No, these are all designed by famous designers in our studio. For ordinary customers, we would not make so many plans. But it's different for you, Mr. Guan. You have made great contributions to the country and are highly respected. We made an exception and designed so many plans for you. The more Guan listened, the more impatient he became. Do you have copyright? I'm afraid you stole the pictures from the internet. From what I see, they're just random pictures taken from the internet. I can't see any unique design elements. Meng Xingzhou really didn't understand these things, so he asked designers to help him. Hearing this, his face suddenly froze. There shouldn't be any copyright issues, Mr. Guan, don't worry. If you like any of the paintings, just tell me, and I'll give you a 20% discount. No need. I don't like any of them. Guan Lao waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and let them go. There are a bunch of people in my yard, all wearing black. It's annoying to see them. Still depressing. It was like attending a funeral. Go, go, go. Guan Lao chased them away. The corners of Meng Xingzhou's mouth twitched. He could only let the group of men in black go out first and sit down with a thick face. Mr. Guan doesn't like to be disturbed, and I understand that. Meng Xingzhou gave himself a way out and quickly brought up his father's token. I heard from my father that you like traditional Chinese culture very much, so I designed these murals according to your personal preferences. Take a look and see which one suits your taste more, and we'll make some adjustments based on the situation. At this time, many people left messages in the live broadcast room. It's useless. My ability to cut out pictures from the internet is definitely not as good as Guan Lao's. That is, as a designer, I can tell at a glance that those pictures are from Baotu.com. Ha, design. You call something cut out with Meitu, Xiaoxiao software design. Oh, don't waste your energy. I'll introduce myself as one of the top 10 design studios in China. I've sent the design drawings to Guan Lao, but they were returned. P.S. This is purely original. Well, I have submitted Koi Carp, Black Dragon, Flying Dragon in the Sky, Nine Dragon, Spitz Pearls, and Dragon and Phoenix, but they were not accepted. Many domestic studios had submitted their proposals to Guan before he returned to China, but none of them were accepted. Yes, that's why the mural is so eye-catching this time. Everyone is curious about what amazing pattern master Guan will choose in the end. Anyway, it definitely won't be this real young master's. So, didn't you see that the real young master quickly introduced himself? Yeah, Mr. Guan is famous for being stubborn. I don't believe he would agree to that stuff just for the sake of this father named Meng. Meng Xingzhou didn't know that the live broadcast equipment placed next to him was still going on and said to Mr. Guan, how about this, Mr. Guan? You choose a painting and I'll make it for you for free, not a penny. We want our new studio to make a name for itself. As the voice fell, the live broadcast room was filled with 666. 6 off free price war. This real young master is so mean. I am from the design studio, and I despise him on behalf of my peers. Yes, kick this kind of people out of the industry. Industry cancer. It would be strange if Mr. Guan agreed. As expected, Mr. Guan kicked the man out. Master Meng, please come in. Meng Xingzhou's face froze. How about this? You guys talk first, I'll wait for William. We'll go back together. Mr. Guan was also very annoyed by this real young master, and his attitude towards William became a little bad. I wish I could end this quickly, drive both of them out, and have some peace and quiet. What about you? What picture did you prepare? A dragon picture, or a lotus and koi? To be honest, he was tired of seeing all this. None of them are pleasing to the eye. There is no work that can make his eyes light up and amaze him. Even now, he gets a headache when he sees carved dragons or phoenixes. William still maintained his good manners and handed over a pastry wrapped in oil paper in his hand. Master Guan, this is a small gift I prepared for you. Before he could finish his words, Meng Xingzhou started to show disgust. What the hell? William, are you crazy because of poverty? The gift you prepared for Master Guan is so small? Or is it bought from a street stall? What if Master Guan gets sick from eating it? Before the last word fell, Guan Lao snatched it and opened the oil paper and asked William excitedly, "Is it the Chimpi cake from Huaihai? Isn't that store closed?" I found Mr. Chun. He had rheumatism in his hands, and his fingers were deformed, swollen, and painful, so he really couldn't make tangerine peel cake, but I asked him to teach me how to make it and to guide me. The ingredients were all old tangerine peel left over from his family, because he was afraid that I wouldn't be able to make it like Mr. Chen's craftsmanship. Mr. Guan couldn't wait to take a bite. As soon as he took a bite of the tangerine peel cake, his eyes widened. Yeah, that's the taste. Mr. Guan was about to cry. I've been craving this for a long time when I was abroad, but when I asked people in China to send it to me, they all said that Mr. Chun had closed the shop. I have always felt very sorry. Thank you, William. For me, this is not only a piece of tangerine peel cake, it also represents my childhood memories. In the past, my parents would bring me this tangerine peel cake after work from Huaihai Road. When talking about his parents, Guan's eyes became wet. He didn't say anything else, just closed his eyes and savored the tangerine peel cake carefully. Meng Xingzhou, who was standing aside, twitched his mouth and said something in a low voice. It's opportunistic. At this moment, people in the live broadcast room were also typing 6. My brother Chuan is really awesome. Wow, how could William find such a tricky angle? Oh my god, go check it out. Mr. Chin once published an essay called Chinpi Cake. He remembers his parents through Chinpi Cake. William really did his homework. I found that I became a fan of Brother Chuan a little more today. One said one thing: Mr. Guan is not the kind of person who will adopt your plan just because he has a bite of you. Indeed, he is a notoriously stubborn old man. After about 10 minutes, Mr. Guan came back to his senses and looked at William with a little more kindness. Tell me, is it a dragon, a phoenix, or a koi carp that you brought this time? William smiled. Neither. Gossip? Flowers and birds? No. Guan Lao was now curious. Tell me, what is it? Chapter 118. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Chapter 118. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. William glanced at Meng Xingzhou. I'm sorry. Regardless of whether the cooperation can be successful or not, I don't want my design drawings to be exposed in the live broadcast room. Could you please move over, Mr. Guan, so we can go in and talk? For the sake of the tangerine peel cake, Mr. Guan nodded. William picked up his notebook and followed Mr. Guan inside. Meng Xingzhou curled his lips and said, pretending, I'll see how you get slapped in the face later. At this time, in the study, William opened his notebook and pulled out his design renderings. Guan Lao's expression suddenly changed. He was shocked and looked at William in disbelief. Yeah. After a long while, he smiled and nodded continuously. Okay. How did you come up with this? First, the dragon is a metaphor for the emperor. I personally don't think you, Master Guan, would call yourself an emperor when you are old and bring yourself unnecessary trouble. Second, the dragon and the dog are in conflict with each other. You wouldn't put an animal that harms you in your garden, so I ruled out the dragon first. Guan Lao nodded appreciatively. Not bad. After that, I thought that so many design studios would definitely use Chinese elements, including phoenixes, koi, lotus flowers and leaves, flowers and birds, to design murals for you. You would probably get aesthetic fatigue if you see too many of them. So I was thinking, apart from these, what else could be worthy of your identity, status, and mind? Guan Lao simply said, okay, this is yours. Did you bring the contract? Yes. William showed joy on his face and quickly took out 2 copies of the contract. Mr. Guan was also very generous and signed his name directly. You don't even take a look? William asked. Guan Lao waved his hand and said, I trust Lao Meng's vision. Besides, the whole network is paying attention to this matter. You dare not cheat me. That's right, but there are 2 points in the contract that I still need to explain to you. One is that the entire mural construction process will be broadcast live, and the other is that the final mural will be stamped with the seal of our studio. William took out the studio's vintage seal and showed it to Guan Lao. Look at this, it's designed in an ancient style, and it matches this mural very well. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mr. Guan was not a man to hesitate, so he agreed and followed William out of the study. Remember to make more for me next time. No matter when or where you want, just give me a call and I will try my best to make time to arrange it for you. William spoke humbly. Guan Lao patted him on the shoulder and said, young man, that's great. Meng Xingzhou looked at the 2 people talking and laughing. His expression suddenly changed, but he still asked stiffly, William, you didn't get Mr. Guan's order, did you? Got it, William said lightly. Guan Lao also pointed at the live broadcast equipment and said, The kid from the old Ming family. Quickly tell the people in your live broadcast room that I gave this order to William. From now on, no one should submit articles to me. Deadline. Even if you give it to me, I won't read it. I've identified William as the one who painted this mural. Meng Xingzhou walked over in disbelief. What design did you use? Let me see it. You want to know? William held the notebook bag tightly in his hand and smiled teasingly. I won't tell you. Meng Xingzhou was so angry that he almost swore in front of Mr. Guan. If you want to know, remember to follow our live broadcast room. We will tell everyone tomorrow. After saying that, William said goodbye to Mr. Guan again and left. At this moment, Meng Xingzhou's live broadcast room exploded. Oh my god, William really managed to get Guan Lao. What the hell? So many awesome design studios in China failed to win, but it was actually won by an unknown studio. That's right. How embarrassing for those award-winning studios. William is really awesome. Oh my god, I am crying. The same model as Chin Yu in my house has really appreciated in value. Do you remember what William said before? If you stamp it with their studio seal, it will increase in value in the future. He really did it. For a while, many people took pictures of Chin Yu's wall painting and William Studios logo on social platforms. How lucky I am to use the same design studio as Mr. Guan. Of course, in addition to those who are showing off the same children's room as Chin Yu, there are many more people who are curious about the content of the mural designed by William. Oh my god, am I the only one curious? What plan did William use to defeat Guan Lao? The same curiosity, itching. Soon, William took over Guan Lao's order, and topics such as William will announce the winning bid in his live broadcast room tomorrow frequently appeared on various short video platforms. All of a sudden, nearly 100,000 people made reservations for William's live broadcast tomorrow. When Qin Yang's adoptive father Qin Shanha learned about this, he immediately called William. Quick, tell me, what did you do to impress Master Guan? William hesitated for a while, but still said cautiously, Uncle, see you in the live broadcast room tomorrow. Father Qin was curious, helpless, and a little jealous. You are deliberately trying to keep your uncle awake tonight. Okay, I respect you. Wait, I will go to your live broadcast room tomorrow to watch. If the effect is good, I will give you a reward. Then thank you, Uncle. William hung up the phone with a smile. After William returned from Guan Lao's courtyard, he went to work at the construction site again. Qin Yang and Ben had a good understanding and did not ask what William's plan was. Instead, Monica looked at William curiously and asked, Brother Chuan, my friends know that I work for you, and they all want me to ask, what pattern did you give to Mr. Guan? William glanced at her coldly. Assistant Lin, this is not something you should ask. Monica looked a little embarrassed, but she couldn't help but act coquettishly. William, can't you just let me brag to my friends? After all, I'm your ex-sister-in-law. Why? You were very nice to me before. Did you do me a favor? William glanced at her coldly. Monica choked instantly. At this moment, everyone packed up their tools and went out. As soon as he walked out of the customer's house, Eva came up to him and opened her arms to pounce on William. Boyfriend, I'm here to pick you up from get off work. Eva smiled brightly. Passing by Monica, she suddenly spoke with ill intention. Don't act like you two are so sweet and in love. I don't believe William told you about the mural he designed for Mr. Guan. Humph, I tell you, he must be wary of you. Eva didn't care at all when she heard this. William's lips moved, and she immediately covered them with one hand. Shit, don't talk, I don't want to know. Rather than hearing Master Guan's plan from you, I, your girlfriend, would rather kiss you. Mural plans and the like are not important. Chapter 119 is so sweet. William's heart is filled. Chapter 119 is sweet. William's heart is filled. After saying that, Eva took her hand away and kissed him quickly, but quickly pulled away. Ben happened to pass by and saw this scene. You guys should at least avoid me. Can we please show some basic respect between people? After all, I was the one who tried to ask you out to the movies. Alas, compared to the talented and ever-increasing Brother Chuan, Ben felt that he was far inferior to him, and there was simply no comparison, so he left with his head down. Eva, who successfully kissed William, looked at Monica with a proud grin. Compared to the content of the plan, my brother's body is more of a concern to me. William, is it really okay for his girlfriend to say such things so blatantly? Embarrassing. William had never really felt this kind of enthusiasm. She was with Seline. She always maintained her posture. Even if you can see that she is very happy from her expression, she will still say something to suppress you, making you fall into an ice cave in an instant. Her love and affection were always hidden tightly, and her ambiguity tormented him for a long time. But Eva is different. Eva is like a little son, always so enthusiastic and warm. Make no secret of my love for him. William would feel lucky that he listened to his inner voice and established a relationship with Eva, because she was like someone sent by God to heal him. Would you like to have hot pot under the lemon tree? Eva's eyes lit up, and she nodded her head. The two of them went to the supermarket to buy ingredients and sat under the lemon tree with Chinyu to eat shabu-shabu mutton slices. The autumn wind is blowing, bringing a bit of chill. The family of three were slurping up the meat under the tree. It was so warm and cozy. Soon, the staff brought a dishwasher and a self-service sweeping robot. Eva pointed in the direction of the kitchen, and the staff quickly installed it and left. Eva explained to William, "This is a company benefit. Every year, Lands will give employees at our level shopping coupons for appliances and let us choose what we like. This year I chose a dishwasher and a mop." Eva said as she put the dishes into the dishwasher, "I'm often at your place now anyway, so I'll just put them here. It'll be more practical." After putting away the dishes and adding a ball of dishwashing powder, Eva closed the hatch and pressed the dishwashing button. This dishwasher is very convenient. It sterilizes and dries the dishes at high temperatures after washing. We can use the dishes directly next time. Before Eva could finish her words, William hugged her. "Thank you." Regardless of whether it is a benefit or not, the fact that she thought of exchanging the dishwasher and mop for his has already touched him so much. When he was at the Lin family, they were reluctant to hire anyone, not even to buy a dishwasher, always thinking that having him as their free labor was enough. But Eva is different. When he is busy designing, she will help him wash the dishes and take care of Chinyu. When there are company benefits, she will think of him first. This is what it feels like to be cared for by others. Eva felt a little confused by being hugged, but then she grinned and patted him on the back twice. "Boyfriend, are you touched by this? Then you are too lame. Then you have to be prepared. I will treat you better and better in the future." William's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt that his whole heart was filled. Sometimes he would wonder how Eva could have liked him so much. And this kind of love doesn't seem to come out of nowhere, nor does it form in a day or two. He also vaguely felt that Eva was hiding something from him. But sometimes he told himself not to delve into it too deeply and just enjoy the present moment. After all, the present moment is so happy. The two of them stayed together for a while, then went to watch a movie on the sofa in the yard. During this time, Eva kept looking at the sky. Recite silently in your heart. "It's raining. It's raining heavily. It's raining super heavily. Oh God, I'm willing to give Lily 10 pounds of flesh to you to ask you to make it rain now." Suddenly, a muffled thunder was heard in the sky. "Eva!" She immediately sent a message to Lily while William wasn't paying attention. "Let Qin Yang take Chinyu away. When I came, Lily came with me." Qin Yang said that Lily and his adoptive parents liked Chinyu very much and wanted to take Chinyu to stay for 2 days on the weekend. Chinyu herself did not object, so William did not say anything. But William didn't understand why Lily looked at him with a look of sympathy, as if to say, "You are so pitiful. You must protect yourself," when she left. Could Eva eat him? William returned to the sofa and watched a movie with Eva. Rumble. Boom boom. Muffled thunder continued to sound. Eva's heart roared. "Oh no. Let rain. Let the storm come harder. Hey, hey, hey." Soon, raindrops as big as beans fell on the glass shed. Eva fell into William's arms and spoke in an exaggerated voice. "Oh, boyfriend, I'm so scared. It's raining and thundering." Chapter 120. Dear, are you in need of a mother-in-law? Chapter 120. Dear, are you looking for a mother-in-law? William. He suspected that his girlfriend had been possessed by another spirit. Are you scared of this little rain and thunder? William didn't quite believe it. He felt that this little sister was up to something new, but as a boyfriend, he still held her in his arms and coaxed her gently. At this moment, the movie Titanic just broadcast the part where Jack drew a nude portrait for Rose, and the two of them hugged, kissed, and lingered passionately. The picture is ambiguous. The only sound in the quiet little courtyard was the breathing of the characters in the movie, which made the lustful men and women breathe a little more nervously. Eva raised her head in William's arms and swallowed. "Boyfriend, normally, shouldn't you kiss me in this kind of scene?" William laughed dumbly. "It's my fault." After saying that, he leaned over and kissed Eva's lips. The hot breath enveloped her. Unlike Eva's usual tiptoe kiss, William kissed her deeply this time. It was a real kiss between the two of them. The hot lips followed the breath and submerged Eva's entire body. She was a little overwhelmed, but soon adapted to the rhythm, and responded to him by clutching his clothes over his chest with one hand. The kiss became more and more passionate, and the voices of the male and female protagonists in the movie and their heavy breathing filled their ears. William put one hand on Eva's back, feeling her softness pressing against his body while exercising extreme restraint. At this moment, Eva's hands fell to his belt. William frowned. It didn't feel like the little hands touching his belt were accidental. Sure enough, the next moment, Eva pulled up the hem of his white shirt, slipped in through the opening, and stroked his waist muscles. William! His girlfriend seemed a little anxious. The little hand went down. Just as William was about to react, Eva's cell phone rang. Eva doesn't care. She just wants to sleep with senior brother Chen today. Who cares about her cell phone? But William's mood was interrupted by his cell phone. He breathed a little unsteadily and stopped Eva's little hand from making trouble. The phone is ringing. Whatever. Eva hugged his neck and kissed him again. The phone rang once, stopped, and then rang a second time. William slightly pulled Eva's hand away and pulled away from her lips. Answer the phone first? The other party might have something urgent. Eva sneered in her heart. Pray that the person who called her had something urgent. Otherwise, she would chop him up and throw the body into the sea. Eva reluctantly got up from the sofa and grabbed the phone beside her. As soon as the call was connected, Lan's father's angry voice was heard. Where are you? Come back here quickly. This family is going to break up. Your mother has someone outside. Hurry up. Hurry back here. After saying that, Father Lan hung up the phone in frustration. Eva was stunned for a moment, with question marks all over her forehead. Does her mother have someone outside? So bloody? Her mom and dad are a model couple. William awkwardly, with the corners of her mouth very stiff. Her father has such a loud voice that it's better to use speakerphone even without it. Well, I have to go home. Since her father had said so, she had to go back and check the situation. Okay, I'll take you there. William stood up. Eva's reaction was a little exaggerated. You'll take me back? Well, it's raining so hard, I'm worried. As he spoke, William had already gone back to the house to find an umbrella. Eva wanted to cry. She put her hands together and said to the sky, Oh God, can you please take back the rain? Hurry up. I am willing to exchange 10 pounds of Lily's flesh for it. Before she finished making the wish, William had already opened the umbrella and walked out with his arm around her shoulders, with the umbrella almost tilted on her side. Actually, Brother Chen, you don't have to send me off. Eva was still very resistant, her mind racing to think about which neighborhood looked poorer. But at the critical moment, I can't remember any of them. Yes, ask the executives? No, those executives also live in luxurious communities. How about the countryside? He said that his parents lived in the countryside, which was too far away, and he didn't want senior brother Chen to take him there. No way. It's raining, and since we're going back to the countryside, senior brother Chen will definitely take me back. William could see Eva's embarrassment and anxiety, and said softly, I'll just take you there. Not in. It's not suitable to meet your uncle and aunt in this situation today. Don't worry. Ding sound. Qin Yang sent a location. William clicked on the location, turned his head, and said to Eva, I was too worried about you just now, so I asked Qin Yang to ask Lily about your home location. I hope you don't mind. Don't worry. I'll take you to your doorstep, and then I'll leave. As he spoke, William looked at the location and frowned. Yangmingshan Villa District? That is the most luxurious villa area in the city. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The Lin family cannot enter that area, but Qin Yang's adoptive parents are also there. Eva's scalp went numb instantly when she heard that. Oh, stinky Lily. Can't your brain work? How can I send the real location to William like this? Deduct your salary. It's true that a woman's IQ drops rapidly when she's in love. Ineen, William called again. Are you sure it's here? Eva shuddered and instantly started to act like a dramatic person. She nodded, then revealed an expression that showed she was unwilling to face the situation. Actually, Brother Chen, I didn't tell you the truth. What's wrong? William's heart suddenly rose to his throat. My parents are actually working as maids, so they live in the house of a master. Oh, that master is Lily's family. Oh, I see. Okay, I'll take you there. William started the car and now understood why Eva was so reluctant to talk about anything else. It turned out that she was worried that I would look down on her because of her family background. There's nothing wrong with being a domestic helper. As long as it's a regular job, it deserves respect. After a 30-minute drive, William took Eva to the location given by Lily. Eva got out of the car and ran into the villa quickly. In the villa, her father was walking back and forth in the living room angrily. Her mother, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened, shaking her calves and continuing to watch videos. She knew that her mother could always control her father. Tell me, what's going on? Eva threw the key and access card on the coffee table with a bang, then sat down with a sullen face, as if to say you better be in trouble. At this moment, she was interrupted from eating meat and had no place to vent her anger. Father Lon pointed at his wife, and his fingers were shaking with anger. Your mother spent tens of thousands of gifts on a man's live broadcast room, and she used my card. I'm so angry. She also said that the man was very handsome and that he was in her aesthetic taste. Eva looked at her mother suspiciously. Comrade Min Min, is this true? Yes. Mrs. Lon curled her lips and beckoned Eva to come sit next to her. I've recently become a fan of a host who looks very pleasing to the eye. I think he's perfect to be my son-in-law. Come over and take a look. Do you like him? Mom, I was saying... Eva was so annoyed, but when her eyes fell on her mother's phone, she quickly changed her words and said, It fits. It couldn't be more suitable. Mom, I like it this way. Let me tell you, mother and daughter are of the same mind, and you will definitely like what I like. As Mrs. Lon spoke, she left a message to William on Weibo. Dear, are you my mother-in-law? Eva seriously and said, You said, when he starts live streaming tomorrow, should I change my nickname to William S. Mother-in-law? Change. This nickname is awesome. Upon hearing this, Mr. Land's face turned dark. I object. I don't agree with this matter. Chapter 1, 21 Eat So Well. Chapter 1, 21 Eat So Well. Upon learning that his wife was looking for a partner for his daughter, Mr. Land's expression improved a lot. Aren't you kidding me? Our family is going to form an alliance with the Chief family. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mrs. Lon. What the hell? I don't like Dennis's looks. Eva secretly gave her mother a thumbs up in her heart. This look is exactly the same as hers. Wife, when choosing a son-in-law, you can't just look at his appearance. Dennis's family background is the closest to ours. Mrs. Lon glared at Father Lon sarcastically. Hey, old man, what do you do with all that money? Father Lon was stunned. Of course it's for you and your mother. Then what is the money for? To make you happy. Father Lon answered as a matter of course. So, people make money to be happy, so that they can have more choices and freedom in life. You're talking about marriage now? Isn't that going backwards? Given our family situation, will we have no money to spend if we don't marry into the Chief family? No. But if Enine doesn't like it, will she be happy? Yes. Moreover, if a woman marries the wrong person, her life will be ruined and miserable. If Enine is not happy, you can wait to cry. Father Lon pursed his lips and said, I think the two children have similar family backgrounds and grew up in similar environments, so they will have common topics in the future. Your daughter has always been thinking about the person who saved her. I don't know what that person's background is like, whether he is suitable for Enine, and Enine has a filter for him. Once this filter is broken, there will be no good consequences. You're the one who's going to get into trouble. Eva took her mother's hand, made a face at her father, and then said to her mother coquettishly, Look, William looks like a bad guy, right? Mrs. Lon, you definitely can't. Daughter, if you could take him home, oh, Mom will be so happy. I didn't meet a handsome guy when I was young, and now that I'm old, having a son-in-law like this at home is a feast for the eyes. It will improve your aesthetic taste. Father Lon, Mom, let me tell you the truth. He is the one who saved me that year, and now he is my boyfriend. You are not nonsense. Before Mr. Lon could finish his words, Mrs. Lon glared at him and forced him to hold back the word trouble. Mrs. Lon excitedly held her daughter's hand and asked, Is everything you said true? Yes, it's true. Congratulations, Comrade Min Min. You will get what you want. Wow, my daughter is so great. Mrs. Lon gave her daughter a bear hug. Eva quickly took out her phone and pointed at Lan's father. Mom, look, my dad is looking for a marriage partner for me. That Dennis has a white moonlight, and he often takes that person and his daughter out to dinner. Look at this photo, how intimate they are, even holding hands. Mrs. Lon took the phone and saw that it was the photo taken when several people shared a table that day. Mrs. Lon saw Seline holding Dennis' arm, frowned, and threw the phone directly to Mr. Lon. Look at what you chose. Father Lon looked at several photos in a row, his brows furrowed, and finally said angrily, I'm going to ask Lao Chi for his opinion. What the hell is this? Hey, Dad, wait a minute. Aren't we going to cooperate with the Chi family on that project? Let's move forward first. When we want to discuss marriage, we can push these photos out. I've asked Lily to help me collect more evidence these days. Yeah. Father-in-law nodded and decided to get the project started first. The mother and daughter huddled on the sofa again, commenting on some of William's short videos. Oh, Eneen, he can sing so beautifully. Yeah, Mom, he used to be in a band at school. Eneen, look, this video is also good. Mom, I've watched this video hundreds of times. Really? Mom also brushed it several times just now. Why didn't Mom meet a handsome guy of this quality when she was young? TSK, 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 TSK. This figure is nothing compared to your dad's barrel waist. Father-in-law immediately took a deep breath and tightened his abdomen. Oh, daughter, how can you eat so well? Mom is so envious of you. Mom, I touched his abdominal muscles. They were super hard. Really? I'm so envious. Every time I touch your dad's belly, I always feel like I'm a piece of sticky rice cake. Father-in-law, by the way, Eneen, when are you going to bring him to meet Mom and Dad? Eva smiled a little guilty. Mom and Dad. Not yet. He doesn't know that our dad is the richest man and thinks you are poor maids. Besides, he just got out of failed marriage and is a little afraid of marriage. We have to wait a little longer. Lan's father's face immediately fell. Isn't this nonsense? He is actually a divorced man. Mrs. Lon seemed to have not heard what Mr. Lon said at all. She suddenly became excited and sat up straight. Eneen, you mean he doesn't know about our family situation, but he still likes you? That's right. Eva nodded. Madame Lon slapped her thigh and said, Okay, I agree to this marriage. Listen, old man, what a good match. He doesn't want our money. And what if he's been married before? As long as he has good character and a good foundation, he will know how to cherish and manage his marriage after a failed marriage. Father Lon, my opinion doesn't matter now, does it? Eva and Mrs. Blue continued to chatter about William. During this period, Eva sent a WeChat message to William, saying casually that it was nothing, just that her mother gave a tip to a male anchor and her father misunderstood. After sending the message, the mother and daughter chatted until midnight. The next day, William's live broadcast room was already full of people. There were many old acquaintances during this period, such as Eva, Monica, Frank, Mrs. Lon, Qin Yang's adoptive father, Meng Chuan's adoptive father, Meng Xingzhou, and Dennis. The Qi family and the Guan family have a deep connection. The design company under Dennis' company also wanted to win Mr. Guan's order this time, but the entire team came up with several plans but failed to win Mr. Guan's favor. This also made Qi's father quite dissatisfied with Dennis. When Dennis found out that William was the final winner, he was so angry that he couldn't sleep all night. Why? How could William, a little-known studio, get a project like Guan Lao's? How many people in the industry were trying so hard to gild the reputation of their design company? But it was just taken away by William. Dennis wasn't that angry if someone else took the order. The problem is that the person who took the list was William. Dennis really couldn't swallow this. William's brother touched his fiancée, whom he hadn't touched yet. Seline, who is by his side now, still misses William. It's okay in terms of love, but now William is going to crush him in his career too? No. William is an orphan without a father or a mother. Why fight him? At this moment, other people in front of the live camera were also very curious about what kind of design William used to win over Guan Lao. Is it really possible to defeat Guan Lao with just a few pieces of tangerine peel cakes? At this moment, William's live broadcast also started. Chapter 1, 22 Mother-in-law and Daughter Scramble for Rewards. Chapter 1, 22 Mother-in-law and Daughter Scramble for Rewards. This live broadcast is slightly different from previous ones, with a little texture. The first thing that appeared in the live broadcast camera was the heavy wooden door of Guan Lao's courtyard. There are two majestic door gods on the wooden door, which look very old. The camera slowly moved forward, and a slender hand with distinct joints appeared in the camera. With a creaky sound, it pushed open the heavy wooden door. The camera continued to move forward, carefully scanning every flower and grass in Guan Lao's courtyard, and even stopped at every delicate stone carving and every thoughtful little ornament. The camera swept across Guan Lao's legs resting on the rocking chair. The rocking chair was rocking, and the background music was the ditty that Mr. Guan was listening to. The kung fu teapot on the side emits wisps of smoke, and the whole picture is leisurely and beautiful. Netizens in the live broadcast room were amazed. Fuck, this live broadcast looks like a movie. A pretty cool live broadcast opening. The anchor's camera movement is amazing. Fuck, this is totally different from the live broadcast that the real young master filmed yesterday. Thanks to Brother Chuan, I can truly appreciate the charm of Guan Lao courtyard. Soon, the picture froze on the blank stone wall facing Guan Lao's door. and then William entered the frame. William appeared in the camera and hadn't said a word. William's mother-in-law immediately rewarded him with a romantic carriage worth 28,888 diamonds. Oh wow, my son-in-law is so handsome. William was stunned for a moment. Thank you for the tip from this netizen, but I still suggest that everyone tip rationally. Before he could finish his words, William's mother-in-law rewarded him with a luxury cruise ship worth 6,000 diamonds. Zhu Yuan Yuran gave a reward of 10,000 yuan to set sail for love. William's mother-in-law gave a reward of a dream castle worth 288,880 diamonds. Zhu Yuan Yuran rewarded endless romance worth 19,999 diamonds. William's mother-in-law gave a reward of 100 romantic firework castles. Zhu Yuan Yuruin gave 200 I love you forever. William. At this moment, netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused. This couldn't be someone hired by the anchor. Does the anchor want to get himself on the reward list? Didn't you see that the host himself was also confused? That was so funny. Soon, a large group of William's wife, William's mother-in-law, and William's number one mother-in-law came forward and sent hearts and flowers. William thanked them one by one. The following is the entrance plan I designed for Mr. Guan. At this time, Qin Yang and Ben each carried a stone slab covered with red cloth into the camera. Upon hearing this, Mr. Guan also sat up straight. Have you made any real things? Mr. Guan asked with curiosity. He originally thought that William was going to show everyone the computer design renderings. Because it is a stone sculpture in your house, and this is different from the quartz sand 3D painting I made before, I carved two pictures in advance according to the design drawing at 1:100, one in original color and one in color, so you can choose. As soon as the last word fell, William swiftly lifted the red cloth covering two stone carvings. Guan Lao's eyes lit up, and he didn't even bother to look into the camera, but rushed over to touch the painting on the stone slab. Netizens were also amazed. At this moment, Qin Yang's adoptive father in front of the live camera was full of admiration. It's actually the Great Wall. I didn't expect it. Father Qin shook his head, then smiled and nodded. That's really amazing. It would be unreasonable not to reward him today. As he spoke, Father Qin was like an old man on the subway looking at his phone, trying to figure out how to give a reward, and he successfully gave the first live broadcast reward of his life to William. At this moment, two pictures of the Great Wall were shown in the camera at the same time. One was a traditional stone sculpture, the color of which was the color of the stone itself, and it looked rather conventional and cold. The other was a modified version of a stone sculpture, which used traditional carving techniques, but was colored with Chinese painting pigments. This painted stone sculpture has extremely bright and eye-catching colors. The large maple leaves are golden, and the undulating Great Wall looks majestic and magnificent. Mr. Guan looked at the painting and couldn't let it go. That's it. That's the color. Good. William agreed and explained to the netizens in the live broadcast room. The Great Wall is the mural that best expresses Guan's broad mind and patriotic sentiment. And the Great Wall has a special meaning to Guan. Both Guan's grandfather and father have participated in the restoration of the Great Wall. Yes. When I was that age, Guan Lao gestured. I often heard my grandfather tell stories about the Great Wall. At that time, he would tell me about some of the restoration work. As he spoke, Guan pointed at the painted stone carving and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, Good. From now on, every time my grandchildren and great-grandchildren see the Great Wall of our country, they will think of their great-great-grandfathers. Every time I look at the Great Wall here, I can also think of the beautiful scenery of our country and the magnificent mountains and rivers of our country. William nodded and started construction. The rewards in the live broadcast room started to flow in. William deserves to make money. The anchor does have brains. As expected of the man my daughter likes. As expected of my son-in-law. As expected of my husband. After finishing work that day, William went to Qin Yang's adoptive parents' home with stone carvings and gifts. As soon as he got upstairs, William handed the gift he bought from the supermarket to Qin Shanha. I'm here to make amends to my uncle. Qin Shanha pretended to be angry and snorted. William quickly presented the colored slate painting. This is also a gift for our uncle. By the way, please help me check if there is anything wrong with the carving. A gift for me? Qin Shanha was stunned. Does he have the same one as Guan Lao? But then he reacted, smiled, and shook his head. You are so cunning. You obviously want me to teach you. Qin Shanha pointed to another unpainted slate and said, Bring it here as well. In fact, it's hard to spot problems with the painted ones, but this kind of hand-carved slate painting can show the level of your skills. Shauna soon discovered William's clumsy carving skills, so he took him back to the study and taught him step by step. Look here, if we use a roundabout cut like this, see, isn't the effect much better? William was amazed at Shauna's skills. Shauna was also surprised by William's talent. He learned very quickly and understood things immediately. Unlike Shauna had tried very hard to cultivate him, but still could not learn. When Yang found out that he was not his biological son, he simply refused to learn, and he also chose to respect. Because Yang is definitely not meant to be a carver, so instead of making things difficult for him, it would be better to let him grow up wild and happy. William and his adoptive father got along so well. Yang couldn't help but ask his adoptive mother, "Mom, you see my dad and brother Chuan have such a good understanding. Why don't we just do a blood test to see if they're a biological father and son?" At this time, on the other side, Ben went to the bar and was invited to a private room by Dennis's men. Ben had just sat down when a wallet full of cash was pushed towards him. "As long as you do me a favor, all this money will be yours. Without any transfer records, no one will be able to trace you back." Ben looked at the box full of cash, and his expression suddenly became serious. "What do you want to do?" "It's simple. I'll swap a batch of problematic paint with the paint in William's warehouse. I want him to use the paint with excessive formaldehyde in Mr. Guan's courtyard." Chapter 123. The Truth Behind Why Madame Chen Lost Her Son. Chapter 123. The Truth About How Mrs. Chen Lost Her Son. Ben put away his wallet and left. At this moment, Mrs. Chen from the Chen family was suddenly stunned by what Yang said. "Mom, what happened back then?" Mrs. Chen sighed. "On the day I gave birth, there was a major earthquake that happens only once in a century. The whole hospital was in chaos. The power was off, and there was no surveillance at all. At the time, I had just given birth and couldn't get out of bed. Your father asked the maid to hold the baby while he carried me downstairs. After the chaos, when the maid handed the baby to me, I recognized at first glance that the child was not mine." "Are you sure?" Yang was a little surprised. "I'm very sure. Although all newborns look alike, I can recognize my son. Not only me, but your father recognized him too. He is a person who can distinguish the differences among a dozen almost identical Methria Buddha jade tablets. So how could he not recognize his own son?" At this moment, the maid admitted that she had been knocked unconscious by someone who had hit her in the back of the neck for some time. She did not know what had happened, but when she woke up, the child was tightly in her arms. The maid insisted that she had not replaced the child. We even called the police, but she insisted that it was our child. She never let go of the child. After a DNA test, it was confirmed that the child was not ours. We handed it over to the police. Chen's mother sighed. "Until a few years ago, one of my elementary school classmates got cancer. Before she died, she called me to her bedside and said she wanted to confess to me. She said that she was the one who did it, and she was jealous that I could marry Lao Chen and marry into such a wealthy family. So she wanted me to live in the pain of losing a child for the rest of my life. But that's not right. Since she wants you to lose the child, why would she exchange the child with you?" Yang put forward his different point of view. "I can't figure this out either. The problem is that she seemed to have something else to say, but she left before she finished speaking. I have no way of knowing the truth. I also checked privately, and she was not married, had no children, and did not raise any children. Therefore, the child she exchanged with me should not be hers." "Then, Mom, why did you adopt me again?" Yang held Mrs. Chen's arm and rested his head on her shoulder. Mrs. Chen touched his head and said, "Because you are the son of my best friend." When talking about her best friend, Mrs. Chen's eyelids drooped slightly. Yang seemed to remember something, and his expression suddenly changed. Madame Chen nodded and said, "Now that you have grown up, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The grave I take you to sweep every year is that of my best friend, your biological mother. At that time, she was ill with depression. She knew she couldn't raise you, so she handed you over to me. It just so happened that Mr. Chen was also depressed because his grandson was taken away. I discussed it with your father, brought you back, and told the old man that we had found her child. Unexpectedly, this lie continued until the day the old man died, and we still didn't find his real grandson. This is also a big regret in our hearts. Yang, although we are not related by blood, but after raising you for so many years, we are no longer biological mother and son, but better than biological mother and son. Your father and I are willing to adopt you." "Yes, I know." Yang nodded, put his arm around Mrs. Chen's shoulders, and said emotionally, "I will always be your and Dad's son. I don't want the Chen family's property, but I will provide for your old age. What nonsense! You already have a share of the Chen family's fortune. Mrs. Chen pretended to be angry and changed her face. By the way, Mom, let's do a DNA test. I think Brother Chuan and Dad are really compatible. Mrs. Chen poked his head and said, how can it be such a coincidence? Mom knows that you like William. Mom likes him too. I will discuss with your dad in a few days and recognize him as my godson. You will have a companion. Okay. As they were talking, Chen's father and William were walking down, talking and laughing. What are you talking about? You seem so excited. Father Chen was in a good mood, smiling broadly. Yang Yang said, since you like William so much, why not adopt him as your godson? Mrs. Chen said. Father Chen was stunned. That's great. I just said I want to take William as my apprentice. Master and apprentice, plus father and son. That's the closest thing to a relationship. Father Chen pretended. Come on, William, serve me tea, and I will have another son and apprentice in the future. William couldn't refuse the kindness, and he had a very good impression of Chen's father and mother. So he took the tea handed to him by the servant and knelt down to serve tea to Chen's father. Father Chen held his hand and said, don't try that on me. We live in a new society. After saying that, she took the tea from his hand and drank it. Let me make this clear first. You are now my Chen Shanha's godson. You have to come over for dinner every week. Then, Father Chen pointed at Chen Yang and said, and you, don't act like a son without being a son. Mother Chen watched this scene with a smile and joked, you just be happy secretly. You are just lonely and wish you had another son to accompany you. Father Chen glanced at Chen Yu, who was brought over by the servant, pointed at her, and said, you too. You should come to accompany Grandpa often. Chen Yu responded obediently. Okay. Yeah, we'll come to accompany Grandpa. After finishing their meal, the group returned to the small courtyard. At this time, in the Land's Mall, Mrs. Lon followed Eva into a clothing counter. Mrs. Lon said generously, take out the cheapest clothes you have. Let me choose. The ladies at the counter were all sweating. Mrs. Lon, Mr. Land's little wife, when have you ever been so stingy? But the young ladies still brought over several pieces of clothing. Mrs. Lon quickly asked her daughter, how is it? Eva shook her head and asked the sales lady, how much are these? This one is 3,998 yuan. This one is 5,200 yuan. And this one is 6,999 yuan. Eva, is it okay for my daughter? I've never worn anything this cheap. No, your maid, a maid. Eva's voice rose a few notches, and she pulled her mother out. Finally, she chose a Samir t-shirt that was on sale for 69 yuan. Mrs. Lon did not resist, and even took a selfie in front of the mirror. Daughter, when mommy wears this, I feel 20 years younger. When I go to see William, will he mistake me for your sister? Oh, Eva. After buying clothes, the two went to the supermarket to buy things. Mrs. Lon immediately took 2 boxes of birds' nests, 3 boxes of American ginseng, and 4 boxes of deer antler powder. Eva put the things back one by one. Mrs. Lon was unhappy again. I bought it for my son-in-law. Why are you making trouble? Eva reminded, don't forget, you are a servant. Madame Lon curled her lips. You are the servant. Humph, I feel sorry for my son-in-law, but you won't let me. You are a bad daughter. Eva, I now seriously doubt that William is your biological son. If William was my biological son, you wouldn't be able to do that to him. After saying that, Mrs. Chen clapped her hands up and down, making a pa-pa-pa motion. Eva's cheeks flushed, and she pushed his shoulder. Comrade Minmin, you're annoying. The two bickered for a while, and finally just bought some simple milk and snacks and left Land's Mall. Mrs. Lon got on Eva's electric scooter and screamed all the way. Slow down, daughter. Eneen, fucking ass. Mrs. Lon screamed all the way to the gate of the small courtyard. When she got out of the car, she happened to meet William and others getting off the car. Chen Yu looked at Mrs. Lon strangely and asked in a low voice, Mom, what's wrong with this aunt's butt? Mrs. Lon, it was so embarrassing to meet my son-in-law for the first time. Eva, it was so embarrassing to bring my biological mother to meet William for the first time. However, Mrs. Lon had seen a lot of storms after all, so she quickly recovered and came over with a smile. Son-in-law, Amineen's mother. Chapter 124. The mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law and becomes happier and happier. Chapter 124. The mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law and becomes happier the more she looks at him. As she spoke, Mrs. Lon handed all the gifts in her hand to William, then turned to look at Eva. How was Mom's performance just now? Was it too unrestrained? Eva bit her lip and glared at her. Mom, Brother Chen, and I just started dating. We haven't reached that stage yet. Why call him son-in-law? Oh, then I'll change my words. Hello, William. Mrs. Lan said with a smile on her face. William was stunned by Mrs. Lan's enthusiasm. He had never seen such an enthusiastic elder, especially one of this kind. But the look she gave him was sparkling and full of undisguised fondness, exactly the same as Eva's. Hello, Auntie. How can you bring me a gift? I should bring the gift to see you. William held the gift and politely invited Mrs. Lan to come in and sit down. It's okay, it's okay. Our family doesn't care about these empty formalities. I'm the elder, and it's my duty to prepare gifts for the younger generation. William opened the door to the small courtyard and welcomed Eva and her mother in. Mrs. Lan was smiling all the way and kept asking Eva, I'm not being too unreserved, am I? I didn't scare your boyfriend, am I? As she walked into the small courtyard, Mrs. Lan's eyes widened immediately. Ineen, this place is so beautiful. Of course, it's a surprise for my boyfriend. Eva looks sweet and proud. Ineen, Mom is so envious of you. This little yard is so beautiful. Mrs. Lan looked around and touched around. This lemon tree is so beautiful. We can sit under it to barbecue, have hot pot, and even pick one or two to make lemonade. Mrs. Lan was amazed. William felt a little embarrassed by the praise. Eva stood beside him and said in a low voice, Brother Chen, I'm sorry, my mother insisted on coming with me. She said she wanted to see you. I said it was too early, and she couldn't be persuaded no matter what I said. It's okay. I can understand your thoughts. You're worried that your daughter will be cheated, especially since I'm a divorcee. Before he could finish his words, Eva glared at him and said, If you say that again, I'll be angry. I've never looked down on you for being a divorcee. William was startled, then took Eva's hand and rubbed it twice. Okay, I won't mention it. Thank you. Just a few simple words have brought him so much affirmation and touched him. The two prepared tea and entertained Mrs. Lan at the small courtyard where they usually had dinner. Qin Yang said hello to Qin Yu and went upstairs. At the small square table, Eva chose to sit next to William. William picked up the kung fu tea set and made a cup of tea for Mrs. Lan. Before he could say anything else, Eva's hand under the table was on his leg and moved. He scratched it lightly with his fingers. A little naughty. William felt helpless. His girlfriend doesn't seem to know that men shouldn't be flirted with like this. The little finger seemed to want to go even further, but he grabbed it and held it tightly in his hand. Auntie, William said, I don't know if Ineen has told you about my situation, but I feel that since you are here, I need to explain it to you clearly. I am divorced and have a 5-year-old daughter who currently lives with her mother. I rent this small yard, not buy it. Currently, I don't have a house in my name, only a second-hand tool truck, which is really not decent. After saying that, William waited for Mrs. Lan's reply. Mrs. Lan paused, holding the teacup, somewhat surprised by William's frankness. Okay, just because you are sincere, I accept you as my son-in-law. Ineen told me all you said, and these are not a big deal in our family. We value character, responsibility, and kindness to my daughter more, because I have always believed that I want my daughter to marry a good man, not someone who treats her well before marriage. Just because a good man has a longer time effect and is more cost-effective. After hearing this, William had a very good impression of Mrs. Lan. Frankly speaking, Lin's mother made him extremely afraid of creatures like his mother-in-law. In the past, when he had not yet entered society, he really believed that true love could transcend and overcome everything. In marriage, all that is needed is for two people to love each other. But now, he really feels that there are too many things to deal with when starting a family. There are many factors that affect a marriage, not just love. For example, the relationship between the man and his mother-in-law and father-in-law, and the relationship between the man and his wife's sisters and brothers. Some people's originally happy marriages are on the verge of breaking up because they have a vampire brother-in-law. These are things we often hear in society. So if he wants to enter into a new marriage, he will carefully consider these factors. But fortunately, Mrs. Lan gave him some confidence. Mrs. Lan drank her tea and looked at William's silly look. She liked him from the bottom of her heart. What? Can't speak. William smiled to hide his embarrassment. Auntie, to be honest, you really brought me a lot of surprises and shocks. Mrs. Lan covered her mouth and chuckled. Do you think I'm young? I look like a sister to Ineen. Indeed, William praised generously. But he was also telling the truth. Mrs. Lan does look younger than her peers. Moreover, Her sitting posture and the way she spoke gave people a sense of comfort and ease, with the elegance of the upper class, and she didn't look like someone who worked as a maid at all. But she would burst into laughter from time to time, without caring about her image, which made him no longer feel that she was a lady. In short, Mrs. Lon gave him a very strange and special impression. At this moment, Mrs. Lon was also smiling with her hands covering her mouth when she received the compliment, and she couldn't help but glare at Eva. It's Eileen's fault. She always says bad things about me in front of you. She says I'm a gambler. I was just playing a little card. But son-in-law, don't listen to Eileen's nonsense. I haven't played cards for a long time. I've given up. No, Auntie, Eileen always speaks well of you to me. Ha, that's good. As the voice fell, Lynn's mother's voice came from outside with a bit of sharpness. William, where are you? Come out. Lynn's mother got out of the car and walked in shouting. When she saw Eva and her mother, her face suddenly darkened. She looked Eva's mother up and down, then sneered undisguisedly, followed by a look of contempt. William, I'm here to ask you to transfer the 3 million from Guan Lao to Changcheng. As she spoke, she took out her mobile phone and showed the payment code. Hurry up. Chapter 125. Madame Lon slaps Mother Lin. I am William's new mother-in-law. Chapter 125. Mrs. Lon slaps Mother Lin in the face. I am William's new mother-in-law. After hearing this, the three people in the small courtyard were so angry that they laughed. William didn't want Eva and her mother to be involved in his family affairs, so he stood up and said he would send the two away. Eva was the first to speak out. No, senior brother Chen, you are too gentlemanly and easily bullied by a woman. I can't leave. Yes, son-in-law. If this old witch goes too far and you feel embarrassed to hit her, your aunt will help you slap her, Mrs. Lon said as she rolled up her sleeves. William felt very complicated after hearing this. He really didn't want Eva and her daughter to witness his shameful past, but seeing them supporting him so much, he felt very warm in his heart. That kind of warmth was what he had always longed for. Ever since he was kicked out of the Meng family, he had longed to have a home of his own and a family that supported him. But helplessly, he jumped from one pit into another, and he never felt the feeling of being cared for by his family. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind a little, William looked at Lynn's mother with a cold look. Why do you come to me for money? After hearing this, Lynn's mother laughed. William, you are kidding me, right? You made money, but instead of giving it to your wife and daughter, you're giving it to the bastard outside? To this kind of questionable woman? I'm telling you, as your mother-in-law and your elder, I can't just watch you do whatever you want. I have the obligation to keep the money for you. If you leave it with me, I will use it on Changcheng in the future. You won't suffer any loss. It's better than raising someone else's daughter. Also, William, please don't tell me you don't have the money. Guan Lao's order is worth 3 million, and everyone on the internet knows this. Mother Lin spoke in rapid succession. William's face gradually turned cold. Yes, that's right. The order from Mr. Guan is indeed priced at 3 million, but why should I give it to my ex-wife and daughter? The money is mine. I can arrange it however I want, and it's not your turn as a former mother-in-law to point fingers. Call me an elder? Are you qualified? You, William, you ungrateful bastard. Mother Lin pointed at Mrs. Lon and said, Look, we Lins fed him, clothed him, and raised him for 5 years. Now that he got a lousy order, he thinks he's made it and has turned his back on us. Mrs. Lon couldn't help but sneer when she heard this. If you think it's a broken order, don't come to ask for money. You're such an ugly eater. Also, let me remind you that being older doesn't mean you're an elder. When you're an elder, you have to act like an elder. After hearing this, Lynn's mother frowned subconsciously. Who are you? Is it your turn to criticize me? Ah, no problem. You finally asked who I am. Mrs. Lon took a step forward and tossed her hair proudly. I am William's new mother-in-law. You want to bully my future son-in-law? Sorry, you have to get past me. Huh, I've never seen anything like this before. Lynn's mother said sarcastically, William, you're amazing. You're such a poor boy, but now someone wants you. As she spoke, Lynn's mother looked Mrs. Lon up and down and sneered. Only someone like you, who wears a 69 yuan cinema, would be interested in this thing from William. Mrs. Lon was stunned, looked at Eva, and asked in a low voice, How did she know about my 69? Eva slapped her in the face. Mom, you didn't cut the tag. Mrs. Lon glared at her daughter and muttered, It's all your fault. You made me lose my momentum. But as she spoke, she puffed out her chest again. Humph, even if I'm wearing a discounted t-shirt for 69 today, I'm going to give you the momentum of 6,999. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves again. Old witch, you look so well dressed, but I didn't expect you to be so greedy and shameless. How can you create an image of an upper-class lady with such a poor appearance? You, what kind of noble lady persona am I creating? I'm a noble lady. Mother Lin was furious. You have never seen me at a high society dinner. You would be scared to death. Mrs. Lawn curled her lips and rolled her eyes. I thought to myself, you better not see me at a charity dinner next time. I'll slap your face. Damn, Jay. What the hell? How dare you talk to me about the upper class? Seeing that Mrs. Lawn was silent, Mother Lin became even more excited. I worked so hard to raise my daughter and made her so outstanding. But William married my daughter without giving her a penny of betrothal gift. Now I want the 3 million. What's wrong with that? What's wrong? You asked your daughter to abort the baby because you didn't think there was enough betrothal gifts. If you thought there was not enough betrothal gifts, you should have died to prove your resolve and told your daughter that if she dared to marry this poor boy, I would hang myself at the head of your bed tomorrow. Since you didn't die and accepted it, you have to admit it today. You. Lin's mother laughed in anger. It's easy for you to say that. If it were you, without the betrothal gift, would you be happy for your daughter to marry him? I'm happy with it, Madame Lawn said nonchalantly. If you can please me, I'll even throw myself on the bed. Mother Lin choked and simply looked at William fiercely. In a word, will you give me money? No. William refused neatly. Okay. Mother Lin gritted her teeth. William, you are now considered a semi-celebrity. I'm saying this. If you don't give me the money today, I will go to your live broadcast room tomorrow to make trouble. Say that you made money but didn't support your ex-wife and daughter, treated your daughter badly, created some kind of persona on the internet, and raised other people's children. Say that you are a hypocrite. These are all false. I have not failed to support my ex-wife and raise my children. According to the law, a general divorce judgment is to award alimony to the party with custody based on the local minimum living standard. The standard of child support is determined based on the lowest per capita living standard in the local area. Last year, the lowest per capita living standard in our city was 892 yuan per month. I also consulted many divorce lawyers, and based on this standard, most people give 800 to 1,000 yuan in alimony, but I give penny 2,000 yuan every month. It is not the law's obligation for the ex-husband to support his ex-wife. This requirement mainly applies to the current wife's life problems, and the ex-husband can give appropriate subsidies based on humanitarian care. Obviously, Seline does not meet this requirement now. But even so, I still paid 2,000 yuan a month in alimony, a total of 4,000 yuan a month. I never missed a month. 4,000 yuan? William, are you sending away a beggar? Do you know how much Ching's international kindergarten fee is for 1 year? I know, but she can also attend an ordinary kindergarten. As a father, my obligation is to ensure that her basic life is not affected, not to ensure that she always enjoys a luxurious life. William didn't think there was anything wrong with him. You, listen to what you were saying. Who doesn't want to climb up? Who wants a little lowly life? My granddaughter wants to go to an international kindergarten. Is that wrong? You are her father, so you should be responsible. Give me the money. If you don't give me the money today, I won't leave. I will stay here. Eva smiled faintly. Even if it's money for the international kindergarten, it won't cost 3 million. When Lin's mother heard this, her face suddenly changed. It just so happened that she was having intermittent pain in her lower back. She held her lumbar spine and said, "Oh, this money also includes my medical expenses. Last time, William pushed me and I fell to the ground. And Qin Yang also pushed me, and my tailbone is seriously damaged now. You have to be responsible for the medical expenses too. Be responsible to the end." Monica, who had just arrived by taxi, quickly ran into the small yard, subconsciously trying to pull her mother away. "Mom, why are you here making trouble? If I had heard what the aunt at home said, I wouldn't have known you were here. Let's go, hurry up." Mother Lin refused and pushed Monica away. "I must get this money today. I will get it even if I have to make a fuss. This money belongs to my daughter and my granddaughter. I must get it for them." Monica frowned when she heard this and felt even more guilty. Their family was like this before. They always felt that whatever William had was reasonable for them to get, always bullying William like this. Monica really didn't blame William for being so cold to her at this moment. It's all because of the sins she committed in the past. "Mom, when we get married, it's said that the couple's property is jointly owned, but it's half each. But now Yin and William are divorced. Why do you want to take the money from William's entire order? Besides, the 3 million still needs to be paid for." Monica said, looking at William apologetically. I'll take my mom away now. After saying that, she ignored everything and forcibly dragged Lynn's mother away and stuffed her into a taxi. After leaving the courtyard, Lynn's mother went to Dennis' office again. As soon as she walked into the office, she acted like Dennis' mother-in-law and gave orders. Seline, I have something to talk to you about. After hearing this, Dennis's expression suddenly turned unhappy. He hasn't even slept with Seline yet. Last night he was moved and wanted to kiss her, but she avoided him. She is not allowed to touch anything, and she also has to pay for Seline and her daughter's meals and buy various things. Why does this old woman still boss me around? Dennis didn't respond. Mother Lynn didn't notice his expression and kept talking. In short, William is not a human being. Seline, help me find the media to write about him, saying that he is not stingy, does not support his wife and daughter, and has an adopted daughter. It's just to establish his character. Dennis's mouth curled up slightly after hearing this, and he said, "Okay, Aunt, don't worry, I will take care of this matter." Hearing this, Lynn's mother felt relieved. It's all Yinyan's fault for not having good eyesight. Your son-in-law is much better than William. Dennis smiled and saw Lynn's mother off. His eyes darkened gradually. William, let's see how you die on the live broadcast tomorrow. The next day, William continued to bring Ben and a team of affiliated workers to help. He started the live broadcast as usual. After coloring the maple leaf, there was a round of praise in the live broadcast room. Too gorgeous. It really feels like autumn. Oh my God, William is really good at color matching. How can he make the color of maple leaves so beautiful? Wow, I can't bear to think about how happy Guan Lao is sitting in the courtyard and seeing autumn every day. This color is so great. I want William to make a wall painting for my house. The theme is autumn. At this moment, the Navy troops started to appear. To be honest, don't you think this color is abnormal? Normal Chinese painting pigments cannot produce this color tone. Something must have been added. From my perspective as an art student, there is definitely a problem. At this moment, the wooden door of Guan's house was pushed open with a creaky sound. He received a tip that there was a problem with William's paint, rushed in nervously and deliberately stood in front of the live camera and spoke. Master Guan, there's something wrong with this batch of paint. The formaldehyde level is seriously exceeded. At the very least, it can cause respiratory problems and, at worst, it can cause cancer. Chapter 126. Damn, the old man's life is also a life. Chapter 126. Damn, the old man's life is also a life. As soon as Meng Xingzhou finished speaking, Ben reacted strongly. What nonsense are you talking about? You are simply slandering me. Ben and Qingyang wanted to say something, but were stopped by William. William said to the two people in a low voice without rushing, "This is Mr. Guan's home court. Let Mr. Guan handle it." At this moment, Mr. Guan slowly raised his eyelids, glanced at William, then glanced at Meng Xingzhou indifferently, and finally said nothing. He has seen too much of the world at his age, and is destined not to show his joy like a young boy. He listened to the tune and continued tapping his legs as if nothing had happened, looking relaxed and at ease. But Meng Xingzhou was anxious. Guan Lao's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. He thought that at this moment, Guan Laohui's expression would suddenly change, and then he would stand up straight, point at William tremblingly, and scold him. "Mr. Guan, you really can't take this lightly. It doesn't matter to you at your age, but what about your grandchildren in your little yard in the future? They are young, and if they inhale even a little bit, it will be a disaster." Guan Lao sneered. "You mean I'm old now? It doesn't matter whether I live or not?" Meng Xingzhou's face suddenly froze, and he quickly forced a smile. "Master Guan, that's not what I meant. If I didn't value you, I wouldn't have come to you the first time I got the news." As he spoke, Meng Xingzhou took out an air measuring instrument and a set of formaldehyde testing tools. "I bought this on the way here. Now I will reveal William's true identity to you." Mr. Guan smiled faintly and said nothing. He didn't say anything good or bad. He just crossed the skewers in his hands and watched Meng Xingzhou and William as if he was watching a play. When Meng Xingzhou saw that Mr. Guan did not refuse, he felt that the matter was settled. He immediately opened the box of the air meter and said to the netizens in the live broadcast room, "Now is the time to witness a miracle. I am here to appeal to those who have the same children's room as Qinyu. It is best to measure whether the formaldehyde in your room exceeds the standard." In order to make more money, William used paint that is a 3-no product, which is extremely unfriendly to children's respiratory tract. As the voice fell, Meng Xingzhou had just opened the packaging film and was about to take out the palm-sized air measuring instrument. Ben was so excited that he rushed forward and was about to smash the air measuring instrument. Who do you think you are? You can test me if you want. Seeing Ben so excited, Meng Xingzhou suddenly smiled and asked, Are you feeling guilty? Who's guilty? I will tell on whoever feels guilty. The two of them choked each other. At this time, William interrupted the two. You can test the air quality. But the premise is that if the air quality in Guanlao Courtyard is fine, you have to compensate us for our losses. Hearing about the compensation, Meng Xingzhou's face suddenly changed. Why should I compensate you for your losses? It's very simple. First, you delayed our work progress, so we will reasonably claim compensation from you for lost work time. And you delayed not just one of us, but me, my assistant, Qin Yang, Ben, and these staff members all stopped working, so the total loss of work time for 10 people is born. Second, you just said to the majority of netizens that if you have a child's room like Qin Yu's, you should check the air carefully, because William used 3 no pigment products. This statement constitutes defamation and has a serious negative impact on our brand. Therefore, if the air quality here is fine, in addition to asking you to compensate for the loss of our brand, I will also sue you for defamation. After hearing this, Meng Xingzhou swallowed subconsciously. But then he reacted and laughed. Ha! William, you were scared, right? You deliberately scare me, just so that I wouldn't measure the air here, right? Dennis, who was watching the live broadcast, frowned and said, Why waste your time talking to him? Just test it. Idiot. William at the scene drooped his eyelids and glanced at Ben subconsciously. Ben's face turned pale. Something was wrong. Qin Yang's face suddenly changed, and he immediately reacted and grabbed Ben's collar. What the hell did you do? I didn't. You, don't accuse me. Ben didn't dare to look at Qin Yang. Seeing this, Meng Xingzhou immediately pressed the power button of the air measuring instrument. But William was quicker and pressed the power off button immediately. William, you must be feeling guilty. Meng Xingzhou smiled and subconsciously wanted to step back, but William's big hand tightly wrapped around the power-on interface of the air measuring instrument. At this moment, netizens were also shocked. Oh my God, could it be that the little brother is really guilty? William is feeling guilty. It's over. I need to find someone to check my daughter's nursery. Where's the person who said Qin Yu's same style has appreciated in value a few days ago? Buffed. It's the familiar taste of a melodramatic drama again. I love it. Waiting for the reversal. What a reversal. The above person is just trying to whitewash it. So disgusting. Didn't you see that Ben and William are both guilty? Even nervously. Daughter, should we think of a solution? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that William has been set up. There's something wrong with this Ben. Eva was also nervous at this moment. It goes without saying how important this list from Mr. Guan is. If something goes wrong with such an important order now, William's career will be completely ruined. Eva was also very nervous, and then she told Lily, have the PR department prepare a plan immediately. If something happens to William, find a way to whitewash him as soon as possible to reduce the impact on him. Lily nodded and went to deal with it. At this time, live broadcast, Meng Xingzhou said proudly, William, are you feeling guilty? He pulled, but couldn't get the air meter out of William's hand. I told you that if you want to inspect my project, you have to take responsibility. William turned to Qin Yang and said, take out a letter of responsibility for inspection from my briefcase. Qin Yang quickly brought the documents. William looked at Meng Xingzhou steadily and said with some deterrence, you must sign before you can inspect my project. First, you're not a professional inspection agency. I can't inspect it just because you say you want to inspect it. In the future, if a bunch of unprofessional people suddenly come to inspect my project, will my team still be able to carry out the work? Second, words are not enough. Since you want to test my project, if there's no problem with my project, you must compensate me for my lost work and brand damage. A total of 1.5 million plus criminal detention for defamation. After hearing this, Mr. Guan nodded in appreciation. Yes, he is brave, resourceful, and resourceful. A very nice young man. After hearing this, Meng Xingzhou became a little hesitant. After all, 150 is not a small amount. And there is criminal detention. Netizen, I feel like this is a high-end game. Some netizens also posted comments. Real young master, don't be scared. It's only 1.5 million. Go for it. Just when Meng Xingzhou was hesitating, Mrs. Meng suddenly appeared in front of everyone in a black cheongsam. Son, it's only 1.5 million. Mom supports you. Sign. Feeling supported, Meng Xingzhou nodded towards his mother with emotion and signed the agreement directly. Ben, who was originally saying, I can't sign, suddenly shut up. Monica walked up to William proudly and said to him, Don't worry, William. I've taken care of everything for you. I saw Ben secretly changing the paint that day, and I've already replaced the raw materials he had left in the corner. There's no problem with this batch of paint. As the voice fell, Ben's face changed in horror. Fuck you. You must be an undercover agent sent by the other side. The paint I replaced was problematic, and if you replace it back, it will be problematic paint. William, Qin Yang, Mrs. Meng, and Meng Xingzhou were laughing like crazy. Even at this moment, Mr. Guan was a little nervous. Damn, the old man's life is also his life. You play like this? Chapter 127 This section is deified. Chapter 127 This section is deified. Meng Xingzhou walked in front of the live camera and turned on the air measuring instrument directly. The numbers of several test items on the air measuring instrument screen immediately jumped rapidly. Finally, it was settled on a number. All green values. 2 words appear in the upper right corner. Good. The air quality is good. Meng Xingzhou frowned and kept shaking the handheld air measuring instrument. Good? How can it be good? Mrs. Meng's expression also changed. Yes, could it be that the instrument is broken? Meng Xingzhou shook the air measuring instrument twice, turned it off, restarted it, and tested it. Still shows that the air quality is good. After repeating this several times, he simply threw away the air measuring instrument in his hand and turned his attention to the bright colors of the maple forest. Mom, it must be that the formaldehyde hasn't evaporated yet. Look at this small courtyard. It has no roof and is very ventilated. If there was any formaldehyde, it would have been blown away, but there must still be formaldehyde in the paint. Yes. Mrs. Meng felt that what her son said made a lot of sense. Meng Xingzhou took a ladder, climbed up, and scooped out a large piece of paint. The construction workers frowned, feeling so distressed. You're ruining this leaf by picking at it like that. How ungentlemanly. William comforted him. It's okay. There is 1.5 million in compensation. When the time comes, I will give everyone more overtime pay. After hearing this, the man's face instantly brightened up again. Soon, Meng Xingzhou put the scraped paint in formaldehyde-soaking solution. He also explained to the netizens in the live broadcast room. If this transparent liquid turns light green, it means that the formaldehyde content exceeds the standard. If it turns dark green, it means that the formaldehyde content exceeds the standard seriously. Waiting takes time, so William washed his hands directly, took out the tea leaves given to him by Chen's father, and brewed them for Guan Lao to drink. Try it and see how it tastes. This 10-year-old rock tea was given to me by an elder. Guan Lao drank a cup and nodded repeatedly. Not bad. Your elder is very generous to you. This tea could be bought for at least 5 figures. William was stunned. He knew that the tea given by Chen's father was not cheap and should be worth it before he brought it to Guan Lao to taste. However, he didn't expect it to be so expensive. At this moment, the two of them were drinking tea and inviting their coworkers to take a break and drink tea. William also reminded Meng Xingzhou, if you put a large piece of paint into the soaking liquid like this, it will turn yellow no matter how you do it. I suggest you shorten the time and also pick other places, small pieces, otherwise the paint will affect the color of your soaking liquid. Qin Yang agreed. Hurry up, let's do it together, don't waste everyone's time. Meng Xingzhou thought it made sense and collected pigments from several other places for testing. Half an hour later, the color of all the test tubes did not change. All is fine. How is this possible? It must be that the time is not long enough. At this moment, Meng Xingzhou was already a little panicked. Madame Meng also turned pale and trembled as she said, Yes, wait a little longer. Waited another 20 minutes, and the result was still the same. Meng Xingzhou was so angry that he swept away everything. Ping pong, the floor was in a mess, and the test tubes were broken into pieces. Guan Lao frowned in displeasure. William glanced at Monica and said, Go and help Mr. Guan clean up. Monica responded and immediately took out a broom to deal with it neatly. At this moment, Guan Lao's brows slowly relaxed, and he looked at Meng Xingzhou, shaking his head continuously. William stood up, straightened his clothes, and asked Meng Xingzhou seriously, Is it okay? Meng Xingzhou didn't answer. William snapped his fingers, and all the staff, except Monica, stood in front of the live camera. William, Qin Yang, and Ben stood in the first row, and the rest of the studio staff stood in the second row. Everyone showed the watches on their wrists. William asked, What is this? Everyone answered, air quality monitor watch? William asked. Why do you want to wear it? Everyone answered in unison. Article 3 of the construction guidelines of the Chuanlu Bushi studio states that during construction, you must wear an air quality detector watch to monitor the air quality in real time and keep an eye on the data. If the data exceeds the standard, the project will be stopped immediately. Chuan Lubisai Studio will give you a 5-star healthy home. Leave the project to us and go to work with peace of mind. Join Chuan Lubisai Studio. The reputation is trustworthy and the quality of the franchise is guaranteed. Yeah. Netizens were outraged again. It's really amazing, a killer kill. The last paragraph, confer the gods, confer the gods. If a heifer doesn't give birth, it's a bad thing. Brother Chuan is a little cow riding a motorcycle. So awesome. As long as TikTok doesn't fail, I will accompany Brother Chuan until old age. Dennis, who was guarding the live broadcast room, was so angry that he smashed a computer. Chen's father and mother hugged each other excitedly. William is awesome. He won the battle. This battle was fought beautifully. Eva also hugged her mother tightly and jumped up and down with excitement. Mom, senior brother Chen is so awesome. I was worried for nothing. Yes, my son-in-law is awesome. At this moment at the live broadcast site, Monica was stunned. Her face was pale, and her heart was broken. She was the only one in the group not wearing that studio watch. It turns out that William didn't trust her at all. Everyone has it, except her. But who is to blame for all this? She can only blame herself for realizing her true inner thoughts too late. William harshly and hurt him over and over again. At this moment, Monica felt like a joke, and she also felt that she had to swallow this bitter pill alone. Meng Xingzhou suddenly reacted and pointed at William. Oh, it's you, you tricked me. Meng Xingzhou quickly took out his mobile phone and showed it to the camera in the live broadcast room. Dear netizens, you have to help me. Look, this is a report text message. I received the text message, and I came forward because I was concerned about Mr. Wan's health. I now suspect that William's studio is short of funds, so he directed and acted on his own, tricking me into coming here to stage this big show. Chapter 128 Honey, let's watch a horror movie. Chapter 128 Honey, let's watch a horror movie. To be honest, Master Zhen, I also doubt this. Yes, he made a fortune the last time Chen Yu pirated that. Others rely on finding ways to attract investment, but I rely on finding ways to rip others off. William, it's another day of waiting for someone to come to your door and give you money. Meng Xingzhou glanced at the comments in the live broadcast room and nodded frequently. Yes, William is so disgusting. But so what? I think my brother Chuan is so cool. Yes, you are right. My brother Chuan is just a jack of all trades. This is a textbook-level way to accumulate wealth, isn't it? I recommend that anyone who doesn't have money to start a business learn this. Soon, William's father rewarded him with an island. William's mother-in-law gave him a villa as a reward. Zhu Yu and Yuran rewarded a set of True Love Forever. Many netizens started to use 666, which made Meng Xingzhou so angry that smoke came out his nostrils. William picked up the payment code on his phone and handed it over. Mrs. Meng, is this a bank transfer or a scan code payment? Mrs. Meng's face was extremely stiff, but she couldn't lose face in front of Mr. Wan, so she could only contribute her bank savings and transfer the money to William. As soon as the transfer sound fell, William said to Qin Yang, call the police. Mrs. Meng's face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly grabbed William's hand. What are you doing? I have transferred all the money to you. Yes, the money was transferred, but I also said that I would pursue criminal responsibility. I will also pursue your son's defamation of me and the impact on my studio and brand. I said last time that I let you go this time because of your kindness in raising me, but if you do it again, I will not back down. Oh, you ungrateful bastard. Before Mrs. Meng could complain, Qin Yang had already called the police. Mrs. Meng and Meng Xingzhou rushed over and cut off the phone. Now, Mrs. Meng knew that William was going to do it. She was so scared that she trembled and took out her cell phone. Just wait. I'll let Lao Meng tell you. Lao Meng recommended such a good order to you. And you are ungrateful. And you even want to call the police to arrest. Before he could finish his words or connect the call, William had already called the police. When Mrs. Meng was about to rush over, Ben and Qin Yang immediately stopped her. Soon, the police came to take Meng Xingzhou away. Ben reported, Police comrade, I suspect this person paid me to frame Chuan Ge. The money is in our studio, not a cent has been touched. I didn't call the police at first because I was afraid of alerting the enemy. I was afraid that the other party might have another trick up his sleeve. After hearing this, Meng Xingzhou felt extremely wronged. Even though his hands were handcuffed behind his back, he kept jumping up and down in a rage. I don't. You're talking nonsense. I am innocent. Comrade police, I have wronged you. Oh my god, I really didn't do that. I am more wrong than Do. Meng Xingzhou was very excited. He was really wronged. At this time, Dennis was glad that he used his assistant and the idiot Meng Xingzhou. Can pick myself out. William in front of the live camera fiercely, his eyes dark. Next time, you won't be so lucky. After Meng Xingzhou was taken away, Ben was also confused and couldn't help asking William, "Brother, how did you find Monica?" William smiled and asked back, "Have you forgotten that when the things first arrived, you used your key to mark them?" "Oh yeah." Ben slapped his thigh. "How could I forget this? This is Master Guan's order. With so many people watching, I have to be careful. To be honest, I check the safety of all tools, materials, and ladders every day." At this moment, the joint work team listened and nodded in approval. "Brother Chuan, we will follow you from now on. Yes, we feel at ease living with you." Qin Yang was angry at this moment and hit William on the chest. "Okay, you two have already conspired and deliberately kept it from me, right? Brother, you don't treat me as a brother. I'm angry. Didn't you see that I almost got into a fight with Ben just now? Ben also asked me at that time whether I should inform you. I said no. Only when you don't know can it be real if you show it." William explained while leading everyone to continue working. "When I returned to the courtyard, I saw Eva standing at the door of the courtyard waiting with a bunch of takeout. Boyfriend, I bought takeout to celebrate with everyone." William quickly opened the door to the small courtyard and helped Eva carry her things inside. He never thought that Eva, a small girl, could carry so many takeouts. Ben and Qin Yang also hurried to help carry it in. The work teams that had joined in to produce the same pirated version of Qin Yu's product also came in one after another, carrying their tools. When these people saw the small courtyard, they all exclaimed in amazement. William pulled Eva aside, picked up her hand, spread out her palm, and took a look. There were red marks on it from the plastic bag. He felt so distressed that he blew on it into his palm. Eva's heart instantly felt sweet. Ben, who happened to be walking by, saw this scene and turned away uncomfortably. "Brother, Qin Yang asked me to ask you with so much food. Do you want to leave some for the brothers to eat together?" "Stay," Eva said without hesitation. "I bought so many things just to reward you all, to thank you for your unity and helping Brother Qin win the battle." William felt warm in his heart after hearing this. He didn't expect Eva to support his career to this extent, so he emotionally took Eva's hand and walked to the password door to enter his fingerprint. "Next time, when you come here, you can open the door yourself." "Okay." Eva pecked him quickly with the corner of her mouth raised. At this moment, Ben asked everyone to sit down and put another table together. Everyone helped open the takeaway. There are 6 dry pots, namely seafood dry pot, beef rib dry pot, frog dry pot, crayfish dry pot, hairy crab dry pot. There's also pickled fish, sushi, and various sashimi. Everyone had never seen so many high-quality sashimi, and they all exclaimed, "Wow." Ben said, "These were arranged by Chuan Ji's girlfriend as a reward for everyone's hard work today." When everyone heard this, they all said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Eva heard the word sister-in-law. She was so happy that she hurried over to pour Coke for everyone. "Come on, we still have to drive later, so let's drink Coke instead of wine. Cheers. Thank you all for supporting our brother Chuan." Everyone raised their Cokes to toast, and William clinked his glasses with them one by one. The starlights came on, and Ben picked up the guitar and sang. The atmosphere in the small courtyard is very warm. William looked at everyone eating, drinking, having fun, playing and singing, and suddenly felt that this moment was so rare, as if it would only happen in a dream. It was clear that half a year ago, he was still doing housework in the Lin family all day long and suffering from the cold violence of the Lin family. He knew the way out would be difficult, but he never expected it to be so beautiful. William knew that this meal was not cheap, so he transferred 5,200 to Eva. But Eva refused. "If you transfer 520 to me, I will accept it because you love me. But if you want to calculate it so clearly with me, I will be angry." William had no choice but to transfer 520 to Eva. I've all heard from my friends that when you transfer money to women, they never complain about the amount. Today, he actually met him. Eva saw the 520 transfer. She immediately clicked it and happily shared it on her moments. "My boyfriend transferred it. Hee hee." A group of executives below immediately gave thumbs up. "Ah, what a loving couple." Wow, this 520 revolutions are quite loving. These 520 are neither too much nor too little, and the rotation is really artistic. William. He suspected that the group of people in his girlfriend's circle of friends were mocking him, but he had no evidence. It was obvious that Eva was so happy. She kept jumping around and sharing it with Lily, which made him feel very emotional. I didn't expect her to be so easily satisfied, so I hugged her. Thank you, Enine. Thank you for coming to me. After everyone left, Eva's cunning eyes lit up, and she climbed onto William's neck. Honey, let's watch a horror movie. Chapter 129 Sweet. A young couple watching a horror movie. Sweet torture. Chapter 129 Sweet. Young couple watching horror movie. Sweet torture. Watch a horror movie? Why do I suddenly want to watch a horror movie? William subconsciously looked at his watch. It was already 10:30. Would it be too late to watch a horror movie at this time? Eva nodded and put her big thunder on William's arm to act coquettishly. Is it good or not? That damn girl Lily tells me every day how good Chin Yong is and how she always accompanies her to watch horror movies. I'm so envious of her. William was stunned. Lily, isn't she your cousin? Why do you say she's a dead girl? Eva's mouth twitched, and she reacted very quickly and said, That damn girl. I hate her so much. She enslaves me every day. William didn't understand the twists and turns between the two cousins, so he just smiled. Okay, I want to see it. Eva continued to rub William's arm at the big thunder. Rub, rub, rub. Then she pouted slightly, looking disappointed. No, forget it. Okay. William flicked Eva's head. Look if you want. Since we live nearby, I could just send her back later. William thought so, then turned back to the kitchen to squeeze lemon and orange juice to serve as a movie drink for Eva, who knew that as soon as he turned around. Eva made a yes gesture. All I do never deceives me. When you're acting coquettishly, you must use nasal sounds and add rinjia and ma. When your boyfriend refuses you, you must be sensible and show a disappointed expression. Oh, get a grip. By the way, the next step is to choose a movie. Eva went online and looked at a blogger's recommendation of the world's top 10 horror movies. The blogger also released the most terrifying movie scenes. Eva had a blank expression on her face and passed them one by one. Saw? What's so scary about this? It must be fake. How could someone really saw a person? Sharks eat people? What kind of horror movie is this? I want the scary kind. After watching several, Eva completely filtered out foreign horror movies. When it comes to horror, you have to watch domestic movies. But there's no time to search. William is about to finish squeezing the juice. Therefore, Eva could only ask in the executive group, and the president asked with great momentum. Within 3 minutes, I want to get a list of the horror movies you think are the scariest. If anyone fails to come up with a plan within 3 minutes, 1 point will be deducted from their performance for this month. Soon, everyone in the group frantically posted a bunch of names of horror movies. Eva finally chose a ghost movie with a sense of age called The Old Corpse in the Mountain Village 2, The Evil Ghost in Color. When she projected the movie onto the screen in the courtyard, William frowned slightly. Are you sure you want to watch this? I once heard from a friend that this movie is a classic among Hong Kong ghost movies, and it might be a bit scary. Well, let's watch this one. Lily and I have agreed that we will compete and retell the story tomorrow. Whoever can't finish it will be a puppy. William didn't understand the competition between these little sisters, so he just smiled and said, Okay. William poured juice for Eva and adjusted her back and stuffed a cushion on it. Eva felt so sweet in her heart. Not long after the opening credits, Eva hugged William's arm so tightly that even Daily Eye was deformed by the squeeze. William took a look and quickly looked away, focusing on the movie. The film has a dark tone, with the gloom of a mountain village, which is somewhat similar to this small village on the outskirts of the city. Soon, the creepy soundtrack from the movie began to play. I have to say that the shooting scenes and soundtracks of Hong Kong's early films were very sophisticated and really make people feel as if they are in the scene. Eva made a frightened sound at the right time. Honey, can you hug me? I'm a little scared. How about not watching it anymore? William suggested in a gentle voice. Eva shook her head. No, I can't lose to Lily. William smiled dumbly. His girlfriend had a strange desire to win. There was nothing he could do but put his arm around her shoulders. At this moment, Eva curled up in William's arms, her face pressed against his heart, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. When she heard the horror soundtrack, she suddenly grabbed William's other chest with her little hand. William was suddenly caught and groaned. At this moment, Eva heard William's sexy and hoarse voice, and her heart was filled with joy. I'm a little annoyed that this ghost hasn't appeared yet. Show up quickly. I can still touch senior brother Chen again. Hey, hey, hey. As the plot progressed, Eva almost curled up in William's arms. Sometimes delay pressed on William's chest. Sometimes he grabbed his chest muscles out of fear, and sometimes, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he would put his hands on the roots of his thighs. After all the operations, William's temperature continued to rise, and he just hoped that this horror movie would end soon. Soon, the climax of the whole film came. Eva was so scared that she screamed, "Ah," and sat directly on William's legs, hugged the back of William's neck tightly, and buried her face in his neck. William was also not calm when he felt the sudden warmth and tenderness in his arms. Especially his girlfriend's breath on his neck was itchy, but his heart was even more itchy. Eva's nose rubbed against her Adam's apple, and he didn't know if it was an accident, but he felt a nimble little tongue sliding across his Adam's apple. No, that scene is unimaginable. He was afraid of scaring his girlfriend. After all, they had only been dating for a short time. At this moment, he could only take a deep breath, force himself to stay tense, and gently pat her back. These are all fake. Woo, 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 that's horrible. William hugged her subconsciously, but only hugged her soft body. It's soft, warm, and boneless, making people want to squeeze it into their bodies. William's throat was a little dry, so he could only say hoarsely, "Why not just forget it?" Eva shook her head. "No, I have to watch the horror movie to the end, until the bad ghost is punished. Only then I dare to sleep." William wanted to shout for help, but he still patiently watched the horror movie with Eva. To be honest, he naturally knew that this ghost movie was fake and filmed, but he had to admit that this Hong Kong director had some talent. He created a full horror atmosphere and a strong sense of immersion, especially since they were now in a small village. So he understood Eva's fear. So he became more tense, but coaxed her in a gentler tone. Finally, I made it to the end of the movie. Eva popped her little head out of his arms, staring at him with her pitiful deer eyes without saying a word. William. After calming Eva down, William sent Eva back. In just a distance of less than 200 meters, Eva screamed 10 times. He would twist his arm at the slightest provocation. William now understands why his roommate vowed never to watch horror movies with his girlfriend again. He remembered what the man said at the time. "It's delicious and fun to watch." Not only did he scream after seeing me, he also twisted my arm and bit me. After watching a horror movie, I almost became a ghost. It's a good idea to watch a horror movie. Anyone who wants to watch it can watch it. William is very touched now. Soon, they arrived at Eva's rented house, and Matai, in the inner room, shouted excitedly, "Dogs barking, dogs barking." Eva threw herself directly into William's arms and said seriously, Could there be something dirty in there? I heard that dogs can see things that humans can't see." Before William could react, Eva covered her ears and said, "I don't want to sleep here tonight." Then he ran back to William's yard. William. Chapter 130. Wearing a bunny costume, or... Chapter 130. Wearing a bunny costume, or... William reluctantly returned to the courtyard, looking at Eva, who was looking at him pitifully again, and finally sighed and asked, "Are you really not going back?" "I don't dare." Eva lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong, and pulled his sleeve again and asked, "Can I sleep with you tonight? Can I wake you up when I need to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night and ask you to accompany me?" The voice had a pitiful tremor, and William could tell that Eva was really scared. Especially since there was indeed a person who died in the toilet in that horror movie and the scene was horrifying, it was normal for her not to dare to go there. At this moment, William couldn't bear to send Eva back, so he could only nod and take Eva back to his room. "You go to sleep first. I'll watch you sleep." Eva smiled secretly and then lay down. William wetly, "Can you let me hug your arms and fall asleep? I'm scared." William nodded, turned off the light, and lay down. He turned his back to Eva. She threw a piece of underwear out of the sheets with a whoosh, and then contentedly hugged William's arm and fell asleep. When Eva came close to him, William was stunned. Different from just now. He swallowed. "I've never thought watching a horror movie could be so exhausting." He will definitely tell Qin Yang not to accompany Lily to watch horror movies tomorrow. Otherwise, he really didn't know how long he could hold on. Eva asked in a low voice in the darkness. "Yeah." William responded with restraint. "Can you hug me?" Although she asked this question, Eva had already lifted William's hand and snuggled into his arms. One hand was holding his waist, and one leg was wrapped around his thigh. William couldn't help but groan and could only enjoy the sweet torture his girlfriend brought him. "Qin." Eva wanted to say something, but William simply scolded her. Shut up and go to bed. After a while, Eva began to breathe evenly. When he woke up the next day, William was no longer in bed. Eva angrily slapped herself. Eva, are you so sleep-deprived? Brother Chen is holding you. I'm holding it. If you rub it a little more, maybe it will succeed. We finally got into bed, but what stupid things did you do? How can you sleep? Are you doing this to Brother Chen's beautiful body? As soon as the voice fell, Eva saw William's figure appear in the doorframe, and she felt like she was struck by lightning. I prepared new towels and toothbrushes for you in the bathroom. Come down after you wash up. Breakfast is ready. Okay. Eva bit her lips tightly, not daring to look up. She ran into the bathroom and broke down in front of the mirror. Oh my God, Eva, you are so shameful. William chuckled from outside. Eva was so depressed early in the morning that she didn't even dare to look up when she went downstairs. Instead, William rubbed her head as if nothing had happened. After breakfast, William sent Chen Yu to school, and Eva rode her electric scooter to work. When she arrived at the office, she was still in a state of embarrassment. She sent a message to the bar owner Ivy, telling her what happened in the morning. Ivy replied, Tisk, what's wrong with that? If you want to get the meat, you have to be thick-skinned. Show your thick-skinned attitude as a big CEO. Treat William as a project, and don't stop until you achieve your goal. You think a mere embarrassment is nothing. Eva figured out instantly. Yes, what's the big deal about losing face in front of your boyfriend? On the other side, Ben went to the police station to give additional testimony. He described what happened that day in detail, but when the police checked the surveillance footage, they found that the other party was very smart. He was wearing a black baseball cap in the nightclub, with the cap pulled down very low, and he was also wearing a mask, so his face could not be seen at all. The police interrogated Meng Xingzhou repeatedly. Meng Xingzhou's mouth became dry from talking so much. It's not me. It's really not me, comrade. I was wronged. Ben finished recording his statement and left. On the way, he bought some things and then took a shortcut to go to the construction client's house, but was blocked by several men on the side road. The man in the lead was the one wearing a baseball cap and a black mask that day. He held a bottle of clear liquid and approached Ben sinisterly. What's the benefit of helping William like this? Will he come to save you at this time? Is he worth your life? The man shook the liquid in the bottle in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up under the mask. Don't you care about your musical dream the most? Then I will make sure your vocal cords will never make a sound again in your life. After saying that, the man glanced at the gangster beside him and ordered, grab his hands and pry his mouth open for me. As soon as the voice came out, the gangsters immediately restrained Ben. Ben was controlled tightly, and his mouth was forced open. The man opened the bottle of liquid and approached. Ben continued to struggle, and the man's smile became more and more smug. But in the next moment, the man was subdued by the police who rushed over, and his baseball cap and mask were taken off, revealing his true face. At this time, William and Qin Yang also came out from the darkness. William glanced at him and said, You are wrong. At this time, I will really come out to save him. The man knew he couldn't escape this time, so he said to Ben, Look, you treated him as a brother, but he showed up at the last minute. If he had shown up a second later, your voice would have been ruined. He doesn't care about you at all. Before he could finish his words, Ben kicked him and said, You still want to alienate us at this time. Chuan is my brother. I will never doubt my brothers in my life. After saying that, Ben moved his jaw, which was painful from being twisted just now. William and Qin Yang were concerned about him. Are you okay? Fine. The group went to the police station to take a statement. The arrested man was confirmed to be Dennis's fired assistant, but he refused to admit that it was Dennis who ordered him to do it, saying that he just disliked William and wanted to mess with him on purpose. After a while, the police found out that the male assistant had a wife who needed a kidney transplant. They guessed that Dennis gave him a large sum of money to keep quiet, but there was no way to verify it, so they could only wait for further investigation. But when the assistant was arrested, Ben and William secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They no longer had to worry about retaliation and be on guard day and night. The group went to the construction site again. When finishing work, William glanced at Qin Yang and said, Don't watch horror movies all the time. Qin Yang had several question marks in his mind, but he didn't refute because he was in a hurry to go back to accompany Lily. Ben also knew that William was in love, so he naturally didn't want to go back to the yard to be a light bulb, and the group dispersed. When William returned to the small courtyard, he was completely stunned. The gate to his courtyard was open, and a stranger was moving a large bed inside. William hurried over and saw Eva inside, instructing them, "Be gentle, be careful, don't bump into anything in the yard." William with the look of a child who had done something wrong. "Well, I still don't dare to sleep alone tonight." "William, this is a damn horror movie." Suddenly, Eva took William's arm and leaned forward softly. "I was thinking, since we slept together last night, why not just live together and try out marriage?" "William, this sleep is not that sleep. But your bed, it's a little hard for me to sleep on, so I brought my bed here. You won't be mad, will you?" William suppressed his expression and tapped Eva on the head. "Do you know what you're talking about?" "I know." Eva raised her head and looked at William with sparkling and firm eyes. "Marriage requires adjustment. Many people find out that their living habits and hygiene habits are not compatible after they get married. It's like wearing an unsuitable pair of shoes, which ends up making your feet bleed. I thought, since we were both of marriageable age, we are dating, and we slept together last night, why don't we just live together and try marriage to see if we are suitable for living together? It will also save us the trouble of getting used to each other in the future." William lowered his eyes and had to admit that Eva's proposal moved him. This made him, a man who was afraid of marriage, feel a little moved. Seeing that William didn't object, Eva quickly said, "Then dear, it's settled." After that, Eva continued to instruct the workers to move the big bed, and then went upstairs carrying a large bag of fun clothes that Ivy bought for her. She was thinking about wearing a bunny costume tonight, still wearing black silk. "Oh, why am I looking forward to Brother Chen's expression when he sees me changing clothes?" Nung nung. Chapter 131, When Your Girlfriend Appears Cutely in Bunny Pajamas. Chapter 131, When Your Girlfriend Appears Cutely in Her Bunny Pajamas. Eva asked the workers to move William's original single bed to the guest room, and then moved her own luxury king-size bed in. Seeing her things filling up William's room bit by bit, she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth in joy. After hiding her change of clothes, Eva went downstairs to have dinner with a calm expression. During this time, she acted as if nothing had happened. She picked up food for Chenyu, put food into the dishwasher after dinner, turned on a vacuum cleaner to clean the inner room, and read picture books with Chenyu. Chenyu was very well behaved and fell asleep at 9 o'clock holding her stuffed doll. After Chenyu fell asleep, Eva took her notebook to the office to work with William. The two of them didn't chat, they just kept typing away on the keyboard, but they felt inexplicably at ease with each other by their side. It's a great feeling to work together and make progress together. Occasionally, William would catch a glimpse of Eva working seriously with her gold-rimmed glasses on, and his heart would be moved. Eva doesn't usually wear glasses, but she probably has astigmatism and myopia problems, so she wears gold-rimmed glasses when she works, which makes her look charming and a bit cool and charming. William looked at his girlfriend, the corners of his mouth raised happily. Suddenly, William's cell phone rang. The sudden ringing of the bell broke the tranquility of the moment. William answered the call. Chen Yang's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother, have you seen the post I sent you? There are posts like this everywhere on the internet that slander you." "Okay, let me take a look." William hung up the phone. Eva also heard Chen Yang's voice at this time, and stood up and came over to look at the pages of the notebook with William. William clicked on several links given by Chen Yang one after another. The titles were very eye-catching. Overturned. William refused to pay for his biological daughter's education. He raised Chen Yu just to establish his character. Disgusting. He didn't give any betrothal gifts when they got married, and he treated his ex-wife harshly after he became rich. Divorced just as he started making money, beat his mother-in-law, enslaved his sister-in-law. How disgusting can William be? Each post exaggerated William's past family affairs. Eva became more and more angry as she watched. How could this happen? You have finally built up a good reputation, and this is going to ruin you. William's face darkened slightly. He found a friend he knew from college in his address book, called him, told him what had happened, and asked him to find out the mastermind behind the incident and hack those posts. After some communication, William transferred some money to the other party. The other party insisted that he would not accept the money, but William said, "Even though we are brothers, we cannot work for free. This is taking up your personal time, and you must pay for the labor." The other party then clicked on the transfer and promised to get the matter done. After finishing the work, William calmed down a little and continued to work. "You're just going to let it go like this?" William shrugged. "I've asked my friend to handle it. This is the only way to deal with it now." Posts like this spread very quickly, and most of them are posted in internet cafes. It's difficult to find the posters and sue them one by one. And I don't have a team of lawyers. To be honest, if I hire a lawyer, it may cost a lot of money and energy, and I may not see any results in the end. I really don't have the energy to do that now. Adults cannot act on impulse. They can only weigh the pros and cons. William was a little helpless about this. He touched Eva's head and said, I know you feel sorry for me, and I know you are angry, but there is nothing I can do now. In fact, I've been mentally prepared for a long time. As early as when Monica was exposed online, I was ready for my past marriage history to be dug out. As anchors, we enjoy the benefits of the internet, but we will also be hurt by it. I just didn't expect that when Monica was exposed last time, no one found out my relationship with her. I was quite surprised about that. Eva pursed her lips. What's so surprising? That was all done by her team. Otherwise, that bit of information would have been dug out long ago. Don't worry, this wave will pass. Those who are innocent will be innocent. Besides, some things are better to explode sooner rather than later than as a time bomb. William comforted Eva with a few words and then continued to work. But Eva couldn't stand it. She immediately remotely controlled her legal team and public relations team on the computer. I'll give you 1 hour. I want to see the heat of this matter suppressed and a whitewashing post appear. The entire Lawn family's public relations team received the order, and the legal team also quickly got busy, regardless of the cost, blocking the accounts of all rumor mongers and suing them for defamation. Sure enough, in less than an hour, most of the posts on the internet had been deleted. William was also surprised at how efficient the guy in the network engineering department he knew in college was. He put his arm around Eva's shoulders, asked her to look at a few blocked pages, and asked, Are you satisfied now? Are you happy? Eva snorted coldly, extremely arrogant. I won't let these bad people and bad things affect my mood. Yes, don't let bad people and bad things affect our mood. William kissed her on the side of the face. Eva had something on her mind at the moment, so she quickly closed her notebook and went back to her room. When William returned to the room, he saw Eva's busy little body cleaning the room, and he couldn't help but hug her from behind. I'm sorry I haven't been with you much during this time. Eva's lips curled up, and she turned to look at William. It's okay. This is how it is in the early stages of a business. Now that you've won Mr. Guan's order, you've gained some fame in the industry, and your business is growing. You'll definitely be very busy. I understand. During this period, orders for Qin Yu style, the small courtyard style, and new wall sculptures like Guan Lao's came in like snowflakes. Business volume surged. William kept telling himself not to get complacent. The busier he was, the more he had to be careful not to make mistakes, so he often had to work overtime. Once the studio is on track and has been run in with more franchisees, it should be easier. Inin, it was my own idea to help Qin Yu, but I didn't expect that during this period of time, you were the one handling Qin Yu's affairs. I really feel guilty. Eva hugged William back. Don't feel guilty. I know who you are. Even if I wasn't here, if you were busy during this period, you would definitely find a professional aunt to take care of Qin Yu. You are not an irresponsible person. William's heart suddenly trembled. He didn't expect Eva to understand him so well. It coincides with what he was thinking. He was very touched and hugged her even tighter. If you're busy with work, remember to tell me. With my current financial situation, I can afford to hire an aunt. It won't affect your work. Yeah, okay. Eva nodded. William suddenly realized that this kind of trial marriage seemed to be a good idea. After they hugged each other for a while, Eva pushed William to take a shower. When William finished his shower, came out wearing loose home clothes and drying his hair, Eva was stunned. The water droplets at the ends of the hair flowed down bit by bit, and occasionally a few naughty little drops flowed to the heart of William's V-neck, which was so sexy. I really want to unbutton his pajamas and lick the water drops on his heart with my tongue. Eva's cheeks were getting redder and redder. She swallowed, quickly grabbed a bunny outfit, and ran to the bathroom. Her heart was beating very fast. She poured half a bottle of peach-scented shower gel on her body, took a fragrant bath, and changed into cute white suspender-lace bunny pajamas. The clothes are one-piece, hip-wrapped, close to the curves, with a fluffy bunny tail at the PP. Eva faced the mirror, blew her hair until it was about 70% dry, and let it hang down a little messily. Then she put on a cute bunny ear headband, took a deep breath, shyly opened the door, and walked out. William glanced at his angry girlfriend and became speechless instantly. Chapter 132, Brother Chuan. Chapter 132, Brother Chuan. You. William turned his face away with an uneasy look. Eva stepped on the ground with her beautiful feet and walked slowly towards William. William turned his face away, so she walked around to him and looked at him. A pair of innocent deer eyes looked at him steadily. Don't I look good in this outfit? Eva grabbed William's collar with both hands, leaned her face closer, and called out softly, "Brother Chuan." William's body jerked, and his throat burned badly. "Do you know what you were doing?" "I know." Eva blinked her innocent eyes with a sweet smile on her lips. "My friend told me that if I dress like this and call my boyfriend brother, he will be very happy. I want to make you happy." William's face instantly turned cold after hearing this. "What kind of friend are you? Why should I teach you this kind of thing? Ineen, I don't need you to make me happy like this." Before she could finish her words, Eva climbed onto William's neck, wrapped her legs around his waist, and hung on him. "But I just want to make you happy." At this moment, Eva's dear eyes were shining brightly, and coupled with her childish face, William was completely unable to tell whether she really didn't understand or was just pretending not to understand. Mainly because of Eva's face, it is really misleading. At this time, on the other side, Seline was furious when she saw the negative posts on the internet. She has always been a person who cares about her reputation. When she saw others posting her family affairs on the internet, she was furious. "These people spread rumors. I want to sue them. I'm going to make them spend the rest of their lives in jail." Seline went downstairs angrily and heard the conversation between her father and her mother. "Are you crazy? You let Dennis post these messages. What is your intention?" At this time, Lynn's mother, who was sitting on the sofa and reading posts, was very proud. "It's William's fault for not wanting to give me money. This is the price he has to pay. Just wait. He makes money on the internet. If this matter continues to ferment, if he still wants to continue making money, he will have to beg me and ask me to speak for him. At this time, I can get my 3 million back." "Your 3 million? You are really becoming more and more shameless." That was clearly an order that William won with his own ability. How did it become your 3 million? Frank saw his wife's expression. He couldn't help feeling a little disgusted. When Lynn's mother heard this, she disagreed and picked up a pillow to hit Frank on the head. "Old Lynn, what are you capable of? Talking to me like this? Don't forget that you are the biggest criminal in this family. I took your dignity into consideration and didn't expose your behavior in front of my daughter, but you still dare to talk to me like this. I worked so hard to train my daughter to be the principal dancer of ballet. I made her so beautiful with a good figure and good temperament, and she can also make money. Why did William marry my daughter without paying a penny? Oh, the milk I bought for her when she was a child was free, and the ballet classes I enrolled her in were free. Why did I invest so much money while William just reaped the benefits? If he doesn't make money, he'll be a loser all his life. That's fine. But if he makes money today, he has to get it back to me." As she spoke excitedly, Lynn's mother felt pain in her lower back again and could not help but let out a hiss. "Look, my lower back and legs hurt all night long. I don't know why. This is all because of William. If he hadn't pushed me, would I be like this? I tell you, 3 million is just the beginning. I want as much as he made before." Monica was sitting in the restaurant, holding her cell phone, her hands shaking slightly. When Seline heard this, she was so angry that she rushed to her mother and started yelling at her. "Mom, you're going to kill me. If you do this, how can I go to the dance troupe to meet people? It's only 3 million. My dance troupe can make money. Do you really want to embarrass me in front of so many people? Do you want me to die?" At this moment, Monica couldn't help but speak out. "Yes, Mom, you asked Dennis to tell those internet trolls to stop posting. Don't you think about it? What if Dennis's mother dislikes Yin Yin after she gets into this state? If she marries into the Chi family in the future, won't this become a joke in the circle of wealthy families?" Seline scolded Lynn's mother. She didn't feel that she had done anything wrong, but when her eldest daughter said this, she nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, how could I forget this?" Mother Lynn slapped her thigh. "It's all my fault. It's my fault that William got so mad at me during this period of time." When Seline heard this, she frowned and looked at Monica reproachfully. "Why are you saying this? When did I ever say I wanted to marry Dennis?" Monica was also slightly stunned at this moment. "If you don't want to marry Dennis, why do you often go out with him?" Seline choked and was speechless for a moment. Mother Lynn stood up and said, "Forget it. I'd better go talk to Dennis. Tell him not to make a big fuss. It will be bad if his parents knew about it." Seline glared at her and said, "I'll go." Seline went to the garage, drove, and went straight to Dennis' apartment to find him. As soon as she walked in, she scolded him like a female group leader. "Ollie, what's wrong with you? My mother is not in a good mind. Are you following her? Anyway, I don't care. You should immediately remove all the posts that slandered William." Dennis felt a little unhappy after hearing this. What on earth did this mother and daughter think of him? Is it possible to shout here and there like this? Dennis was very depressed. When he first returned to China, Seline and Lynn's mother were very nice to him. Especially the way Seline looked at him seemed full of admiration. At that time, as a man, his vanity was greatly satisfied. How could a married woman, who only has him in her heart, make him unhappy? At that time, Lynn's mother spoke to him very carefully and always asked him, "Seely, is this not good? Is it too expensive? Will it cost you too much money?" The feeling of carefully flattering him and reading his expression gave him unprecedented satisfaction. But since Celine's divorce, everything has changed. Mother Lynn seemed to have transformed into her own mother-in-law, ordering her around and everything. Seline was the same, completely losing her initial gentleness and thoughtfulness. Dennis, eyes darkened, and without replying, he walked to the wine cabinet, poured Seline a glass of red wine, and then toasted with her. "You calm down first. What can I do? That person is your mother. Yin Yin, you know I can never refuse you." Celine's anger subsided a lot, and she drank the glass of red wine without any precautions. "Ollie, I'm not blaming you. You should tell your people to take down the post as soon as possible." "Okay." Dennis pretended to pick up his phone and sent a text message, then poured wine for Seline and himself. "Now you can rest assured." "Yeah." Seline was very upset and drank another glass of red wine. But for some reason, she felt increasingly hot and uncomfortable. Dennis in shock. "Ollie, this wine? Don't worry, I won't cuckold the male lead." Chapter 133 Seline. It turns out that I have always loved William. Chapter 133 Seline. It turns out that I have always loved William. At this moment, Dennis' face flushed and he untied his tie. I don't know. I'm hot too. Yin Yin, this wine was given to me by your mother." Celine's pupils shrank suddenly when she heard this. Could it be that her mother wanted to bring her and Dennis together? No, it's not possible. Absolutely not. Seline was distracted. Dennis had already pounced on her. His aura enveloped Seline. Seline felt nauseous subconsciously for some reason. That was a completely different aura from William S. Very stinky. She was very resistant and couldn't bear it all. Dennis before, they had been very close to each other and she had smelled the scent of Dennis. But she wasn't so resistant at that time. "Yin Yin, Yin Yin, I want you. Yin Yin, my goddess. I have always regretted that we have been in love for so many years, but have never really been together. This regret has always been with me. Yin Yin, can you give it to me?" As he said that, Dennis' lips were about to press against mine. Celine's eyes burst instantly, and she pushed Dennis away. "No. Why not?" Dennis was caught off guard and was pushed away. He fell to the ground, a little confused at first, and then very unhappy. "You and William are divorced." Seline was so frightened by Dennis' behavior that her heart was beating fast. She is conservative and very careful about her manners when interacting with Dennis. Especially her mother often brainwashes her, telling her not to let Dennis succeed. Otherwise, once he gets the girl, he may not marry her. Under such brainwashing, Seline has always refused to let Dennis touch her, even a touch. No way. Seline's attitude is very tough. She was very resistant to Dennis' approach, even if she did nothing. Although her body was now craving for it in waves, she was mentally extremely resistant to Dennis. Even nauseating. Dennis was also getting hot at the moment, and he didn't care about Seline's rejection and pressed on her again. "Yin Yin, I feel really bad. The wine your mother gave me. I can't stand it." As he said this, Dennis was about to lean over. Seline felt a sense of fear from her tailbone that she had never felt before. "No, can't." She is very resistant. William's image appeared in her mind. No, she couldn't let William down. Moreover, she knew very clearly that as long as she had a relationship with Dennis, she and William would never be able to go back. No, absolutely not. But Seline couldn't push Dennis away. Dennis came well prepared this time, and with great force. But just when Dennis' lips were about to touch Celine's, she simply picked up the red wine bottle beside her and smashed it on the back of Dennis' head with a bang without thinking. There was a loud bang, and the force was so strong that it broke Dennis' head. Blood mixed with red wine dripped down. Dennis obviously didn't expect Seline to do this. Before he passed out, his eyes widened. "Yin Yin, you?" Seline pushed the unconscious Dennis away, and without caring about him, she ran out. With her last bit of sanity, she hailed a taxi to William's yard. On the road, she was very scared, afraid that the driver would notice that something was wrong with her. She pinched her thigh again and again, crying in pain. It was at this moment when Dennis pounced on her and made her feel sick that she finally understood. Maybe she had loved Dennis once, but that was over. It turned out that her body could not accept Dennis's approach. It's not that she didn't understand, she just didn't think deeply about it. However, at this moment, she understood everything. It turns out that what William said was true. She had already fallen in love with him from the little bits and pieces of their interactions in the past. That's why she didn't want to get divorced. That's why she was jealous of someone of the opposite sex approaching him. That's why it turned out that the person she loved was really William. When the driver arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw a big pothole in front of the road. The driver couldn't get through, so he let Seline walk over by herself. Seline got out of the car and stumbled along the 500-meter road. Several times, she fell to the ground, landing on her knees and bleeding. But she cried and laughed. "I'm so stupid. William, I'm so stupid." She struggled to get up, looking extremely embarrassed. Looking at the mud in her hands, she cried aggrievedly. "William, I've never been so embarrassed for a man. You must not let me down." She finally reached the gate of the yard and was about to knock on the door, but it was not closed properly, so she pushed it open and walked in. "William, William," Seline screamed and stumbled to William's bedroom. When she opened the door, she saw Eva, who was wearing sexy clothes, clinging to William like a koala. She instantly became furious, pulled Eva away, moved closer, and grabbed William's neck with her dirty hands, breathing unsteadily. "William, help me. Dennis drugged me. William, help me." Eva fell to the ground with a bunch of question marks on her forehead. "I really doubt my life." She guessed the beginning of the story, but she didn't expect such a bloody ending. But Eva was not the kind of person who would give in to defeat. She immediately got up from the ground and pulled Seline away. "Get lost. I am William's official girlfriend now. What's wrong with you hugging my boyfriend's neck?" Seline felt weak all over and looked at Eva hatefully. "You are the one who should leave. William and I have been married before. Do you think William will leave me alone in this situation? Let me go out and let other men touch me." Seline looked at William with a sad look on her face. "I hit Dennis on the head, and I pinched my thigh all the way to find you," Seline said as she forced herself to stand up, looking at William with eyes full of endless regret. "Hubby, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I just realized now that I couldn't stand Dennis touching me because I love you. I couldn't accept another man touching me. I was really wrong. It turns out that what you said was true. In the past, I had already fallen in love with you. Husband, please forgive me. I will live a good life with you and Chung in the future." Before she could finish her words, Eva stamped her feet angrily. "William, do you choose her or me?" After hearing this, Seline also looked at William. "Honey, do you want me or her?" Chapter 134. Seline calls her husband in a sweet voice, and Eva gets jealous. Chapter 134. Seline calls her husband in a coquettish voice, and Eva gets jealous. "Enine, please help me take Seline to the hospital." To be honest, William really couldn't throw his ex-wife away like this. Eva quickly calmed down and decided that what William said was the best way to deal with the situation at the moment. She went back to the bathroom and quickly put on her clothes, then used great strength to carry Seline, who was lying limp on the ground, on her back. William wanted to help, but Eva glared at him. "Don't touch her. If you touch her, I'll be angry." William smiled dumbly and could only respond with "okay," then walked behind to protect her so that if anything happened, he could help pull the things aside in time. Seline, who had no ability to resist, was carried on Eva's back, mumbling unconsciously. "Hot, William, I'm so hot. Hubby, I want. Hubby, hurry up. I don't want to go to the hospital. Husband, I just want you." Eva's face darkened gradually. She glared at William and said something in a low voice with a particularly bad temper. "Shut up, or I'll throw you to the ground. The one with your face down. How can you still be a ballet goddess?" Sure enough, the threats seemed to work, and Seline shut up immediately. Soon, with the help of Eva, William sent Seline to the hospital. As soon as the person was taken to the emergency room, William called Frank and told him the details of the situation and location. Whether to call the police or not is up to you. When Frank, Lynn's mother, and Monica arrived at the hospital, William planned to take Eva away. Lynn's mother stopped him. "William, what do you mean? How could Dennis do that to our Yin-Yin? Dennis loves our Yin-Yin so much. How could he do this to her?" Lynn's mother was obviously a little overwhelmed and unable to accept this fact. Frank couldn't help but say, "I told you from the beginning that Dennis was not a good guy." "Shut up. I don't believe it." Lynn's mother was very emotional and pointed at William. "It must be you. You deliberately slandered and framed Dennis. You divorced Yin Yin, and you don't even want her to be well. I'll beat you to death." Mother Lynn raised her hand and was about to hit William. Eva stepped forward, grabbed her wrist, and pushed her away neatly. "You want to touch my boyfriend? Did you ask me for permission? Even if I'm angry, I can't bear to hit him. Why you hit him? William felt warm in his heart as Eva protected him. He didn't bother to talk nonsense with the Lin family and just took Eva's hand and left. The cursing voice of Lin's mother came from behind. Hey, William, don't leave. Have you paid your medical bills? Why are you leaving now? Mother Lin wanted to say something, but Frank stopped her. Shut up. Aren't you ashamed? I'll go pay the bill right away. The corners of Lin's mother's mouth twitched. This damn William is too stingy. The more Lin's mother thought about it, the angrier she became. She chased after him and stood in front of William. William, I'll give you 3 days. If you don't give me the 3 million within 3 days, I'll go online and smear you. Let's see how you can make money then. But if you pay me the money obediently, I'm willing to help you clarify that those things are just misunderstandings. As soon as the voice fell, Lin's mother saw someone secretly photographing her and immediately pointed at the person fiercely. Who are you? Why are you secretly photographing me? Are you looking for death? Are you infringing on my portrait rights? As Lin's mother said this, she was about to snatch the man's cell phone. Eva took the initiative to help the man protect his phone and then turned to talk to the young man. Hello, we really need the video you have. Could you please forward it to me? Okay. The man was frightened by Lin's mother just now and was also angry at the moment. Just when the man opened his WeChat QR code, William scanned the code and added the other party's WeChat. Just add mine. The other party was stunned. This is my girlfriend. William introduced with a strong sense of possessiveness. At this moment, Eva felt a little better. When Lin's mother saw that they had uploaded the secretly filmed video, she wanted to snatch the phone, but Frank forcibly pulled her away. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Let's go. Yin Yin is awake. When Lin's mother heard this, she didn't care about anything else and hurried back. I don't believe that Dennis would drug our Yin Yin. She must get to the bottom of it. At this moment, all the Lin family members gathered in Selene's ward. Lin's mother was the first to speak. Yin Yin, what's going on? I don't believe what William said. I want to hear your story. Why would Dennis drug you? Seline looked at her mother coldly. Then should I ask you? Ask me. Mother Lin felt puzzled. Dennis told me that you gave him that wine. After we drank a glass of the wine you gave him, both of us became abnormal. You don't know that Dennis wanted to do that to me. Seline bit her lip in shame. What happened next? Lin's mother asked anxiously. Then I hit him on the head with a bottle. He passed out and I ran away. Mother Lin patted her thigh and looked regretful. What can I say about you? You are not a virgin. You have been married and had children. Why are you shy? If Dennis wants to touch you, just let him. It would be best if he could get pregnant like you and William did after one touch. Then it would be perfect. Mom, are you crazy? I'm your daughter, and you say such things to me. Seline was so angry that she lost her temper and yelled. Frank was also very angry. Listen, do you sound like a mother? Moreover, you even gave medicine to Dennis. You really are. I don't want to take the blame for this. What I gave to Dennis was the medicinal wine that Mrs. Zhou gave me. Mother Lin's face suddenly changed. Before she finished saying the word medicinal wine, she remembered Mrs. Zhou's strange expression that day. Well, it was an accident. Mrs. Zhou said it was for you, saying it would strengthen your kidneys and nourish your body. How could I know there was medicine in it? Mother Lin paused. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Yin Yin, please don't misunderstand Dennis. This is all Mrs. Zhou's fault. At this moment, Monica coughed twice. Yin Yin, you just said that Dennis fainted and was bleeding. Do you want to find someone to check it out? Or do you want to call the police? Frank, Lin's mother. Seline, how could I forget this? Finally, Seline called Dennis' assistant. His assistant knew the password to Dennis' apartment. So he opened the door with his bodyguards and quickly sent Dennis, who was unconscious in a pool of blood, to the hospital. It is said that when Dennis woke up, his face was extremely pale due to excessive blood loss. At this moment, William and Eva also returned to the bedroom in the small courtyard. Eva was furious and her lips were pouted. She heard Seline calling William husband. She was very angry and felt very jealous. But she couldn't say anything, because if she said that, it would mean she minds William's marriage history. Eva is so annoying. He angrily took beer from the refrigerator and drank it. William noticed her emotions, held her whole body on his legs, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Eva refused to say. William scratched her waist. "Will you tell me?" Eva was so embarrassed that she finally admitted, "I'm jealous that Seline can call you husband, but I don't mind that you have been married before. I'm just jealous of her." William chuckled. "Then you can call me husband too. From now on, I'll call you husband, okay?" Eva pouted and looked at him intently. "Then Seline slept with you. Can I sleep with you?" Chapter 135 William. I have liked you for 15 years. Chapter 135 William. I have liked you for 15 years. William pinched the soft flesh of Eva's cheek. Do you know what you're talking about, little girl? I know. Eva put her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest proudly, and looked very angry. Anyway, I want to do everything she did with you. I don't want to lose to her, and I want to do it more times than her. Gurgle gurgle. Eva slammed down some more wine, planning to commit murder under the influence of alcohol. Fearing that the effect would not be good, she also mixed beer and white wine together. William saw this and hurriedly stopped him. I don't know why Eva is so jealous. Seline's word husband caused her to lose her mind and act like a spoiled brat. Eva was stopped from drinking and started to act like a spoiled child. I want to drink. You let me drink. No, I want to drink. After drinking, I can have sex with you. Before she could finish her words, William picked her up by the waist, gently placed her on the bed, and pressed his whole body on her. Do you know what it means to say these things in front of man? William pulled open a corner of Eva's sportswear, revealing her round shoulders, intending to scare her. But unexpectedly, Eva stared at her with her eyes shining brightly and nodded desperately. I know. William, you want it that badly? Eva nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice, feeling a little dizzy at the moment. When you mix liquor and beer together, the after effect starts to build up. But she still remembers one goal clearly. An unwavering goal. I want to sleep with Chen Xuan. William looked at Eva's reaction and understood everything. Watching horror movies or playing truth or dare with your bestie while wearing a bunny costume are all excuses. Those things that seemed unreasonable before became reasonable at this moment. But he looked at the blushing woman under him in surprise. She didn't look like that kind of woman at all. He was afraid that she would regret it. Ineen, do you know we have only been dating for a few days? William asked seriously, standing up slightly. Eva also quickly propped herself up and sat up straight, pulling his hand and answering seriously, 11 days. Well, it's been less than half a month, Ineen. I don't want you to regret it. In this matter, women are always at a disadvantage. I have to be responsible for you. Tisk. Eva burped, grabbed William's collar, and tried to look at him steadily. William, why are you so old-fashioned? It is obvious that two adults are enjoying this. So why is the woman at a disadvantage? Doesn't the woman feel physical pleasure? Doesn't her need be met? William was stunned. He didn't expect Eva to have such an understanding. Although he agrees, the general perception in society is that the responsibility for this matter is still placed on men. Besides, I don't think knowing each other for 11 days is a problem. I'm not a casual woman. I've chosen you. I've chosen you for my whole life. Why can't we? Aren't we blessed by morality? We are together with an attitude of responsibility for this relationship. Why not? Even if we separate in the end, I have no regrets. Moreover, I don't want you to be responsible. I am an adult. I can be responsible for myself. I'm very sure that I want you very much, and I want to do with you everything that all loving lovers in this world would do, including eating and drinking, looking at the stars, going to the mountains I have never been to, and doing the things I love. It's beautiful, isn't it? As she said that, Eva forcefully grabbed William's neck and moved closer with a slightly resentful look on her face. For you, it may be 11 days, but for me, it was 15 years. 3 years in junior high school, 3 years in high school, 4 years in college, and 5 years of your marriage, a total of 15 years. Do you know how I got through it? 15 years? How can it be 15 years? William was stunned, shocked by the number, but for some reason he was inexplicably excited and annoyed and clamped Eva's arm. Do you know what you're talking about? Eva, look at me. Do you know who I am? I, William, will not be a substitute for others. No stand-in. Eva burped again. With a sound, he looked like a tipsy little goose, so adorable. William, I have liked you for 15 years, not 11 days. I have liked you since the day you saved Qin Yang and me in the alley. At that time, you were still called Meng Chuan. With a bang, it was as if a large part of my heart had collapsed. William looked at the little drunkard in front of him in shock, and the situation of that day that Eva described emerged in his mind. Are you that girl? He didn't know why, but knowing that he was not being used as a substitute and there was no misunderstanding, he felt indescribable excitement and joy in his heart. He didn't expect that someone could like him for so long. Is it really you? Yeah. Eva nodded. Because it was hot, Eva simply unzipped her outer sportswear, took it off, threw it on the ground, revealing the bunny costume she was wearing before, and pounced right away. At this moment, she was already drunk. She hugged William's neck tightly, sat with her legs across William's legs, buried her face in William's shoulder blades, and started crying for no apparent reason. Wow, I feel like I'm dreaming during the 11 days I've been dating you. Every day when I'm at work, I pinch my thighs to tell myself that this is not a dream. William, I'm so scared. So scared. So scared that if Seline begs you, you'll go back. I can only feel at ease if I sleep with you, because I know that you're a person with a strong sense of responsibility. Once you sleep with me, you won't abandon me. William rubbed her head and finally understood why this little girl had to sleep with him. It turned out that she was insecure and worried that he would get back together with Seline. William laughed dumbly, but she didn't know that in just 11 days, she had brought him so many surprises and made him understand that a man can be loved, respected, and supported like this. Instead of shouldering everything alone, making silent contributions alone, and being constantly Pua. Once you've been in love with her, there's no going back. You can't break up, and you'll never look down on other women again. In the moment when William was distracted, Eva came up and kissed his lips tightly. William turned from passive to active and deepened the kiss. His movements were gentle and cautious, and for a moment I didn't know how to respond to this deep love that lasted for 15 years. But what he was sure of was that he would not let this girl down. The next day, Eva woke up in William's arms. The feeling of skin against skin made her suddenly sober. Aw, so embarrassing. Her cheeks flushed. The key is, she didn't have any blackouts. No, she remembered exactly what she said and did last night. At this time, why didn't William go to make breakfast, and why did he stay here with her? What a social suspense. William chuckled happily. Do you remember what you said last night? Chapter 136, Seline asks for remarriage again, but is slapped in the face. Chapter 136, Seline asks for remarriage again, but is slapped in the face. No, I don't remember. Eva kept shrinking down and finally covered her nose with the blanket, leaving only a pair of innocent deer eyes. William smiled happily. Then let me remind you, you said you have liked me for 15 years. Oh, this is true. Not a single lie. Eva admitted openly. I was planning to tell you about this later. Since I told you last night, I'll just let you know. William moved closer and pinched Eva's cheek. So, you were planning to repay me for saving your life last night by giving me your body? Eva mentioned what happened last night. Her cheeks instantly turned even redder. How much do you remember about last night? Are you comfortable? Before he could finish his words, Eva immediately covered his mouth and said fiercely, Hurry up and make breakfast. Otherwise, Ia will be late for school. William took Eva's hand and said, It's a bit too late. Let's buy some food on the way. I deliberately didn't make breakfast this morning because I was afraid that you would get up and not see me and would feel disappointed. Eva felt warm in her heart. She didn't expect William to be so thoughtful. She felt sweet in her heart and asked William to turn around. I want to change clothes. Even though we were honest with each other last night, I still feel shy. William sneered. She dared to wear something so sexy to seduce him. Now she feels shy. But he didn't turn around. Instead, he grabbed Eva's arm and said seriously, I still have a few words to say to you. Don't worry, I will not get back together with Seline. Seline and I were not suitable for each other, from our backgrounds, values, to our living habits. But I did not deny that I loved her and loved her as my wife. In my failed marriage, I was consumed by internal friction for a long time. I was afraid of marriage, and I even doubted whether I could manage a marriage or love someone. But now I know very well that it was you who made me understand that I can be loved and have the ability to love. The problem is not me, but Seline, who doesn't know how to love. But what if Seline says she knows she's wrong? Last night William interrupted Eva with a smile. That's not even 1/10,000th as good as yours. Eva's eyes suddenly lit up, and she felt sweet to her heart. Maybe Seline has awakened and realized her love for me. But in fact, she doesn't love anyone, not even Dennis. She is a sophisticated egoist, and the only person she loves is herself. Eva didn't expect William to say such words to her, and she hugged William excitedly. As soon as she let go, the blanket slid down, and she was so scared that she ran into the bathroom. After feeling awkward for a long time, she finally changed her clothes and came out. William took her and Chinyu to a breakfast shop for breakfast. As soon as they sat down, he was busy preparing sauce for the mother and daughter to dip in the dumplings. But Eva's eyes were always on William's slender fingers. His fingers are really beautiful. The joints are distinct, the eyes are slender, straight, and fair. It is no exaggeration to say that they are a pair of top-notch pianist eyes. But it was these hands that helped her last night. Oh, I can't imagine it anymore. Eva, you beast. Thinking about this early in the morning. She even still had some resentment. Last night, she insisted that she wasn't drunk, but William insisted that she was drunk. First, he was afraid that she would regret it when she woke up, and second, he was afraid that she didn't have enough experience drinking, so he insisted that he would wait until the day she wasn't drunk. But last night, they did cling to each other and gave each other the greatest satisfaction. Eva strangely, Sister Enine, why do you always stare at Daddy's hand? Phew. Eva, who had just taken a sip of soy milk, almost spit it out. No, no. William chuckled and lowered his voice to whisper in Eva's ear. Why said last night counts. I'll give it to you when you're done drinking. Huh? Ha ha ha. I don't know what I said last night. I don't remember anything. Eva lowered her head and continued eating breakfast. This ostrich attitude continued until I went to work. As the meeting went on, I couldn't help but think of the mosaic images. Lily asked her, why? Are you missing your William again? Hearing your William, Eva couldn't help but smile and replied softly, yeah, that's right. Do you have any emoticons between lovers that you can send to me? Lily sent Eva several emoticons in a row. Eva looked at it, the redder her cheeks became. But when she saw a cute, I miss you expression, she couldn't help but forward it to William. Just as Eva's hand touched the phone, there was a knock on the office door. Knock, knock, twice. Eva, frightened and guilty, her hands trembled, and she directly sent the next emoticon package. That expression is a bit bitter. Once Eva finds out, he will be socially doomed. I can't withdraw it even if I want to. It is said that on that day, the supervisor had his performance deducted for no apparent reason. At this time, William was working. When he took a break from his work, he checked his phone and saw that Eva had sent him a dynamic emoticon package. In that emoticon, the woman is dressed very sexy, stepping on a man with high heels and waving a small whip. Come on, fight like a man. William. It seems that he has to satisfy his girlfriend. So he replied, don't drink tonight. Eva started jumping up and down in the office again, scratching the wall shyly. Aw, Lily, cousin, can you please sober up? There is still a lot of work to be done. No, Eva picked up her bag. The rest is up to you. I'm going to get my hair done now and take an aromatherapy bath while waiting for senior brother Chin. Oh, by the way, you and Chin Yang, remember to pick up Ia from school and take Ia to your place. Eva raised an eyebrow at Lily. Those who understand, right? Lily, cousin, you are such a beast. Meanwhile, on the other side, Seline, who had just been discharged from the hospital, couldn't wait to find William. Did you hear everything I said to you yesterday? William, I was wrong. I really regret divorcing you now. I also realized that I really love you. So, let's get remarried. After saying that, Seline took a step forward confidently. I'll be honest with you. Dennis has never touched me. I have never done anything wrong to you during our marriage. How about that? Are you satisfied now? Chapter 137, Eva got her wish. Chapter 137, Eva got her wish. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. William subconsciously took a step back to avoid overly close contact with Seline. Girlfriend? Are you talking about that junior sister? Seline frowned. Stop it, William. I know you want to provoke me, but now I know that the person I love is you, not Dennis. Why are you still using the junior sister to provoke me? Seline was about to grab William's hand and said, I don't believe it. I don't believe that after seeing the perfection of a swan, you can still be attracted by other ordinary ducklings. Before she could finish her words, William interrupted her with a stern look. That's enough. My girlfriend is very good and outstanding. It's not your turn to criticize her like this. Very good, very good. Seline was stunned, looking at William in disbelief. She is a bit pretty, but she is not good at all. Between an ordinary wage earner and a female group leader who owns several chain stores. William, I don't believe you won't choose. After hearing this, William felt very disgusted. He didn't expect Seline's thoughts to be so low level. She was completely different from the pure dance girl he saw in the courtyard. Alas, it's all my fault for having too strict a filter for her. Seline, not everyone is like you, who only cares about profit. There are many things in this world that cannot be measured by profit. If we have to talk about profit, then I think Enine can give me more. What she can give me is the love that you cannot give me. After saying this, William walked past Seline and headed towards his pickup truck. I can't give? How can I not be able to give? William, I said I love you. Can't you hear me? Seline yelled at William's back. Stop. William, stop right there. Did I let you go? William ignored him and continued walking to his tool cart. Seline lost her composure and rushed over, pressing the car door. William, I won't allow you to do this to me. You love me. I don't believe you don't love me. William pulled Selene's hand away and pulled her away. Please keep your distance from me in the future. I am a jealous girlfriend. With that, William opened the car, door expressionlessly, and drove away, leaving Seline standing there in panic with a sullen face. No. Fake. William must have been trying to provoke me on purpose. He wanted me to realize my mistake. He wanted me to put myself in his shoes and understand how jealous and upset he felt when he saw me and Dennis together. Thinking of this, Seline got into her car and followed secretly. She saw William go to the flower shop to buy a bouquet of flowers, and then go to a bath and beauty center to pick up Eva. When Eva saw the small bouquet in his hand, she was very excited and couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. William opened the car door for her. Eva seemed to want to ask him where he was going, but William was mysterious and unwilling to say. Finally, Seline followed the two to a car dealership. Eva was confused when she just got off the car. Car dealership. Why did you bring me to the car dealership? Buy a car. Let you choose her first car. William said gently. Eva pointed to the pickup truck outside and said, But don't you have a car? William smiled and said, That's a tool car. When I started my business, my finances were limited. I bought this secondhand car mainly for practicality. But things are different now. I have a girlfriend, and I am financially comfortable now, so I can't let you ride in a pickup truck with me all the time. Ineen, pick one that you like and is comfortable, and we can take you out to play together in the future. Eva felt very happy when she heard this, but she still asked very calmly. So what do you have in mind? What kind of budget would it be? William's eyes flashed with admiration. For some reason, he always subconsciously compared Eva and Seline. If Seline were faced with this situation, she would definitely choose something expensive and prestigious. But Eva will think about him. To be honest, he likes this kind of discuss and negotiate day more and more. Some confidence to continue living with Eva. William simply expressed his thoughts. The budget is within 400,000 yuan. I don't consider the use of a tool vehicle because I already have a pickup truck. The main consideration is the use of a family car. When she heard the word family car, Eva couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth again. Hey, senior brother Chen has already included me in the category of his family member. Happy. The two of them told the salesperson about their needs, and the salesperson recommended several hybrid new energy commercial vehicles with spacious back seats and extremely comfortable chairs. After a careful comparison, the two pointed at one of the navy blue cars at the same time and finally smiled at each other. Seline, who saw the scene outside, couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a poor vision this junior sister has. How petty and not presentable. At least buy a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. William's taste has been lowered when he's with her. But then, she felt jealous again. Why are they laughing so happily? It's just a junky car worth 380,000 yuan. Is it worth being so happy? Even the eyes are drawing. Moreover, when she was with William, William had nothing but his good looks. Unexpectedly, now that he has some money, he uses it to please other women. How could Seline accept this? All of this should belong to me. Moreover, William looked at her with loving eyes and spoke so gently. Originally, William treated her the same way, but she lost all of this. For a moment, Seline felt such a pain in her heart that she could hardly breathe and could only bend over. If I keep raising my waist, I feel like my whole body is going to fall apart. But she seemed to have only one last hope left and told herself that it was fake and that William must have discovered that she was following them and was deliberately creating an appearance of affection to confuse her. So, she secretly followed them again, watching them go to the supermarket to buy food and scented candles, playing and fooling around like a young couple. When paying, Eva even domineeringly swept a row of family planning products onto the checkout counter. This action attracted a lot of attention, and she immediately buried her face in William's chest shyly. William rubbed her head lovingly, paid the money, and left with his arm around her waist. The two returned to the small courtyard, ate under the lemon tree, and then lay together on the sofa in the small courtyard. At about 9 o'clock, Eva turned off William's phone and her own phone. I even went next door and pulled 3 dogs over to guard the house. In short, whoever stops her or affects her from eating meat today will be killed. Eva's action was so outrageous that it was hard to laugh or cry. He just picked the man up by the waist. You'd better not ask for mercy later. I won't do that. Seline, who was not far away, saw William and the others close the door. The lights on the second floor were on, faintly reflecting the shadow of William hugging Eva and kissing her. With a loud bang, Seline felt as if her brain had exploded and everything went blank. After several seconds, she gradually regained her breath and felt the pain of her heart being torn apart. What did she just see? I saw my ex-husband being intimate with another woman. No, William is hers. She doesn't allow it. Seline got out of the car and rushed over, but the dog tied at the gate of the small yard started barking at her. William upstairs was stunned for a moment, but was entangled by Eva again. Focus. That night, Eva finally got her wish. When she was deeply in love, she called William husband. The next day, when Eva went to work, she walked with great pride, and her 5-inch high heels made her look like an 8-meter-high aura. Dennis, who had just been discharged from the hospital and came to the lawn company to do some business, couldn't help but be attracted by her, and his eyes followed her to the elevator. The friend next to him jokingly bumped his elbow and said, "Isn't that your fiancée? She's staring at me. Why don't you go up and say hello?" As soon as the voice fell, Dennis's expression changed immediately. What did you just say? Chapter 138. Dennis went to Eva to settle the score, but was abused instead. Chapter 138. Dennis went to Eva to settle the score, but was abused. Dennis' friend was frightened and thought he had said something wrong. I said, "Why don't you say hello to your fiancée?" Dennis' eyes darkened slightly, and he suddenly grabbed his friend's wrist. "You said the person in the white dress just now was Eva?" "Yeah? What else?" Dennis was in a state of confusion. His heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and he kept muttering, "Impossible. How could this happen?" Suddenly, he tightened his grip on his friend's hand. "Are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person?" "How could I admit my mistake? I have to come here every month to attend the shareholders' meeting." "Okay." With a bang, something in Dennis's mind seemed to collapse. Just at this time, Lily went downstairs to pick up the express. Dennis quickly pointed at her and asked, "Then, who is that person?" "Lily, Eva's assistant. They're cousins." Dennis was so angry that he laughed. I understood it all at once. They're all fucking pretending to be with him. When they were having dinner together that day, she felt that their aura and way of getting along were wrong. Eva is more like the president. Lily is more like a follower. No wonder. Sweet scenes of William and Eva suddenly emerged in Dennis' mind. The two of them, and Chens, you were like a family. They are still showing affection right under his nose. How fucking rebellious. Dennis shook off his friend's hand and strode directly towards the elevator. His friends didn't dare to chase after him, for fear of causing trouble. The elevator door opened. Dennis walked in and pressed the president's floor several times. Poke, poke, poke. Couldn't turn on the light. He's so angry now. He was even angrier than when he saw Chen Yang cheating on him. This kind of anger is 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more than seeing Chen Yang appear at Lily's house. It almost blew him up completely. He calmed down and thought about it, and finally figured it out. Because he was attracted by Eva's looks and figure from the beginning. He had a good impression of Eva, and even lamented that if there was a woman in this world who looked like Eva and had the Lawn family as a dowry, then this woman would be too perfect. However, there really is such a perfect woman. Baby face, amazing figure, illustrated family background, drive a Cullinan, wear a $1 million watch. And all this clearly belonged to him, but was snatched away by a man, the man he hated the most, and who had once been defeated by him, William. How could he bear this? He even felt that if Eva had chosen another man, he might not be so angry. Poke, poke, poke. Dennis continued to poke at the president's floor. The elevator door took a long time to close, and everyone in the elevator looked at him in confusion. "You want to meet the president, right?" asked the person next to him. "Yes," Dennis replied arrogantly. "Then you have to make an appointment. After making the appointment, let the person at the front desk swipe your card to take you up. Not just any person can see our president. Our president will agree to see him." "Me? I'm casual? I'm your president's." Dennis felt greatly insulted, but before he could finish his words, others interrupted him. "Hurry up. Everyone in this elevator is in a hurry to get up to do business. Go out and make an appointment." "No, I can't make an appointment." Dennis knew that if he made an appointment at this time, Eva would definitely use Lily as an excuse and treat him like an idiot. He had to attack her directly and catch her off guard, and he really couldn't tolerate even a little bit. He couldn't wait to see Eva's embarrassment, fear, and begging for mercy when he exposed her. "Eva, I'm going to get you this time." Thinking of this, Dennis pressed the button one floor lower than the president's floor. Thinking there was only one floor left, I climbed up, still not lighting up. "Hey, you bumpkin, have you ever been to a big company? You press the management level button. You can't press it without a credit card. Dennis felt the rage rushing to the back of his head, bulging and swollen. I'm a bumpkin? Our Chi Group is one of the largest companies in Jiangqing. Stop talking nonsense. There is no card in this row, so you can't press all of them. Hurry up and press one. The person by his side rolled his eyes at him impatiently. Dennis was so angry that he laughed and thought to himself, when I marry your president, you will be the first one to be fired. He took a look and saw that Eva was on the 58th floor and the 27 floors below were all management. He can only press 30 floors at most. Okay, just press 30 floors and climb the rest by yourself. Eva being scared and trembling and speaking nicely to him in a soft voice today. This time, the elevator door finally closed. The elevator went up 30 floors and Dennis got out and climbed up the stairs one floor at a time. Isn't it just the 27th floor? He can. However, after climbing 8 floors, Dennis was a little out of breath. When they climbed to the 10th floor, Dennis felt a slight discomfort on the back of his head where Seline had hit him. Having no choice but to stand and rest for a while, Dennis climbed up again. Just like that, I climbed a few floors, stopped for a while, and finally reached the 58th floor. The stairwell door was locked. At that moment, Dennis really wanted to die. He banged on the stairwell door and wailed. Help! It was originally a silent complaint, but unexpectedly a cleaning lady passing by heard it and thought someone was really shouting for help. So she opened the door to take a look. As a result, Dennis rushed over as if he saw hope, kicked open the door of the president's office, and broke in. Sure enough, Eva was seen sitting in the president's office chair handling tasks. I'm asking you, have you slept with William? Answer me. Dennis roars. Yes or no? At this moment, Dennis' lungs were filled with anger. On the way up the stairs, he discovered that he had been cheated on twice. One time was the humiliation given by Qin Yang, and the other time was by William. And he didn't sleep with Seline when he was dating her, and he hasn't had any sex since he returned to China, and his head was smashed to pieces. Is there any man more frustrated than him? Eva heard Dennis roar, raised her eyelids coldly, looked up at him from a pile of documents, and admitted it directly. Yes, we slept. The corners of her mouth curved up, her face looked sweet, and it didn't look fake. Are you crazy? Dennis picked up the documents on the table and threw them to the side, just like a man who caught his wife cheating. Eva, you were my fiancée, but you were making love with another man in front of me and even slept with him. Are you worthy of me? It would be fine if you slept with someone else, but you slept with William. William is a defeated opponent of mine, and his wife loves me and doesn't like him, but you still care about him. Is there something wrong with your brain? Dennis put his hands on his hips and walked around the office angrily. Our two families are collaborating on a project. Is this your sincerity? And you let your assistant Lily pretend to be you to fool me? I'm going to tell your dad right now and ask him to give me justice. I want to see if you can continue to act like this. Yes, I will also tell your board of directors and expose your true colors in front of them. Let them pull you down. I want to see if you are afraid. After a while of output, Dennis stopped and looked at Eva. If you apologize to me now, promise not to bother with William again, and let me cool off tonight, maybe I'll let you go. I won't tell your father or the board of directors. Chapter 139, you bastard, did I give you face? Chapter 139, you bastard, did I give you face? As he said that, Dennis let out a long breath, pulled out the chair opposite Eva, sat down, crossed his legs, and looked like he was waiting for Eva to admit her mistake. Eva looked calm, opened the drawer next to her, picked up a document, and threw it directly at Dennis' face. I really gave you face by listening to you barking for so long. A document hit him directly in the face, and Dennis was stunned. There's a dull pain in the bridge of nose. You hit me. I'm going to hit you. If I don't hit you, you really think you're something. Dennis was completely confused. He couldn't believe it. Eva was so arrogant. I couldn't help feeling aggrieved. I'm your fiancé. You slept with another man and hit me in the face. Dennis pointed at his nose, looking shocked. Yes, I'm going to hit you, you bastard. Why don't you take a piss and look in a mirror? You're such a disgusting thing. Do you think you can beat William? You can win because Seline is nothing. It doesn't mean you are that good. Go, pick up the file that just hit you. Eva trained Dennis like a dog. Dennis was so angry that his nostrils bulged a little, and his whole face was distorted. Aren't you afraid that I will report all this to the board of directors and to your father? Do you still want such a big project? I want it. Eva raised her lips, took out a contract from the drawer beside her, opened it, and pushed it over. Not only do I want it, I want 15% more profit. In other words, our Lawn family will take 65%, and you will take 35%. Here is the contract. Please sign it. Are you crazy? Do you want to hear what you're talking about? Dennis thinks Eva is crazy and the whole world is crazy. Seline hits him on the head. Eva is his fiancée, and she hooked up with another man and asked him to give up his interests and shares. Do you want to go to the hospital to check your brain? Dennis didn't even look at the contract. However, Eva was neither hurried nor slow. She looked like she was planning a strategy, and her beautiful fingers tapped the table, making a tap 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 sound. Dennis, I'm not afraid that you will go to my dad. I'm different from you. Your dad has ulterior motives towards you, but my dad doesn't. Your dad has other heirs, but my dad doesn't. Dennis, but you don't think your father will let you do whatever you want with such a huge project worth tens of billions, do you? I don't believe that in the face of interests, your father can watch you lose face for our chief family like this. As long as I tell all this at the board meeting, those old directors will use you as an uncertain factor that will affect the cooperation between the two families and force you to step down and submit. Oh, you should pay more attention to yourself. Eva picked up her phone and edited her moments. While editing, she said, I just asked you to pick up the document that hit you in the face. If you don't, we can't continue our conversation. Eva was concentrating on editing her moments, and Dennis stood up to take a look. What are you doing? Are you recording? Eva handed it to him and said, I'm just posting a love circle with my boyfriend, okay? It has nothing to do with you. As she said that, she sent out the edited circle of friends. It says, I'm so happy my boyfriend bought a new car just to pick me up. Ah, I love you, baby. After sending it, Eva's cheeks suddenly felt hot. This is the first time she called William baby. Dennis was so heartbroken when he saw this that he didn't know what to say. You have a Cullinan, and you like this junky car? You don't understand this, do you? Bitches are everywhere, but true people are hard to find. Money can't buy true love. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been hit on the head by Seline. Eva glanced at the documents on the ground with a slightly cold expression. Go over and pick them up. See what you have in my hands. Dennis then realized that Eva was not joking and quickly picked up the documents on the ground. Dennis saw the information of the first woman above. His face changed. Dennis, tell me, I'm more afraid that you will report this to the board of directors, or am I afraid? The first woman above is the wife of your cheese major shareholder. Do you think if I give this information to my father, will he stand on my side or on your side? Dennis flipped through several pages of information. A profile for every woman. There are also identity background, hotel check-in records, chat records, and intimate photos. Some notes said there was a video recording, while others said the other party was too cautious and there was no video recording. After reading the information, Dennis fell into his chair. Finished. Once the information of these wives is made public, their husbands will kill him. Eva poked her fingers on the table, making a tapping sound, and raised her chin, signed the contract. Every time she uttered a tuck sound, a cold sweat broke out on Dennis' forehead. I can't sign this. If I sign it, my dad won't let me go. Besides, you cheated on me, and I cheated on you too, so we're even now. Eva suddenly smiled. How dare you tell me that we are even? I am in a serious relationship. What about you? How can your shameful deeds be compared with me and senior brother Chen? We are a match made in heaven. How can you, a bunch of bastards, compare yourself to us? Dennis. Then, Eva took out another certificate. In order to take control of your project, Dennis, I worked overtime every day while you were having sex with someone else's wife, and I got this certificate. Now that our lawn family has this construction permit, it is your chief family that wants to rely on our lawn family, not our lawn family asking you to cooperate. Yes, you do have a piece of land, which is very important to us. But so what? Dennis, I can work with your brother, give him all these things, get you out of office, and let your brother take over. Sign this document with me. Dennis forced a smile, his hands shaking under the table with guilt. Eva, every man is extravagant. Even if I slept with a few directors and executives' wives, so what? Did they just make it public? Do you think my dad would mind this? He values ability more. He knows very well who is more capable, me or my brother. Eva smiled. Yeah, but do you know who the last woman in your file is? Dennis thought about it, but couldn't remember who the other person's husband was. I just remember that I didn't seem to know him. But he was deeply impressed by this woman. Very elegant, full of charm. He said he was in his 50s, but actually looked like he was in his early 40s. When he learned her real age, he was also surprised. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he looked at Eva as if he'd seen a ghost. Eva laughed, as if she was watching a play. Yes, it's just what you think. Chapter 140 Daily Life of a Young Couple. Chapter 140 Daily Life of a Young Couple. She's your father's favorite white moonlight. If he knew, He would fight you to the death. Eva twirled the pen in her hand playfully. Besides, let him know that it would not be a good idea to make your brother the heir in a fit of rage. After all, as you know, his mind has not been quite right lately, and no one knows what choice he will make in an impulsive moment. Eva handed the pen in her hand over and looked at him with a smile. Don't worry, if you sign, I will definitely not tell your father. And you can tell your father that I took this special construction permit. It's reasonable for us, the Lawn family, to use this to force you. Dennis glared at Eva hatefully, gritted his teeth, took the pen, quickly signed his name on the contract, then threw away the pen and turned away, etc. Just as Dennis was about to walk out of Eva's office, he was stopped. He didn't turn around, but heard Eva's warning voice behind him. William doesn't know my identity yet. You'd better not go to him and gossip about it. Otherwise, I will destroy you. Dennis sneered. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to tell this to William and let him hold you tightly. After saying that, Dennis left Eva's office. But the problem is, without swiping his card, he couldn't go down or press the elevator button. The elevator doors wouldn't even open. Dennis kicked the elevator door, and Lily just walked over with documents in her hands. Open the door for me, Dennis ordered. Lily looked at him while holding the documents. That's funny. Why should I open the door for you? This is not in line with our company's rules. After saying that, she walked quickly towards her cousin's office. My cousin has just told her everything that happened in the office. Dennis threatened her from behind. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Qin Yang about your fake identity? Lily was startled, but then she walked into her cousin's office as if nothing had happened. Dennis kicked the elevator again and finally had no choice but to go down the stairs in shame. At this moment, executives quickly left messages under Eva's circle of friends. So sweet. This car is a great choice. It's more comfortable than Cullinan. Well, this car is very well chosen. It looks very impressive. The seats in this car are said to be very comfortable. I want to replace my $1 million car with this one. Yes, that's what I meant. When William got off work and picked up Eva for dinner, he unexpectedly saw these comments on her moments on her phone and was speechless. What kind of people does his girlfriend know? Why do you talk so weirdly? After dinner, William seriously asked Eva for her opinion. I want to take you to meet my adoptive father. What do you think about this? Let's go then, Eva said neatly after wiping her mouth. She didn't think it was a complicated matter. But my adoptive father might not look at us in a good light. William simply recounted the incident of sending Meng Xingzhou to the police station. So, are you sure you want to accompany me to meet my adoptive father? Yes. In this case, I should accompany you. Eva answered decisively. William became interested. Why do you want to accompany me? First, I can't let you face this dilemma alone. I want to fight alongside you. Second, in this case, you brought your girlfriend with you and introduced your new girlfriend to Mr. Meng, which is a kind of respect for him. If he is reasonable, he should be able to feel your respect. Finally, you're willing to introduce me to the elders you value. This is the greatest affirmation for me. Why shouldn't I accompany you there? William panicked, his heart instantly filled with anger. In the past, when he just got married, he asked Seline to accompany him to the Meng family. Seline showed disgust and said that he had been kicked out of the Meng family. Under such circumstances, why should she go? Isn't she asking for trouble? After that, every time he mentioned it, even when Meng's father asked him and Seline out for dinner, Seline refused. William always went to the appointment alone, which was very awkward. Throughout the entire marriage, Seline never met William as the adoptive father, refused to meet his friends, and even opposed his relationship with Ben and others. The reason is that you should not associate with low-level people, as it will make you look low. So he was very touched that Eva agreed. William asked tentatively, what do you think, am I going to see my adoptive father? Eva thought about it. Logically speaking, you should go again. Although you used courtesy before force, and explained the situation of Meng Xingzhou and his mother to your adoptive father, and said that you would call the police if it happens again, but after all, you really did it. You still have to bring some gifts and visit them. After all, your adoptive father introduced you to such a big order. If you don't go to the door when something like this happens, it would be tantamount to implying that both parties should sever their relationship. Mr. Guan's order has attracted so much attention. If this matter gets out, it may be regarded in this circle as you being ungrateful and turning your back on your boss, which will be very disadvantageous for you to receive high-end orders in the future. So, no matter how embarrassing it is, you have to go this time. But if your adoptive father embarrasses you this time and drives you away, then you don't have to go next time. You still have to go through the motions. William was surprised that Eva was so sensible and had such a broad vision. He held Eva's hand with emotion. "It is my blessing to have you." Eva shrugged, a little embarrassed. People in our circle are like this. To be honest, most of them are strong enough to only weigh the pros and cons and not care about their own face. Because other people's opinions are not important. What is important is how you see yourself. So, I don't think it's shameful or realistic for you to do this. On the contrary, I think you are very mature. If you want to go further and stand at a higher position in the future, you must have this kind of vision instead of being petty or unable to put down your face and not doing what you should do. William nodded. "That's what I think." The two held hands and went to the supermarket to buy some nutritional supplements, and then went to Meng's house. As soon as she entered the door, Mrs. Meng started making a noise. "William, what are you doing here? My son has not been released on bail yet. Are you satisfied?" The moment Mr. Meng looked up, he recognized Eva as the only daughter of the old Lawn family, and his face changed. He calmly put down the newspaper in his hand, turned to look at his wife, and said, "You go up first. You, Lao Meng, you must not be confused. Don't be fooled by this kid again. He has no good intentions by coming to my house now. He must have come here because he is interested in the resources in your hands. No, I can't let you be deceived. I won't go up. I want to watch here. I know what I'm doing. If you don't go up, I'll have my bodyguards invite you up." There was an irresistible deterrent force in Mr. Meng's voice. Mrs. Meng gave William a hateful look and went upstairs. After Mrs. Meng left, Father Meng looked at Eva. "William, this is..." Chapter 141. Seline's sisters regret deeply. Chapter 141. Seline's sisters regret. When talking about Eva, William's face was full of sweetness. "It's my new girlfriend, Eva." As soon as Father Meng's lips moved, Eva spoke quickly. "Hello, Uncle Meng. My name is Eva. I work at Land's, working for my cousin. I'm Land's assistant." There was a hint of shock in Mr. Meng's eyes. He looked at William again, then looked at Eva for a while, and finally nodded calmly. "Land's is great. It's a big company." Eva curled up the corners of her mouth, looked at Father Meng meaningfully, and nodded. As expected of a person of this level. One word is enough. William put the gift on the table and explained its purpose. "Eni knows that you and I have a good relationship, and she has always said that she wants to come visit you. I will bring her here now." The two sides exchanged a few pleasantries, talked about family matters, and chatted about Mr. Wan's projects, but did not mention Meng Xingzhou at all. But both sides understood each other's intentions. Mr. Meng wasn't too enthusiastic, but he chatted about some family matters in a neither too emotional way, and both sides felt a little reserved. After chatting for half an hour, William took Eva and said goodbye, saying something before leaving. "Uncle Meng, whenever you want to drink tea, come find me, and I'll accompany you." "Okay." Father Meng agreed. William took Eva away. This is how the matter came to an end. In the car, Eva said, "Your adoptive father is also a man with a big picture." Eva herself knows the true meaning of this statement. It was only after seeing through her identity that Father Meng softened his attitude. William nodded and started the car. He is indeed a man with a big picture. Many of my ways of dealing with people are influenced by him. Although he was not warm just now, it is understandable. After all, Meng Xingzhou is his biological son. No matter how reasonable a person is, he will still have emotions. "Yes," Eva responded. William looked at her sideways, his eyes full of tenderness, and couldn't help but grab her hand. "Enine, you are really a treasure. I regret not meeting you earlier." Eva was a little shy after being praised, but she still said it to William. "I will still treat you well in the future. As long as you choose me, I will never let you down. No matter how handsome a man is in front of me, I will pretend to be blind." William was amused and drove to Chen's house to pick up Yaya. Before leaving, I drank tea with Chen's father. Eva chatted with Mrs. Chen for a while. When Chen's father learned that William went to visit Meng's father, he also approved of his behavior. After the young couple took Chen Yu away, Chen's father looked at the back of the car that was moving away and said to his wife, "William is really a good kid. He is courageous, skillful, and knows the ways of the world. He is not frivolous and will not refrain from doing something just for the sake of face. Tell me, how come I, Chen Shanha, am not so lucky to have such a good kid?" Mrs. Chen took his hand and walked back, jokingly saying, "How about a DNA test? Last time, Yang Yang said that you two are father and son. I suggest that you two take a DNA test." Father Chen frowned slightly. "That brat, isn't this just nonsense? How can such a coincidence happen?" But as he said this, Father Chen was actually a little panicked and quickly changed his words. I really like this boy William, and his age is also consistent with our Wang Chuan. It's just if this is not the case, how embarrassing it will be. Mrs. Cheen suggested. Why not do it secretly, without telling William? Father Cheen patted his thigh and said, this is a good idea. Next time, when he comes, we can steal a few strands of his hair to test. Mrs. Cheen nodded, but she didn't hold much hope. The main reason is that they have tested DNA so many times over the years that she has become numb. So she didn't dare to hold too much hope now, for fear that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The two walked back. Father Cheen suddenly laughed. Tell me, do we just look like this? The child took his wife and children home for dinner, and we sent the young couple away. That's right. Madame Cheen showed resentment on her face. Every time I send them away, I feel uncomfortable in my heart for some reason. I am no different. William drove Eva and Yaya back to the courtyard. On the way, Yaya sat in the safety seat and asked, Dad, Sister Eneen, can I sleep with you tonight? Why do you suddenly want to sleep with us? William frowned. The key point was, how did this little guy know that he and Eva slept together? Dad Yang said that Sister Eneen will be my mother in the future. I just want to sleep with Mom and Dad. Is that okay? William looked at Eva jokingly. You'll have to ask your sister Eneen. Eva saw through William's meaning, glared at him, then turned and said to Cheney with a smile, Of course you can. William let out a chuckle. Eva waited until he stopped the car, then pretended to be angry and twisted his leg. The family of three walked into the small courtyard, talking and laughing, without noticing that Monica and Seline had followed them. Seline felt a little unwell today and didn't want to drive, so she asked Monica to accompany her and help her drive. She wanted to see if William and Eva were real. But after following him all the way, her heart ached all the way. She finally discovered with great pain that those things she was unwilling to do with William were done by others on her behalf. Accompany William to meet Father Meng. Accompany William to sit at Qin Yang's house. Accompany William to eat barbecue. Those were the things she used to despise. But she never expected that they would become a luxury that she could never obtain. Her heart was cracking open inch by inch, and cold wind rushed in, making her shiver with cold. She felt like she was going to die. And at this moment, how was Monica feeling? She saw with her own eyes the man she loved talking and laughing with another woman. She found out from Ben's circle of friends that William even changed his car for her. How could she not be jealous? Back then, William married his sister, and she was actually jealous. After all, she was the one who fell in love with William first, but she kept brainwashing herself, thinking that there was nothing to envy about a man who had no job, no property, no car, and was only good-looking and gentle to his sister. But now, William is still the same well-dressed, handsome William. The difference is that he is getting better and better. However, the person standing next to him was not himself, but another woman. He gave all his excellence and tenderness to another woman. Monica pinched the back of her hand tightly. Soon, the back of the hand was covered with dense nail marks of varying depths, some so deep and some so shallow that some almost drew blood. But Monica still didn't feel any pain. This pain is not even 1/10,000th of what I feel inside. But at this moment, she could only rely on this little pain to prevent herself from losing control and rushing over to ask William why. Why he chose Eva. Why not choose yourself? But what right did she have to ask William that? She had been so awful to William in the past. The past scenes played in her mind like a movie, forcing Monica to face her own filthiness and dirtiness. It turns out that she often wears sexy clothes, suspender pajamas, and even appears topless in front of William in order to seduce him. I want to see him being conquered by my beauty. I want to see a surprised reaction in his eyes. Monica closed her eyes in embarrassment. I deeply hate my own filthiness and meanness. I hated myself for speaking badly to William. At this time, Eva happily sang a tuneless song, tied the three dogs at the door, and then wiggled her butt back to the yard. Her happy look once again hurt the Seline sisters. At this moment, Monica's face was extremely pale, and she looked at her sister in disbelief. They're already living together? Seline nodded painfully. Monica felt like someone was strangling her neck, and she could hardly breathe. On the other side, Cheney was lying in the middle of the big bed, and Eva and William were telling her stories. When he was drowsy, Cheney said something. Mom and Dad, I feel so happy. Then he fell asleep with a smile on his face. Eva looked at Cheney sleeping peacefully. Her heart softened as ice water, and she couldn't help but kiss the corner of her mouth. William seemed not as resistant to marriage as before. If you can meet the right person and raise a well-behaved and sensible child like Chinyu together, it doesn't seem like a bad thing. Just when William was distracted, Eva's foot passed over Chinyu and hooked his thigh. Honey, after watching that horror movie, I'm now afraid to go to the bathroom alone. I'm scared. William got up quietly, picked the man up by the waist, and went to the bathroom. It took a long time before the two of them came out of the bathroom. The next day, William had a rare day off from work, so he was tidying up the house in the small courtyard. But Ben couldn't help it. Brother Chuan, you should find a way to clarify. Your mother-in-law spread rumors about you everywhere. Although the posts have been cleared, it still has an impact on our studio. Now we have a lot of orders, and people don't say they will cancel them, but they always use various excuses to delay our on-site construction. I guess they're still waiting and watching. In the past, it was easier to do it when there were only 3 of us. Now we have to support the team. It doesn't matter if we don't make any money for one day, but after a few months, we will be passive. As soon as Ben finished speaking, Seline walked in gracefully, wearing the latest season's dress, carrying a bag, and wearing high heels. William, I can help you clarify this matter and reduce the negative impact on you, but I have conditions. Chapter 142 Monica betrays her mother. Chapter 142 Monica betrays her mother. But I don't want to hear your conditions. William sat at the tea table in the courtyard, making tea calmly. Ben secretly glanced at him and thought that the boss is worthy of being the boss. He is in a critical situation, but he is still so smooth. But, brother, you're not anxious, but I am. Ben finally had an income, and he never wanted to go back to the days of worrying about paying the rent every day. He suggested, how about we listen to what the goddess says? Then make a decision. Ben showed a tangled expression and lowered his voice. Our studio is really facing a big test right now. I tried to contact a few clients today, and some of the male owners also said that this is your family matter and they don't mind, but their wives hate this kind of man the most, and they just refuse to give in. Monica joined the lobbying. Yes, William, you should listen to what Yin Yin said first. Maybe her conditions are not too excessive. Moreover, I received a message from some customers today asking us to return the deposit and compensate them for the wall damage. They said that your reputation was damaged and their home decoration was affected. Now they want to remove the wall and redo it, and asked us to pay for it. Celine's lips curled up with pride. She walked gracefully to William, put her bag aside, sat down, crossed her legs, and looked like she was sure of victory. My conditions are very simple. I don't ask you to remarry me. Seline paused deliberately, wanting to see William's reaction, only to find that he was still making tea calmly. She looked so calm, as if she were the air. Seline realized that she really didn't understand William. I even suspected that William had been taken away from his home. How could someone be so different from what they were in the past 5 years? Seline clenched her hands a little tighter, and her victorious expression suddenly became a little uncomfortable. My condition is that you break up with Eva. That's not difficult, right? After saying that, Seline glanced secretly at her sister. Monica nodded slightly at her, indicating that she had called Eva's cell phone. At this time, the mobile phone behind her was silent, but it showed the connected mode. In just a moment, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the two Seline sisters. How about it, William? This condition is not too harsh, right? Even if you and Eva are dating, you have only been together for a short time and you don't have a deep relationship. Half a month is not as good as our 5 years of marriage, right? What's more, we have a child. I'm not forcing you to remarry, but I ask you to break up with Eva and start dating me again. If you agree, I will come forward to help you clarify those rumors and show you my love. This will do your studio no harm at all, and you may even be able to get orders from parents in our dance troupe. Seline spoke, the more she felt that she had a considerable advantage. William, you are now doing an online business. To put it bluntly, you are selling personalities. A husband who loves his wife and daughter, and a man who cheats on his wife and mistress. Which personality do you think will make you the most money? As the voice fell, the teacup in William's hand also fell with a clang. Seline, you know better than anyone whether I have cheated on you or not. After saying this, Celine's voice became a little stiff. Ben pressed William's shoulder and whispered, Brother, actually if you think about it carefully, this is a good offer. You can consider tricking the goddess, playing with her, and then dumping her. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How cool. Besides, Brother Chuan, I'm telling you the truth. Not only our studio, but also several franchise teams are now in a state of suspension. I have feelings for you, but they don't. I estimate that they can hold on for a few days. If this matter is not over, They will force you to return the franchise fee. When that happens, our studio will be in even greater trouble. Ben's intention was to pretend to break up with his junior sister and then play with this high and mighty goddess, thereby restoring the reputation of the studio. Oh my God, he really wanted to see Seline being stepped on. What a broken goddess. He had wanted to see her cry for too long. But I didn't expect that even though I said it in a low voice, Seline still heard it. Yes, William, you can play with me. Seline said confidently. You can pretend to be in love with me in front of the media, but I'm afraid you will fall in love with me again in the end. Seline strangely. Seline felt uncomfortable being stared at. Why are you looking at me like that? Fuck, Seline, have you been possessed? You actually told William to play with you? Where's your nobility? Oh my God, when did you become so cheap? Celine's face instantly became as stiff as iron, and she felt extremely embarrassed. That's because I am confident. I believe William is a smart man and knows how to choose. After the voice fell, William took a sip of tea and said, "Go away. Don't say I have a girlfriend. Even if I don't have a girlfriend, I won't cooperate with you. I will not do anything to hurt my girlfriend. Even if it is fake, I will figure out my own career, and I don't need you, my ex-wife, to worry about it." You reject me? Seline stood up suddenly and looked at William in disbelief. Even if I give in, and you and Eva don't have to break up, and you only need to deal with the media with me, you still don't want to? Yes. I don't want to do anything that will hurt my girlfriend. Eva is very good and deserves to be cherished. And, Seline, I am disappointed in you. The fact that you said this shows that you have never really understood me in the past 5 years. Seline was so angry that she laughed. William, you have such a bad taste. How can Eva compare to me? She is just an ordinary worker, just a crappy assistant. People can't be compared like this. In my opinion, she is very good and a life partner I don't want to miss. You are totally blind. After saying this, Seline stormed away. At this time, Monica's face also looked embarrassed. By the time she realized what was happening, the phone was still on the call, so she hurriedly pressed the hang-up button. She and Seline originally wanted to alienate the relationship between William and Eva, but by doing this just now, wasn't she helping them? Did it make Eva love William more? I'm so mad. Monica was also very upset at the moment. Seline left. Ben looked gloomy. Brother Chuan, it may feel good to piss her off like this, but will she go out and spread more things that are not good for you? I didn't mean to be mad at her. I was just disappointed in her. The more Seline does this, the more disappointed I am with her as a person. That's all. William lowered his eyelids, feeling complicated. To be honest, if he had known Seline better and not just stayed at the level of impression, perhaps he would not have been so impulsive in the bar. There wouldn't have been the torturous marriage that followed. William didn't say anything else, but Monica's eyes darkened and she had some thoughts in her mind. It turns out that Yin-Yin's actions would only make William disgusted. Good. Then she did the opposite. Monica walked aside and sent out the voice message she recorded with her biological mother in the villa. Chapter 143. Lin's mother suffered a backlash. Seline was exposed as a ballet goddess for hype. Chapter 143. Lin's mother suffered a backlash, and Seline was exposed as a ballet goddess for hype. At this time, Eva was in the office holding her mobile phone, unable to speak for a long time, which scared Lily. In fact, just when the two of them were discussing the project, Monica called. Eva looked at Lily, shushed her hand, then answered the phone and put it on speaker. Just like that, William's conversation came through in its entirety. But at this moment, Monica had already hung up the phone, so why was my cousin still not talking? Cousin? Cousin, what's wrong with you? Doesn't this mean that William is very good and worthy of your love? Eva clutched her phone tightly and let out a long sigh. She was so moved that she could hardly speak. Lily, actually, liking William is my own business. I like him alone, and I have liked him for a very long time, so much so that I almost thought that it was enough for me to like him alone. This time, my relationship with him went very smoothly, so smoothly that it felt like a dream. Sometimes I wondered if William really liked me or not. Was it because I was too enthusiastic and he was too embarrassed to say no? Could I be his replacement after his divorce? Actually, I didn't dare to ask myself in detail. I didn't dare to stop and think about it. I just wanted to rush forward. I just wanted to marry him quickly and make it happen. As long as I have him for myself, I can slowly develop feelings for him. But just now, William made me feel once again that I did not love the wrong person. I have loved him for so long, for so many years, and with so much hardship, and everything is worth it. Lily, this isn't just a one-man show for me. Do you understand that feeling? When she said the last sentence, Eva choked up slightly. Lily is a bit heartless and doesn't dare to invest too deeply in feelings. She was very afraid of separation, afraid that all good things would leave like her parents. So she was very restrained. She couldn't understand her cousin's heavy feelings, but she still walked over to her and patted her shoulder. Should we now think of a way to resolve the rumors spread by that old witch and Dennis? I heard from Chin Yang that the incident did affect their studio. He is also looking for some public relations friends to help deal with it. Eva was stunned. How could I forget about this? As she said that, she quickly sent a video from her phone to Lily, Seline's mother and William, that someone secretly filmed in the hospital that day. Although it doesn't have much effect, it at least proves that Seline's mother is not a good person. Now let the entire Lawn family's public relations team use this short video to find a way to minimize the negative impact on William. Also, collect all the useful information on the internet to fight back against the Lin family. Okay, Lily went to deal with it immediately. Soon, a short video appeared on the internet, which was posted by a passerby. I saw it with my own eyes a few days ago in a hospital. The ex-mother-in-law is not a good person. She was threatening William and asking him for money. Soon after, a post also caught the attention of Lan's public relations department. I can't help it. I recorded this while working at the Lin family villa. This recording tells you the truth. This is the true face of William's mother-in-law. The post describes the truth about William's 5-year marriage from a servant's perspective. It is said that he gets up early and goes to bed late to take care of his wife, daughter, and the whole family. Not only that, the Lin family deliberately did not ask his aunt to help him, leaving him to deal with the garden lawn of the villa and clean the entire villa by himself. When the child had a fever, William was the only one who accompanied him. Every time William proposed to go out to work, he would be attacked by the entire Lin family. After listing several examples, the post ended with an audio clip saying that he had been a servant in the Lin family for so long and couldn't stand the Lin family bullying William. Now that they were divorced, they were still slandering William, so he risked being fired and released the revealed conversation. Soon, the conversation revealing the truth was presented to netizens. Seline, are you crazy? You let Dennis post these messages. What is your intention? Lin's mother, William refused to give me money. This is the price he has to pay. Lee's mother, if he doesn't make money, he will be a loser all his life. If he makes money today, he has to give it all back to me. With this recording, plus the previous footage of Lin's mother pulling William for money in the hospital, the whole truth was directly restored. Fuck, how shameless. How can this mother-in-law speak so confidently? I'm really pissed off. I have never seen such a shameless person in my life. Actually, you can sue her for blackmail. Alas, secretly recorded videos cannot be used as evidence. Otherwise, William would have called the police long ago. Wow, I feel sorry for my brother Chuan. He didn't explain for so many days. I think this is probably the dignity of an adult man. Divorce means the end, and I will no longer talk about the good or bad of my ex-wife's family. To be honest, if William explained, he would have to say how shameless his ex-wife's family was. But this time, I guess the haters would criticize him again. Why bother? He is still slandering his ex-wife's family after the divorce. In short, it is a loss to be silent when encountering such a thing. We owe Brother Chuan an apology. Yes, I'm sorry, Brother Chuan. Brother Chuan, I was wrong. The more this topic spread on the internet, the hotter it became, and it even topped the local hot search list on Douyin. What followed was that someone dug out Seline's background information. Someone dug out a photo of Lin's mother. Some of Seline's classmates talked about Seline's past deeds in school, saying how much she looked down on others and how snobbish she was. Some people also revealed that Seline's so-called ballet goddess title is all hype. The Lin family had some money back then, and Seline participated in several ballet competitions in the city. Lin's mother then found some media reporters and started praising her, saying things like she has great temperament and the new generation of ballet goddess has emerged. As the dance troupe was copying, they let the famous Seline take the lead and replace the former associate lead, who was stronger than her. Some netizens also revealed that Lin's mother's former neighbor said that Lin's mother was born mean. In short, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. To Seline and Lin's mother was dug out and exaggerated and spread everywhere. Lin's mother was still unaware of this, and as she was leaving the supermarket, someone threw several eggs at her for no apparent reason and pointed at her nose and cursed at her. Seline's side was not much better, and she returned to the villa in despair. As soon as she entered the villa, she started roaring. Mom, I told you not to publicize William's affairs on the internet, but you insisted. Look, now it's like this. William is my ex-husband after all. If something happens to him, everyone will dig up my background information. Now, my dance troupe has also been affected. Seline said this while looking at the comments online. When she saw someone saying that she was not a ballet goddess at all, she was so angry that she screamed and threw her phone. I am a ballet goddess. I am. I deserve it. No, it must be another dance organization taking advantage of me. Where in Jiangshan can you find a ballet principal who is prettier and more elegant than me? I am a goddess who deserves it. Lynn's mother wiped the egg white that looked like snot on her head with disgust and said, "Stop calling me a goddess. When I told the reporters that you were a goddess, I was just saying it for others to see. Come and see your mom. I was really in trouble today. You know, those people pushed me, threw things at me, and ran away. I couldn't call the police even if I wanted to. There was also a man in his early 20s who actually gave me a bouquet of chrysanthemums. I was really mad. Ouch. My waist and legs hurt even more." On the other hand, seeing the change in the network trend, many customers who had originally suspended work requested to resume work. Monica shyly walked up to William and asked, "Are you happy now?" Ben, who had just walked out of the bathroom, reacted immediately after hearing this. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. He hit himself, raised the corners of his mouth sinisterly, turned on his phone, muted it, and made a WeChat video call to Seline. Now it's time to watch the fun. Chapter 144. Sisters quarrel and fight. The Lin family is in chaos.